In a realm of fantastical adventures, Ning Fan unexpectedly acquires a peculiar system upon traversing to the world of Douluo. This enigmatic system grants him unique rewards for rejecting the affections of young women, leaving Ning Fan in a state of exasperation. Chapter 1. An Unacceptable Reality. Ning Fan has been in this strange world for nearly 14 years. From his initial bewilderment upon arrival to now flourishing as a core disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he has garnered a modest reputation and earned the admiration of the sect's leader, Ning Fan. After 14 long years, Ning Fan has fully adapted to this world Douluo continent, a realm both familiar and foreign to him. Transported here inexplicably and assuming the identity of a core disciple, Ning Fan, well-versed in the narrative of this world, initially envisioned grand exploits. However, all aspirations were dashed when, at the tender age of 6, he awakened the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul, relegating his dreams to mere illusions. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile is renowned as the mightiest support-type martial soul, it remains fundamentally a support type, and Ning Fan found himself longing for combat prowess. It is not that Ning Fan despises support roles indeed. Support-type soul masters can often amplify their team's effectiveness. However, this synergy requires the presence of allies, and when isolated against foes, the result is typically a swift demise at the hands of adversaries. Ning Fan's desires were simple. He yearned to be a formidable force, capable of vanquishing opponents rather than being a defenseless support, easily overwhelmed. Thus, at 6, he wished earnestly for a martial soul that would grant him the ability to fight. Though sharing the surname with the sect leader, Ning Fan was merely a distant relative, his lineage diluted over generations. The last common ancestor was several generations back, making his connection tenuous at best. His scant memories reveal a father who perished while hunting soul beasts, possessing an ordinary martial soul, and a mother who, devoid of spirit power and in frail health, passed away shortly after his father's demise. After a series of unforeseen events, young Ning Fan found himself at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Given his parents' mundane backgrounds, he never anticipated awakening the fabled Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul, which felt like a cruel twist of fate. When he awakened his martial soul, the other children of the sect gazed at his shimmering, multicolored tower with envy, for possessing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul signified a prestigious status among the core disciples. Yet, amidst their admiration, Ning Fan's heart sank into despair. His dreams lay shattered. Despite possessing a decent innate spirit power of level 6, it was merely average, leaving him in a state of stagnation. After realizing his fate as a support-type soul master devoid of combat talent, he succumbed to a life of lethargy, merely coasting along. Everything changed when, at the age of 13, he fortuitously encountered the mischievous little witch, Ning Fan, in the back mountains of the sect. A sudden chime echoed in his mind, and his world transformed. As Ning Fan strolled along the shaded path in the back mountains, humming a cheerful tune and reflecting on the year past, a smile graced his lips. The weather is splendid. It seems today is filled with hope and promise, he declared, inhaling the crisp morning air, his deep-set eyes sparkling with anticipation. By the way, ever since that little witch fled in the wake of my romantic serenade, I haven't seen her for days, he mused. I heard from fellow disciples that she might be suffering from some peculiar ailment and sneaked off to Heaven-Do City for treatment. Contemplating, he stroked his chin and pondered, but what ailment could this little witch possibly have? Could it be that the time has come for her to visit her relatives? In both his past and present lives, Ning Fan had always appeared vibrant and healthy. As a soul master, even a support type, one her constitution surpassed that of ordinary folk. What serious illness could she possibly face? Given that she was about to turn 12, it was indeed the right time for such matters to arise. Recognizing a golden opportunity, Ning Fan, embodying the essence of a caring gentleman, dedicated an entire morning to meticulously brew a small pot of ginger-infused brown sugar water. Upon hearing of Ning Fan's return to the sect, he prepared himself and set off to find her, bringing along the heartfelt concoction he had painstakingly prepared. With a small pot in hand, he cleared his throat, adjusted his attire, and donned a gentle yet dignified smile as he approached a quaint pavilion peeking through the trees. As he traversed the winding, tranquil path and ascended the stone steps, his heart raced with anticipation. Soon, he arrived at the steps leading to the pavilion adorned with triangular glazed tiles. Inside, seated on a round stone bench, was a girl clad in a white dress, her chin propped on her hands, her delicate feet swinging back and forth as her sparkling eyes gazed dreamily into the dense forest, lost in thought. The girl appeared to be around 12, with shoulder-length hair and twinkling eyes that radiated a playful, impish charm. Yet, after a year of relentless pursuit, Ning Fan was acutely aware of the tempestuous nature hidden beneath her seemingly innocent exterior. What brings you back here again? After all the lessons you've received, you remain as forgetful as ever. Have you lost your mind? The girl, momentarily startled from her reverie by Ning Fan's arrival, flashed a look of shy delight. She leapt gracefully from the stone bench, hands on her hips, and huffed at Ning Fan with a feisty demeanor. This little witch, possessing a fierce spirit, had once devised countless traps and pranks to torment him during their initial encounters. Yet, as Ning Fan's persistence wore on, she had begrudgingly accepted his presence, though her sharp tongue continued to deny it, maintaining her haughty facade. Perhaps this can be regarded as an endearing trait. However, I must admit it is not to my taste, Ning Fan remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Observing the adorable girl before him, as she scolded, he maintained a gentle smile on his face and approached her slowly, holding a small pot filled with steaming soup. As he gazed at Ning Rongrong, who was lowering her head to inhale her unique fragrance, a radiant smile blossomed on his face as he spoke softly. Why should I not come? Rongrong, you are so beautiful that even if I were to plunge into a sea of flames or be pursued by 100,000-year-soul beast in the next moment, it would matter not. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words and observing his actions, a blush quickly crept onto Ning Rongrong's fair cheeks. Yet, to mask her embarrassment, she promptly stepped in front of Ning Fan and delivered a playful kick to his thigh. You insufferable Ning Fan, always full of flattery and seeking to curry favor. After delivering the kick, Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips and called out with a hint of petulance. This sudden and somewhat vexed kick was delivered without hesitation, and Ning Rongrong, propelled by inertia, showed no mercy. Although Ning Fan had grown accustomed to the whims of the spoiled Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School over the past year, he felt the slight sting in his right leg, yet paid it no mind. He continued to wear his unwavering smile while a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Your current soul power level experience has increased by 10%. Ding! Your musical talent has improved by a point. Ding! Your forging talent has improved by a point. Ding! You have acquired 20 gold coins. The cold, mechanical sounds resonated in his mind, and despite being unexpectedly kicked by Ning Rongrong, his spirits lifted in contrast. Is this the sensation of pain intertwined with pleasure? It is a feeling that is utterly irresistible. Chapter 2. A slight affection for Luo? And what about that Dr. Luo? Can't he prescribe anything? Ning Fan gently sipped the tea prepared by the maid of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, already cooled in the pavilion, and smiled as he spoke. After a brief exchange with Ning Rongrong, she huffed a few times before granting him permission to enter her restricted domain, allowing him to sit beside her. At this moment, after pouring the carefully brewed ginger and brown sugar tea for Ning Rongrong, Ning Fan's expression transformed into one of genuine concern as he inquired about her health. Despite his perception and the strength of the kick she had just given him, which assured him of her physical well-being, he felt that a touch of concern was still warranted. Ning Rongrong rested her chin on her hands, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks for reasons unknown. As she gazed at the young man before her, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she spoke, albeit somewhat hesitantly. I don't even know what's wrong with me. I've been to several pharmacies, and they all just laughed and shook their heads, saying they couldn't help. Oh, at her words, Ning Fan nodded slightly, a knowing expression gracing his face. Just as he suspected, this little enchantress must be feeling unwell. Otherwise, how could there be so many skilled physicians in Heavendoe City who couldn't provide a remedy? And what did Dr. Luo say? Ning Fan inquired with a smile. Dr. Luo was a renowned figure in Heavendoe City, not only well-versed in medicinal herbs and healing practices, but also a rare healing spirit master of the 48th rank. He said it a matter of the heart, and that he couldn't prescribe anything. It requires a personal touch, Ning Rongrong replied, her small hand grasping the bowl of ginger tea while the other traced the patterns on the stone table, suddenly feeling bashful. Ding! Your combat experience has increased slightly. Ding! You have acquired the blueprint for a revolver. A cold mechanical voice echoed in Ning Fan's mind, indicating that the young girl before him was not at peace. However, Ning Fan chose not to dwell on that, instead observing the bashful little enchantress with an odd expression. A matter of the heart? He mused, glancing at the nearly empty, milky white bowl in her hand, surprise flickering in his eyes. This little enchantress had finished the entire bowl of ginger tea he had prepared for her so quickly. After a moment of astonishment, he resumed his role as a caring companion. Nodding gently, he stood up to refill her bowl. A matter of the heart requires rest. You shouldn't be bouncing around all day. Drink more hot water. No hot soup. It seems you genuinely enjoy this. At least my efforts this morning weren't in vain. As he bent down to refill her bowl, he continued to chat amiably. Did you brew this all morning? Ning Rongrong held the bowl's rim with both hands, seemingly savoring its warmth. She then slightly lifted her gaze to Ning Fan and whispered, Ning Fan smiled faintly in response. Observing her, Ning Rongrong lowered her head, staring at the wisps of steam rising from the ginger tea, tightening her grip on the bowl. In a soft, hesitant voice, she murmured, actually, I don't really like overly sweet flavors. Ning Rongrong was not particularly fond of this taste. If it had been according to her previous preferences, she likely would not have finished the entire bowl and might have splashed it on in Ning Fan's face after just a sip. Yet now, what did you say? Ning Fan did not catch her murmurs. In nothing. Ning Rongrong suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes glistening with a hint of moisture, and she reprimanded him flusteredly. Her gaze then faltered, fixing on the unusual sight near Ning Fan's hand, and her previously fierce demeanor softened. Why your burn? What happened? She asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Ever since I joined this sect and became a core disciple, I haven't been in the kitchen for ages. Even boiling simple ginger tea resulted in a burn. It seems I'm truly quite useless, Ning Fan replied, his gaze flickering before he tucked his injured hand into his sleeve and returned to his seat, shaking his head with a wry smile. This was his genuine sentiment. He was not self-harming for sympathy from Ning Rongrong. In truth, it was simply an accident due to his long absence from the kitchen. Indeed quite useless. Ning Rongrong tilted her head slightly, huffing dismissively. However, since you got hurt because of me, take this. Apply it twice, and your burn will heal within a day. With a flick of her small hand, a white jade vial appeared on the stone table in a flash. Ding! You have received 10 gold coins. At that moment, the voice echoed in Ning Fan's mind again. Just 10 gold coins? Ning Fan stared blankly at the jade vial, pondering in silence. This was Ning Rongrong's first gift to him, and it seemed rather meager. What are you staring at? Hurry up and take it. Ning Rongrong banged her small hand on the stone table, her voice rising in displeasure. Okay. Ning Fan snapped back to reality at her command, accepting the jade vial and looking up at her with an increasingly peculiar expression. For some reason, Ning Rongrong's fair face and ears were flushed with red, resembling a ripe crab after being boiled. Why does this little enchantress seem particularly strange today? It was indeed unusual, as she was usually so lively. A curious thought flitted through Ning Fan's mind, but he chose not to pursue it further, clearing his thoughts. With a gentle smile still on his face, he continued, Rongrong, you seem a bit strange today. Is it perhaps due to that matter of the heart? If you're feeling down, why not take some time to relax? Would you like me to sneak you out for a little adventure to cheer you up? Although he sensed something was amiss, Ning Fan did not press the issue. You are merely a lowly disciple. Do you think you could deceive my father and let me sneak out alone? Last time, when I wanted to run away, you were so confident in your help, yet we were still caught. You received a stern warning from my father that time. Ning Rongrong's blush slowly faded as she crossed her arms defiantly, addressing Ning Fan with disdain. Indeed, that was a bit of a challenge. However, anything I can manage. You can entrust to me, Ning Fan replied, looking into her eyes with an undeniable tone. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes momentarily flickered, her previously faded blush returning with a vengeance. She waved her delicate hand awkwardly at Ning Fan, saying, forget it. If we get caught sneaking out again, your reputation in my father's eyes will suffer even more. Besides, I'm not feeling down. She mumbled softly, her head bowed as if lost in thought. How very strange. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. This little enchantress, at some point, had begun to consider his feelings and circumstances. However, does this affliction of the heart not merely refer to a state of melancholy? What could it possibly signify? Moreover, Does it necessitate human intervention? Could it be? At this moment, Ning Fan seemed to finally grasp the essence of this heartache. He turned his head to glance at Ning Rongrong, his eyes reflecting an enigmatic hue. Ning Rongrong, rising from her seat, bit her lips until they turned a shade of blue, her hands clutching her garment tightly. She opened her mouth and then closed it again, as if struggling to adjust her emotions and tone. After several deep breaths, she stammered, "Given your special performance on my birthday, I am quite pleased. Thus, I have decided to grant you an opportunity. As a reward." With that, she lifted her proud and alabaster neck, closed her beautiful eyes, and let her long eyelashes quiver slightly, awaiting Ning Fan's response. Ning Fan exhaled lightly. Ning Rongrong's almost overt words had illuminated her intentions in his mind. Is she implying that I should confess my feelings to her? He mused. However, while understanding her meaning, Ning Fan opted to feign ignorance. That last time was merely an unintentional act on my part. If you wish to listen, Rongrong, you may continue to be my audience. I do not require any rewards. What? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment and incredulity. She had not anticipated that, despite her blatant hints, he would still remain oblivious to her intentions. This fool, that insufferable Ning Fan. Seeing the unwavering, gentle smile on his face, Ning Rongrong, in a fit of frustration, stomped her foot, internally cursing him. At this moment, Ning Fan, sensing the precariousness of the situation, deviated from his usual demeanor. He cleared his throat and abruptly stood up, scratching the back of his head in a foam moment of realization. Ahem. Oh, I just remembered something. A good friend of mine from childhood, my second aunt's third uncle's little brother, is coming to see me today, so I must take my leave with a flimsy excuse. The warm atmosphere that had enveloped the two vanished instantly. Ning Fan promptly turned and bolted away. Stop. Do you dare to leave like this? I will immediately call Grandpa Bone to break your legs. Her tone remained as domineering as ever, but unlike usual, her voice trembled, revealing her heightened emotional state. After all, even the little enchantress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had virtually no experience in matters of the heart. After days of hesitation, she had finally mustered the courage to prepare herself, only to face such a disheartening outcome. Ning Rongrong, who had always enjoyed the affection of her sect, was unwilling to concede. Ning Fan could not be allowed to leave without a resolution today. Upon hearing her words, Ning Fan's figure froze in place as he turned around, his expression showing a hint of helplessness. Continuing to feign ignorance, he teasingly remarked, "Oh, Rongrong, you seem rather strange today. Are you truly reluctant to see me go?" According to past experiences, had Ning Fan spoken such words, the proud little which would have undoubtedly retorted with an indignant command for him to leave. Yet today, Ning Rongrong appeared different. Her cheeks flushed, and she huffed before nodding her head. You cannot leave. You must tell me. Tell you what, did I not just say that everything I did before was out of my own volition? As long as you are happy, I require no rewards." Ning Fan rubbed his nose, wearing a look of feigned confusion and an unchanging light smile. You. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, entering a state of wanting to express something but unable to articulate it. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter a single word through gritted teeth. Seeing this, Ning Fan secretly smirked. As long as he continued to play the fool, pretending to understand nothing, the proud little enchantress would never be the one to voice that statement. After a year of interaction with Ning Rongrong, Ning Fan had become quite familiar with her temperament. Indeed, this time, he evidently underestimated or overlooked the somewhat obsessive nature that had developed in Ning Rongrong due to her being excessively pampered. At this moment, Ning Rongrong stood rooted, unsure of what to say. Her silver teeth clenched. She fixed her beautiful eyes on the bewildered Ning Fan, glaring at him like a spoiled little wildcat. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. After a brief period of silence, Ning Fan's eyes flickered as he spoke again. You cannot leave. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, arms extended to block his path. Ning Fan, seeing this, helplessly raised his hands in surrender with a deep sigh. You insufferable Ning Fan. You are such a big fool. Ning Rongrong suddenly shouted at him, her eyes closed, her voice strained. Raising her head, her delicate face flushed with alternating hues of red and white, as if she were hesitating over something. Then, Ning Rongrong's gaze fell upon the burn marks on Ning Fan's right hand that were visible as he held his hands out. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, shimmering with a captivating hue, imbued with a fierce determination. In an unexpected moment, she sprang forward, leaping into Ning Fan's embrace, burying her face in his chest. "You insufferable Ning Fan, I think I might have developed feelings for you. What should I do?" Feeling the warmth of her soft form and the shy, almost tender tone of her confession, Ning Fan remained silent, not responding. As Ning Rongrong's sudden declaration of love flooded his mind with a torrent of information, he heard the notifications echo in his mind. Ding! Target Ning Rongrong's conquest completed. Any future attempts to conquer Ning Rongrong will no longer yield rewards. Ding! Ning Rongrong has confessed to the host for the first time. Please choose whether to accept. Ding! Choose to accept the confession. From this moment forth, Ning Rongrong will be wholly devoted to the host, with no additional rewards. Ding! Choose to reject the confession. The host will receive a richly rewarding initial gift package. As Ning Fan perused the sudden influx of information in his mind, he inhaled deeply, savoring the faint and enchanting fragrance of the girl in his embrace, as well as the soft touch of her body against his. Ning Fan admitted that he found himself relishing this sensation. However, can a girlfriend possess the fragrance of a game? Oh no. It should be said, can a woman carry the allure of an initial gift package? In the realm of tenderness, heroes lie buried. Women, they only hinder his swiftness in drawing the sword. A new book on the streets. Please support it. Chapter 3. The Ancient Dragon of the Voidum? Why has that insufferable Ning Fan fallen silent? As she buried her entire little head in Ning Fan's embrace, Ning Rongrong, after a prolonged wait for a response, thought to herself. Recalling her bold move of leaping into Ning Fan's arms, her cheeks grew increasingly warm, even for the little enchantress, who feared nothing under the heavens. That act had been exceedingly audacious. The impulse of that moment left her too shy to lift her head, burying it into Ning Fan's embrace like an ostrich. If it weren't for this loyal servant, I wouldn't have acted so recklessly, Ning Rongrong fumed internally. In truth, within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, due to Ning Rongrong's charming appearance and status, she attracted many suitors. Yet, under her cunning strategies, most retreated in defeat, leaving only Ning Fan to persist. Throughout the year, regardless of how much I teased him or put him in awkward situations, he would always gather his spirits the next day to make me happy. Thus, Ning Rongrong was certain that Ning Fan truly harbored affection for her, a steadfast and unwavering love. With this thought, her confidence swelled, and a hint of pride blossomed within her. After such a long silence, perhaps he was simply too overjoyed to respond? Could this moment be the happiest of his life? As she pondered this, Ning Rongrong's initial shyness diminished significantly. She yearned to lift her gaze and witness Ning Fan's reaction upon hearing her confession. Was he elated? Or perhaps overwhelmed to the point of tears? With renewed confidence, she raised her head, adorned with a smile of self-assured pride, and gazed upon Ning Fan's handsome visage. However, to her astonishment, there was no expression of joy or excitement on his face. Instead, he looked down at her, his deep-set eyes revealing an emotion beyond her comprehension, regret and helplessness. Sighing, Ning Fan softly responded, "What else can be done? We shall continue as friends." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have rejected your target, Ning Rongrong's confession, and received an initial gift pack. As Ning Fan's words faded, a message echoed in his mind. Friends? Ning Rongrong blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. Though she clearly understood his simple words, the meaning eluded her. Just as she was about to inquire further, a familiar scoff broke the air, causing her to shudder. Instinctively, she broke free from Ning Fan's embrace and turned toward the source of the sound. Father? And Grandfather Jian? When did you arrive? She exclaimed, her voice trembling as she gazed at the two figures that had materialized beneath the tree-lined path. Well, we arrived when my precious daughter was preventing others from leaving. Came the light, somewhat displeased laughter. I never expected my daughter, at merely 12 years of age, to grow up so quickly. Ning Rongrong's face flushed with embarrassment, her hands covering her cheeks as her head felt as if it might emit steam. She realized that her father had witnessed everything. At that moment, Ning Fan turned to see two figures emerging from the shaded path. One was a man with a refined appearance, straight nose, and square jaw, dressed in immaculate white robes. exuding an aura of warmth and approachability. Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and Ning Rongrong's father. Beside him stood an elderly man in white. His silver hair meticulously arranged, a figure of remarkable grace and stature. Chengxin, one of the two titled Douluos of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Seeing both of them appear together, Ning Fan, a mere core disciple, stepped forward respectfully to bow. Ning Fengji regarded him intently before patting his shoulder, imparting a weighty yet vague message. Focus on your training and refrain from visiting here too often. You may leave now. Ning Fan understood the underlying meaning in Ning Fengji's words. He was advising him to cease any further contact with Ning Rongrong. Previously, Ning Fengji had hinted similarly, suggesting that pursuing Ning Rongrong would yield no results. At that time, it seemed merely a casual remark, as he believed as little which was not easily swayed. Moreover, there existed a strict rule within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School that a core disciple's partner must be a formidable soul master. Hence, in Ning Fengji's eyes, Ning Fan, with his average talent, was entirely unsuitable to pursue his daughter. Who could have anticipated that after just a couple of months of negligence, this boy had managed to capture his daughter's heart? This revelation was utterly beyond Ning Fengji's expectations. Yet, having discovered this today for the sake of his daughter, he resolved to play the villain and put an end to this budding romance. Your relationship ends here. Ning Fan looked up at Ning Fengji, saying nothing but nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, Ning Fengji's arrival did not instill fear in him. Rather, it brought relief. His actions of thwarting the budding romance aligned perfectly with Ning Fan's intentions, saving him from potential troubles that would surely arise from Ning Rongrong's tempestuous nature. With Ning Fengji's intervention, Ning Fan felt grateful, bowing deeply before making a hasty exit, eager to distance himself from this place of turmoil. Wait, don't go. Ning Rongrong, misinterpreting the situation, called out in alarm, her small face anxious as she attempted to chase after him. However, at that moment, Ning Fengji stepped in front of her, grasping her right arm to halt her pursuit. Meanwhile, Ning Fan, fully cooperating, quickened his pace and soon vanished from sight. Father, Ning Rongrong stamped her foot in frustration. You're becoming increasingly impossible to manage as you grow older. Although you possess a bit of cleverness, your maturity is lacking. You will wait a month for the Shrek Academy admissions and then be sent there for proper training. Faintly, as Ning Fan distanced himself from the scene, he caught snippets of the argument between Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengji, but he paid it no mind. Once he was far from the turmoil, he strolled back to his secluded abode, humming a tune. Phew, I'm fortunate to have encountered Ning Fengji today. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he sighed, reflecting on the situation. Although the idea of issuing a friend card to Ning Rongrong had seemed appealing, her fiery spirit would undoubtedly reject such an outcome. Had Ning Fengji not arrived to defuse the situation, he might have faced considerable trouble from that headstrong girl. Besides, it appeared that Ning Fengji harbored some dissatisfaction regarding his interest in his daughter. However, would it matter? Soon, he would be making his escape. A smile crept onto his lips as he continued to speak to himself. After rejecting Ning Rongrong's confession, it seemed I was granted an initial gift package. Indeed, for every traveler endowed with a system, such a vital gift may arrive late, but it will undoubtedly make its appearance. Closing my eyes, a peculiar message suddenly emerged in Ning Fan's mind. Host, Ning Fan, level 29, Great Soul Master, level 9, Martial Spirit, 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, Gold Coins, 7,582. Items, Revolver Blueprint, Initial Gift Package, Skill Talents. Music Talent Proficiency 68, Master. Forging Talent Proficiency 34, Proficient. Combat Experience Proficiency 42, Expert. Drawing Talent Proficiency 19, Novice. Concesset targets rejected, Ning Rongrong. Current World Task. Reject the confessions of 2 level targets and 1 goddess target, and reach level 70 or above to proceed to the next world. Affection Evaluation. Ning Fan scrutinized the information in his mind. This was the culmination of his efforts after acquiring the goddess strategy system for a year. A year prior, his soul power level was merely 20, placing him firmly in the middle tier of the 7 Treasure Glazed sect. Yet after obtaining this system, he had rapidly ascended to level 29 within a year. Now, among the younger generation of the 7 Treasure Glazed sect, he had undoubtedly become the foremost in soul power level. Furthermore, over the past year, he not only made significant strides in soul power, but also enhanced his skill talents considerably. The strategy system within him seemed intent on cultivating his versatility, ensuring he excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting alike. Within this year, he had awakened 4 talent skills in succession. Except for music, where Ning Fan had a slight foundation from his previous life, the proficiency of the other skills had been built from the ground up. After glancing through the data he had long since memorized, the only lingering mystery was the 3 question marks representing the affection evaluation. At this moment, Ning Fan chose not to dwell on it further and redirected his focus to the reward gift package. Ding, would you like to open the initial gift package? A familiar voice resonated in Ning Fan's mind. Open. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 soul fruit, 2 experience capsules, 1 10,000-year soul ring, and 1,000-year soul ring. Wow, this initial gift package appears to be remarkably generous. Ning Fan gasped in astonishment at the rewards from the open gift package. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a jubilant expression broke forth as he burst into laughter. Haha, I knew it. I could never be just a support in this lifetime. As a flash of white light enveloped him, a fist-sized, dark purple fruit adorned with strange patterns materialized in Ning Fan's hand. This was the soul fruit he had acquired, and its function was to allow the consumption of a second martial spirit. The arrival of such an item was akin to a miraculous boon for Ning Fan, who had no desire to remain a mere assistant. With an irrepressible smile, Ning Fan toyed with the soul fruit, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, before promptly consuming it. The fist-sized fruit dissolved upon entry, unleashing a peculiar energy that coursed through his body. At that moment, Ning Fan closed his eyes, sensing something deep within his soul, as if it were on the verge of being birthed. Ding! You have obtained a second martial spirit, the primordial void dragon, royal. As the voice echoed in his mind, Ning Fan's eyes sprang open. Disbelief etched across his face as he whispered, Primordial Void Dragon. A dreamlike convergence? Chapter 4. A dragon serviced the primordial void dragon. A unique existence, was both alien and familiar to Ning Fan. According to his recollection, this creature should belong to the pinnacle of monster races in another world. How had it inexplicably become his martial spirit? Though initially taken aback, Ning Fan's surprise quickly transformed into elation. The primordial void dragon, a race inherently capable of mastering the laws of space, possessed immense physical strength and the ability to traverse various formations and strange voids. Such a powerful and distinctive race, as his martial spirit promised vast enhancements to his capabilities and physical attributes. Upon the successful awakening of his primordial void dragon martial spirit, Ning Fan felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, reaching an astonishing intensity. Lightly squeezing the metal edge of his bed, he left a faint imprint without exerting much effort. This newfound strength was truly terrifying. Although Ning Fan appeared merely as a level 29 support type Great Soul Master on the surface, in terms of raw power, he might very well surpass some level 40 or 50 combat-oriented Soul Masters. Previously, Ning Fan had relied on the combat experience and soul power boosts granted by the system, granting him a modicum of combat capability. However, with the acquisition of the extraordinary primordial void dragon martial spirit, the staggering increase in strength was palpable. Now, even without the martial spirit's manifestation, his unparalleled physical prowess could rival that of any battle soul master. Of course, raw strength was merely the most superficial ability of the primordial void dragon. Their true expertise lay in the manipulation of spatial powers. As his thought crossed his mind, Ning Fan's eyes lit up, a glimmer of golden light flashing within his pupils. At that moment, an intangible wave radiated from his body. Manifest, Ning Fan softly murmured. In an instant, a faint golden light erupted from his forehead and flowed down into his right arm. In that moment, Ning Fan's right arm underwent a remarkable transformation. Its girth expanded significantly, tearing his sleeve to shreds. The arm grew by half a foot, and scales with intricate patterns and a deep metallic sheen began to emerge from beneath his skin, enveloping his right arm and providing formidable defense. His hand morphed into a dragon's claw, similarly covered in resilient scales, with each joint becoming robust and the tips glistening with a lethal sharpness. Ning Fan raised his transformed arm to examine it closely, before slowly lowering his dragon claw, contemplating. Is my current level 29 soul power only sufficient to manifest a single dragon claw? I wish to see what I would look like as a small dragon person. He shook his head, realizing that it required the majority of his soul power to achieve even this partial transformation. However, how might he harness the spatial abilities that the primordial void dragon excelled in? Ning Fan gazed at his dragon claw, his eyes filled with confusion, pondering the path ahead. Harnessing the power of space to traverse the void is an innate ability of the ancient void dragon, a talent bestowed upon its kin by nature itself. However, for Ning Fan, who has only recently acquired the ancient void dragon martial soul, the practical application of this seemingly simple skill remains elusive. Observing the dragon claw that has formed on his right arm, a flicker of perplexity crosses his gaze as he strokes his chin thoughtfully, settling into a cross-legged position while staring into the empty space before him. Suddenly, a surge of soul power courses through him, and with a swift motion, he sweeps his claw through the void. Ning Fan's pupils constrict in astonishment as he senses a slight distortion in the space ahead, seemingly caused by the passage of his dragon claw. Yet, the distortion is minimal, offering no tangible effect in the heat of battle. It appears that he is still too weak, too lowly ranked to fully manifest the innate abilities of the ancient void dragon. This realization brings him a measure of relief. He understands that his martial soul has indeed inherited one of the most formidable talents of the ancient void dragon lineage. However, due to his current inadequacy, he finds himself unable to harness this extraordinary power even in the slightest. With a resigned shake of his head and a soft sigh, Ning Fan watches as the dragon claw gradually dissipates, reverting to his normal arm. The pressing concern now is to elevate his strength. In just over half a month's time, the sect's soul power assessment ceremony will commence. If he wishes to escape unimpeded, he must elevate his soul power level to 30 within this time frame. As he sits on his bed, a thought strikes him, prompting him to speak to himself. Unlike other outer and inner disciples who are battle soul masters, the core disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School are primarily support-type soul masters, lacking substantial self-defense capabilities. Consequently, the sect mandates that core disciples wishing to venture out for training must attain a soul power level of 30 or above before they can leave the sect. As a core disciple himself, Ning Fan cannot evade this rule. Should he wish to escape discreetly, he must wait for the annual soul power assessment to confirm his level has reached 30. Ning Fan finds himself increasingly troubled by the complications arising from Ning Rongrong's confession and Ning Fengji's disfavor towards him. Thus, the wisest course of action is to flee from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a place he has grown weary of. If he were to rely on his previous training speed, achieving this goal within half a month would be improbable. Fortunately, this initial gift package contains a solution. With a smile, he reflects that ever since rejecting Ning Rongrong's confession, he can no longer gain rewards from her. Nonetheless, the items granted by the initial gift package offer him a promising alternative. In his hand lies a capsule, half red and half black, reminiscent of the capsules he often spotted in the pharmacy of his past life. Although it appears ordinary, its effects are extraordinary. Experience capsule, for levels below 40. Consuming it will directly elevate one's level by 1. After rejecting Ning Rongrong's confession, the system rewarded him with this gift package, containing not only the miraculous soul fruit, but also 2 experience capsules, and 1,000-year and 1 10,000-year soul rings. The experience capsules effectively alleviate Ning Fan's urgent need. Upon consuming one, he will ascend from level 29 to level 30, and by absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring from the gift package into his Seven Treasures Glazed Tile, he will instantly become a soul master with a level exceeding 30. Moreover, the 10,000-year soul ring, with its respectable age, could serve as the first soul ring for his second martial soul, the ancient void dragon. Contemplating this, a smile spreads across Ning Fan's face. Pleased by the thoughtfulness of the gift package, which addresses his concerns regarding martial souls, soul power, and soul rings comprehensively, a truly all-encompassing service. Chapter 5. Elopement with a Gentle Toss. The experience capsule, no larger than a fingertip, traces a graceful arc through the air before landing securely in Ning Fan's mouth. He slightly moves his lips, swallowing it, and in an instant, it transforms into pure energy that permeates his entire being, ultimately converging in his dantian. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, he loses track of time until finally, he opens his eyes and exhales a breath of stale air. He has finally reached level 30. With this new level attained, he must absorb a soul ring. A thought crosses his mind, and a palm-sized purple ring materializes before him. The 1,000-year soul ring from the gift package. Although he is unaware of its exact age, its description indicates that this soul ring differs from those obtained by hunting soul beasts, possessing a gentle energy that can be absorbed without the risk of catastrophic consequences. Thus, Ning Fan resolves to use the 10,000-year soul ring as the first soul ring for his second martial soul, the ancient void dragon. Watching the floating purple ring, he channels his energy, summoning a 7-layered tower, radiating a spectrum of colors from his palm, which spins gently while emitting a unique energy wave. As the purple soul ring draws near, it responds to the energy, floating downwards to rest upon the top of his tower, pulsating and shimmering. Ning Fan closes his eyes once more, delving within himself to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring. The night passes in silence. When Ning Fan finally opens his eyes again, he is greeted by the bright sunlight streaming through the window. It has been nearly an entire night since he began absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring. And now he has successfully integrated it, breaking through the 30-level barrier to become a 31st level soul master. Clenching his fist, he revels in the surging soul power within him, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Now, at just shy of 14 years old, he has achieved the status of a 31st level soul master. Such a rapid pace of advancement rivals that of the most exceptional geniuses. As this realization dawns upon him, his smile broadens, though a hint of weariness lingers in his eyes. Stretching and moving his legs to relieve stiffness, he acknowledges that while the 1,000-year soul ring was indeed as gentle as described, the time required for refinement was considerably longer. The intense focus required during the process left him no opportunity for rest, resulting in a lingering fatigue despite his invigorated soul power. As expected, his third soul skill pertains to the enhancement of his soul power. With a fleeting glance at the 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, encircling the 7-layered tower in his palm, Ning Fan shrugged nonchalantly and spoke without concern. With a mere flick of his hand, he retracted his martial soul into his body. To others, the 7 treasures glazed tower was a treasure, yet for Ning Fan, it held no anticipation. No matter how formidable its supportive abilities, it remained merely auxiliary, devoid of any combat prowess. The sole advantage of being a support was the opportunity to remain idle. After casting a couple of enhancement soul skills for his teammates, he could retreat behind them, sheltered, and watch the action unfold. This thought unexpectedly brightened Ning Fan's eyes. After acquiring his second martial soul, he found that he no longer harbored the same disdain for the 7 treasures glazed tower. Upon reflection, during battles, he could feign being a defenseless support soul master, lurking behind his teammates, witnessing their struggles. This seemed to be a rather appealing option. Shaking his head, he cleared the chaotic thoughts from his mind. The 7 treasures glazed tower was merely a source of amusement for him. The void ancient dragon, a martial soul not native to this world, was, in Ning Fan's eyes, undoubtedly the strongest beast martial soul on the continent, without question. As for the so-called blue electric tyrant dragon and similar martial souls, he regarded them with indifference. On the surface, they all appeared to possess dragon-type martial souls, each bearing the name dragon. However, in the presence of his void ancient dragon, these dragon-type martial souls were but insignificant creatures. Moreover, his void ancient dragon was not merely any ordinary variant. It was specially designated by the system as a royal-level void ancient dragon. Yet, Ning Fan was unaware of the precise distinctions or unique capabilities of his royal-level void ancient dragon compared to the ordinary variant. After all, it seemed that he was the only one in this world to possess such a unique martial soul. Deciding to take a moment to rest before absorbing and refining the Millennium Soul Ring for his void ancient dragon, Ning Fan lay on his bed, sprawled out in a relaxed position, ready to recharge. After restoring his energy, he would proceed to absorb the first Millennium Soul Ring for his void ancient dragon. Although he was eager to refine the Millennium Soul Ring immediately to witness the formidable soul skills that would emerge from his martial soul, he understood that haste would yield no rewards. Thus, he resolved to first indulge in a restorative slumber before undertaking the arduous process of absorption and refinement. After a rest of approximately 6 to 7 hours, Ning Fan awoke naturally, shaking off the remnants of sleep. With a quick pat on his head, he sat up cross-legged on his bed. Soon, he beheld the black soul ring that had appeared before him, a grin spreading across his face as a peculiar golden gleam flickered in his eyes, emanating a unique wave of energy. With a focused mind, he closed his eyes and prepared himself to commence the absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring. Nestled within the secluded bamboo groves of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, alongside a gently flowing stream, lay a courtyard of exquisite terrain, serving as the resting place for the sect's leader. Except for individuals of special status, entry into this sanctuary was strictly prohibited. Only a select few were granted access, including the sect leader Ning Fan, the two titled Douluo of Seven Treasures glazed sect, and Ning Fan, who could come and go as she pleased. However, the courtyard, once a place of carefree enjoyment for Ning Fan, had transformed into a prison, confining her within its bounds. Fortunately, I bought some sleeping pills earlier for fun, she mused, and with Grandfather Bone napping, the effect should be taking hold. Even if he is a titled Douluo, he won't sense my presence while asleep. In the winding corridors of the courtyard, a girl in a white dress peeked around, ensuring no one was in sight. After confirming her solitude, she exhaled a sigh of relief, lightly patting her still-developing chest, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she spoke to herself. It had been 3 days since she impulsively confessed her feelings to Ning Fan, and she had spent every one of those days in this wretched place. Reflecting on this, Ning Fan scrunched her adorable nose, her beautiful eyes revealing a flicker of discontent. After her father, Ning Fan, caught her during her confession, he had forcibly brought her here to focus on her training. He also entrusted the two guardians of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, to oversee her, ensuring she remained dedicated to her cultivation without the chance of venturing outside. Thus, after feigning compliance for 3 days, she could no longer bear the confinement. At noon, she had secretly slipped a potent sleeping pill in a Bone Douluo's tea, planning to escape while he napped. She needed to find Ning Fan. After all, she had summoned the courage to confess, only to receive an ambiguous response from him. She had to clarify his feelings and, deep down, she harbored worries that he might have been coerced or threatened by her father. She understood the rules of the Seven Treasures glazed sect well. Her future partner must be a soul master, and theoretically, her relationship with Ning Fan, who also possessed the Seven Treasures glazed tower, martial soul, would not meet her father's approval. Given Ning Fan's prolonged silence, she feared he had been warned or punished by her father. Thus, she had to escape this place to find him. But then what? As this thought crossed her mind, her beautiful eyes reflected a mix of contemplation and confusion. Suddenly, they sparkled with an idea, her hands coming together in excitement as she clapped softly, her fair face lighting up with uncontainable enthusiasm. Father would surely disapprove of my relationship with him. What if we elope as the cherished little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed sect? After being confined by her father for several days, she whimsically resolved to express her dissatisfaction through elopement. With determination, Ning Fan made her way through the winding corridors quietly, eager to leave and find Ning Fan, embarking on her first thrilling and nerve-wracking adventure of elopement. However, while dreams were delightful, reality often proved to be harsh. Silently navigating through the front courtyard, Ning Fan soon arrived at the sole exit of the courtyard. Upon catching sight of the slightly ajar gate not far away, Ning Fan resembled a mischievous little fox, breaking into a triumphant smile. With her hands clasped behind her back, she skipped joyfully towards the entrance. However, at that moment, an inexplicable sensation washed over her, and she caught a glimpse of a shadow before her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, an imposing figure materialized before her. An elderly man of considerable bulk, his appearance withered and ashen, exuding an aura of lifelessness akin to that of a desiccated corpse. Ning Fan gasped in astonishment. Yet, her reaction was not one of fear towards the terrifying visage of the old man. Instead, she was filled with surprise and disbelief, utterly unprepared for his sudden presence. In her expectations, this man should have been in a deep slumber, rendered unconscious by the potent sedatives she had administered for his rest. This fearsome yet massive figure was none other than another titled Douluo of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Bon Douluo, Gu Rong, a formidable title Douluo of the 95th rank. Bon Grandpa, why are you here? Ah, my dear girl, do you really think that a mere sleeping potion would be effective on someone like me? Gu Rong chuckled, revealing a gentle smile that contrasted sharply with his frightful appearance. Come back with Bon Grandpa. It's time for you to train. Your father has decreed that you're not to leave this place for the next month. His raspy voice echoed in Ning Rongrong's ears. With her gaze lowered, her beautiful eyes, sparkling like jewels, flickered with an unusual light. She understood that if she returned now, she would have no opportunity to escape for an entire month. The gate loomed tantalizingly close, but she felt a surge of frustration. Her eyes darted about, and she furrowed her delicate brows. Her lovely eyes quickly welling with tears as she buried her head, her shoulders shaking as muffled sobs escaped her lips. Ning Rongrong was crying. Yet, it was not a genuine outburst. It was merely a fade. In the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the one who doted on her the most was not her father, Ning Fan, but the two title Douluos. In the past, even when she had caused great trouble, her father's anger would dissipate due to the indulgence of these two title Douluos, ensuring she faced no punishment. It could be said that the unruly little demoness that Ning Rongrong had become was a product of their pampering. Thus, upon realizing her secret escape was futile, she decided to employ an alternative strategy. Gu Rong, upon witnessing her silent tears, could only surmise that this was the clever little princess's ploy to elicit sympathy. Yet, upon hearing her cries and seeing her tear-streaked face, he could not help but feel a pang of compassion. His large hand, somewhat clumsily, brushed the sparse strands of hair on his head before he stepped forward to console her. "Oh, dear princess, why are you crying? If you're tired of being here, Bon Grandpa will take you out to play." "Really? You mustn't deceive me, Bon Grandpa." At his words, Ning Rongrong raised her head, her eyes shimmering with a hint of hope. "Would Bon Grandpa ever lie to you? As long as you don't go to see that boy, everything else is negotiable." As Ning Rongrong's sobbing momentarily ceased, Gu Rong let out a sigh of relief and confidently reassured her. However, to her ears, this assurance shattered her newly kindled hope. After all, every effort she had made to escape was solely to seek out Ning Fan. If she could not meet him, then what was the purpose of leaving this place? In an instant, her hope crumbled, and true tears cascaded down her cheeks. Her delicate frame trembled, and tear-filled eyes overflowed with glistening droplets that slid down her fair cheeks, stripping away the lively demeanor of the little demoness, leaving her looking fragile and pitiful. A sight that could break one's heart. "Oh, my little ancestor, why are you crying again? What's so special about that boy?" Gu Rong, seeing her in such a state, crouched down, enveloping her in his embrace, lightly patting her back with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Comparing the delicate and beautiful Ning Rongrong to the withered, skeletal figure of Gu Rong was akin to juxtaposing a delightful doll against a desiccated husk. Hearing Gu Rong's resigned words, Ning Rongrong rubbed her reddened eyes and retorted defiantly, "It's not that I like him so much. I just think his singing is beautiful, and he can play the piano, making me happy. I simply want to spend time with him." Gu Rong's face twitched slightly at her words, and he shook his head dismissively. "Singing and playing the piano? He merely an entertainer. He not worthy of you. I don't care whether he worthy or not. I just want to see him." Ning Rongrong shouted passionately. "Bon Grandpa, you've always been the one who loves me the most. Please let me go." With her head raised and her reddened eyes pleading, she implored him. Gu Rong sighed, his gaze drifting elsewhere, remaining silent. In response, Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and, without hesitation, knelt on the ground, grasping Gu Rong's right arm, shaking it insistently, pleading, "Oh, Bon Grandpa, please grant me this one indulgent request. Oh, my little ancestor, Bon Grandpa is truly at a loss against your relentless persistence," he exclaimed, startled, as he swiftly lifted Ning Rongrong from the ground, gazing at her tear-stained face. In his eyes flickered a hint of struggle, and he sighed deeply, slowly stating, "Very well." At his words, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled once more. The indulgent Bon Grandpa had finally succumbed to her pleas. He was about to grant her permission to see Ning Fan, but just then, a familiar cold snort echoed through the air. "Humph, I am right here. You shall not see that boy." As Gu Rong was about to relent, Ning Fan's figure unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, flanked by two inner disciples of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Upon seeing Ning Fan arrive, Gu Rong let out a sigh of relief. "Father!" Ning Rong gasped in despair at her father's sudden appearance. "Bon uncle, you should take a rest. I will take over the task of watching over the young lady," Ning Fan said, giving a cold snort toward Ning Rong before approaching Gu Rong respectfully. Gu Rong glanced at Ning Rong, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. "Very well. Bon grandpa, you actually informed father." In a moment of despair, Ning Rong seemed to realize something as she faced Gu Rong. "Alas, grandfather Bon, not only are you soft-hearted, but your ears are soft as well. That young man is truly unworthy of you." Gu Rong sighed softly and began to explain. "Grandfather Bon, I hate you. I will never speak to you again," Ning Rong shouted, her emotions running high. "Take the young lady back. She is not to leave this place for a month," Ning Fan commanded, waving his hand at the two female disciples beside him. "Yes," the two young disciples, both in their 20s, responded in unison. They then approached Ning Rong, supporting her on either side, and escorted her back deep into the courtyard, thus bringing an end to this farce. Gu Rong stood still, his murky eyes gazing into the depths of the courtyard. A look of hesitation crossed his face as he spoke softly to Ning Fan beside him. "Sect Master, should we let Rong? Uncle Bon, I understand your concerns. Please do not say more. You must know that Ning Fan is not compatible with Rong in any way. I would rather they do not meet. This is for her own good," Ning Fan interrupted gently. "But this situation with Rong is not a solution." Gu Rong expressed his worry. "Uncle Bon, you need not fret. I have a plan," Ning Fan replied before turning away, hands clasped behind his back. Meanwhile, Ning Fan, absorbed in the process of assimilating a 10,000-year soul ring, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding in the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect. He was also oblivious to Ning Rong's intention to elope with him, which had ultimately failed when her father, Ning Fan, caught her midway. Had she succeeded, it would indeed have posed a significant problem for Ning Fan, as such escapades are exceedingly outrageous. Were they to be apprehended by the sect, Ning Fan would surely not hesitate to take drastic measures against Ning Fan for kidnapping his beloved daughter. Thus, while Ning Fan quietly absorbed the soul ring, he unknowingly traversed a perilous ordeal. Upon opening his eyes, a peculiar golden light flickered within them. With a soft grunt, an invisible wave emanated from his body. After 3 days of intense concentration, Ning Fan had finally completed the assimilation of the 10,000-year soul ring, feeling the vibrant soul power coursing through him. It was evident that the immense energy contained within the Black Soul Ring had significantly elevated his strength, although he had recently broken through to the Soul Master rank. The vast energy from the Soul Ring had swiftly propelled his soul power from level 31 to 35, a remarkable increase. The notion of leveling up felt as effortless as eating and drinking. Furthermore, his unique second martial soul, the illusory ancient dragon, had acquired its first soul ring. The thought of a 10,000-year soul skill ignited an exhilarating thrill within Ning Fan. Is this my first soul skill? Truly, the power of a 10,000-year soul skill is astonishing. With eyes closed, he contemplated the information regarding his illusory ancient dragon's first soul skill. Upon opening his eyes, he inhaled sharply and murmured to himself. Afterward, he immediately rose from his bed. Despite the fatigue from 3 consecutive days of refining the soul ring, he yearned for a deep, restorative slumber. Yet, driven by curiosity about the power of his first soul skill, Ning Fan resolved to find a secluded spot to witness its capabilities firsthand. He swiftly got out of bed, disregarding everything else, and opened the door. It was morning, with the sun hanging high in the sky, casting bright rays that streamed through the door's crack and directly into Ning Fan's eyes. Although the sunlight was not overly intense, it was enough to make him squint, having not ventured outside for 4 or 5 days. Ning Fan thought in surprise. Quickly regaining his composure, he looked outside, ready to step out when he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Ning Fan, the sect master of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect, stood elegantly attired in a refined white robe, hands clasped behind his back, within the confines of Ning Fan's modest courtyard. With a furrowed brow, Ning Fan's gaze was fixed on Ning Fan, who was preparing to rush out the door. Seeing the sect master unexpectedly present, Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. He temporarily set aside his intention to test his first soul skill and approached Ning Fengji, bowing respectfully. "Sect master, I did not expect your visit. Is there something you wish to convey to your disciple?" Ning Fengji regarded Ning Fan with a neutral expression, his eyes piercing as he nodded slightly. He gestured towards the old locust tree in the courtyard, indicating a square stone table and 2 round stone stools in the shade, intended for resting. "Let's go there. I have matters to discuss with you." Ning Fengji finally spoke softly. "Very well," Ning Fan replied, though he had a general idea of Ning Fengji's purpose for coming. He maintained a composed demeanor. He followed the sect master to the shade of the old locust tree. Despite the stone stools being somewhat mossy and appearing worn, Ning Fengji showed no disdain and sat down without hesitation. After he took his seat, Ning Fan, at his indication, sat opposite him. Once they were seated, Ning Fengji waved his hand, and a white jade teapot along with 2 exquisite glass tea cups appeared on the stone table. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Ning Fengji had come prepared. He was curious about what the sect master intended to discuss. Rising again, Ning Fan poured himself and Ning Fengji a cup of perfectly brewed tea, then resumed his seat, maintaining silence as he awaited Ning Fengji to speak. He held the teacup to his lips, inhaling the sweet aroma of the warm tea. After taking a gentle sip, the delightful flavor awakened his weary mind, alleviating much of his accumulated fatigue. "This tea is quite exceptional," Ning Fan mused inwardly, feeling revitalized as the warmth coursed through him. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, although clearly having something to convey, took his time, observing Ning Fan intently from his seat. After a moment of silent contemplation, he sighed softly, took another sip of tea, and shook his head unconsciously before finally breaking the silence. "Ning Fan, you appear to be in a rather poor state. Is it because of Rongrong?" "Oh." Ning Fan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. His recent surge in power, capable of defeating 2 bulls with a single punch, had left him in high spirits. How could he possibly appear to be in a bad state? However, it was not long before Ning Fan lowered his head, gazing into the reflection of himself in the tea, and realized the truth. He had absorbed a soul ring and undergone a breakthrough, spending 4 or 5 days without stepping outside, neglecting personal hygiene and rest. Consequently, he appeared utterly disheveled. His stubble was unkempt, his face bore the marks of exhaustion, and his usually pristine white shirt was wrinkled. His disarrayed black hair resembled a bird's nest, and his eyes were bloodshot. In Ning Fengji's eyes, Ning Fan now resembled someone utterly defeated by love, wallowing in despair. "Ah, it's not that. I simply haven't tea rested well." Ning Fan, having come to this realization, touched his own face and attempted to explain. He suspected that this vague and simplistic explanation would not convince Ning Fengji. After all, could he truly disclose that he had sequestered himself for days, absorbing soul rings and making a staggering leap from level 29 to 35? "I am aware of the relationship between you and Rongrong. There is no need for further explanation," Ning Fengji said, shaking his head. "I have previously advised you that a union between you and Rongrong is impossible. You surely remember the promises you made to me." At this moment, Ning Fengji fixed his gaze on Ning Fan, speaking to him with a measured calmness. "Ah, I remember," Ning Fan nodded, feeling somewhat awkward. In truth, Ning Fan's pursuit of Ning Rongrong over the past year had not escaped the notice of Ning Fengji, the sect leader. Initially, he dismissed it as mere youthful folly. Moreover, he was well aware of his daughter's spirited nature. Although Ning Fan seemed somewhat special, he believed that, at most, his daughter's self-capriciousness would soon drive him away. To his astonishment, however, Ning Fan endured his daughter's whims for over half a year and ultimately persisted. Despite this, Ning Fengji did not believe that this seemingly ordinary boy could ever capture his daughter's lofty heart. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he had met with Ning Fan to discuss matters, informing him that he and Rongrong could not be together. At that time, Ning Fan had earnestly assured Ning Fengji that their relationship would remain strictly platonic. Reassured by Ning Fan's apparent sincerity, Ning Fengji had set his concerns aside and, after encountering other matters, had temporarily neglected the relationship between Ning Fan and Rongrong. Little did he expect that months later, he would overhear his daughter confessing her feelings to Ning Fan. Ning Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment, His promises had not been deceitful, for he had genuinely wished to be nothing more than a simple friend to Rong. Yet, it was evident that even if he voiced this sentiment, Ning Fengji would remain skeptical. Observing Ning Fan's discomfort, Ning Fengji smiled understandingly, lifted his jade cup to sip some tea, and continued, "This is not your fault. It is I who overlooked the matter. After all, I once walked the same path as you at your age. I should understand that matters of the heart are not as simple as mere words. It is normal for you to struggle with this." Ning Fan maintained his silence. "However, I have previously stated that you and Rong cannot be together, even if you are both infatuated. The unbreakable laws of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School must be upheld. Both you and Rong possess the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul and are auxiliary soul masters, yet you lack the strength to protect her adequately. Furthermore, your cultivation talent is average. You are nearing 14, yet your soul power level remains around 23. In contrast, Rong, though a year and a half younger, has already reached level 26. The disparity in talent will only widen with the passage of time. A decade from now, you may still be an ordinary soul master, while Rong could very well be a soul king above level 50. Therefore, do you understand?" Ning Fengji gently set his teacup down on the stone table, producing a muffled sound, and then looked directly at Ning Fan, speaking softly. "From the perspectives of status, strength, and position, you and Rong are simply incompatible." After hearing this lengthy admonishment, Ning Fan was left speechless. Although Ning Fengji's words were somewhat diplomatic, their underlying message was unmistakably clear. He was unworthy. Chapter 8. Departure. Ning Fan felt belittled. Yet, it was not entirely fair to blame Ning Fengji for his lack of insight. After all, based on Ning Fan's previous display of talent and strength, it was indeed true that he could not measure up to Ning Rong in any regard. Had it not been for the existence of a system beyond this world as comprehension, Ning Fan likely would not have foolishly pursued the troublesome little enchantress, Rong. However, that was the past. He was no longer the same person he had been a year ago. Now, in terms of soul power level, he had surpassed his peers, achieving the formidable rank of 35 at such a young age. Although he could somewhat understand Ning Fengji's perspective, he still felt a slight sting of indignation, sensing that he was being looked down upon. Of course, to avoid further complications, Ning Fan refrained from expressing his feelings, instead keeping his head lowered in silence. He appeared as if he had been struck dumb by the harsh realities laid out by Ning Fengji. A gentle breeze rustled through the old locust tree, causing its leaves to whisper softly. Ning Fengji squinted his eyes, lightly tapping the stone table with his fingers as he regarded Ning Fan, and then spoke again. "Why say may be difficult for you to accept. Yet, if you truly care for Rong, you should know that leaving her is the best choice for both of you. I have heard that you often inquire with the sect as elders about opportunities for external training. It seems you wish to venture out into the world. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has regulations preventing you from qualifying for external training, as the sect leader, I can easily grant a request for a core disciple. Therefore, consider temporarily leaving the sect." After a brief pause, Ning Fengji turned his right hand, revealing a palm-sized metallic bracelet embedded with 6 blue-green gemstones. He placed it on a stone table and gently pushed it toward Ning Fan. "This is a spatial soul guide bracelet I have prepared for you, containing 6 cubic units of space filled with provisions, medicines, and various items, along with 20,000 soul coins. Accept it." Ning Fengji's voice was calm, yet resolute. Ning Fan lowered his head, staring at the metallic bracelet, his lips twitching slightly, to ensure that he and Rong would not continue to entangle with one another. Ning Fengji was effectively exiling him from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School under the guise of training. He had even prepared everything for him. A spatial soul guide of such rarity was being bestowed upon him free of charge, along with ample soul coins and supplies. With a mere nod, one could grasp this invaluable spatial soul guide and the accompanying soul coins and resources, departing without a second thought. However, this scene felt astonishingly familiar. Ning Fan gazed at the gem-studded metallic bracelet, his brow furrowing slightly. Was this not a classic trope often encountered in the plots of films and novels from his previous life? The male protagonist falls for a female lead whose status and prowess are entirely mismatched with his own. Yet, the female lead's family scorns the male protagonist's background and abilities, deeming him unworthy. To protect their daughter from hurt, they approach the male protagonist, articulating their sentiments with both logic and emotion, urging him to relinquish his pursuit. They then bestow upon him an array of benefits to ensure his distance from the female lead. TSK. How did things escalate to such a melodramatic scenario? Ning Fan mused silently within himself. As he stared at the bracelet-like spatial soul guide, Ning Fan exhaled slowly. How should he respond to Ning Fengji? Should he conform to the classic narrative, displaying a visage of indignation, casting the bracelet to the ground with fervor and trampling it underfoot? Then, with unyielding resolve, he could confront Ning Fengji with sharp words, reminding him not to underestimate his worth, perhaps uttering phrases like 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not belittle the youth and poverty. Alternatively, he could smirk disdainfully and retort, you may dismiss me today, but tomorrow I shall rise beyond your reach. I will ensure that the entire Seven Treasures glazed tile school regrets their actions. Ning Fan's thoughts drifted as he contemplated the metallic bracelet, momentarily lost in a flurry of chaotic imaginings. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji sipped his tea with a serene demeanor, showing no impatience in seeking a response from Ning Fan. Observing Ning Fan, Ning Fengji's eyes flickered with a hint of compassion. He understood that this young man, enamored with his daughter, though outwardly composed, was likely grappling with profound inner turmoil, hesitating to make a painful decision. Thus, empathizing with Ning Fan's plight, Ning Fengji resolved to grant him some time to ponder. However, Ning Fengji had entirely misjudged Ning Fan's current sentiments. At this moment, Ning Fan felt no anguish. Rather, he was on the verge of laughter, amused by the absurd scenarios playing out in his mind. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his mirth, lest Ning Fengji cast an even more pitying gaze upon him, worrying that this young man had lost his sanity amidst the emotional chaos. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Ning Fan lifted his gaze to Ning Fengji and offered a faint smile. He then pushed the bracelet-like spatial soul guide back toward Ning Fengji with a nonchalant gesture. Although he yearned to express something fervent, invoking the phrases of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, or recreating the various scenes he had envisioned, he recognized that imagination remained just that, imagination. Despite Ning Fengji's condescending attitude, he was not a malicious individual. Therefore, Ning Fan opted for a more conventional response. Noticing this, Ning Fengji furrowed his brows, mistakenly believing that Ning Fan had rejected his offer. He was about to speak when Ning Fan, with a light smile, shook his head and softly remarked, Respected Sectmaster, I understand your concerns. I will leave the Seven Treasures glazed tile school on my own accord. However, I must decline these gifts. As a sole master and a disciple of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, I can rely on my abilities to forge my path. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's expression relaxed instantly, glancing at the metallic bracelet before reiterating, Oh, as long as you agree, that's sufficient. But are you truly certain you do not require the items I have prepared for you? They would undoubtedly aid you greatly in your ventures. No. The journey of exploration is inherently filled with unexpected challenges. If one prepares too thoroughly, it renders everything overly simplistic, thereby defeating the purpose. Ning Fan waved his hand. Declining once more, Ning Fengji, furrowing his brow, regarded Ning Fan with a hint of admiration, observing him intently before tucking the metallic bracelet back into his sleeve. Though young, you possess considerable pride. If you cannot surmount this inner conflict and refuse my assistance, I shall not press further. Ning San inwardly bemused, recognized that Ning Fengji had misinterpreted his intentions once again. He believed that Ning Fan's refusal stemmed from a desire to preserve the purity of his feelings for Ning Rongrong, despite agreeing to leave her. In truth, Ning Fan declined the spatial soul guide primarily because, over the past year, through his endeavors with Ning Rongrong, he had amassed several rewards, including a spacious storage ring. Therefore, the precious spatial soul guide offered by Ning Fengji held no practical value for him. Furthermore, Ning Fan felt a slight annoyance at Ning Fengji's condescending attitude and did not wish to accept his favor without necessity. Nonetheless, despite the misunderstanding, Ning Fan felt no urge to clarify. A misinterpretation was merely a misinterpretation. Shrugging with a sense of resignation, he stifled a yawn and continued to address Ning Fengji. Respected Sectmaster, while I understand your desire for me to depart immediately, I have one final request. May I remain at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school for one more day? As soon as Ning Fan's words fell, Ning Fengji's brow furrowed once more. You are still unwilling to give up. Do you wish to see Rongrong one last time? I regret to inform you that I cannot grant that. Ning Fan felt a wave of exasperation. Ning Fengji seemed to have a rather exaggerated misconception of his intentions. Did he think him some lovesick fool? In truth, he merely wished to rest and rejuvenate before embarking on his journey. I just want a good night's sleep before I leave to gather my strength for the road ahead, Ning Fan stated, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Ning Fengji. Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter. The sun shone brightly, casting warm rays that danced upon the shaded trees lining the path, creating a mosaic of light upon the ground. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the foliage to sway, rendering the atmosphere refreshingly natural. Alongside this spacious road, a youthful figure clad in a blue robe, appearing around 14 years of age and possessing a striking countenance, ambled leisurely. In stark contrast to the hurried pace of other passers-by, this youth seemed to be enjoying a tranquil stroll. This 14-year-old was none other than Ning Fan, who had departed the Seven Treasures glazed tile school after Ning Fengji's admonitions. In truth, he was not particularly perturbed by Ning Fengji's insistence that he leave the school. After all, he had already planned to showcase his prowess at the upcoming disciples' soul power assessment ceremony in half a month, revealing his strength of over level 30 soul power and thereby obtaining the rightful qualification for external training. In these present times, unexpected events unfold. Ning Fengji, concerned about his entanglement with Ning Rongrong, employed his authority under the guise of training to swiftly expel him from the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect. Although slightly displeased, Ning Fan remained indifferent. A minor mishap had occurred, yet his plans remained largely intact. He intended to leave the sect anyway, and this was merely a few days earlier than anticipated. Upon reflection, he realized he had been on the road for nearly a week. It seemed he had already exited the Tiando Empire, as passers-by spoke of a place ahead known as Qinyan Town. He pondered his current location, hoping he had not strayed off course again. Squinting his eyes, he spotted a faint outline of a town in the distance, and murmured to himself. Leaning against a large tree by the roadside, he retrieved a sizable sheepskin map from his spatial ring, spreading it out with both hands and scrutinizing it intently. Finally, he pinpointed the small town's name on the western edge of the map. A wry smile crossed his lips as he folded the map away, shaking his head with a sigh. Unfamiliar with the terrain and somewhat directionally challenged, coupled with the abysmal transportation system of this world, it was no surprise he had taken a wrong turn. According to the map, he had indeed left the Tiando Empire, yet he was not heading to his intended destination, the Bala Kingdom. Instead, he found himself in a duchy near the Xingluo Empire, known as Luer. Alas, he would require an additional 2 to 3 days to reach Suatua City. He sighed again, glancing at the nearby town, deciding to rest for a while. Qinyan Town nestled against a dense, ancient forest teeming with soul beasts. Consequently, many mercenaries and lower-tier soul masters frequented this area. As Ning Fan strolled leisurely down the cobbled streets, he unwittingly attracted a multitude of curious glances. The locals were primarily rough mercenaries, hardened by their blood-soaked lives, often seen huddled together with their arms crossed. The remainder consisted of merchants and laborers serving these mercenaries. It was rare to encounter someone like Ning Fan, who appeared young, delicate, and evidently unaccustomed to hardship, wandering alone in such a place, dressed in an exquisitely fitted robe that complemented his handsome features. He exuded an air of nobility that starkly contrasted with the rugged environment. Thus, his presence garnered considerable attention, some intrigued, others disdainful. For these mercenaries, who thrived on danger, Ning Fan's youthfulness and refined attire suggested a high status, likely accompanied by substantial wealth. A solitary figure without guards was akin to a plump sheep among wolves. Many self-assured mercenaries had already set their sights on him, planning to seize the opportunity to profit from his unwary demeanor. Ning Fan remained unconcerned by the stares, even as he sensed some gazes laden with ill intent. He had encountered similar situations during his travels and had gained experience. If they were wise enough to keep their distance and avoid provoking him, he would have no desire to teach them a lesson. However, should they underestimate him, they would soon discover the might of an auxiliary soul master. As he meandered through the streets, his stomach growled, prompting him to enter a well-decorated tavern nearby. He seated himself alone and ordered an abundance of dishes, eagerly diving into his meal. Look at that girl. Absolutely stunning. Quite young, yet her figure is remarkable. Is she a noble lady? She asked so fresh. While Ning Fan relished his meal, an unexpected stir arose among the mercenaries within the tavern, accompanied by crude comments. Furrowing his brow, he glanced toward the source of the commotion, curiosity piqued. At the entrance stood an extraordinarily beautiful girl clad in form-fitting leather pants, her alluring curves accentuated. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and as she lowered her face slightly, her height appeared comparable to Ning Rongrong's, with fair skin and striking features. Yet, unlike Ning Rongrong, this girl exuded a unique aura. Her voluptuous figure seemed at odds with her age, and her long, slender legs appeared even more enticing in the leather ensemble. Without glimpsing her face, one might easily mistake her for an adult woman, particularly due to her pronounced curves that captured every man's gaze. Contrasting her alluring physique was the girl's cold demeanor, an authenticity in her chill, her dark eyes devoid of warmth, creating a dissonance with her otherwise exquisite face. Upon entering the tavern and hearing the crude remarks from the surrounding mercenaries, she sensed their greedy stares. Her obsidian eyes glimmered with a frosty light, radiating an unmistakable aura of disdain. Target identified. Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing. What a coincidence to find her here. A mechanical voice echoed in Ning Fan's mind, instantly revealing the identity of the icy girl. Should he approach her for a greeting? Swallowing the chicken leg in his mouth, he observed Zhu Zhuqing from a distance, moving to an unoccupied corner of the tavern. After sitting down, he hesitated, murmuring to himself. However, quickly assessing Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, he decided against making contact. It appeared she was in a foul mood, and if memory served, she detested lecherous individuals. Approaching her now would likely backfire, possibly even leading to misunderstandings. It would be wiser to wait until they left the tavern and crossed paths by chance later. Inwardly resolving this, he returned to his meal, focusing on filling his stomach. He had no intention of initiating conversation with Zhu Zhuqing at that moment. After all, their destinations aligned, and they would inevitably traverse the same path. It would be delightful to encounter her serendipitously and journey together. Chapter 10. A heroic rescue. Alas, miscalculation. At this moment, on a narrow forest path wide enough for a carriage, Ning Fan sauntered languidly, repeatedly tapping his forehead in annoyance. Earlier, after satisfying his hunger at the tavern, he had felt a wave of drowsiness. Glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed far from finishing her meal, he decided to rest his eyes briefly on the table. However, upon awakening less than 10 minutes later, he discovered that Zhu Zhuqing's once cool presence in the tavern's corner had vanished without a trace. In that moment, Ning Fan was taken aback, mistakenly believing that Zhu Zhuqing had set off again, walking ahead of him. After confirming the route, he immediately hurried on, hoping to encounter Zhu Zhuqing along the way as he had previously envisioned. However, despite his relentless pace, not only did he fail to spot Zhu Zhuqing, but he didn't see a single soul along the road. After pondering this, Ning Fan decided to abandon the chase and maintain a normal speed. Although the map indicated that there was only one path leading to Soto City in the Bala Kingdom, what if there were other smaller trails? Or perhaps Zhu Zhuqing had lingered in Qingyun town after leaving the tavern and had no intention of rushing ahead. If he continued to pursue in such a frantic manner, he might exhaust himself without ever catching up. At that moment, Ning Fan resolved to go with the flow, continuing his steady pace, accepting that if fate did not bring them together, so be it. He shook his head, glancing at the sun gradually descending in the azure sky, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. He then resumed his leisurely demeanor, walking slowly along the tranquil forest path. Suddenly, a peculiar rustling sound broke the serene atmosphere of the forest trail. Oh! Ning Fan halted, eyes narrowing with intrigue as he gazed at the dense thicket to his right. Although this was a forest, soul beasts rarely roamed here, which was why the path had been established. Moreover, the hurried sound of footsteps on the fallen leaves did not resemble that of a soul beast. It seemed rather human-made. Soon enough, 3 shadowy figures emerged from the thicket, blocking Ning Fan's way. He regarded the obstructing figures, eyes gleaming with greed as he observed the 3 burly mercenaries, their smirks betraying their ill intentions. Well, may I inquire the purpose behind your obstruction, gentlemen? Ning Fan inquired, halting his steps with a casual smile. Haha, you little rabbit. You move quite swiftly. If it weren't for us knowing these woods well, you might have escaped our grasp. A mercenary with a large claw-shaped scar on his chest huffed, raising his chest as he looked at Ning Fan with a grin. "Oh, am I the big fat sheep you refer to?" Ning Fan feigned surprise, pointing at himself. "Kid, don't play coy. Hand over your spatial soul tool, and I might consider sparing your life." The burly leader among them, sporting a scruffy beard, stepped forward with an intimidating glare directed at Ning Fan. A spatial soul tool? Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. He possessed no such item. However, it dawned on him quickly. While he lacked a spatial soul tool, he did possess a spatial ring gifted by the system. It was likely that his earlier action of retrieving soul coins from the ring in the tavern had caught the attention of these mercenaries, prompting them to rush here for a robbery. So they aim to rob me? I wonder if they possess the capability to do so. Ning Sun kucklet lichtly, his expression remaining unfazed and relaxed. "Umph." The leader of the mercenaries snorted, though he did not advance immediately. Instead, he displayed a cautious demeanor. This young man, capable of wielding a spatial soul tool, must be a soul master. Despite his youthful appearance suggesting limited strength, their numerical advantage should easily overpower him. Yet, as seasoned mercenaries accustomed to danger, they maintained their vigilance. Noticing this, Ning Fan smirked derisively and raised his right hand slightly, a white glow flickering in his palm, enveloped by a unique soul power resonance. That's soul power resonance. The bearded leader's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the glimmering white light in Ning Fan's palm. Suddenly, a colorful tower, over a foot in height, manifested within his palm, adorned with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, vibrating rhythmically. "Big brother, what do we do? This kid is actually a soul ancestor. We should flee." One of the mercenaries beside the bearded leader stammered, disbelief etched on his face. Though they were all soul masters, their levels were significantly inferior. The bearded leader was merely a 25th level Great Soul Master, while his companions were ordinary first-ring Soul Masters, barely reaching level 20. Thus, upon seeing Ning Fan as 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, they were instantly struck with fear, wishing to escape immediately. However, contrary to their expectations, the bearded leader displayed no sign of fear upon witnessing the rings that represented soul ancestor strength. Instead, he burst into laughter, visibly relieved. "Huh, you cowards. It's just a fat sheep. What's there to fear? Open your eyes and see. This kid is an auxiliary soul master." "An auxiliary soul master? Haha, big brother. This lad seems to be a disciple of a major sect. We're about to strike it rich." The 2 mercenaries, who had earlier displayed fear, now rubbed their hands together, inching closer with greed evident in their eyes, regarding Ning Fan as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. After all, auxiliary soul masters lacked combat prowess. They posed no threat, even to a soul ancestor, let alone a soul sovereign. "Huh, strike it rich? Indeed, I possess a fair amount of gold coins. However, whether you can seize them depends on your capabilities." Ning Fan shrugged, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a gentle step, 2 yellow soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, swirling around him silently. The 7 treasures are famed, the first for strength, the second for speed. Instantly, the 2 rings ascended, enveloping the 7-colored tower, and simultaneously, beams of radiant light burst forth from the 7 treasures' glazed tower, cocooning Ning Fan. In an instant, a warm energy surged through his limbs, filling him with vigor, causing his soul power to boil as it surged upward. His body became remarkably light, as though it had shed all weight. The first and second soul rings of the 7 treasures' glazed tower enhanced both his speed and strength by over 30%, amplifying the formidable physical prowess he had gained from the ancient dragon martial spirit to terrifying heights. With the tower cradled in his right hand and his left clenched into a fist, Ning Fan twisted his neck, savoring the power coursing through him, akin to that of a mighty soul beast. Ning Fan lifted his head, fixing his gaze on the 3 mercenaries, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Today, he would make these short-sighted mercenaries realize the depth of their naivety. He was not merely a defenseless auxiliary soul master, but also the formidable totem King Ning Tian, capable of delivering a single punch that could leave them half dead. As the 3 burly men approached menacingly, Ning Fan stood his ground, holding the tower aloft, making no move. In their eyes, he appeared to be paralyzed by fear. Simultaneously, they let out menacing laughs, unleashing their martial spirits, revealing an array of sharp fangs and claws, leaping towards their unsuspecting prey. Ning Fan lowered his head with a faint smile, ready to unleash a powerful punch. However, at that very moment, a striking silhouette clad in black appeared before him, forcing Ning Fan to halt his already charged fist. With an expression of surprise, he gazed upon Zhu Zhuqing, who had stepped in to intercept the attack from the leading rogue. He had not anticipated encountering Zhu Zhuqing at such a critical juncture after her earlier disappearance. "Step back. Support me. I will confront them," Zhu Zhuqing commanded coldly, without turning to face him. Does she perceive me as a defenseless soul master, utterly incapable of resisting? Ning Fan pondered, blinking in contemplation. Is this what one would call a damsel rescuing a hero? Chapter 11. Clinging to power. No. It should be termed as a beauty saving a hero instead. As Ning Fan beheld the icy figure standing less than 2 meters in front of him, he mused inwardly. Zhu Zhuqing stood there, adorned in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her perfect curves. The gentle breeze tousled her long black hair, rendering her even more captivating. Her slender form appeared delicate compared to the 3 burly mercenaries, akin to ferocious soul beasts, yet she exhibited no trace of fear. After repelling the leading rogue with a single strike, Zhu Zhuqing quietly unleashed her martial spirit. A massive shadow of a black cat manifested behind her, with soft, adorable black cat ears emerging from her flowing hair, complemented by an ethereal black cat tail at her perfectly curved backside. Beneath her, 2 yellow soul rings pulsed rhythmically, emanating a distinctive aura of soul power. At that moment, the 3 mercenaries exchanged glances, their faces betraying a flicker of fear. Though they were all soul masters, their abilities were relatively weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to mercenary work in such a remote town. The sudden appearance of Zhu Zhuqing, despite her aura being comparable to that of the strongest bearded rogue, indicated that she possessed extraordinary potential. The combat prowess of a soul master is not solely determined by soul power levels, but also depends on their martial spirit and soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing's 2-century-old yellow soul rings and her unique feline martial spirit far surpassed the bearded rogue's 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring combined with a common canine martial spirit. However, perhaps driven by their numbers or blinded by greed, the mercenaries hesitated for a moment after Zhu Zhuqing's sudden appearance, exchanging glances filled with avarice. Observing this, a contemplative look crossed Ning Fan's eyes. With a swift gesture of his left hand, 3 beams of radiant light shot forth from the 7-treasure glazed tile, merging into Zhu Zhuqing's body. As the light enveloped her, Zhu Zhuqing immediately felt a tremendous change within herself. She turned, her black eyes finally locking onto the young man behind her. As she examined his youthful countenance, a peculiar expression of surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. The 7-treasure glazed tile? Unlike the ignorant mercenaries, Zhu Zhuqing recognized the extraordinary nature of the small tower in Ning Fan's possession from its appearance and the formidable enhancements it bestowed. Her frosty face softened momentarily with astonishment as she realized that the soul master she had inadvertently rescued was a disciple of the 7-treasure glazed sect. However, upon noticing the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings adorning Ning Fan, indicative of his soul master rank, her expression stiffened and she momentarily froze. Being the daughter of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire, her experiences set her apart from ordinary folk. She understood precisely how terrifying the soul power level of this young man, possessing a 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit and nearly her age, truly was. At the very least, Zhu Zhuqing had never encountered such a young soul master of the support type. Just as Zhu Zhuqing regarded the young man with a mix of curiosity and astonishment, he suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Upon hearing his call, Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality, realizing the impending danger. She quickly turned to face the mercenaries advancing towards her from the front and sides, her gaze turning frigid once more. Focusing her attention, she accelerated towards the strongest of the trio, the bearded rogue. As a swift attacker, and with the enhancement of Ning Fan's 2nd soul skill, her speed reached its zenith. Like a shadow, she darted toward the bearded rogue. Her fingers curled, and her slender nails gleamed with a chilling brilliance. As Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her claws aimed at the rogue's vital points, the rapidity of her assault left him with no means of evasion. Yet, being a seasoned mercenary accustomed to battling soul beasts, The bearded rogue instinctively sidestepped while hurriedly raising his beastly right arm to block Zhu Zhuqing's strike. A piercing scream echoed as the rogue's arm was marred with deep, bloody gashes, and terror registered in his eyes as he staggered backward. Empowered by Ning Fan's soul skill, Zhu Zhuqing had not even utilized her own soul skills. With a single close-range attack, she rendered the bearded rogue, whose soul power level was comparable to hers, utterly incapacitated. Witnessing their leader's right arm being severed, the remaining mercenaries were filled with fear and quickly retreated. The strongest rogue had been grievously injured in a single blow, leaving no doubt regarding the disparity in their strength. In unison, the other two mercenaries fled into the surrounding woods. Meanwhile, the bearded rogue, gritting his teeth, activated his second-century soul skill, abruptly accelerating and vanishing from sight. Zhu Zhuqing stood motionless, her cold black eyes unwavering as her ink-black hair danced in the wind. Watching the three escape, her obsidian gaze revealed no signs of emotion. She had merely offered assistance, and, now that her purpose was fulfilled, had no intention of pursuing them further. As for Ning Fan, seeing the swift conclusion of the encounter and the fleeing figures, he stroked his chin, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. With a sigh, he lamented the luck of those three. Had it not been for Zhu Zhuqing's timely intervention, he would have personally dealt with the oblivious mercenaries, perhaps delivering a punishing blow to each of them. But now they had fled, and while he felt a tinge of disappointment, it mattered little. More importantly, his attention remained fixated on the black-clad, ethereal figure before him. Perhaps sensing something, Zhu Zhuqing turned around after retracting her martial spirit. Her cool gaze met Ning Fan's, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. Furrowing her brows, she cast one last glance at the uniquely positioned young man before averting her gaze, remaining silent. Although curiosity about Ning Fan lingered in her heart, it was not compelling enough for her to approach this stranger. Understanding the temperament of Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Fan naturally comprehended this aspect. Therefore, it was imperative for him to take the initiative. He approached Zhu Zhuqing with measured steps, his handsome, chiseled features adorned with a gentle smile as he softly spoke. "Thank you for your assistance. I am Ning Fan, a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. May I inquire your name, miss?" In response, Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained indifferent as she replied coolly, "Zhu Zhuqing." After uttering those three syllables, she turned away, revealing no inclination for further conversation, and strode away with long, elegant legs. A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Fan's eyes. Zhu Zhuqing's aloof demeanor exceeded his expectations. However, as he observed her departing figure, he promptly followed, persisting, "Miss Zhuqing, wait a moment. It is inevitable that unexpected events may occur during our journey. This is likely our first time traveling. And since we are both headed to the Bala Kingdom, why not travel together for mutual support?" Ning Fan made a reasonable suggestion, extending a request for companionship. On the surface, as a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, his request was entirely justifiable. After all, the formidable supportive abilities of Ning Fan's Seven Treasures Glazed Tower made him the ideal companion sought after by many soul masters. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing halted momentarily, seemingly hesitating, then resumed her stride without looking back, stating coolly, "If you are concerned about danger, maintain a distance of 3 meters behind me. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will do my utmost to protect you." It was evident that the exceedingly aloof Zhu Zhuqing preferred not to have an unfamiliar companion too close at hand. Ning Fan mused silently. Does she perceive me as someone merely seeking protection? Chapter 12. Bridging distances despite being underestimated once again. Zhu Zhuqing's perspective aligned with Ning Fan's intentions. Though she appeared distant, she possessed a warmth concealed beneath her icy exterior. Her earlier action of assisting Ning Fan, whom she deemed defenseless, in fending off mercenaries illustrated that she was not as indifferent as she seemed. Although Zhu Zhuqing typically preferred solitude and was wary of unfamiliar company, she considered Ning Fan's lack of self-defense capabilities and the potential dangers they might face together. Thus, while she did not formally agree to his proposal, she ultimately tolerated his presence behind her, pledging to protect him if necessary. Of course, this acceptance was predicated on Zhu Zhuqing's belief that Ning Fan was merely a harmless support type, soul master devoid of offensive capabilities. Had she been aware of the true strength concealed beneath his supportive facade, she would likely have remained vigilant and swiftly distanced herself from him. However, keeping a distance of 3 meters behind Zhu Zhuqing, treating her as a free protector was not Ning Fan's desire. He aspired to inch closer and deepen their connection. Nonetheless, he recognized that with Zhu Zhuqing's cool demeanor, such progress could not be rushed. Patience was essential. "Thank you, Miss Zhuqing," Ning Fan expressed with a slight smile and a respectful gesture. Zhu Zhuqing did not respond, continuing her stride with an air of indifference, as though Ning Fan were invisible. Forging ahead on their journey. Observing this, Ning Fan obediently maintained his distance, keeping approximately 3 meters behind her, entirely compliant with her wishes. Thus, they traversed the path in silence, bound by an unspoken understanding, one following the other. As the sun began its descent in the sky, the silver moon emerged, and the stars flickered, the night gradually enveloping them. Ning Fan and Zhu Zhuqing had traveled together for nearly half a day, with Ning Fan behaving like a defenseless support, trailing in Zhu Zhuqing's wake. Zhu Zhuqing, in the lead, seemed to disregard Ning Fan's presence entirely, never glancing back or uttering a word, as if she had forgotten about him. Yet, Ning Fan discerned from her slightly slowed pace, perhaps a subconscious effort to accommodate his delicate build, that she was indeed aware of his presence. As he contemplated this, he stole a glance at the lithe figure ahead, her skin as pale as snow and her legs long and graceful. Although Zhu Zhuqing appeared as cold as ancient ice, repelling others with her demeanor, it was merely a protective faade. Beneath her frosty exterior lay a soft heart, one that cared for others. After spending the afternoon in her company, Ning Fan found himself growing fond of this quiet girl who said little, yet consistently attended to him in silence. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had completely set, the night descended, and soft moonlight bathed Zhu Zhuqing's snow-white skin, bestowing upon her a luminous sheen. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing halted, gazing up at the sky adorned with a round moon resembling a silver platter, seemingly acknowledging the lateness of the hour. Turning her back to Ning Fan, a hint of hesitation flickered in her cold eyes. Despite having traveled throughout the day with only a brief respite at noon, she felt no fatigue, as a soul master of her caliber could easily continue onward. However, considering the presence of Ning Fan, the support-type soul master trailing behind her, Zhu Zhuqing took note of his unwavering pace, maintaining a distance of 3 meters and matching her speed throughout the afternoon's journey. This surprised her, for she had deliberately slowed her pace, mindful of his limitations. Yet the endurance he displayed was noteworthy for someone of his type. Realizing this, Zhu Zhuqing decided to pause and rest for a while, allowing Ning Fan to recover his strength before they continued on their way. With her mind made up, she turned around, her beautiful eyes meeting Ning Fan's as she spoke her second sentence since their encounter. "You must be weary. Let us rest here for 4 hours. Sleep for a while before we resume our journey." With that, she stepped forward and settled against a large tree by the roadside. She is indeed a girl who appears cold on the outside, but is warm within. On the surface, it seems that I have truly been cared for by her, thought Ning Fan as he paused his steps, his heart secretly pondering. His gaze then focused on the solitary and serene figure leaning against the trunk of a large tree. A faint smile graced Ning Fan's lips, and his eyes glimmered with a unique light. After an entire afternoon spent together, although they had exchanged not a single word, they had grown somewhat more familiar. Zhu Zhuqing, in particular, no longer regarded him with the same sense of complete unfamiliarity as before. Now, taking advantage of the moment, during this break, he intended to further cultivate their relationship. With thoughts racing in his mind, he observed Zhu Zhuqing's gentle smile as she took a step forward. Crossing the 3-meter distance they had agreed upon in the afternoon, approaching him for the first time. Upon seeing Ning Fan walk towards her, Zhu Zhuqing cast a brief glance, her delicate brows knitting slightly, but she said nothing. As Ning Fan had anticipated, after spending a mundane afternoon together, Zhu Zhuqing had begrudgingly accepted his presence. As long as he did not engage in any peculiar behavior or overstep his bounds, she would not exhibit much resistance to his proximity. Ning Fan stood before Zhu Zhuqing, not rushing to converse. With a flick of his wrist, a black, ancient ring on his middle finger shimmered subtly. In an instant, a pile of dry firewood, each piece no larger than an arm's length, materialized before Zhu Zhuqing. This was firewood that Ning Fan had prepared in advance during his week-long journey, stored in his storage ring. While firewood was abundant, and typically gathered on-site when needed. Ning Fan had ample space in his storage ring, almost 10,000 cubic meters, far exceeding the capacities of ordinary soul guides. Thus, having a considerable stockpile of firewood posed no inconvenience for him. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the sudden pile of firewood before her, surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes. She had not expected someone to utilize precious storage space for something so easily found. Such a display was indeed extravagant. The purpose of Ning Fan presenting the firewood was obvious: to create a fire. If he aimed to strengthen his bond with Zhu Zhuqing, how could he neglect the romantic ambience of a warm fire? However, just as Ning Fan was arranging the firewood and preparing some kindling to ignite the fire, he noticed a hint of hesitation on Zhu Zhuqing's cool countenance. She parted her red lips to speak. "We shouldn't light a fire here. We're deep within the forest now. If we do so recklessly, the flames may attract snakes and soul beasts." "Oh, that's not a concern. I have already prepared 1,000-year soul beast repellent powder. I'll sprinkle it around, and ordinary soul beasts will steer clear." With a flip of his hand, Ning Fan revealed a white cloth bag emitting a peculiar scent, filled with gray powder. As this was his first time venturing out alone for training, Ning Fan had come well prepared. Before leaving, he had purchased an array of supplies in the markets and shops of Tiando City, regardless of their necessity. The repellent powder, essential for low-level soul masters in the wilderness, was among those provisions. The repellent powder is primarily composed of the excrement and urine of soul beasts, mixed with other materials to create an effective deterrent. Generally, the more powerful the soul beast excrement used, the stronger the repellent's effect. Most commercially available repellent powders are of common 100-year quality, sufficient to deter soul beasts below that level and some 100-year ones. However, the repellent powder in Ning Fan's possession was made from the excrement and urine of 1,000-year soul beasts, capable of driving away those below that threshold with ease. Zhu Zhuqing was aware of the effectiveness of the 1,000-year repellent powder, but she was accustomed to being alone and had not prepared for such an outing. Lacking this crucial item, though she understood its utility, a trace of unease lingered in her heart. After all, while the repellent powder was highly effective, it was not a foolproof solution against all 1,000-year soul beasts. Given the vast variety of soul beasts, some rare 100-year ones might not be deterred by the scent if attracted by the firelight. Noticing the slight furrow of Zhu Zhuqing's brows, Ning Fan easily perceived her concerns and spoke softly. "Do not worry. Even if a soul beast is unaffected by the repellent powder and approaches, we need not fret. Together, we can easily handle any 100-year soul beast, and even a 1,000-year one should pose no significant threat." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, glancing at her porcelain-like hands, her cool expression briefly betraying a flicker of something deeper. "My soul power is too low for a 1,000-year soul beast. Even with the assistance of your 7-treasure glazed tile, encountering one would be extremely perilous." Ning Fan chuckled lightly, dismissing her worries. "It's merely a 1,000-year soul beast. There's no need for concern." Though the moonlight was lovely this evening, autumn nights still carried a chill. While soul masters are not easily affected by temperature, they're not entirely immune to the cold. To ensure a restful night, it was essential to kindle a fire. As he spoke, he ignored Zhu Zhuqing's objections, crouching down to strike a flint and ignite the kindling, continually adding firewood to the growing flames. Within moments, a blaze leapt up to a height of nearly his torso. The warm glow radiated heat, dispelling the evening's chill. Satisfied, Ning Fan smiled and turned to Zhu Zhuqing, who was leaning against the tree trunk. "Come here. Take a moment to rest. Don't be upset. If a 1,000-year soul beast truly appears, I will handle it. Don't dwell on it. Come warm yourself by the fire. I'll go sprinkle the repellent powder around." With that, he took the bag of repellent powder and walked into the surrounding area. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze, watching Ning Fan's retreating figure with a slight frown. Indeed, she felt a mix of dissatisfaction and anger. She had journeyed from the Zhu family in the star Luo Empire, traveling alone for miles. Having relied solely on herself during the journey, she remained vigilant against any potential dangers, wary of threats. Therefore, she was displeased with Ning Fan's disregard for the potential danger posed by a 1,000-year soul beast while he carelessly lit the fire. However, despite her discontent, she did not intervene. After all, Ning Fan had thoroughly prepared, and considering their combined strength, lighting such a fire, while conspicuous, would not lead to any immediate danger unless a 1,000-year soul beast were to appear unexpectedly. In the realm of soul beasts, the existence of 1,000-year soul beasts may be common in places like the Douluo forest. However, in this forest, where even century-old soul beasts are rare, the likelihood of encountering one is nearly infinitesimal, akin to the improbable chance of slaying an ordinary century-old soul beast and obtaining an exceedingly rare external soul bone. Hence, Zhu Zhuqing found no grounds to oppose Ning Fan's actions, despite harboring some dissatisfaction as she gazed at the flickering fire that radiated warmth, the coldness in her eyes, akin to a dark abyss, shimmered with a faint glow. Although she did not endorse Ning Fan's approach, she could not deny that, under his steadfast arrangement, she was likely to experience a pleasant night during her journey. Before crossing paths with Ning Fan, Zhu Zhuqing had journeyed alone from the Douluo Empire, a daunting endeavor for a 12-year-old girl with only a soul power level of 27. She remained ever vigilant, her mind alert and tense. As she observed a shadow in the distance, she reminisced about the events of the day. Earlier, she had unexpectedly saved Ning Fan, who subsequently requested to accompany her. A proposal she declined, opting instead to allow him to follow her while promising to provide him protection. While her initial intent was purely to safeguard him, she soon recognized that the man trailing behind her possessed formidable supportive abilities that could significantly enhance her own combat strength. Instantly, her sense of security improved, and the tension that had gripped her heart began to ease. Chapter 14. Never mind though accustomed to solitary travels. Zhu Zhuqing could not deny that having companionship made her journey considerably easier. As she gazed at the roaring flames, she recalled Ning Fan's earlier words, shook her head, and gracefully approached the fire, settling by its side with her arms wrapped around her legs, her shapely limbs bent, her beautiful eyes fixated on the bright flames, their flickering light revealing a hint of melancholy in her delicate features as she drifted into thought. Memories of the Douluo Empire, her family, the royal court, and Dai Mubai flooded her mind. Soon, Ning Fan returned after scattering the beast-repelling powder, a lifeless rabbit in hand. While sprinkling the powder, he had fortuitously encountered a lively rabbit in the underbrush. Seizing the moment, he swiftly picked up a stone and hurled it, securing a delectable addition to their evening meal. "Did you catch that?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, lifting her gaze upon hearing his footsteps, pointing at the white rabbit in his grasp with a hint of curiosity. After all, the swift shadow rabbit, despite lacking offensive capabilities, was a 10-year-old beast remarkably adept at speed and evasion, making Ning Fan's capture of it rather peculiar. With a slight smile, Ning Fan had already prepared his explanation. "When I scattered the beast-repelling powder, it seemed startled and, in its panic, ran headlong into a tree and knocked itself out. I merely tended to it briefly before bringing it back." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, accepting his explanation without further inquiry. Once she settled beside the fire, Ning Fan smiled contentedly before taking a seat directly across from her, on the opposite side of the flames. Through the dancing light, he observed the girl before him, her features softened by the warmth, her previously frigid demeanor now appearing somewhat vulnerable, stirring a sense of empathy within him. Sighing softly, he recognized that Zhu Zhuqing bore some unspoken burdens, yet he chose not to pry, understanding that their relationship was still in its infancy, consisting of merely a few exchanged words. As he tended to the crackling fire, occasionally tossing in dry twigs that popped and crackled in the stillness of the night, he retrieved a fork from a storage ring and prepared to skewer the rabbit for roasting, turning it over the flames for even cooking while continuously feeding the fire. Finally, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, he casually initiated conversation. "This road leads to the Balik Kingdom, Miss Zhuqing. I presume that is your destination as well? I cannot fathom why you would undertake such a solitary journey to a remote place like Balik, especially since you do not appear to hail from there." Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing his words, looked at him but remained silent, her gaze fixed on the fire. This reaction was precisely what Ning Fan anticipated. Undeterred by her lack of response, he pressed on, knowing his next words were the crux of his inquiry. With a resigned shake of his head and a wry smile, he continued, "Miss Zhuqing, you need not maintain such wariness towards me. You remain silent, yet I am the one who should be cautious. I am merely a supportive soul master, and you know my background as a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. As for you, apart from your name, I know nothing of your circumstances or origins." At this, Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor faltered, and she lifted her gaze to meet his, her cold eyes locking onto him as her lips parted slightly. I am heading to the Bala Kingdom to meet someone, but I do not wish to discuss my background. Meeting someone? Not wishing to disclose? Very well. Ning Fan replied with a chuckle. I had assumed your purpose might align with mine. After all, considering your youth and your attainment of a soul power level of 27, if your destination is indeed Balak, it could only be for the Shrek Academy's enrollment. Are you going to Shrek Academy's enrollment? Zhu Zhuqing's voice, tinged with surprise, interrupted him as soon as he finished speaking. Ning Fan inwardly smirked, maintaining an impassive facade as he shook his head, feigning regret. Indeed, I thought you might also be attending the Shrek Academy's enrollment. I had envisioned us potentially becoming classmates. Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, her obsidian-like eyes scrutinizing the young man in the blue attire across the fire, her brow furrowed as she suddenly inquired, "How old are you?" Ning Fan felt a wave of confusion wash over him, puzzled by her sudden question regarding his age. 13, soon to be 14, he promptly answered. Soon to be 14? The enrollment criteria for the Shrek Academy stipulate that candidates must be under 13 years of age. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her delicate brows slightly, shaking her head as her raven-black hair swayed gently behind her, blending seamlessly with the night. Is that so? Under 13? Ning Fan was taken aback for a moment. Then he pondered carefully. In his recollection, it seemed that Shrek Academy indeed had such a standard. Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly. It's all right. Although I exceed the age limit a bit, I should still be able to enter. Ning San's ruket nonchalantly. Noticing this, Zhu Zhuqing recalled that the young man, named Ning Fan, was a prodigious talent from one of the 3 sects of the present age, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. At just over 13 years old, he had already acquired a 3rd spirit ring, attaining the rank of Soul Master. Such a student would undoubtedly be a coveted prize for any academy. How could he possibly be barred from entering Shrek Academy? Realizing the extraordinary nature of her serendipitous encounter with this young man, Zhu Zhuqing's lips parted slightly as she hesitated before asking. I sense your soul power seems to be beyond that of a newly ascended Soul Master. My current soul power level? Ning Fan replied with a smile, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. I recently broke through to Soul Master, but fortunate enough, my level has already reached 35. 35. At the mention of this astonishing number, even Zhu Zhuqing, who usually maintained her composure, could not help but exclaim. To be a 35-level Soul Master at not yet 14 years of age, this rate of cultivation was unmatched even among Battle Soul Masters, let alone the more challenging Auxiliary Soul Masters. Casting a profound glance at Ning Fan, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly recalled her true purpose for traveling to the Barak Kingdom. Turning to Ning Fan, she spoke abruptly. You calculate she shook her head lightly, uttering only a single word, her expression darkening as she refrained from voicing the remainder of her thoughts. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be contemplating asking him for assistance. Given her journey to the Barak Kingdom, which was also the destination for Shrek Academy, he could surmise what kind of help she might require. Could it be that she wished for him to assist her in dealing with Dai Mubai? Based on his memories, observing Zhu Zhuqing's earlier demeanor, her desire to speak yet ultimately giving up, Ning Fan deduced this possibility, although he had never resorted to violence. If Zhu Zhuqing were to genuinely request such a thing, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. After all, he had long harbored grievances against Dai Mubai. The cowardly and inept man had abandoned Zhu Zhuqing in the Star Luo Empire, fearing competition with his brother, and fled to Shrek Academy, indulging in a life of pleasure with twin beauties while neglecting his responsibilities. Ning Fan felt a surge of indignation, silently cursing the man. Despite having spent only a brief time with Zhu Zhuqing, he had developed a considerable fondness for this resilient and cold young girl. This 12-year-old, still not a Soul Master, had traversed multiple nations alone to reach the Shrek Academy in the Barak Kingdom. Coupled with her enchanting beauty, one could only imagine the hardships and adversities she had faced during her journey. Zhu Zhuqing's every endeavor was aimed at meeting her betrothed, Dai Mubai, to see if she could compete with his brother. Should she find herself unable to do so, she contemplated taking his life and ending her own. In Ning Fan's eyes, Dai Mubai paled in comparison to his brother. Had it not been for fortunate circumstances aligning with the protagonist Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, a girl of resilience and warmth hidden beneath her icy exterior, would meet a tragic fate because of Dai Mubai. Although in the original narrative, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately chose to accept her fate and be with Dai Mubai. Now that Ning Fan had arrived in this realm and crossed paths with her, he would not allow such an outcome to transpire again. He would exert every effort to assist Zhu Zhuqing in escaping Dai Mubai's clutches. Zhu Zhuqing would henceforth be under his protection, with sincerity in his voice. Ning Fan gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "If you require anything of me, do not hesitate to express it. Whatever it may be, I shall do my utmost." His deep-set eyes sparkled in the firelight, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, and through the flames, Zhu Zhuqing could sense the determination and sincerity reflected in his gaze. He was earnest. Zhu Zhuqing momentarily dazed. A sudden thought surged within her. Upon realizing this, the tranquility of her heart, akin to a still lake, was disrupted, stirring an unusual sentiment. Instinctively, she turned her head away, evading Ning Fan's earnest gaze. Ding! Your current soul power level experience has increased by 10%. Ding! Your battle experience has increased by 1. Ding! You have acquired 10 gold coins. A series of cold, mechanical sounds echoed in Ning Fan's mind, prompting a slight smile to curve his lips, a pleasant arc of joy. After his efforts, his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had finally advanced. She no longer regarded him as a stranger. In a good mood, he glanced at the rabbit roasting over the fire, flipping it a couple of times before retrieving it. With a flick of his hand, various jars of seasoning appeared before him, and Ning Fan skillfully sprinkled them evenly over the rabbit meat. After returning the seasoned rabbit to the fire and turning it several times, the aromatic fat dripped down, fully infusing the meat with flavor. Soon, the tantalizing roasted rabbit was ready. Looking at the golden brown, fragrant rabbit before him, Ning Fan smiled in satisfaction. The culinary skills rewarded by the system were indeed impressive. For someone who had never truly attempted barbecuing before, being able to effortlessly roast such a delicious rabbit stemmed from his previous experience while courting Ning Rongrong. The system had rewarded him with a book titled Mastery of Outdoor Barbecue, which, upon activation, imparted all its knowledge without the need for study. From that moment on, any creature that came into view would trigger Ning Fan's mind to automatically conjure at least 18 different methods of roasting. Initially, he had thought the mastery of outdoor barbecue to be useless, but after days of practical experience, he realized it was a remarkable skill. Even Zhu Zhuqing, with her typically aloof demeanor, found her attention drawn to the mouth-watering aroma wafting from the roasted rabbit in Ning Fan's hands. As he recognized the power of this outdoor culinary skill, he recalled the revolver manufacturing blueprint he had previously obtained. Much like the mastery of outdoor barbecue, it was a book-type item. With a mere thought, he could activate it to instantly acquire all its knowledge and techniques. However, the revolver manufacturing blueprint had a unique aspect. When Ning Fan intended to use it to learn how to create revolvers, he envisioned this special weapon shining brilliantly in this alternate world. However, it served as a reminder to himself that the use of this item was contingent upon possessing a forging talent of 40 points or above, a requirement he did not meet with his current 34 points. Thus, with a touch of regret, Ning Fan temporarily set aside his thoughts of crafting a revolver. He shook his head and redirected his focus to the golden, aromatic roasted rabbit on his iron fork. After laying down a clean layer of oil paper, he placed the roasted rabbit atop it and deftly sliced it in half with a small knife. He then wrapped the other half in the oil paper and turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. Shifting his body closer, he leaned slightly forward, holding the half-roasted rabbit in his hand, waving it gently before her as a gesture. "Here, take it. Allow me to showcase my culinary skills." Zhu Zhuqing, confronted with the sudden appearance of the roasted rabbit, found herself at a loss, unsure how to respond to such an unexpected gesture. Should she accept or refuse? She hesitated. "Do not be wary. I assure you there is no poison. If you doubt me, I shall take a bite first to prove it." With a hint of exasperation, Ning Fan took a hearty bite of his half of the roasted rabbit, chewing with abandon while speaking through a mouthful. "See? No poison. Go ahead." He waved the aromatic rabbit in front of Zhu Zhuqing again, and after a moment's hesitation, she raised her delicate hand and accepted the offering, her lips parting slightly. "Thank you. There's no need for thanks. Do try it. You are bound to be enamored with my culinary prowess." Ning Fan swallowed the morsel in his mouth and flashed a smile at Zhu Zhuqing. He then took a step back, returning to his own space. "Ding! Your forging talent has increased by 1 point. Ding! You have earned 20 gold coins. The sounds echoing in his mind uplifted Ning Fan's spirits, igniting his appetite anew. He tore off a generous piece of the rabbit leg and indulged in it with a rather carefree demeanor. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing, for reasons unknown, felt a slight smile tugging at the corners of her usually composed face. Soon after, she delicately plucked a small piece of rabbit meat from her portion, savoring it slowly, her clear eyes brightening with delight. It was evident that the delectable flavor of Ning Fan's roasted rabbit far exceeded her expectations. As they both finished their meal, the crackling of the fire filled the silence, enveloping them in a tranquil atmosphere. Ning Fan, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing seated across from him, added a few more dry twigs to the fire and spoke softly, "You should rest. I'm not tired and will keep watch. If any unforeseen circumstance arises, I shall awaken you." "No," Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head gently. However, she was cut off mid-sentence by Ning Fan. "Let's not be formal at this hour. You saved me from those mercenaries today, and I have yet to repay you. Do not worry about this small matter of keeping watch. We will resume our journey in 4 hours. I shall wake you in 2 hours' time, and if you linger any longer, it will only squander your rest." Ning Sun, reclining with his hands behind his head, gazed up at the particularly bright starry sky, urging Zhu Zhuqing to rest. Seeing his relaxed posture, she seemed to wish to say more, but upon observing his clear refusal to engage further, she furrowed her brow slightly, displeased yet resigned. With a flash of white light from her palm, a blue blanket appeared, which she spread on the ground before lying down upon it, preparing to rest. As she lay there, feeling the warmth of the fire and the fullness in her stomach, a wave of drowsiness unexpectedly washed over her. Through the firelight, Zhu Zhuqing noticed. From her vantage point, Ning Fan lying on the ground, eyes open, calmly gazing at the night sky. Is this the feeling of companionship? She pondered, a gentle warmth softening her usually cold features. Until now, she had carried the weight of solitude alone. In times past, if she had found herself alone in the woods, she would avoid sleep out of fear of soul beasts attacking her, enduring fatigue without rest. However, all of that changed upon encountering the young man before her. Though it had only been half a day, perhaps due to Ning Fan's identity as a support-type soul master from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she felt no threat from him. Moreover, knowing that he was of a similar age and that they were both headed to Shrek Academy, potentially his classmates, Zhu Zhuqing, typically on high alert, inexplicably found herself trusting him within this brief span of time, leaving a lasting impression in her heart. Curling up, she slowly closed her eyes, succumbing to genuine sleep. Ding! Your forging talent has increased by 1 point. Ding! You have obtained herbology explained. Ding! You have earned 5 gold coins. Upon hearing the notifications in his mind, Ning Fan turned over, observing Zhu Zhuqing lying on the blue blanket, her demeanor serene and gentle, a stark contrast to her usual coldness. He shook his head lightly, whispering to himself, "Now, this resembles a 12-year-old girl." The night was exceptionally quiet, the only sounds being the occasional roar of beasts in the depths of the forest and the crackling of the fire as the dry wood burned. As the night deepened, the forest grew even quieter and somewhat colder. Meanwhile, Ning Fan sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, absorbing soul power. Though he could rely on the system's rewards to enhance his strength, he believed in the adage that more is always better. Thus, he dedicated himself to daily practice to expedite his progress, never ceasing in his efforts. With Zhu Zhuqing asleep, he was left alone to pass the time with his cultivation in this tranquil forest. After a considerable duration, Ning Fan opened his eyes, lifting his gaze to the position of the silver moon. "Oh, has nearly 3 hours passed so swiftly?" he murmured. Rising to his feet, he noticed the flames had dwindled due to his neglect in adding more wood and promptly replenished the fire with fresh twigs. His eyes then fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, peacefully resting on the blanket, her breathing steady and serene. Although it was his turn to awaken her, as per their agreement, he hesitated, not wanting to disturb her tranquil slumber. After some contemplation, Ning Fan shrugged and decided to allow Zhu Zhuqing to continue her slumber. After all, although his journey was meant for training, it was more akin to an expedition, thanks to his adept wilderness survival skills, thorough preparations, robust physique, and considerable strength. This solitary experience mirrored Zhu Zhuqing's own, but rather than a trial, it felt like a journey. For a 12-year-old girl like Zhu Zhuqing, traversing from the star Luo Empire was no small feat. He resolved to bear the burden himself, permitting her to enjoy a restful sleep. With this decision in mind, Ning Fan gazed at the serene visage of Zhu Zhuqing, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he chose not to disturb her. At that moment, however, the shadows of the trees swayed, and a chill breeze swept through the night air. It caused Zhu Zhuqing's delicate form to shiver slightly, her brows furrowing instinctively as she curled up. Observing this, Ning Fan's brow furrowed in concern. Despite the warmth of the campfire, the autumn night, as cold, was not something that could be entirely warded off by a mere flame. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing was clad in a form-fitting leather outfit that exposed her smooth thighs and had no blanket to shield her from the biting night air. Even in her deep slumber, she would undoubtedly feel the discomfort. Seeing this, Ning Fan shook his head and contemplated briefly. A flash of white light emanated from his palm, revealing a delicate silk blanket. He then approached Zhu Zhuqing quietly, ensuring not to make a sound, and lowered himself to her side, observing her closely for the first time. In contrast to her usual icy demeanor, her sleeping face appeared soft and serene. Her delicate body curled up, and her black hair cascaded around her like a cloud. Although her features softened in slumber, the coldness in her eyes and a hint of inexplicable sorrow still lingered. His gaze traced her butterfly-like lashes, her lips as rosy as the begonia, eventually resting upon the exposed skin of her chest, as white as milk, which sparkled more brilliantly than the moon above. Zhu Zhuqing's beauty in sleep was enchanting, yet her body's curves were equally captivating. The combination of her long, graceful legs and the leather outfit accentuating her figure, paired with her youthful, exquisite face, left Ning Fan breathless, as he feared waking her with even the slightest movement. Realizing the purpose of his presence beside her, he quickly shook his head and shifted his gaze away. Crouching down, he spread the silk blanket with both hands and gently draped it over Zhu Zhuqing's curled form. However, it became evident that he had underestimated her instinctual alertness, even in slumber. The moment the silk blanket brushed against her skin, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes snapped open, having sensed the intrusion. Chapter 17. The flower-bellied giant python. Years of solitary living, combined with the nature of her martial soul, had instilled in Zhu Zhuqing an innate vigilance. Even in deep sleep, the slightest touch, regardless of how gentle, could trigger an instinctual awakening. As her obsidian eyes opened, the first sight she beheld was Ning Fan, crouched close with outstretched arms. For a fleeting moment, she appeared startled, then a flicker of disappointment crossed her dark eyes. Quickly, her demeanor shifted to one of icy anger, her lips parting to deliver a sharp command. "Get lost." In an instant, Ning Fan realized that she had misunderstood him and hurriedly waved his hands in reassurance, gesturing toward the blanket on her. "It's quite chilly, and seeing how lightly you are dressed, I thought you might feel cold while sleeping, so I merely covered you with a blanket." Covering me with a blanket? Zhu Zhuqing's icy expression faltered, and as she propped herself up slightly to observe the silk blanket now draped across her, understanding dawned upon her. The chill that had enveloped her dissipated, and a hint of embarrassment crept onto her face, which flushed a delicate pink akin to a snow lotus blooming in the dark, a sight that was both captivating and striking. Did you just assume I was some sort of pervert who enjoys molesting beautiful girls in their sleep? With the misunderstanding resolved, Ning Fan let out a sigh of relief. Observing the blush on Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks, he couldn't resist teasing her further. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her gaze lowered, unable to refute his playful remarks. "Why do you distrust me so? Am I the kind of person who would engage in such behavior? Even if my intentions were questionable, I lack the audacity to act upon them. After all, I am merely a humble support-type soul master." Ning Fan continued to jest. Enough. It's time for me to take the watch. You should rest now." Zhu Zhuqing interjected, her cool demeanor tinged with annoyance at his teasing. As she tossed the silk blanket back onto Ning Fan, she swiftly rose and settled herself on the opposite side of the fire, hugging her knees and gazing silently into the flames. Although her expression remained as serene as ever, Ning Fan sensed an undercurrent of frustration emanating from her. She is still just a little girl at heart, Ning Fan thought to himself, a smile creeping on his face. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's mature demeanor shaped by her experiences and lineage, she was still a 12-year-old girl, naive and unworldly, whose emotions had been stifled for too long. A mere jest had unveiled her youthful essence. "All right, it's my turn to rest now. Wake me in an hour," he said, shaking his head and glancing at the moon above before addressing Zhu Zhuqing softly. "An hour?" Zhu Zhuqing looked skyward, realizing she had overslept, likely an hour longer than intended, and cast a questioning glance at Ning Fan, her brows furrowing slightly. "Hee, don't look at me like that. I got so engrossed in my training that I forgot to wake you," Ning Fan replied, stretching lazily and smiling at her. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing scrutinized him. Though she was inexperienced and innocent, she was not foolish. She did not buy his explanation. It was true that Ning Fan might have been training while she slept, but the act of covering her with a blanket was hardly something one would do if they intended to wake someone up. Had it not been for her heightened instincts, she would have likely slept soundly until dawn. Since leaving the Zhu family, she had not experienced such peaceful rest in a long while. With this thought, she turned her head slightly, casting a glance at Ning Fan, who, after their exchange, had laid back with a blanket under his head, ready to rest. Originally, Ning Fan intended to stay awake longer to allow Zhu Zhuqing to rest, but now that she was awake, it was clear she would not return to sleep. He had no choice but to seize the last moments of the early morning to rest and conserve his energy, as he would be traveling to Shrek Academy with Zhu Zhuqing the following day. However, just as Ning Fan lay down, ready to indulge in a deep slumber, his expression suddenly shifted. He opened his eyes and sat up abruptly, meeting the gaze of Zhu Zhuqing, who was also looking at him. As their eyes locked, Zhu Zhuqing quickly turned her head away, thinking Ning Fan had noticed her gaze, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Ning Fan noticed this too. Had it been earlier, he might have teased her to deepen their bond. However, at this moment, he was devoid of such frivolous thoughts. Rising to his feet, he gazed into the depths of the dense forest, his expression growing complex as he let out a long sigh. Alas, he never expected to strike such fortune. At this point, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to sense something amiss and immediately stood up, her beautiful eyes also peering into the depths of the forest, where peculiar sounds emerged, suggesting something was about to spring forth from the shadows. Soon, a pair of cold, watermelon-sized vertical pupils, accompanied by hissing sounds, suddenly appeared from the dark thicket. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face tightened with anxiety, her soul power surging, ready for action. Although she had yet to see the true form of the creature lurking in the darkness, the soul beast was undoubtedly formidable. With a soft, cold snort, Zhu Zhuqing summoned her martial spirit. The shadow of a cat materialized behind her, and in an instant, fluffy cat ears and a tail sprouted forth as she bent her body, adopting a defensive stance against the creature concealed in the shadows. Empowered by her martial spirit, her enhanced vision allowed her to discern the massive creature lurking in the darkness. It was a giant python, with a triangular head and a body as thick as a barrel, stretching over 10 meters in length. The colossal serpent was half raised, revealing its unusually patterned belly as it flicked its tongue, slowly advancing towards them. Zhu Zhuqing recognized it as a flower-bellied giant python, and judging by its length, it was at least a millennium old. This was her first direct encounter with a 1,000-year soul beast in the wild, and instinctively, she felt the urge to flee. However, despite its massive size and seemingly cumbersome movements, the python would be incredibly swift when it began to hunt. Although Zhu Zhuqing had confidence in her martial spirit's characteristics to escape, she knew that if she fled, Ning Fan, as a support-type soul master, would undoubtedly perish. Realizing this, Zhu Zhuqing abandoned the thought of retreat, gazing at the flower-bellied giant python with clenched teeth. She resolved to confront this soul beast, not necessarily to kill it, but at least to drive it back. Ning Fan, release your soul skills, Zhu Zhuqing commanded sharply, her eyes cold and piercing. Seeing this, Ning Fan, aware of her intentions, shook his head, glancing at the 1,000-year soul beast that seemed to be drawn to the flames of their fire. With a resigned sigh, he waved his right hand, causing a brilliant white light to flicker as a 7-colored tower materialized. The 7 treasures are famed for their attributes: strength, speed, and soul. Go. With a gesture of his left hand, 3 beams of colorful light surged into Zhu Zhuqing's body, immensely boosting her power. Chapter 18. Fierce Battle. Ning Fan recognized the flower-bellied giant python as well, estimating its age to be between 1,500 and 2,000 years based on its size. As a python-type soul beast, It was not venomous and lacked toxins. However, its strong defense, covered in hard scales, combined with its immense size and the extraordinary agility it possessed when hunting, made it a formidable foe. Even with Ning Fan's assistance, which granted Zhu Zhuqing strength comparable to a soul sage, she would still find it challenging to inflict significant damage or repel this thousand-year soul beast. After all, as a sensitive attack-type soul master, Zhu Zhuqing was not particularly adept at dealing with such a robust creature that exhibited minimal vulnerabilities but possessed considerable speed. Alas, what luck it was to encounter a thousand-year soul beast here. After releasing all 3 support-type soul skills from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Fan shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's tense, delicate features and her taut physique, Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with contemplation. While he did not believe Zhu Zhuqing could handle the sudden appearance of the thousand-year soul beast, he acknowledged that it was merely his assumption. Thus, he decided to let Zhu Zhuqing make the first move. If she could unexpectedly drive the flower-bellied giant python back, it would be a joyous outcome. However, if she could not resolve the situation, then he would have no choice but to intervene himself. Although he had not intended to reveal his true power so soon, the current circumstances left him no choice but to shed the guise of a harmless support soul master. In the blink of an eye, the massive form of the flower-bellied giant python emerged from the darkness, fully revealing itself before Ning Fan and Zhu Zhuqing. Being a cold-blooded creature, it was particularly sensitive to light sources, especially those emitting intense heat. Drawn by curiosity, it approached, having stumbled upon the 2 human morsels by the fire. The giant serpent's enormous vertical pupils fixated on the pair, flicking its crimson tongue and emitting peculiar hissing sounds, unabashedly displaying its intense predatory desire towards them. Realizing that battle was inevitable, Zhu Zhuqing resolved to take the initiative and strike first. In a flash, her form vanished, her speed fully displayed. As a sensitive attack-type battle soul master, her speed was so remarkable that even Ning Fan, empowered by the Taishu ancient dragon martial spirit without his own, found himself in awe. However, what was most terrifying was Zhu Zhuqing's ability to blend seamlessly into the night, executing her movements without a hint of sound, approaching and attacking with stealth, devoid of any energy leakage or audible soul power discharge. Seizing the moment while the patterned giant python was still unresponsive, she appeared behind the colossal serpent, her cat-like claws poised like daggers. In an instant, a series of crisp sounds akin to metal clashing rang out from the python's body as Zhu Zhuqing unleashed a flurry of attacks, her claws striking its vulnerable 7-inch mark. Yet, despite her sharp and resilient claws capable of slicing through wood and even steel, these precise strikes seemed ineffective. While they inflicted a sensation of pain upon the giant python and left faint white marks on its smooth, grayish scales, they caused no real harm. The python flicked its tongue and let out a deafening roar, its massive tail sweeping through the air with a force that threatened to strike Zhu Zhuqing. However, for her, evading the python's counterattack was effortless. With a slight push off the serpent's body, she soared away like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly escaping the path of the python's tail. In an instant, her delicate form transformed into a swift shadow, akin to a darting swallow, with claws gleaming with cold luster, relentlessly attacking the giant python from various angles. Meanwhile, Ning Fan positioned himself near the center of the battlefield, his gaze firmly locked onto the black shadow, a slight frown creasing his brow. Zhu Zhuqing's prowess was indeed commendable. However, facing a serpent of such formidable defenses, she found herself entirely constrained. Her spirit-imbued claws were utterly ineffective against the giant python. Her sharp assaults could not even penetrate the hardened scales that adorned its surface. It was imperative that she employ her soul skills. Observing Zhu Zhuqing deftly evade the python's voracious jaws, landing gracefully on the ground, Ning Fan shook his head, contemplating. Although Zhu Zhuqing's exceptional agility and reflexes allowed her to evade the millennium-old python, this was merely a temporary reprieve. After all, the continuous dodging would surely deplete her stamina and soul power. Should the stalemate persist, it was quite likely that she would tire, ultimately leaving her vulnerable to the python's grasp. Therefore, the only chance for Zhu Zhuqing to break the deadlock lay in unleashing her first and second soul skills, making a bold move. With this thought, Ning Fan prepared himself in an instant. Once Zhu Zhuqing released her soul skills, 2 outcomes were possible. 1. The python, fearing the damage inflicted by her skills, might be successfully repelled. In Ning Fan's eyes, this scenario held little probability. The second possibility was that, although she'd managed to breach the python's defenses and inflict genuine harm, it would provoke the serpent's ferocity, plunging Zhu Zhuqing into an even more perilous situation. Thus, Ning Fan had to remain poised to intervene, ready to rescue Zhu Zhuqing from harm. At that moment, just as Ning Fan had anticipated, upon witnessing her attacks fail to inflict any damage on the python, Zhu Zhuqing's brows knitted together, her dark eyes narrowing with determination. She resolved to employ her soul skills. With a swift step, she transformed into a phantom, her form flickering, elusive and difficult to capture, racing towards the vulnerable underbelly of the patterned serpent. Her 2 additional soul rings illuminated simultaneously, her pupils suddenly elongating as she accelerated silently, her body soaring. Enveloped in soul power, she leapt into the air, spinning towards the python's belly. Amidst her whirling figure, her claws appeared in a flurry, showcasing her second soul skill, the ghostly claw. Harnessing her rapid rotation and the piercing lethality of her claws, she unleashed a flurry of attacks upon her foe in the blink of an eye, targeting the same spot with extraordinary force. The sudden velocity caught the massive python off guard, and Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly claw struck its patterned abdomen. The assault was akin to a serrated gear spinning rapidly, slicing through the python's underbelly. A thunderous roar erupted as the python's crimson eyes blazed with fury, its massive body thrashing wildly. Although prior attacks had been completely thwarted by the python's scales, leaving no substantial damage, the serpent underestimated Zhu Zhuqing's relentless assault. The ghostly claw, transforming her entire being into a blade, shattered the scales of the python's abdomen, causing flesh and blood to erupt, resulting in a terrifying, gaping wound the size of a barrel. Yet, despite the injury inflicted upon the python, it did not significantly diminish its inherent power. After all, that gaping wound was trivial compared to its enormous length of several meters. Conversely, the intense pain it experienced only served to incite its ferocity. With a deafening roar, it opened its massive jaws, lunging towards Zhu Zhuqing. However, she sprang into action, leaping gracefully like a swift swallow, tracing an elegant arc in the air to evade the python's attack. Just then, the python's eyes glinted with wild rage as it unleashed its colossal tail, visibly swelling, and swung it towards Zhu Zhuqing. Realizing the impending threat, Zhu Zhuqing remained calm, her keen eyes noting the tail's movement. She anticipated it was aiming to strike her, and with a leap, she transformed into a shadow, evading the attack. Yet, to her surprise, the python's tail was not aimed at her, but at the ground beneath her. With a resounding crash, the massive tail struck the earth. Instantly, the ground shook violently as if an earthquake had struck, sending tremors rippling outward from the impact site, creating an invisible shockwave. Spiderweb-like cracks spread from the center, forming a deep pit, raising clouds of dust in the air. Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted to one of alarm as she landed, feeling the ground beneath her transform into an uneven surface, the dust in the air unsettling her. The immense force transmitted through the ground caused her to stumble. In a moment of adjustment, she sensed danger and instinctively bent her knees to flee. However, the python would not let this opportunity slip away. Its tail swept through the air like autumn winds scattering leaves. Zhu Zhuqing's face paled as she leapt into the air, just as she felt a rush of foul wind. Her body grew cold as she looked up, only to see the python's massive jaws agape above her. Its crimson eyes locked onto her rising form, propelled by inertia. In that moment, despair flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. The cunning serpent had anticipated her instinctive leap to evade its tail, lying in wait with its jaws wide, prepared to swallow her whole as she became airborne. Unable to find footing in time, would she perish here, having acted recklessly when she could have fled? Zhu Zhuqing found herself murmuring in her heart, reflecting on the absurdity of her predicament. Perhaps it was a blessing. He should have escaped by now. In that moment of resignation, Zhu Zhuqing, acutely aware of her impending doom, felt no fear for her life. Rather, a sense of liberation washed over her. In that instant, the burdens of familial strife and the throne's contention, which had once weighed heavily upon her, vanished without a trace. As she faced the end, her mind clear and unclouded, She recalled the figure of Ning Fan she had encountered just the day before. Due to her intense focus on battling the enormous python, she had not noticed Ning Fan's presence. In her mind, she believed Ning Fan must have found a safe place to hide after unleashing his supportive soul technique. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's only inexplicable thought was that, after her demise, Ning Fan would be able to escape. Slowly, she closed her eyes, accepting the grim reality of her imminent death. Indeed, this formidable serpent proved to be a daunting challenge for her. Suddenly, a familiar yet helpless voice echoed in Zhu Zhuqing's ear. Huh? Instinctively, she opened her dark, mesmerizing eyes. Bang! A muffled sound resonated. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the unfolding scene with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. The Ning Fan she had assumed had fled was now soaring through the air like a cannonball, raising his right fist to strike the python's massive head. Just one punch. It seemed so trivial when compared to the python's formidable and gigantic head. Yet upon impact, that singular blow shattered the toughest scales covering the python's flattened triangular head, sending shards flying. The python, which Zhu Zhuqing had struggled against with all her might, appeared to be rendered unconscious by Ning Fan's seemingly ordinary punch. Its upright upper body slowly collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Are you all right? Ning Fan swiftly approached Zhu Zhuqing in midair, embracing her delicate waist as they landed softly on the ground, expressing gentle concern. I'm fine, Zhu Zhuqing said, dazed, shaking her head slightly as she tilted it to gaze at Ning Fan. Though her eyes were vacant, clearly still in shock from his earlier punch, she seemed quite dazed, her usual icy demeanor contrasting sharply with the adorable cat ears atop her head and the tail behind her, making her appear exceptionally cute and endearing. I'm glad you're okay. Please rest here. I'll handle the rest, Ning Fan said softly, a smile gracing his lips as he reluctantly released the gentle hold on her waist. He then turned his attention to the python, which was slowly raising its body from the ground, shaking its head, after twisting its neck and stretching its powerful limbs. A fierce glint flickered in Ning Fan's eyes as he observed the serpent. Wait! Zhu Zhuqing finally snapped back to reality, calling out to him as he approached the python. Oh, is there something else, Zhuqing? Ning Fan turned back, smiling, and for the first time addressed her with the endearing name, Zhuqing. Although she heard him, Zhu Zhuqing was too preoccupied to pursue the matter further. Her dark eyes flickered as she observed the young man before her, hesitating momentarily before asking, Aren't you a supportive soul master? How can you? Haha. Ning Fan chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Actually, Zhuqing, there's a special saying where I come from. It is believed that individuals can possess different potentials. For instance, although I am a supportive soul master and pose no threat in ordinary circumstances, in a state of extreme anger, I can knock out a 1,000-year soul beast with a single punch or slay a 15-meter-long python with just 3 punches. With that, Ning Fan spun around, his right foot firmly striking the ground, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. At that moment, the python was still shaking its massive head, its body slightly trembling. Clearly, Ning Fan's powerful punch had left it momentarily stunned, oblivious to the unfolding events. However, as its crimson vertical pupils fixed upon the rapidly approaching figure of Ning Fan, instinct kicked in, and it sensed imminent danger. Instantly, the python's tail swept across, attempting to hinder Ning Fan's advance. Seeing this, Ning Fan furrowed his brow, his body sinking slightly as he stood firm on the ground, arms outstretched, gazing impassively at the snake's tail, motionless. Be careful! Zhu Zhuqing cried out in alarm upon witnessing Ning Fan's audacity. The python's tail, a primary means of attack, had previously shattered the ground with its reinforced strike, showcasing terrifying power. Even now, without the enhancement, a casual strike from such a potent force was not something Ning Fan could withstand head-on. Even a soul master of the defense type would struggle. Zhu Zhuqing's concern was palpable as she watched the colossal tail sweeping toward Ning Fan, her usually composed face revealing a flicker of anxiousness, as if she anticipated seeing him struck and gravely injured. Ning Fan, however, heard her warning clearly. As he observed the massive tail rushing toward him, carrying a cloud of dust, a smirk creased his lips, and he widened his stance. If the python was so fond of using its tail to attack, then he would simply seize it and see how it would react. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as the python's tail collided with him. Ning Fan grunted as he felt the overwhelming force impacting him. He did not get swept away. Instead, he grasped the massive tail tightly, his feet sinking into the earth as he was forced backward. The python's tail indeed held tremendous power. Nevertheless, a snake is ultimately a snake, and even a colossal python cannot compare to a dragon. Ning Fan's arms were shredded, and veins bulged on his not-so-thick limbs. At this moment, he had not summoned his martial soul, relying solely on his formidable physique. While the system referred to it as a martial soul, to Ning Fan, it seemed more akin to a unique constitution or bloodline. With his strength enhanced, and after absorbing his first 10,000-year soul ring, he had gained not only a new soul technique, but also a terrifying boost in physical prowess. Ordinary beast martial souls, while also enhancing physical capabilities post-breakthrough, would still remain within the limits of humanity. However, Ning Fan's enhancements transcended human boundaries, hinting at a potential evolution toward becoming a soul beast. Now, although he appeared much like an ordinary human in terms of physical strength, he had transformed into something altogether different. No, he had become a genuine humanoid beast, even without utilizing soul techniques. He would not be at a disadvantage when pitted against soul beasts in a purely physical confrontation. This revelation reminded Ning Fan of a little girl who, like him, possessed the royal bloodline of the Taishu ancient dragon. His current state seemed eerily similar to hers. Uncertain if they shall encounter again, fleeting thoughts flicker through the mind. In this moment, Ning Fan directs all his focus upon the serpent's tail before him. With both hands firmly grasping the massive python's tail, he feels the surface's unyielding hardness, impervious even to Zhu Zhuqing's razor-sharp claws. Yet, as Ning Fan clutches the serpent's tail, his hands pierce through the scales, creating 10 gaping wounds. The colossal python felt the agonizing grip on its tail, and its crimson eyes, filled with a hint of terror, gazed upon the human man who held it captive. It could not fathom why such a diminutive human could possess such formidable strength. At that moment, the serpent's tail writhed with renewed vigor, attempting to liberate itself from the confines of Ning Fan's grasp. Yet, it was met with a terrifying realization, regardless of how fiercely it struggled. Its tail seemed as if it were nailed to the hands of the human man, utterly unable to break free. The crimson eyes of the massive python were filled with terror. Whether it was the formidable power of Ning Fan or the sudden sensation of dread and apprehension emanating from the depths of its bloodline in response to this human male, it compelled the creature to seek an immediate escape from this place. At that moment, the flower-bellied python, disregarding all else, twisted its head and its body writhed frantically as it fled in the opposite direction of Ning Fan. Did it wish to escape? Upon witnessing the evident movements of the colossal python, Zhu Zhuqing felt an immediate sense of relief as the turbulent curves before her surged. A glimmer of joy, akin to that of surviving a calamity, flickered in her cool, piercing gaze. Swiftly, her attention shifted back to Ning Fan, who was tightly gripping the tail of the serpent. Her delicate hands clasped before her chest, and her icy eyes suddenly narrowed with intensity. What was his intention? At this moment, Ning Fan clung to the python's tail, and as the creature desperately attempted to flee, he was propelled by its immense force, nearly stumbling to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to regain his balance just in time, avoiding a most undignified fall. Nevertheless, the sheer ferocity of the python's struggle left deep imprints of his feet on the ground, as he was dragged along by his own tenacity. Did he truly believe he could come and go as he pleased? It is not so simple. Please leave it for me. At this moment, Ning Fan found himself nearly half submerged in the ground, gazing at the enormous python fleeing before him. He let out a cold snort, followed by a long exhale, steadying his posture. Veins pulsed prominently in his arms, and within his slightly closed eyes, a faint, imperceptible golden glimmer flashed. Ah! With a resounding shout, Ning Fan's face flushed, and a surge of soul power coursed through his body. In an instant, the 3 points of his hand, waist, and legs exerted force simultaneously. Immediately, the colossal python that had been dragging Ning Fan came to an abrupt halt, immobilized by this immense strength. No matter how it twisted and turned, it could not advance even a fraction. Return. With a cold snarl, Ning Fan exerted himself once more. Taking a step backward, the colossal serpent, which had been desperately struggling forward, found itself retreating by a minuscule distance. Yet, This infinitesimal regression provoked a surge of panic within the giant python. It turned its massive head, its crimson eyes fixated on the diminutive figure that clutched its tail, dragging it back inch by inch like a haunting specter. The despair and terror reflected in its gaze morphed into madness. Realizing escape was futile, it let out a piercing roar, pivoting its body and opening its gory maw to lunge at Ning Fan, who held its tail. Observing the serpent's menacing demeanor, Ning Fan chuckled coldly, his countenance betraying no hint of trepidation. "You wish to bite me? Huh, turn from me." With a cold sneer, I instantaneously exerted force through my arms, pivoting sharply around my own axis. Chapter 21. Soul bones before the menacingly colossal serpent's head could truly lunge at Ning Fan. The enormous python sensed an unexpected lightness in its body. In an instant, its massive form was propelled upright, as if preparing to hurl a sandbag. With Ning Fan as its focal point, driven by the tremendous force exerted by its tail. At this moment, Ning Fan grasped the serpent's tail with both hands, spinning it ceaselessly. His cheeks flushed crimson, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, clearly indicating that the effort of swinging this 10-meter-long python like a mere sandbag was no small feat for him. The terrifying centrifugal force generated by the python's immense bulk imposed a considerable burden on Ning Fan, who resembled a human beast. Nevertheless, the expression on his face was one of sheer exhilaration. Ha ha ha! Ning Fan spun continuously in place, observing the enormous python in his grasp sweep around him in a wide arc, eliciting a hearty laugh. At that moment, he resembled a fan, while the python appeared as its blades, whirling with wild abandon. As the serpentine body traversed the ground, clouds of dust erupted, and its colossal form collided with the surrounding trees, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The trees fell as if harvested wheat, severed at the waist and strewn upon the ground in disarray. Zhu Zhiqing, perched upon a tree, gazed down at Ning Fan, momentarily entranced, her delicate lips parting slightly. Observing Ning Fan's exuberance and the python he wielded like a mere toy, she found herself inexplicably feeling a twinge of sympathy for the creature that had nearly consumed her moments ago. Simultaneously, as she regarded Ning Fan, a flicker of existential doubt crossed her mind. Could he truly be a millennium-old soul beast? Is that colossal python truly a millennium soul beast? At this moment, Zhu Zhiqing could not help but harbor a lingering doubt. In truth, it was not only Zhu Zhiqing who pondered this. Even the unfortunate giant python likely shared such a sentiment. With her head lowered, Zhu Zhiqing gently shook it, utterly bewildered by Ning Fan's actions. Suddenly, lost in contemplation, her serene visage transformed dramatically. With a swift leap, she departed from the great tree beneath her, her form suspended in mid-air. Just as she left the sturdy trunk, it cracked with a resounding thud, breaking in two and slowly toppling down. Ning Fan, in mid-air, Zhu Zhiqing gazed at the tumultuous scene around her, where dust billowed and the ground was strewn with broken branches and leaves, a chaotic mess. Her attention was drawn to Ning Fan, whose face was flushed and body trembling. Yet he remained utterly engrossed in his amusement. She recalled how Ning Fan had been reveling in his play, completely disregarding her presence, as he severed the great tree that stood nearby, nearly endangering her. With a hint of irritation, Zhu Zhiqing called out to Ning Fan from her lofty position. "Oh!" Ning Fan gazed upwards, drawn by the sound, and soon beheld Zhu Zhiqing descending from the sky. He noticed the numerous trees around him, severed at the trunk, and the faint trace of anger etched upon Zhu Zhiqing's countenance. In that moment, he comprehended that in his exuberance, he had nearly harmed her. My sincerest apologies. Enough of this play. Let's take flight." Ning Fan cast a hearty laugh at Zhu Zhiqing, then swiftly spun his body once more, subsequently loosening his hands in an instant. The enormous python, which had been toyed with by Ning Fan to the brink of unconsciousness, soared into the air, tracing a graceful parabolic arc. Following a resounding thud, the ground trembled violently as the massive serpent crashed heavily to the earth. Ning Fan bent forward, his right hand braced against his knee, while his left wiped the beads of sweat cascading down his face. Gasping for breath, he exhaled deeply before gradually lifting his head to gaze at the distant python, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. It was still alive? Is this the tenacity of life? Truly remarkable. Ning Fan sighed, marveling at the giant python's intense will to survive, and then tightened his fists once more. With a flicker of movement, he appeared before the struggling serpent, mounting its head. With a single punch, a faint crack echoed as it connected with the python's skull. Ning Fan exhaled, believing the creature to be dead, only to find it thrashing even more violently beneath him. "Ah, it's not dead. Quite resilient," he exclaimed, his grip on his fist tightening as he delivered another blow. This time, accompanied by a soft sound, the python's struggles diminished significantly, yet its pupils remained intact, still filled with life. Hiss! Remarkably tenacious. It seems 3 punches are indeed necessary to finish this. Ning Fan's eyes gleamed with astonishment. Although the flowery-bellied python bore no special abilities, its tough hide and robust physique made it remarkably durable. Having already struck its head twice without bringing it down was quite unexpected. However, since he had previously told Zhu Zhuqing that he could slay a giant python with 3 punches, he resolved that this would be the final blow. Taking a deep breath to gather his strength, he unleashed his last punch. In an instant, the flattened head of the python caved in dramatically. The once raised head fell, its crimson eyes shattering as its breath faded away, finally ending its suffering. At last, it is resolved. This truly exceeded my expectations and required considerable effort. Ning Fan mused while seated atop the deceased serpent. He then stretched his neck and arms, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Though fatigued, this was the first time he had genuinely exercised his body, and he found it immensely enjoyable. The flowery-bellied python, despite its formidable defenses and colossal size, possessed no unique powers. For a sensitive attack-oriented soul master like Zhu Zhuqing, it might have posed a challenge. However, for Ning Fan, who presented as a support-type soul master but was, in essence, a humanoid tyrannosaurus, the python was merely a durable punching bag, allowing him to vent the terrifying power within him. Following this bout, he gained a clearer understanding of his current strength, relying solely on his formidable might. His combat prowess was already on par with soul masters of the soul ancestor rank. Of course, if he were to summon his second martial soul, the primordial ancient dragon, the situation would be entirely different. In truth, Ning Fan could have resolved this encounter far more easily. By channeling the primordial ancient dragon and utilizing his first soul ring, his 10,000-year soul skill, he likely could have vanquished the thick-skinned python in a single strike. Yet, he chose to engage physically, feeling that such a soul beast did not warrant the use of his primordial ancient dragon martial soul. Thus, he relied solely on his brute strength, playing with the creature. Suddenly, a sense of discovery washed over him. With a subtle bend of his right hand, he reached down toward the lifeless python's head. Is this a soul bone? He wondered as he beheld a small, skeletal object emitting a faint azure glow. Chapter 22. Deception. Seeing the item in his hand, Ning Fan couldn't help but smile. He had unexpectedly encountered a millennium soul beast in this desolate place and even procured a soul bone from it. It was indeed a rarity. While soul bones, like soul rings, were obtained through the hunting of soul beasts, they differed significantly. The chance of a soul bone appearing was a mere 1 in 1,000, or even lower. Typically, only exceptionally powerful soul beasts that experienced unique circumstances at the moment of death could yield a soul bone. To his surprise, this seemingly ordinary millennium soul beast, his very first kill of such a creature, had granted him a soul bone. Could this be the treatment of a protagonist? Ning Fan thought, his eyes sparkling as he recalled how Tang San, the protagonist, had also obtained a soul bone when hunting a millennium soul spider. However, unlike Tang San, who had acquired a rare external soul bone, Ning Fan's prize appeared to be a simple right-arm soul bone, far from extraordinary. Realizing this, the excitement on Ning Fan's face gradually faded. As he examined the soul bone, his interest waned. It was not a soul bone from the 10,000-year category, nor was it an external soul bone. While it could grant him an additional soul skill, to Ning Fan, a mere millennium soul bone held little allure. Nevertheless, this incident led him to suspect that his primordial ancient dragon martial soul might bestow upon him some unique treasure-seeking ability. Zhu Zhuqing observed Ning Fan casually perched atop the slain giant python, her cool, beautiful eyes flickering with uncertainty. Reflecting on all that had just transpired, she found herself at a loss on how to confront the current Ning Fan. Initially, she had perceived him merely as a gifted support-type soul master. albeit one whose soul power level surpassed her own. However, she had underestimated him, believing that support-type soul masters lacked combat strength and posed no threat. This cautious mindset had allowed her to permit him to follow closely behind her. Yet, she had not anticipated that the support-type soul master she had thought him to be would possess such remarkable combat prowess. Capable of slaying a Millennium Soul beast without even utilizing soul skills. Gazing at the deceased giant python, Zhu Zhuqing recalled the scene of Ning Fan's battle, her cool eyes shimmering with contemplation. "He truly does not require my protection," she murmured softly, her voice tinged with an unusual hint of frustration and discontent. Remembering how she could have escaped when the giant python appeared, she had ultimately chosen to face it, fearing that Ning Fan would perish if she fled alone. Now, however, she was taken aback to discover that the very person she believed needed her protection had such terrifying strength, easily vanquishing the python that she herself could barely contend with. The vast disparity left her feeling as though she had been deceived. With this thought, a cold light flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Since Ning Fan did not require her protection, her presence here was rendered unnecessary. She promptly turned to leave, intent on departing alone. This giant python is enormous. Who would have thought its flesh would be so tender? Zhuqing, today we've got breakfast sorted. You're in for a treat. Just as Zhu Zhuqing turned to stealthily depart, she heard Ning Fan's hearty laughter behind her. At his words, her pace faltered momentarily as memories of the delicious roasted rabbit from the previous night resurfaced. Although Zhu Zhuqing did not consider herself someone easily swayed by culinary delights, Ning Fan's roasted meat was indeed delectable. As thoughts of the mouth-watering roasted meat crossed her mind, her dissatisfaction with Ning Fan swiftly diminished. Should I perhaps wait a little longer, until after breakfast, before departing? An inexplicable thought surged in Zhu Zhuqing's mind. She let out a soft sigh, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and in an instant, she dispelled this utterly absurd notion. Resolutely, she attempted to quell the stirring of her heart, wishing to leave at once. However, considering that he had saved her from the brink of death, was it not somewhat inappropriate to leave without a word? Zhu Zhuqing's emotions gradually cooled, and as she prepared to move her graceful legs, she halted, a hint of hesitation shadowing her pale, serene face. No, the giant python was indeed drawn by his relentless urging. When I found myself in such a perilous situation, his act of saving me was only to be expected. Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, though Ning Fan had just saved her life. The very creature that had put her in jeopardy had been lured by Ning Fan's insistence on igniting the campfire. Thus, in strict terms, although Ning Fan had rescued Zhu Zhuqing, she owed him nothing. Having come to this realization, Zhu Zhuqing cast a detached glance at Ning Fan and prepared to turn away. Yet at that moment, an exaggerated gasp echoed once more. Wow, is that a soul bone? Zhuqing, look, I actually unearthed a soul bone. A soul bone. Zhu Zhuqing's form froze again, her dark eyes instinctively turning towards Ning Fan. She then beheld the object emanating a faint azure glow in his raised right hand. Her previously indifferent expression now replaced with disbelief. Never had she anticipated that Ning Fan would be so fortunate as to slay a 1,000-year-old soul beast and procure a soul bone. Although Ning Fan might regard this 1,000-year soul bone with disdain, it was nonetheless exceedingly rare and valuable. Indeed, any soul bone, no matter how ordinary, commanded an astronomical price and was often unattainable. Even though Zhu Zhuqing hailed from the Zhu family of Star Luo, where soul bones were few and far between, she had never truly laid eyes upon one. Thus, upon seeing the soul bone in Ning Fan's hand, the astonishment in her gaze lingered, and she found herself unconsciously wanting to step closer for a better look. However, she quickly regained her composure, her dark eyes glimmering with a flicker of light. What does this acquisition of a 1,000-year soul bone have to do with me? Shaking her head, she cast one last glance at Ning Fan's retreating figure and resolved to leave quietly. Can't even entice Miss Zhuqing to take a closer look? It seems I have truly angered her. A light chuckle, soft and melodic, drifted into Zhu Zhuqing's ears. In an instant, Ning Fan, previously atop the giant python, appeared not far from Zhu Zhuqing. With the soul bone floating in his right hand and his left hand clasped behind his back, his sharply defined, handsome face bore a gentle smile as he addressed her amiably. aware that Zhu Zhuqing might alter her demeanor after his abilities were revealed. He had already sensed her intention to depart quietly. Chapter 23. The True Purpose. As she regarded the suddenly appearing Ning Fan, a hint of coldness flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes. Originally intending to slip away unnoticed, she momentarily abandoned that thought upon being discovered by him. Crossing her arms defiantly, she fixed her black eyes on Ning Fan and coldly inquired, "Why did you deceive me? What is your true intention?" "Deceive you? Ha! It seems Miss Zhuqing is indeed displeased with my concealment." Ning Fan shook his head and replied with a smile. "Concealment?" Zhu Zhuqing narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. "Ha! I have never deceived Miss Zhuqing in the slightest. I am indeed a support-type soul master from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Something that should be evident from my martial soul," Ning Fan said with a wry smile, his right hand glowing as a seven-colored small tower floated in his palm. Upon seeing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower in Ning Fan's hand, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows. According to her knowledge, Ning Fan's martial soul was indeed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, and the soul skills he had previously demonstrated were also support type. However, recalling Ning Fan's earlier display of strength when he had slain the giant python, Zhu Zhuqing coldly retorted, "Then why did you deceive me? You clearly—" Yet just as Zhu Zhuqing began to speak, she suddenly faltered. Observing this, Ning Fan shrugged, a helpless smile gracing his lips as he slowly said, "It seems Miss Zhuqing has realized that I have only ever claimed to be a support-type soul master, but I never stated that I lacked any combat capability. Therefore, this cannot be considered deception, but merely a matter of omission." What Ning Fan asserted was indeed factual, leaving Zhu Zhuqing without a rebuttal. He had never claimed to possess no combat abilities, only that he was a support-type soul master. Strictly speaking, Ning Fan had merely utilized common sense to conceal his true strength, without actually deceiving her. Nonetheless, while he had not lied, the fact that he had hidden his strength and approached her was undeniable. "All right, you have not deceived me, but why do you choose to conceal your strength?" Zhu Zhuqing's black eyes gleamed sharply as she questioned Ning Fan without reservation. "Concealment? Is it not quite normal?" Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's pointed inquiry, Ning Fan turned his right hand, retracting his martial soul into his body, and shook his head. "After all, we have only just met. Is it not entirely reasonable to withhold certain information?" "Miss Zhuqing?" Ning Fan's face bore a subtle smile as he gently countered her remark. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing understood Ning Fan's intent and fell into silence. In contrast to Miss Zhuqing, he had been quite candid. Aside from concealing his strength, he had been forthright regarding his origins and the purpose of his visit. Yet, apart from divulging her name, Zhu Zhuqing had withheld all other information. Ning Fan regarded Zhu Zhuqing, a soft smile adorning his face as he spoke leisurely. "Indeed, just as I say, in matters of concealment, Miss Zhuqing, who has revealed not a single detail, is in no position to question me. After all, although Ning Fan may be uncertain of the truth, he has merely concealed his strength, while you have not shared even the slightest information with me. Ultimately, they were merely strangers who had known each other for a day. It was only prudent to withhold certain details." Zhu Zhuqing's black eyes flickered as her cold expression shifted, and suddenly, she realized that Ning Fan's actions were entirely reasonable, devoid of any fault. Ning Fan observed Zhu Zhuqing, who had lowered her head, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After all, she was merely a 12-year-old girl. When it came to persuasion, rather, to reason, he had an undeniable advantage over her. Ning Fan thought to himself, feeling a sense of pride. In just a few brief exchanges, he had silenced the previously fierce Zhu Zhuqing, demonstrating his superiority in the art of reasoning. "Then why do you approach me? What is your goal?" After a moment of silence, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly lifted her head, coldly questioning Ning Fan. Reflecting on her initial encounter with him, she found herself considering whether Ning Fan had indeed acted inappropriately. At that time, had Ning Fan not pretended to be a feeble auxiliary soul master and requested to form a team with her, she would not have so readily agreed to let him follow her, accompanying her on the journey. "Oh, do you truly wish for me to speak?" Hearing this, Ning Fan approached Zhu Zhuqing a few steps closer, a mysterious smile gracing his face, his profound gaze fixed upon Zhu Zhuqing's porcelain-like cheeks. As she felt Ning Fan's intense gaze upon her, Zhu Zhuqing, initially fierce and cold, was momentarily struck by an unusual color in her clear eyes. Unable to meet his gaze, she lowered her head. In truth, after posing that question, she immediately regretted it. She was not an ignorant girl, Ning Fan. As a prodigious disciple of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and a remarkably powerful auxiliary soul master, concealed his true strength while feigning to be merely a non-offensive support type, drawing closer to her and caring for her throughout the journey. Suddenly, it became abundantly clear to Zhu Zhuqing what his intentions were. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing harbored a deep disdain for lascivious individuals. She had always looked down upon her previous suitors, and even felt nothing but disdain for her betrothed, Dai Mu Bai, whom she had been promised to since childhood. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon seeing the simple, mysterious smile at the corner of Ning Fan's lips and feeling his unabashed, burning gaze upon her, her heart, once as tranquil as a still lake, stirred with a faint ripple. Perhaps it was because Ning Fan had saved her at the brink of death, or perhaps it was due to his earlier display of astonishing prowess, or the considerate care he had shown her along the way. All these factors led Zhu Zhuqing to unconsciously acknowledge Ning Fan's existence. Therefore, she could not simply disregard Ning Fan's fervent gaze and inexplicable smile as she would with her past admirers. Of course, this did not imply that Zhu Zhuqing had developed feelings for Ning Fan. The reason I approached you, of course, is that I, Ning Fan, have come to your side. A sly smile adorning my lips, my voice rich with magnetism, echoing softly in Zhu Zhuqing's ears. At this moment, her heart inexplicably fluttered, her rosy lips parted slightly, releasing a breath, before she returned to her usual frigid demeanor. Lifting her head to meet Ning Fan's gaze, she shook her head, her cold eyes harboring a hint of regret, softly uttering, "Isn't it obvious that you, like me, must be enrolling at Shrek Academy?" Zhu Zhuqing's cold eyes widened in surprise as she stared blankly at Ning Fan. Although I previously mentioned my intention to attend Shrek Academy, you did not respond, only stating you were going to the Barak Kingdom to find someone. Yet, I still believe you are headed to Shrek Academy, aren't you? Ning Fan maintained his unwavering smile, lowering his gaze to observe Zhu Zhuqing's dazed expression, stifling a chuckle within himself before gently speaking. After a moment, a faint blush crept onto Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face, reminiscent of a tempting apple. Indeed, I'm going to Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing said, once again lowering her head, attempting to mask the peculiarity of her cheeks, responding softly. Chapter 24. A petty temper, haha, just as I suspected. However, since we are both bound for Shrek Academy, why do you wish to depart alone? Ning Fan smiled slightly and approached her, speaking softly. Even if we will be classmates in the future, what difference does it make if I leave now? After all, we are strangers, and with your current strength, you do not require my protection. Zhu Zhuqing quickly reverted to her previous demeanor, regarding Ning Fan with a cold tone. Yet, within her words, there lingered an unacknowledged undercurrent of dissatisfaction and awkwardness. Just moments ago, Zhu Zhuqing had assumed that Ning Fan's actions were all aimed at pursuing her. After a brief moment of panic, when she heard Ning Fan speak, she was prepared to refuse him, only to be met with such a response. It relieved her, yet simultaneously filled her with shame for her previous thoughts. However, Zhu Zhuqing soon found herself inexplicably angered and dissatisfied upon looking at Ning Fan. Such is the nature of people, regardless of gender. When one believes the other harbors feelings for them, they often reject any declaration of affection, typically choosing to dismiss or toy with the other. Yet, upon discovering that the other does not actually share those feelings, or perhaps has affections for someone else, they are left feeling empty and dissatisfied with that person. This reflects the state of yearning for what is unattainable, as described in the saying, "The favored are emboldened, while the unrequited remain restless." Although Zhu Zhuqing was not the type to be unreasonable, her underlying discontent inadvertently seeped into her words. Ning Fan, sensing the unusual tone in Zhu Zhuqing's speech, could not help but chuckle quietly. Just as he was about to speak, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Your forging talent has increased by 1. Ding! You have acquired a 50,000-year soul bone, right arm bone. Ding! You have received 8 gold coins. What? 50,000-year soul bone. Ning Fan's expression changed dramatically as he glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, gasping in astonishment. He had not anticipated that a mere playful tease of Zhu Zhuqing would yield such a substantial reward. It appeared that Zhu Zhuqing had indeed taken his words to heart, mistaking them for genuine affection. After all, Ning Fan was aware that the rewards from his system, while random, ranging from books, skills, spatial rings, and various items, still followed a peculiar pattern. The greater the effort invested in courting the target, the more pronounced their reactions and the better the rewards received. Clearly, Ning Fan's recent actions had stirred significant emotions within Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing also noticed the sudden shift in Ning Fan's expression, her eyes locking onto him with a glare of dissatisfaction, leading her to huff coldly. The sound of her disdain snapped Ning Fan back to reality. Rubbing his hands together, he gazed at the displeased girl before him and softly remarked, "Haha, while that may be true, since we are both headed to Shrek Academy and will become companions, wouldn't it be better to become acquainted sooner?" Zhu Zhuqing remained unfazed, her demeanor icy. "Moreover, if merely revealing my strength prompts you, Miss Zhuqing, to abandon me, then your reasoning is rather absurd. Wouldn't you agree?" Ning Fan shook his head, continuing to speak to Zhu Zhuqing, although he had revealed his strength, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to consider using it as an excuse to part ways. The underlying reason for his revelation had been to save her. Now, having just acquired a 50,000-year soul bone, Ning Fan regarded Zhu Zhuqing as a treasure he wished to keep close. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing continued to show no signs of yielding. Seemingly resolute in her decision, her cold gaze fixed firmly on Ning Fan. "Are you truly this upset?" Ning Fan sighed, a wry smile crossing his face. He glanced at the brightening sky, exhaling with a sense of resignation before continuing to address Zhu Zhuqing. "Well, dawn is approaching. Let us have breakfast together before we depart." Zhu Zhuqing, however, made no reply. However, her actions were a response to Ning Fan. With her long legs, she did not walk away, but instead approached the fire and sat down with her back to Ning Fan, hugging her knees. The fire pit had surprisingly fared well during the recent battle between Ning Fan and the giant python. It had not suffered much damage and, aside from needing more firewood, still retained its form. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's cold, beautiful eyes gazed at the flames. With her back to Ning Fan, the corners of her lips subtly curled upwards, clearly indicating that her mood was quite good, contrasting sharply with her earlier, icy demeanor. "Ah, she truly is a young girl." As Ning Fan observed Zhu Zhuqing's silhouette, his previously helpless expression transformed into a knowing smile. In truth, his earlier helplessness and urgency were merely to provide Zhu Zhuqing an opportunity to save face. After all, there was no reason for Zhu Zhuqing to leave him. Even if Ning Fan revealed his strength, it posed no real threat to her. If Ning Fan indeed wished to harm Zhu Zhuqing, given his displayed prowess, she would be utterly powerless to resist. Moreover, his previous actions, saving her from the giant python and keeping watch while she slept, demonstrated his lack of malevolence towards her. Zhu Zhuqing could certainly deduce this. If she were to leave alone, it was primarily due to her dissatisfaction with him, merely a display of a childish temper. Ning Fan had encountered numerous similar situations while pursuing Ning Rongrong. Compared to Ning Rongrong's capricious temperament, Zhu Zhuqing's minor grievances were simplistic and easily manageable. As long as he allowed her to express her discontent and provided her an avenue to soften, there would be no issues. "What bad luck! It seems I couldn't sleep a wink." "Sigh, never mind. I'll start a fire and make breakfast." Ning Fan patted his head and leisurely made his way towards the fire pit. 5 days later, in the Kingdom of Balak. The Kingdom of Balak is home to two of the most significant cities, one being the capital where the king resides, and the other, Soto City, situated in the heart of the fertile Lima Plain, known as the Granary of Balak. Both cities are heavily guarded, marking them as the kingdom's focal points. Soto City is a large metropolis, evident from its third-level spirit hall. Just past noon, under the blazing sun, two young individuals entered through the western gate of Soto City. They appear to be merely teenagers, carrying no luggage, a boy and a girl. The boy wore a simple blue robe, looking around 14 years old, standing about 1.78 meters tall, dressed plainly, yet exuding a strikingly handsome appearance. His chiseled features resembled a sculpture, his smile radiating warmth, even in his ordinary attire, drawing shy glances from many young girls along the way. His charming demeanor, paired with a gentle aura, stirred the interest of bolder girls. Had it not been for the stunning girl accompanying him, who could overshadow them in every aspect, they might have approached him for a conversation. The girl accompanying him was clad in tight black leather pants, her her curvaceous figure accentuated, causing many girls on the roadside to feel disheartened. Her expression was cool, her beauty striking, and her long legs, highlighted by the leather, exuded an irresistible allure, captivating the attention of numerous young men. These two were, of course, Ning Fan and Zhu Zhuqing, who had traveled a great distance to Soto City. Shrek Academy seems to be starting enrollment tomorrow. Arriving in Soto City this early is rather unnecessary, but after such a long journey, aren't you tired? We should find somewhere to stay, and it's almost noon, so let us have lunch first. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Ning Fan, her cold eyes meeting his, and nodded, habitually following his lead. Throughout their journey to the kingdom of Balak, she had not anticipated that the trials could be this effortless. With Ning Fan by her side, his extensive outdoor skills and formidable strength allowed her to disregard all other concerns and dangers. Moreover, the constant care he showed her provided a sense of comfort, an unfamiliar feeling for someone who had grown up in a harsh family environment. As Ning Fan often stated, no matter how cold Zhu Zhuqing appeared or how fiercely she guarded her heart, she was still just a 12-year-old girl. Humans are social beings. Even those who seem withdrawn yearn for connection deep within. They desire someone to offer solace during moments of vulnerability and to share joy during times of happiness. Ning Fan was fulfilling that role beside Zhu Zhuqing. His attentive care over the past few days, although it had not completely dismantled her defenses, was gradually melting the ice surrounding her heart. Ning Fan believed that it wouldn't be long before this seemingly cold girl would fully open up to him. After finding a restaurant and having a light meal, Ning Fan and Zhu Zhuqing began searching for accommodation. Soto City was bustling with activity. Though not as opulent as Heaven-Do City, it was far livelier compared to ordinary towns. Soldiers patrolled the streets, and a constant flow of people moved about. Ning Fan walked alongside Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze scanning the surroundings, soon spotting a unique hotel and coming to a halt. The hotel stood 3 stories tall, its size modest yet adorned in a vibrant rose-red hue, its architectural style reminiscent of a massive rose, instantly captivating. Rose Hotel, I believe I remember this place. Ning Fan murmured to himself, a flicker of recognition dawning upon him. In his memory, this was the hotel where Dai Mubai often brought the twin beauties for romantic rendezvous. To encounter it so soon in this vast Soto City was quite unexpected. Shall we stay here, the Rose Hotel? Zhu Zhuqing looked up, her cool eyes fixed on the hotel sign as she remarked softly. Naively, she had not discerned that this hotel catered specifically to couples, assuming it was merely a uniquely decorated ordinary establishment. Ning Fan nodded thoughtfully, his eyes glimmering slightly. Let us go in and have a look. If it were any other couple's hotel, he would likely refrain from bringing Zhu Zhuqing there. However, if it were the Rose Hotel, Ning Fan would undoubtedly want to step inside. What if fortune favored him, and he happened to witness Dai Mu by checking into a room with the twin girls? Wouldn't he that allow Zhu Zhuqing to see through Dai Mubai's true nature right then and there? Thus, Ning Fan confidently strode into the Rose Hotel alongside Zhu Zhuqing. Upon entering, the first sensation that enveloped them was a delightful fragrance of roses, a scent that was both soothing and suggestive, uplifting their spirits. The hotel's interior was adorned in 3 colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm and elegant atmosphere that was quite charming. After taking a quick glance around, Ning Fan approached the front desk. Could we please have 2 rooms? The receptionist stood up, casting a glance at Ning Fan and then at Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. However, he quickly shook his head, an apologetic tone in his voice. I'm sorry, sir, but we are fully booked. Fully booked? Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. It seemed he had arrived a moment too late and missed out on the spectacle. A sigh escaped his lips as he resolved to leave without further ado. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, and 2 young figures appeared, a boy and a girl, both seemingly around 12 or 13 years of age. The boy stood about 1.7 meters tall, clad in a light blue outfit, his black hair falling just to his shoulders, and his appearance was rather unremarkable, likely to be lost among a crowd. In contrast, the girl beside him was anything but ordinary. Her sleek black hair was styled into long braids, and her large, sparkling eyes accompanied a charming face, making her exceptionally adorable. Oh, Ning Fan sensed something and turned to observe the 2 descending from the staircase. Although they had not revealed their identities, Ning Fan's narrowed eyes recognized them immediately. These 2 were none other than the protagonists, Tang San and Xiao Wu. After settling into the Rose Hotel, Tang San, at Xiao Wu's suggestion, decided to spend the afternoon exploring Soto City. However, as they made their way down the stairs into the lobby, they unexpectedly encountered Ning Fan and Zhu Zhuqing. Relying on his memory, Ning Fan instantly recognized Tang San and Xiao Wu, though the two had no idea who Ning Fan was. When they noticed Ning Fan gazing at them, confusion clouded their expressions. Though Tang San was unaware of the reason behind Ning Fan's scrutiny, he politely nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, was far less accommodating. She shot Ning Fan a disgruntled glare. "What are you staring at?" With a girl of her age visiting this hotel, and with such gaudy attire akin to that Dai Mu Bai, it was clear he was not a good person. In Chapter 26, Gratitude, Xiao Wu's displeasure was palpable. Ning Fan, however, wore an expression of polite contrition, bowing slightly. "I apologize. I was lost in thought and did not mean to intrude." Though Xiao Wu's sudden reprimand caught him off guard, Ning Fan could not help but feel a surge of joy. His earlier disappointment at not encountering Dai Mu Bai dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sense of gratitude toward Xiao Wu for her spirited outburst. "It's quite all right," Tang San quickly waved his hand, responding. "I can't stand people like you." Smiling on the outside, but hiding something sinister within, Xiao Wu continued, pouting. Tang San gently reprimanded her. "Xiao Wu." He turned to Ning Fan with an apologetic smile before pulling Xiao Wu away. "Why are you in such a hurry to drag me away?" Xiao Wu protested. "It's not my fault. Nowadays, there aren't too many good men. That Dai Mu Bai was just here with twins. And now another young man appears with a girl of similar age. That flashy guy clearly has ulterior motives." Although Xiao was being pulled away by Tang San, she continued to voice her grievances. Tang San responded, "Xiao Wu, you're becoming increasingly perceptive. Of course, after all, I am the leader of the Nodding Academy." Xiao Wu declared proudly. "Bravo, Xiao Wu. Well said." Ning Fan could not suppress his amusement at her words, feeling no resentment towards her criticism. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's somber expression, Ning Fan could not help but smile. Although he did not openly expose Dai Mu Bai's true nature in front of her, Xiao Wu's remarks inadvertently conveyed to Zhu Zhuqing the extent of Dai Mu Bai's indulgence after leaving the Star Luo Empire. Imagine the thoughts swirling in Zhu Zhuqing's mind as she learned of Dai Mu Bai's debauchery, engaging in such scandalous behavior while she had traveled tirelessly to reach this place. It was easy to surmise the turmoil she felt towards her fiancé, a mere contractual agreement devoid of deep affection. In that moment, Ning Fan felt a genuine sense of appreciation for Xiao Wu, despite her incessant complaints. With gratitude in his heart, he resolved that, should the opportunity arise, he would ensure Xiao Wu experienced his culinary skills, treating her to the exquisite flavors of his specialty, spicy barbecued rabbit meat. He was confident that, having honed his craft under the guidance of the system, his culinary prowess would surely win her over. After securing 2 rooms in a well-decorated hotel and resting for the night, the following morning, the duo departed from the hotel and exited Soto City through the southern gate, heading towards their intended destination. As for Shrek Academy, Ning Fan held no expectations. Given his circumstances, he did not believe that the academy or the so-called master, who merely spoke of theories, could impart any valuable knowledge to him. His reason for coming here was solely due to Zhu Zhuqing. According to his recollections, the system identified its targets as those girls featured in the original story. After completing the objective involving Ning Rongrong and being unable to gain further rewards, Ning Fan had set his sights on Zhu Zhuqing of Shrek Academy. Although Xiao Wu might also fit the criteria, Ning Fan, despite considering himself a bit unscrupulous, did not wish to engage in any underhanded dealings. Moreover, he felt no affinity for the original protagonist, Tang San. Had he encountered Zhu Zhuqing earlier, it might have been a different story. However, given that Zhu Zhuqing had already formed a bond with Tang San, he would not indulge in futile hopes. Thus, Ning Fan had set his sights on Zhu Zhuqing from the outset. To his surprise, before even reaching Shrek Academy, he fortuitously crossed paths with Zhu Zhuqing due to a wrong turn. Consequently, the prospect of arriving at Shrek Academy had become less significant in his mind. Moreover, the mere thought of Shrek Academy now caused him to furrow his brow as he anticipated the presence of Ning Rongrong, which would undoubtedly complicate matters with the spirited girl. Fortunately, he was currently away from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Otherwise, he would find it challenging to deal with Ning Rongrong. After all, during his time at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, any misstep on his part would prompt Ning Rongrong to call for her grandfather Jian and Grandpa Bone to intervene. Now, with the mountains high and the emperor far away, as long as he remained outside the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fan need not be overly concerned about the whims of that little witch. Reflecting on this, Ning Fan exhaled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Though on the surface he had relentlessly pursued Ning Rongrong, ultimately leading her to confess her feelings, it was, in truth, she who had taken the initiative. This could be regarded as a singular moment of glory from the previous year. After all, pursuing a girl like Ning Rongrong, with her headstrong nature, had presented its own challenges, even with the special skills granted by the system. Indeed, he had endured considerable trials and tribulations at her hands. As he reminisced, Ning Fan si walking alongside Zhu Zhuqing on the official road south of Soto City, he took in the wafting smoke from the cooking fires and the azure sky. Inhaling the fresh air, which uplifted his spirits. The past was best left behind. He was no longer the Ning Fan of yore. Stealing a glance at the girl beside him, he admired her flawless profile and graceful figure, smiling faintly, a brow slightly raised. However, both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were formidable goals. It seemed there existed an even higher echelon of evaluation. He wondered what sort of girl might attain such a rating. After departing Soto City and traversing the fertile lands flanking the road, Ning Fan soon spotted a quaint village ahead. Ah, Zhuqing, is the person you seek truly in this Shrek Academy? He inquired with a smile, glancing at the village less than a kilometer away. Their days spent together had fostered a deeper trust from Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Fan had learned that her journey to Shrek Academy was to find someone, specifically Dai Mu Bai. Though he was aware, he feigned ignorance. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent for a moment before softly replying, "Yes. Now, might you share who this person is? Is it a male or female?" Ning Fan halted, turning to her, a light-hearted smile gracing his lips as he gazed into her eyes with anticipation. "What does it matter to you whether it's a boy or a girl?" Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her brows knitting together as she felt the weight of his gaze. A hint of irritation creeping into her voice. "If it's a girl, then it has nothing to do with me. If it's a man, however, that's a different story." Ning Fan radiated a sunny disposition, embodying the essence of an affable young man. "So, Zhuqing, can you tell me?" he inquired, his eyes glimmering with hope, leaning slightly closer. At this, Zhu Zhuqing tilted her head slightly, avoiding his eager gaze. After a moment of contemplation, knowing they were nearing Shrek Academy, she finally murmured, "He is my fiancé." "Fiancé?" The resonance of her words sent a tremor through Ning Fan's voice, a note of unspeakable melancholy surfacing. Upon hearing the wistfulness in his tone, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze to meet his. She noticed that the depth of his eyes, once bright like stars, now appeared dimmed. A forced smile barely concealing his sense of despair. After a brief silence, he weakly murmured, "Hee, Miss Zhuqing, you have traveled so far. I assume you share a strong bond with your fiancé." Miss Zhuqing? For some reason, the formal address caused a flutter in her heart as she recalled how he had previously called her by her name. In the days they had spent together, he had often referred to her in an endearing manner, and though she had initially protested, she had soon grown accustomed to it. However, hearing him address her with such distance now, coupled with his forced smile and forlorn expression, left her unsettled. Feeling an inexplicable urge, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head and quietly explained, "I have no feelings for him. Our engagement was arranged by our elders." At her words, Ning Fan's despondent eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed life. He placed his hands on her smooth shoulders, his excitement palpable as he leaned closer, looking intently into her eyes. "That's wonderful. Zhuqing, as long as you are not fond of him, I will not allow you to marry anyone. If your elders wish to wed you to your fiancé, they must first seek my consent." Zhu Zhuqing's cool demeanor faltered momentarily. With Ning Fan so close, she could feel the warmth radiating from him. His hand resting on her shoulder, his breath brushing against her delicate skin. It was her first close encounter with a man, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Her face flushed crimson as she squeezed her eyes shut and pushed him away. "What does it matter to you whom I marry?" she exclaimed, flustered and indignant. After shoving him away, she quickly turned and hurried toward the village where Shrek Academy lay, her chilly figure appearing unusually flustered as she fled. "Ding, your current experience level has increased by 20%. Ding. Your combat experience has risen by 1 point. Ding. Your forging talent has improved by 1 point. Ding. You have acquired the Phoenix-Seeking Phoenix musical score. Ding. You have received 50 gold coins. As Zhu Zhuqing departed, a series of notifications echoed in Ning Fan's mind. So cold on the outside, but warm within. I am growing increasingly fond of this treasure of a girl. Ning Fan paid no heed to the voice echoing in his mind. Instead, he clasped his hands together, recalling the shy demeanor of Zhu Zhuqing moments ago, and the cool, jade-like sensation of his hands resting upon her fragrant shoulders. A smile crept onto his lips as he observed Zhu Zhuqing's flustered figure ahead, murmuring to himself. Without further delay, he hurried after her. The village where Shrek Academy had established its enrollment site was quite small, with fewer than 100 households, encircled by a wooden fence. Ostensibly to ward off wild beasts, the village entrance was bustling with a crowd. Most of those gathered were youths similar in age to Ning Fan and Zhu Zhuqing, many accompanied by their parents. At the village's threshold, a table was placed, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. Above him, a somewhat tattered sign hung from a wooden arch, inscribed with the words Shrek Academy. Beneath this inscription was a simple green emblem resembling a monstrous humanoid head. Likewise, the badge pinned to the old man's chest bore a similar visage, clearly indicating that this rather unsightly creature was the emblem of Shrek Academy. Except for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Fan, the other individuals present gazed at the worn sign with expressions of astonishment. Faced with what was clearly a dilapidated Soul Master Academy in an ordinary village, their eyes betrayed a deep sense of disappointment. Nonetheless, a flicker of hope lingered as they stood in line, speculating that perhaps this was merely a temporary testing site for Shrek Academy and that the true institution lay elsewhere. Standing apart from the crowd, Ning Fan chuckled softly upon overhearing their discussions, shaking his head. This shabby place was indeed Shrek Academy. However, the disdain and disillusionment reflected in their eyes were unwarranted, for none of them possessed the qualifications to enter Shrek Academy. After all, the minimum requirement for admission was to be no older than 13 and to possess a soul power of at least level 20. In truth, for these applicants, not gaining entry into Shrek Academy was of little consequence. To Ning Fan, Shrek Academy held no extraordinary allure. Aside from its formidable faculty comprising numerous soul emperors and soul saints, it was otherwise devoid of merit. Although it was claimed that graduates could effortlessly attain the rank of Viscount in the Empire, the students admitted were already exceptionally gifted, even if they attended other academies. Their innate talents would likely secure them noble titles upon graduation, had the students admitted not been all elite, but rather of average aptitude. Ning Fan might have regarded the academy with more esteem. However, with such stringent entry requirements, he felt Shrek Academy had little to boast. Let's queue up, Ning Fan remarked with a smile to Zhu Zhuqing, who stood beside him, observing the lengthy line. Zhu Zhuqing did not respond. Although she appeared calm and composed on the surface, her inner turmoil had yet to settle. She stepped forward to the end of the line, while Ning Fan smiled gently and followed her. While Ning Fan found little of interest in Shrek Academy, perhaps due to the effective promotion by the cunning Flandra, a considerable number of applicants had come to register. The line for enrollment stretched long, but fortunately, due to the Academy's exceptionally high standards, nearly every applicant was swiftly eliminated after a mere glance from the elderly man at the desk. Furthermore, as the old man grew increasingly impatient, he outright declared the admission criteria to all, causing the line, once exceeding 100, to dwindle to just a handful of applicants in the blink of an eye. Before long, Ning Fan and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves at the front of the line. From this vantage point, they could clearly see the elderly Soul Emperor overseeing the registration, as well as a handsome young man with flowing golden hair and striking dual-colored eyes, seated behind him, Dai Mubai, tasked with ensuring security during the registration process. As Zhu Zhuqing approached the elderly man to register, she caught sight of Dai Mubai. Despite having traveled great distances and endured hardships to reach this moment, upon finally seeing him, she felt no stirrings of emotion. Perhaps it was due to the tales of Dai Mubai's indulgent lifestyle relayed by Xiao Wu that left her profoundly disappointed. Shaking her head, she briefly regarded Dai Mubai before turning her attention back to the elderly man, extending her delicately smooth right hand. The old man examined the skeletal structure of her hand to ascertain her true age. Your bone age is appropriate. Release your martial soul. He nodded, easily discerning that Zhu Zhuqing was around 12 years old and not exceeding 13. Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with a nod and summoned her soul power, allowing her furry cat ears and tail to manifest, accompanied by 2 yellow 100-year soul rings. Level 27, a remarkable little monster. You may proceed directly to the final stage. The old man smiled approvingly at Zhu Zhuqing, who politely nodded in acknowledgement and withdrew her hand. Although she had passed, she did not hastily move forward into the small village that housed Shrek Academy. Instead, she stood still, turned to face Ning Fan, lowering her head slightly in silence. Though no words were exchanged, her actions conveyed a clear message. She was waiting for Ning Fan to finish his registration. This behavior caused Dai Mubai, who had been smiling and preparing to welcome Zhu Zhuqing, to freeze momentarily, casting a look of hostility toward the young man behind her. Oh, a couple coming to register together? The elderly registrar chuckled lightly at the sight of the pair. Though his voice was not loud, Dai Mubai, seated behind him, heard every word. Upon hearing his fiancée he referred to as someone else's partner, his expression shifted dramatically, glancing between Ning Fan and Zhu Zhuqing, only to find Ning Fan wearing a nonchalant smile and Zhu Zhuqing maintaining her cold silence, seemingly accepting the implication. Instantly, Dai Mubai's handsome face flushed crimson with anger. After a brief chuckle, the old man shifted his gaze to Ning Fan. However, you seem to have surpassed the age of 13. According to Shrek's regulations, your young girlfriend may enter, but you must return. In response, Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly, yet he displayed no sign of panic as he stepped forward confidently, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I am over 13, approaching 14. However, are not the rules of Shrek established to admit monsters? I believe I am a monster. Quite the confidence. Show me your martial soul. Let me see if you truly are a monster. The old man narrowed his eyes, observing Ning Fan intently. Ning Fan nodded slightly, then raised his right hand, channeling his soul power as a radiant spectrum of colors emanated from his palm. Gradually, this energy coalesced into a resplendent 7-layered tower, which floated above his palm, rotating continuously. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared atop the dazzling tower. 35 levels. The 7-treasure glazed tile? Observing the 7-layered tower in Ning Fan's palm, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment, erasing his previously languid demeanor, replaced by a visage of sheer surprise. Am I considered a monster? Ning Fan smiled faintly at the elder. Indeed, you are a monster, the elder chuckled heartily, then addressed Ning Fan in a hushed tone. But does your sect know you are here? They probably do not, as I have been indefinitely exiled from my sect. And I cannot return for the time being, Ning Fan replied with a casual shrug. His statement was indeed truthful. Ning Fengji's intention in seeking him was unmistakable, to prevent him from reuniting with Ning Rongrong. Although it was framed as an opportunity for training, it was essentially a form of indefinite exile. Otherwise, he would not have been bestowed with an abundance of gifts, including a spatial soul guide, gold coins, and various supplies. The elder chuckled softly, clearly skeptical of Ning Fan's claims. After all, it was already challenging for a support-type soul master to cultivate, and achieving the rank of soul master before the age of 14 was a rarity among prodigies. Not to mention this young man, who had yet to reach 14, was already at the 35 level. Such a prodigy would be cherished like a treasure within the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. How could he possibly be subjected to indefinite exile? Did Ning Fengji lose his vision? Although the elder harbored doubts about Ning Fan's words, he chose not to press further, recognizing that it might pertain to the secrets of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Since Ning Fan was reluctant to divulge information, he would not seek to discomfort himself. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing also raised her gaze to Ning Fan, her cold eyes flickering with intrigue. While the elder regarded Ning Fan as spouting nonsense, Zhu Zhuqing sensed that his words bore an element of truth. Initially, she believed she knew Ning Fan well, but after spending a few days together, she realized her understanding of him was rather superficial. For instance, there was the mysterious second martial soul that lay beyond Ning Fan's 7-treasure glazed tile. Chapter 29. Dominance. That night, following the giant python's attack, Zhu Zhuqing sat by the fire, perplexed as to why Ning Fan, a mere support-type soul master, possessed such formidable strength. After much contemplation, she found herself compelled to break the silence she wished to maintain. How is it that you are so powerful? Aren't you a support-type soul master? Zhu Zhuqing inquired of Ning Fan, who was roasting snake meat over the fire. Immediately after posing the question, she regretted her words. For they had only just met a day prior, and Ning Fan was still concealing his strength from her. It was evident that a support-type soul master wielding such terrifying combat abilities concealed a significant secret. Given their brief acquaintance and mutual reticence, her inquiry seemed rather futile. However, to her surprise, Ning Fan did not take offense. He smiled gently and chose to share his secret with her, disregarding their short acquaintance. Although the 7-treasure glaze tile is merely a non-combat auxiliary martial soul, I am a twin martial soul wielder, possessing another quite formidable martial soul. Twin martial souls. Upon hearing this revelation, Zhu Zhuqing gasped in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Ning Fan possessed the extraordinarily rare dual martial soul constitution, which allowed one individual to harbor 2 martial souls. Suddenly, the reason for Ning Fan's apparent designation as a support-type soul master, yet exhibiting such formidable combat prowess, became clear. By the way, Ning Fan continued, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing's astonished expression as he turned the roasted python meat, no one else is aware of my twin martial soul. You are the first. Please do not disclose it. Understood? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her beautiful eyes momentarily shimmering as she reflected on the previous discussions. She looked up at Ning Fan with her dark eyes, unable to suppress a thought. If he spoke the truth, then she was indeed the first to learn of his dual martial soul, which lent credibility to his claim of being exiled from the 7-treasure glaze tile sect. What could his second martial soul be? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows, her gaze fixated on the 7-colored tower in Ning Fan's hand, musing to herself. After realizing Ning Fan's extraordinary secret, she refrained from further probing into the nature of his martial soul. Their relationship was not yet deep enough, and the trust he had placed in her by sharing his twin martial soul was significant. Although she was intensely curious about his second martial soul and how it could endow him with such immense physical power without the use of martial souls or soul techniques, she felt it inappropriate to inquire further, considering their still developing relationship. Would he tell me if I asked now? Zhu Zhuqing pondered, her attention drawn to the 7-colored tower in Ning Fan's hand. She suddenly recalled the earlier scene outside the village, where Ning Fan had excitedly gripped her shoulders, promising not to allow her to marry another. Her heart quivered, and a charming blush crept onto her otherwise cool countenance, rendering her particularly alluring. Meanwhile, Ning Fan remained focused on the elder, oblivious to her reaction. However, Dai Mubai, who had been observing Zhu Zhuqing closely, noticed the subtle change. In his eyes, his fiancée's bashful demeanor towards Ning Fan suggested a mutual affection, inciting a storm of jealousy within him. His expression darkened, and with a sudden surge of emotion, he crushed the armrest of his chair to splinters. Mubai, lead them inside. Proceed directly to the 4th trial. The elder commanded after verifying Ning Fan's soul power level and physical age, waving his hand at Dai Mubai. The Shrek Academy required applicants to be under 13 years old and possess a soul power level above 20. However, once accepted, candidates would face several trials before truly entering the Shrek Academy. For Ning Fan and Zhu Zhuqing, with their soul power exceeding 25, they could bypass several intermediate trials and proceed directly to the final challenge. Follow me, both of you. Dai Mubai rose, revealing a rather unwelcoming smile as he addressed Ning Fan. Thank you, Ning Fan replied with a slight smirk. He had already sensed Dai Mubai's unfriendly demeanor. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed. As for Dai Mubai, Ning Fan wished only to advise him to reflect on whether he truly deserved Zhu Zhuqing. It had become clear to Ning Fan that Zhu Zhuqing harbored no feelings for Dai Mubai, despite his disdain for Dai Mubai's cowardly abandonment of Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Fan would refrain from reprimanding him as long as Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. However, if Dai Mubai continued to pursue Zhu Zhuqing relentlessly, with that, it was only fitting to let him experience the iron fist of an auxiliary soul master. Ning San muset inwardly, as he and the expressionless Zhu Zhuqing walked side by side into Shrek Academy, which was situated in this village. Upon entering the village, one could observe wooden structures that epitomize simplicity and rustic charm. The trio maintained a profound silence along the way. Ning Fan glanced at the cold-faced Zhu Zhuqing, offering a faint smile with his hands clasped behind him, leisurely trailing behind Dai Mubai. After a short distance, Dai Mubai led them to an open space surrounded by wooden cottages. This clearing, approximately 500 square meters, was centrally located within the village. Numerous individuals who had passed the preliminary test were engaged in the second round of assessments, a stage designed to evaluate the quality of their soul power and martial souls. However, as both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Fan had soul power levels exceeding 25, they naturally bypassed this segment and proceeded directly to the fourth challenge, which tested practical combat experience. Continuing under Dai Mubai's guidance, they arrived at another open area. At the edge of this space, a man and a woman were seated, seemingly resting due to a lack of engagement. Ning Fan recognized them instantly. They were Tang San and Xiao Wu. In the center of the clearing, a robust middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was dozing in a chair. It was evident that this was the final hurdle, the practical examination. If Ning Fan's conjecture was correct, the slumbering man was Zhao Wujin, the examiner for the practical assessment. After bringing them here, Dai Mubai noticed Zhao Wujin still asleep and approached with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing the notoriously temperamental instructor. He then turned to Ning Fan and, lowering his voice while furrowing his brow, said, "As the others have yet to complete their assessments, you shall wait here until teacher Zhao Wujin awakens or the remaining candidates finish their evaluations before the final round officially commences." Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor remained as frigid as ever. She merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Her attitude towards Dai Mubai, her nominal fiancé, was akin to that of a stranger, which sparked a flicker of indignation in his eyes. In contrast to Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, Ning Fan offered a gentle smile, lowering his voice to express his gratitude to Dai Mubai. "Thank you for the information." Hearing Ning Fan's words of thanks, Dai Mubai's gaze shifted to Ning Fan, his expression darkening as he quietly warned, "Keep your distance from her." After uttering this, he departed, as the recruitment process was not yet concluded, and he could not linger any longer. "Oh, keep my distance from her? Truly, the evil-eye white tiger is quite overbearing." Ning Fan thought to himself, a playful smile gracing his lips as he watched Dai Mubai leave. Chapter 30. Fortunate Joy, is it really you? A melodious exclamation broke the silence. Following the sound, Ning Fan turned to see Tang San and Xiao Wu, who, though they had only met briefly, recognized him and Zhu Zhuqing at once. After all, Ning Fan's flamboyant features, which Xiao Wu perceived as alluring, and the striking presence of the statuesque Zhu Zhuqing had certainly left a lasting impression during their prior encounter at the Rose Hotel. "What a coincidence! I never expected to see you here," Ning Fan remarked warmly, casting a gentle smile toward Xiao Wu and Tang San as boredom weighed on him. "Indeed, you and that Dai Mubai seem to be cut from the same cloth. It appears you were both affiliated with this academy." "Tang San, what exactly did the master recommend about this academy?" "I can't shake the feeling we've stumbled into a den of thieves," Xiao Wu murmured to Tang San, her face scrunching up in displeasure. At nearly 14 years of age, Ning Fan's youthful innocence had faded, and the benefits of soul cultivation had refined his physique, making him appear to be of similar age to Dai Mubai. He was no longer the typical new recruit under 13 that Shrek Academy sought. Thus, upon seeing him, Xiao Wu mistakenly assumed he and Dai Mubai were of the same ilk, both seasoned students of the less-than-stellar Shrek Academy. This led her to draw parallels with the peculiar sausage vendor they had encountered earlier, amplifying her concerns about the academy. Although Xiao Wu's whisper was soft, Ning Fan heard her clearly, and a flicker of discontent crossed his eyes. "You may accuse me of being lecherous, having poor character, or lacking morals. However, to equate me with Dai Mubai is something I cannot abide." Clearing his throat lightly, he addressed Xiao Wu with a charming smile. "I am Ning Fan, a newly enrolled student at Shrek Academy. May I inquire about your names?" "A new student?" Xiao Wu's disbelief was apparent, while Tang San appeared equally taken aback. "Haha, while I may be a bit older, my soul power training is commendable, thus they accepted me," Ning Fan replied, a flash of brilliance illuminating his right palm as a wave of soul power surged forth, manifesting the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda? Soul Master? Tang San's pupils constricted in surprise. Ning Fan smiled lightly, retracting his martial soul back into his body with a flick of his hand. Tang San, regaining his composure, nodded at Ning Fan. "I am Tang San. Tang San, may I ask what your relationship is with this young lady? Given that you were residing in a couple's hotel, could it be that Ning Fan's lips curled into a teasing smile? Tang San's heart raced at the implication, and he hastily waved his hands in denial. She's my sister, Xiao Wu. We are not in that kind of relationship. Indeed, Tang San is quite earnest. He is not that sort of person. Xiao Wu chimed in. Oh, you're not in that kind of relationship? Ning Fan feigned surprise before continuing. I had assumed as much, which is why I thought you might perceive us in such a light. Zhu Zhuqing and I merely crossed paths on our journey to Shrek Academy. Hence we chose to travel together. When we reached Soto City, we found a hotel and rented 2 rooms to rest. I never imagined that as an auxiliary soul master, I would be misjudged as a lecherous rogue attempting to entice young maidens. Tang San, do you not think this is somewhat unjust? Ning Fan maintained a cordial smile directed at Tang San, yet an invisible pressure emanated from him. At this moment, Xiao Wu, upon hearing Ning Fan's words, recognized that her initial judgment had been clouded by her earlier encounter with Dai Mubai, leading her to misinterpret the relationship between Ning Fan and Zhu Zhuqing. Given that Zhu Zhuqing had successfully arrived at Shrek Academy, it was evident she was a prodigy in martial soul cultivation, far from being easily swayed like the twins in Dai Mubai's embrace. However, despite acknowledging her error, Xiao Wu's stubborn nature compelled her to feign ignorance, dismissing everything as if she were unaware. Upon witnessing this, Tang San's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized that the fault lay with his side. He immediately expressed his sincere apologies, saying, I am sorry. It was indeed our mistake. I apologize on behalf of Xiao Wu. Noticing Tang San's apology, Xiao Wu felt it was inappropriate to feign ignorance and promptly approached Ning Fan, gently patting him on the shoulder. I'm really sorry for the misunderstanding, but rest assured, since I was in the wrong, if you encounter any trouble at Shrek Academy in the future, feel free to seek me out. I will look after you. With a bold demeanor, Xiao Wu confidently addressed Ning Fan, despite the fact that her martial soul had revealed that his soul power was at least several levels above her own, exceeding level 30. However, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda was an auxiliary martial soul, lacking in combat prowess. Thus Xiao Wu felt no pressure in making her declaration. Look after me? Ning Fan took it softly. I do not require your protection. The presence of Zhu Zhuqing alone is sufficient for me. ISNT that right. Zhuqing, you will look after me, won't you? He tilted his head downwards, winking at the silent Zhu Zhuqing, who had been maintaining her stoic demeanor. At this, a faint smile graced her usually cold features as she lifted her gaze to meet Ning Fan's, her voice like a gentle spring stream, as she replied, Yes. I will look after you. Ding. Your battle experience has increased by 1 point. Ding. Your forging talent has increased by 1 point. Ding. You have received 3 gold coins. A series of notifications echoed in Ning Fan's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to curl upwards. Oh, it seems I was not entirely mistaken. Xiao Wu remarked with a pout upon witnessing the unfolding events. Well, since Zhuqing will be looking after me, and you both have apologized, I shall forgive you for tarnishing my reputation. With a slight smile, Ning Fan felt in good spirits and chose not to dwell on the matter further. By the way, given that you have been here for a while, aside from the 4 of us, are there no other new students who have passed the first 3 trials? Ning Fan suddenly recalled something, his expression turning serious as he inquired of Tang San and Xiao Wu. We have only just arrived as well, but apart from us. There are no others, Tang San replied with a shake of his head. Oh, that's a relief. Ning Fan exhaled, a look of relief crossing his face. Earlier, he had scanned the registration area and noticed the absence of Ning Rongrong. According to Tang San, there were no others present aside from their group. So Ning Rongrong was not there. Although, based on Ning Fan's recollections, Ning Rongrong was supposed to come to Shrek Academy at Ning Fengji's behest. The lack of her presence both inside and out raised concerns. At this moment, a thought surged into Ning Fan's mind, a plausible notion. The reason for Ning Rongrong's prolonged absence could very well be that Ning Fengji had suddenly changed his mind, preventing her from coming to Shrek Academy. With this realization, Ning Fan glanced at the cool girl beside him, a wave of gratitude washing over him. Truly, fortune favors me. Just as Ning Fan was reveling in his silent joy. At the village entrance, as the line in front of the desk dissipated, the elderly man responsible for age verification, seeing that no one wished to be tested, stood to leave when suddenly a bright voice called out, Teacher, wait a moment, I'm still here. Chapter 31. sister with her short hair framing a delicate, fair complexion. Though her figure did not boast the same voluptuousness as Zhu Zhuqing, she radiated an air of grace. She exuded a transcendent aura, reminiscent of a young noblewoman of refined education. Furthermore, her smile was sweet like a warm spring breeze, captivating every young soul master disheartened by the stringent enrollment criteria of Shrek Academy. She was, of course, the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Rongrong. Initially, Ning Rongrong had no desire to attend Shrek Academy. Her heart was set on finding the mysteriously vanished Ning Fan. A week prior, upon being released from her confinement by Ning Fan, she discovered to her dismay that Ning Fan had disappeared from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. When she inquired of her father, she learned that Ning Fan had left the sect to embark on his own journey of cultivation during her confinement. Naturally, her father claimed that Ning Fan had chosen to leave voluntarily. However, with her keen intellect, Ning Rongrong did not believe her father's words. How could Ning Fan, who cherished her so deeply, abandon her without a word and venture out alone? She was convinced that her father must have employed some underhanded tactic to force him away. The thought of Ning Fan being coerced into leaving the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect ignited a sense of urgency within her, prompting a heated argument with her father in hopes of obtaining information about Ning Fan's whereabouts. Yet, Ning Fan divulged nothing and insisted that after her confinement, she was to proceed to Shrek Academy for training. Thus, Ning Rongrong departed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect for Shrek Academy. However, throughout her journey, the rebellious Ning Rongrong sought every opportunity to escape and search for Ning Fan. But under the watchful protection of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, she was unable to succeed. Eventually, a message from her father reached her, stating that if she continued to be disobedient and delayed her entry into Shrek Academy, Ning Fan would ensure she would never see Ning Fan again and would not disclose his whereabouts. Threatened by her father's words, Ning Rongrong quickly complied. Yet, this only intensified her aversion toward Shrek Academy. As the enrollment period was nearing its end, she finally arrived, albeit late and with a hesitant heart. "Extend your right hand so I may assess your bone age, and then release your martial soul," the elderly examiner instructed Ning Rongrong gently. "All right." Ning Rongrong beamed brightly, her lively smile capturing the attention of many young onlookers. It must be noted that while Ning Rongrong was a mischievous little devil within the confines of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, to those unfamiliar with her character, her sweet smile and striking beauty painted her as an endearing neighborhood girl. Indeed, around 12 years of age, and her martial soul level is above 25. The examiner nodded in satisfaction. His gaze shifted to the martial soul resting in Ning Rongrong's palm, and a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. Another little genius from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Oh, another one? Ning Rongrong blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of confusion crossing her features, not entirely grasping the situation. However, soon after, as she successfully passed the first 3 trials and reached the 4th stage, where Ning Fan, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu stood, she spotted the familiar figure of the man who had captured her thoughts, and all her confusion dissipated. "Ning Fan." Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes glimmered with tears, her hands covering her mouth as she exclaimed in pure delight. However, this joyful outcry caused Ning Fan's sturdy frame to shudder, prompting him to turn around. His gaze fell upon a charming girl clad in a white dress, her fair and exquisite features radiating an adorable allure. As she looked at him with eyes shimmering with excitement, Ning Fan let out a long sigh. Eventually, there was no escaping fate. He watched as the girl rushed towards him like a fledgling swallow's returning to its nest. At that moment, Ning Fan had no choice but to open his arms in resignation. With a soft thud, the exuberant Ning Rongrong leaped into his embrace, the force of her impact causing Ning Fan to stagger back 2 steps to cushion the blow and protect her from harm. You come here too. Did Daddy send you?" she asked, her head nestled in his chest. After taking a deep breath, she looked up, her big, beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ning Fan's expression changed in surprise, and he quickly interrupted her. "The sect leader did not send me here. I have been temporarily exiled by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, severing all ties with the sect. I am here for certain reasons and never expected to encounter you in this academy." "Oh, I see." Ning Rongrong's lovely eyes dimmed at his words. initially believing that his appearance here was at her father's behest. Moreover, upon hearing of Ning Fan's exile and disconnection from the sect, a wave of guilt washed over her, rendering her silent. Ning Fan exhaled a long breath, relieved that he had interrupted Ning Rongrong before she could divulge any critical information, thus narrowly avoiding a disaster. However, even without revealing anything of significance, the intimate gestures and flirtatious words exchanged between Ning Rongrong and Ning Fan still stirred discomfort within someone nearby. At that moment, Ning Fan felt a tug at the corner of his garment and turned to meet Zhu Zhuqing's cold gaze. "Who is she?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her expression as frosty as ever, her lips parting ever so slightly to utter those three simple words. At the same time, Ning Rongrong nestled in Ning Fan's embrace. Noticed Zhu Zhuqing, the stunning girl standing beside Ning Fan, who was of similar age and possessed an alluring figure. She blinked her beautiful eyes and posed the same question. "Ning Fan, who is she?" Caught off guard by the simultaneous attention of both girls, Ning Fan's mind raced. Although he had anticipated this scenario countless times, the reality of it left him momentarily flustered. After calming himself and donning a gentle smile, he spoke softly to Zhu Zhuqing. "This is Ning Rongrong, my dear friend, and in a sense, my sister from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise as she regarded Ning Fan, evidently taken aback by his public introduction of her identity. Her cheeks puffed in indignation, ready to retort, but upon meeting Ning Fan's gaze, she hesitated. Suddenly, she remembered that her father would disapprove of their relationship, and revealing their connection might lead to complications. Realizing this, she relinquished her objection, feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet acquiescing to Ning Fan's description. "And this is Zhu Zhuqing, my travel companion, who has been responsible for my protection along the way. We share a profound friendship," Ning Fan added, relieved to see Ning Rongrong accept his explanation without protest. "Is that so?" Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes narrowed in skepticism as she scrutinized Ning Fan. He nodded, maintaining his calm demeanor, satisfied that she found no substantial issue in his words. Ning Rongrong refrained from further doubt. After all, in her proud mind, she believed that Ning Fan, who had previously held such affection for her, could not possibly have developed feelings for someone else so swiftly, especially since he had only left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for 2 weeks. As Ning Rongrong cast a sweet smile at Zhu Zhuqing, expressing her gratitude for taking care of Ning Fan, Zhu Zhuqing felt an unsettling sensation but could not pinpoint its source. However, when she observed Ning Fan's assertion of Zhu Zhuqing's protective role, Ning Rongrong remained unfazed, which inexplicably calmed her inner turmoil. Ning Fan's second martial soul, indeed, was as he had previously indicated. This revelation was known solely to her, a secret that even the girl referred to as Ning Fan's sister was unaware of. With this understanding, Zhu Zhuqing returned Ning Rongrong's sweet smile and nodded. Her icy demeanor momentarily softened as she gently uttered, "Hello, Rongrong." "Hello, Sister Zhuqing," Ning Rongrong replied in a cheerful tone. A harmonious atmosphere enveloped them, and Ning Fan couldn't help but think of those 4 words. Yet he wondered how long this harmony would last. Observing the 2 girls, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Although Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong appeared similar in age and looks, his memory suggested that Ning Rongrong was slightly older. Wasn't Zhu Zhuqing's calling her sister a bit off? No, considering it from another perspective, despite being younger, Zhu Zhuqing addressing Ning Rongrong as sister was not entirely incorrect. What was this sisterly bond? They hadn't even entered Shrek Academy yet, and already they were eager to forge familial ties? Just then, a deep and resonant voice of a middle-aged man echoed in everyone's ears. Zhao Wujia, who had been dozing on a nearby chair, stirred from his slumber, his bleary eyes gradually opening. He gazed at the 5 young individuals before him, as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. This year's 4th challenge has 5 participants? Indeed, Teacher Zhao. All 5 of them have reached a soul power level of over 25, exempting them from the 2nd and 3rd tests, allowing them to come directly here. Dai Mu Bai, having completed his guarding duties, arrived shortly after Ning Rongrong and quickly informed Zhao Wujia upon seeing him awaken. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia's eyes lit up as he rose from his chair. Although he was not particularly tall or striking in appearance, he exuded a formidable presence. Despite being shorter than Ning Fan, He projected an aura of strength. His broad shoulders resembled a fortress, and the outer garment could hardly conceal his muscular build, akin to that of iron. Though his expression was amiable, his imposing physique naturally conveyed an undeniable sense of authority. 5 of you have surpassed the 25th level, quite impressive. Monsters emerge every year, but this year there seems to be an especially abundant presence. Here, I stand at the final threshold. Should you pass my test, you will gain entry to Shrek Academy. However, my trials are not easily overcome. Practical experience is essential for every soul master, and it is your capabilities in this regard that I shall assess. My name is Zhao Wujia. Since all 5 of you possess soul power levels above 25, I shall engage with you. You will have the time it takes for a stick of incense to strategize your cooperation. After this period, the test shall commence. If you can endure my assault for the duration of a stick of incense, even if just one of you perseveres until the end, you will be deemed successful. With that, he gazed at the stunned individuals before him. At that moment, Dai Mubai hastily approached and said, "Teacher Zhao, this seems inappropriate." "What? Do you find it problematic?" "The dean is not home today. In Shrek Academy, I am the authority. My word is final," Zhao Wujia proclaimed, waving his hand emphatically. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression shifted, and he quickly withdrew, choosing not to press further. "Dai Mubai, is this Zhao Wujia teacher truly formidable?" Xiao Wu inquired, her brow furrowed. "Indeed, he is exceptionally strong," Dai Mubai affirmed with a solemn nod. "Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the mighty bear, an extraordinarily powerful beast martial soul, renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. It is virtually impervious to damage from soul masters of the same level. However, as you might expect, such bear-like martial souls tend to be cumbersome, which is a critical flaw in terms of speed. Yet, against you, this disadvantage will not be significant. His formidable attack power and unparalleled defense leave many soul masters of the same rank utterly helpless. Even when standing still, allowing the enemy to attack without retaliation, he suffers no harm. Hence, he is also known by the moniker Immovable King. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards the group. "Incredible! What level of soul power does he possess? Surely he cannot be a soul emperor?" Xiao Wu asked again. Just as Dai Mubai was about to respond, Ning Rongrong interjected. "He is not a soul emperor. He should be a soul saint. I have heard my father mention the title Immovable King a decade ago." Zhao Wujia had a conflict with the Martial Soul Hall, during which they dispatched 16 soul emperor-level bishops to capture him. Remarkably, he escaped their siege. And now he must be even more powerful. I would estimate his level at over 70. The others fell silent at her words, save for Ning Fan, who seemed unfazed. "A soul saint?" They gasped in disbelief. "Indeed, now you should grasp the formidable nature of Teacher Zhao," Dai Mubai nodded, addressing the group. He then focused on Zhu Zhuqing. Speaking gently, "Be cautious. Teacher Zhao is likely to be toying with you and won't unleash his full strength. Take care not to get injured." This apparent concern from Dai Mubai elicited no response from Zhu Zhuqing, her expression remaining icy, as though she had not heard him. Observing this, a flicker of anger crossed Dai Mubai's eyes. He was not a man of great patience. Sensing the tension, Tang Xin quickly interjected to defuse the situation. Smiling as he said, "Well, Daigo has shared many valuable insights. Let us introduce ourselves." He proceeded, "I am Tang San, with the Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul, a 29th level control type Soul Master. Xiao Wu, Beast Martial Soul Rabbit, also a 29th level Assault type Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing, Beast Martial Soul Phantom Spirit Cat, a 27th level Agility type Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, Equipment Martial Soul 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, a 26th level Support type Soul Master." Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's introduction, Tang San's eyes widened in surprise. "Your martial soul is also the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile? It makes sense, given that you share the same surname." A hint of concern flickered in Tang San's gaze. While the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile is reputed to be the most potent support-type martial soul on the continent, having 2 soul masters with the same martial soul and abilities in one team yields limited effectiveness. Then, Ning Fan's voice chimed in, "I am Ning Fan, with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul, a 35th level support-type Soul Master." At this revelation, all eyes turned to Ning Rongrong and Ning Fan. Since they were the only two support-type soul masters in the group, possessing the same martial soul and skills, they could only deploy one in battle, leaving the other to observe. Given that Ning Fan, a 35th level support-type soul master, far surpassed Ning Rongrong, a 26th level great soul master, it was evident that only Ning Fan would join the fray. However, sensing the collective gaze upon him, Ning Fan smiled, glancing at Zhao Wujie in the distance before speaking. Let Rongrong join you in battle. You can fight freely for the duration of a stick of incense. I shall stand by to support and prevent any injuries. Should you falter, I will take over the remainder of the time. Tang San frowned, clearly struggling to comprehend Ning Fan's statement. He found it difficult to understand why Ning Fan, as a support-type soul master, would choose to remain on the sidelines, especially given his superior abilities compared to Ning Rongrong. Dai Mu Bai, observing the situation, regarded Ning Fan with a hint of scorn, mistakenly believing that he feared Zhao Wujie's prowess and lacked combat experience. What? You are at level 35? When did you achieve such a high rank? Just then, an exclamation rang out, with Ning Rongrong's large, beautiful eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Ning Fan. Although Ning Rongrong was known as the little demon girl within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she possessed the highest innate talent among her peers. This had always been her source of pride. Yet, at this moment, Ning Fan had completely reshaped her understanding. While she was currently at level 26, Ning Fan had effortlessly reached level 35, surpassing her by a full 9 levels, despite being nearly 2 years her senior. Even the proud Ning Rongrong had to concede that in a span of 2 years, she might not reach level 35. This realization stirred a sense of anxiety within her. Previously, in her interactions with Ning Fan, she had always felt she occupied an undeniably dominant position, even after she had boldly confessed her feelings for him. After all, to most, Ning Fan appeared rather ordinary, save for his pleasant appearance. However, Ning Rongrong was quite different. Not only was she exceptionally talented, but she was also the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The disparity in their statuses and talents, coupled with the fact that Ning Fan had always pursued Ning Rongrong, led her to subconsciously regard her position and attitude as superior to his, despite her affection for him. In her eyes, her bold confession to Ning Fan was a noble gift to him. After all, she thought, I am so beautiful, possess exceptional talent, and am a princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. How fortunate you are to have captured the affection of someone like me. This had long been Ning Rongrong's belief. Yet now, Ning Fan's displayed talent had surpassed her own, shattering the pride she had always exhibited in front of him and instilling in her a sense of insecurity. Seeing the adorable shock on Ning Rongrong's face, Ning Fan smiled subtly, lifting his right hand to affectionately ruffle her hair like a kind older brother. It's just level 35. Having a high rank isn't something to boast about. It's understandable that you didn't know. What kind of siblings are you? You don't even know this? Xiao Wu remarked with a hint of exasperation at Ning Rongrong's dazed expression. Were it not for the fact that both Ning Fan and Ning Rongrong shared the surname Ning and possessed the same martial spirit, she might have suspected they were pretending to be siblings, given their ignorance of such basic details. Enough dawdling. You should quickly devise a strategy without including me. Ning Fan urget swiftly. He then glanced at the imposing figure of Zhao Wujie, his eyes flickering slightly. The previous encounter with the harmless 1,000-year-old python had merely been a warm-up, hardly qualifying as a battle. Ning Fan was entirely unaware of the limits of his abilities without activating his second martial spirit. After absorbing the reward from the system, a 5,000-year-old right arm bone, and gaining a unique soul skill, his strength had significantly increased, leaving him even more uncertain about his capabilities. Zhao Wujie, with his robust physique, presented an ideal test subject. Before long, Tang San had formulated a combat plan. Xiao Wu would take the lead in attack. He would control the situation. Zhu Zhuqing would maneuver to distract the enemy, and Ning Rongrong would provide support from the rear. As for Ning Fan, he had requested to remain at the edge of the battlefield, abstaining from using any soul skills, merely focusing on self-preservation. The strategy was simple and direct, but the specifics would depend on their adaptability during the combat. After a brief incense stick's worth of discussion, the time was upon them. All right, little monsters, prepare to endure the trials of battle. Zhao Wujie's powerful voice resonated. After speaking, he planted an incense stick into the ground. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong formed a group, on one side of the arena. As for Ning Fan, excluded from the combat plan, he stood alone at the far side of the field, distanced from the others, readying himself at the periphery. At that moment, Ning Rongrong began to turn gracefully, her melodious voice mingling with the flutter of her white dress. 7 treasures, glazed tile, manifest. As her words fell, a resplendent, multicolored tower emerged in her palm, casting a radiant glow that made her appear celestial. Witnessing this scene, Ning Fan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, there's a distinction among people. When Ning Rongrong's delicate hand cradled the 7 treasures glazed tile to release her soul skill, she resembled an ethereal being. In contrast, when Ning Fan held the 7 treasures glazed tile to unleash his soul skill, he felt less like a support-type soul master and more akin to a tower-wielding deity. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength. Ning Rongrong intoned softly, and the first soul ring glimmered, sending 3 beams of light from the tower that landed on Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. The second is speed. Again, 3 beams of light floated forth from the tower and enveloped the trio. After completing her supportive soul skills, Ning Rongrong flashed a sweet smile at the 3. Good luck. Not bad at all. Who would have thought that even someone from the 7 treasure glazed tile school would join us at Shrek Academy? I wonder how thrilled Flander will be when he finds out. As her words faded, Zhao Wujia sprang forward, not granting the trio a chance to initiate an attack. Charging directly toward the auxiliary soul master, Ning Rongrong. Noticing this, Tang San sensed the urgency. Fortunately, Zhao Wujia's speed was not overwhelming, as everyone swiftly retreated. Just before Zhao Wujia reached Ning Rongrong, dark, long vines erupted from the ground beneath her, pulling her away to safety. They couldn't afford to engage in a direct confrontation with a soul master like Zhao Wujia. Gotcha! Zhao Wujia exclaimed with delight as he saw Tang San and the others retreating in alarm. After forcing them back, he pivoted and accelerated toward Ning Fan. Ning Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhao Wujia's first target would be him. Why is he coming straight for me? He thought, bewildered. It seemed illogical. He had made a concerted effort to remain inconspicuous, not even releasing his martial spirit or making a sound, yet Zhao Wujia had still singled him out. In truth, had it not been for Ning Rongrong's surprised exclamation, Zhao Wujia might have overlooked Ning Fan, who had been quietly standing at the edge. During the earlier discussion about their battle strategy, Zhao Wujia, as a soul saint with a beast martial spirit, possessed keen senses but had not eavesdropped on Tang San's group. However, Ning Rongrong's astonished cry had unexpectedly revealed Ning Fan's impressive level of soul power, leading Zhao Wujia to conclude that he was the strongest among the newcomers. Now, witnessing that the highest-ranked Ning Fan was not with the other 4, but rather standing apart at the edge, without his martial spirit activated, seemed highly suspicious to Zhao Wujia. He thought, this kid must be hiding something. I need to eliminate him first to prevent any unforeseen complications. As Zhao Wujia charged towards him, Ning Fan found himself momentarily stunned. He had initially intended for Tang San and the others to engage first, allowing them to participate in the assessment and gauge their strength. Although he believed he could withstand Zhao Wujia's full force for a brief period without his martial spirit, he felt that taking the lead would deprive them of the opportunity to shine. But plans often change unexpectedly, and he had not anticipated that Zhao Wujia would focus on him right away. However, the current situation compelled him to take action. Chapter 34. Mastery of Space, Be Cautious. Ning Fan, came the urgent cries from Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with concern as she watched Zhao Wujia charge towards the motionless Ning Fan. As the distance between them diminished, Ning Rongrong, who had never witnessed Ning Fan's true strength, instinctively closed her beautiful eyes in fear, imagining the horrifying sight of Ning Fan being violently struck by the ferocious Zhao Wujia. His bones shattered. On the sidelines, Dai Mubai observed this with a hint of schadenfreude. Ning Fan, who had fled to the edge in fear of battle, had unexpectedly become Zhao Laosher's first target. In Dai Mubai's eyes, this was entirely a case of reaping what one had sown. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, with her cool and composed gaze, also felt a twinge of worry. Although she had witnessed Ning Fan's resilience against the 1,000-year soul beast, she still felt her heart racing as she saw him remain stationary. After all, the 1,000-year soul beast they had encountered, while powerful, was merely a small insect in the face of Soul Sage. Ning Fan had effortlessly dealt with the giant serpent. Yet now he maintained such a relaxed demeanor against Zhao Wujie, a Soul Sage, which was exceedingly perilous. At that moment, Ning Fan stood still, a frown creasing his brow as he regarded Zhao Wujie. Though he had previously yearned for a direct confrontation, a test of strength between men, the sight of Zhao Wujie's fierce and relentless charge, resembling a rampaging bull, made Ning Fan swallow hard and reconsider. He resolved to temporarily refrain from direct conflict and instead employ a subtle tactic to impede Zhao Wujie's charge. A golden light quietly emanated from Ning Fan's right arm, accompanied by a faint fluctuation of soul power. The space around his right arm shimmered with ripples barely perceptible to the naked eye. This was the soul skill conferred by the 5,000-year-old right arm bone he had acquired. Upon absorbing this bone, Ning Fan had not received the overwhelmingly powerful soul skill he had anticipated. Aside from feeling a slight increase in strength, the soul skill associated with the 5,000-year-old right arm bone was not particularly formidable. Yet, it was the soul skill he had long desired, the one most suitable for him at this moment: mastery of space. The innate divine ability of the ancient void dragon was the ability to traverse the void and command the power of space. As a wielder of the ancient void dragon martial spirit, it was only natural that Ning Fan should possess such an ability. However, due to his insufficient strength, he could not fully manifest even the arm of an ancient dragon. Currently, he could only sense the existence of spatial power, utterly incapable of utilizing it or understanding how to do so. The soul skill of spatial mastery granted by the 5,000-year-old right arm bone significantly enhanced Ning Fan's control over the power of space, elevating it to several levels. Although he could now manipulate spatial power, his low soul power level rendered him incapable of using it in direct combat. For instance, he could not condense a spatial spear to silently assassinate an opponent, nor could he directly cause a spatial collapse to create a chaotic storm that would annihilate enemies. Even the simplest act of creating a spatial portal to banish foes to another dimension was beyond his current capabilities. Nevertheless, although the soul skill of spatial mastery could not be employed in direct confrontation, its remarkable flexibility allowed for creative applications in battle, potentially catching opponents off guard if used skillfully. Zhao Laoshi, be careful. Ning Sun, he spit it. He then slightly bent his right palm, the center glowing with a faint silver light, and grasped at the void before him. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie's expression changed dramatically. As he charged fiercely towards Ning Fan, he stumbled just 2 steps away, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, regaining his footing before suffering a humiliating fall. At that moment, he distinctly felt as if something had tightly grasped his right foot. Initially, he thought it was Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnaring him, but upon looking down, he found nothing but empty space. The onlookers were utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. How had the fierce Zhao Wujie come to a halt just before Ning Fan? And how had he stumbled in front of Ning Fan, nearly toppling over? Zhao Laoshi, what is wrong? Could it be that age has caught up with you, leading to osteoporosis? Are your legs giving you trouble? Ning Fan quipped, his gaze fixed intently on the empty space before him, veins bulging as he exerted himself to grasp the intangible void. He then exhaled deeply and smiled at Zhao Wujie. Kid, did you do this? Just as I suspected. You have something unusual, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, lifting his right foot with effort, only to find himself unable to break free from the invisible restraint. His eyes sparkled with interest as he regarded Ning Fan. Oh, what do you mean, Zhao Laoshi? I'm afraid I don't understand. Ning Fan replied with a light chuckle. You truly possess some peculiar means. But to think you could ensnare me with such tricks. You underestimate me, Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie retorted, stomping his right foot on the ground and snorting coldly, bending his foot upwards with force. At that moment, a glimmer of amusement crossed Ning Fan's eyes. He tightened his grip on the void, mirroring Zhao Wujie's upward motion with his own right hand, and then he released his grip. Zhao Wujie was completely unprepared for the sudden disappearance of the binding force, and as it vanished, he found himself propelled upward by an unexpected surge of power from his right foot. Instantly, his balance was disrupted, and he stumbled backward. With a soft thud, Zhao Wujie, a soul sage renowned for his might, comically fell to the ground, leaving everyone around him in stunned silence. Even Zhao Wujie himself, lying on the ground and gazing up at the exceptionally bright blue sky, was bewildered. How could a soul sage like him have fallen victim to the schemes of a mere soul master? Chapter 35. Even stranger Zhao Laoshi. Aren't you going to get up? A fifth of the incense time has already passed. As Zhao Wujia gazed at the azure sky and pondered the meaning of life, a light and airy voice suddenly broke the silence. Startled, Zhao Wujia snapped back to reality, slapping the ground with his right hand and leaping upright. His gaze fell upon the incense stick he had planted in the earth, now burned down by more than a fifth. He then turned his attention to the young man standing before him, the one who had embarrassed him so thoroughly. This lad was indeed peculiar. What strange technique are you employing? Though Zhao Wujia was a soul sage, he remained unaware of the extraordinary power of spatial energy. He could only sense an invisible force, entirely devoid of any discernible trace, seemingly manipulated by Ning Fan, causing him to lose face. Initially, Zhao Wujia had assumed this was a soul skill from Ning Fan's martial soul. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Ning Fan had not even released his martial soul, nor did he possess any visible soul rings, making it impossible for this to be a soul skill. As for the alternative possibility, soul bone skills, Zhao Wujia considered it, but quickly dismissed it. The activation of soul bone skills would emit distinct soul power fluctuations, which, given his current strength, he could not have missed. Thus, he remained utterly baffled by the nature of Ning Fan's power, unaware of its origin or the manner in which it was controlled. Ning Fan, fully aware of Zhao Wujia's confusion regarding the source of his unique ability, understood that his command of spatial energy stemmed from the 5,000-year-old soul bone skill, space mastery, bestowed upon his right arm. However, this skill differed from typical soul skills. It was a special passive ability that enhanced Ning Fan's innate talent of the void ancient dragon. Unlike ordinary soul bone skills that merely provided an additional skill upon absorption, this was something far more profound. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable that Zhao Wujia could not comprehend it. It is merely an innate ability of my martial soul. There is no need for alarm, Teacher Zhao, Ning Fan remarked with a subtle smile. Innate abilities of martial souls? Zhao Wujia was taken aback. Typically, martial souls lacked such innate powers, with only a handful of exceptionally rare and potent martial souls possessing unique divine abilities. Intrigued, he regarded Ning Fan with renewed interest, eager to uncover the extraordinary martial soul that this young man possessed. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu, overhearing the conversation between Zhao Wujia and Ning Fan, cast astonished glances towards Ning Rongrong, except for Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, curious, poked Ning Rongrong in the side and inquired, "Hey, no wonder the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the strongest support-type martial soul in the continent. I never imagined it concealed such a special innate ability. Rongrong, what on earth is that power?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong turned her head in a daze, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. The innate ability of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, as the daughter of the sect master and the rightful wielder of the authentic Seven Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul. How could she be completely unaware of such a thing? Noticing the questioning gazes of Tang San and the others, Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, shook her head, and softly replied, "I do not possess such an ability. I do not know." "Hey, are you two really siblings? How can you not know this?" Xiao Wu murmured, perplexed. Ning Rongrong's heart tightened at Xiao Wu's innocent comment as she cast her gaze towards Ning Fan in the distance. Suddenly, she realized that the Ning Fan she had parted with just 2 weeks ago felt somewhat unfamiliar. Reflecting on it, she recalled that in the past, even a mere separation of 2 or 3 days would have elicited an enthusiastic inquiry from Ning Fan about her recent circumstances. If she were feeling down, he would go to great lengths to make her smile. However, upon this reunion, she sensed a change in Ning Fan's demeanor, a certain distance that felt unsettling. His rapid advancement in soul power and the special ability he demonstrated, which even a soul sage like Zhao Wujia fell victim to, further contributed to her feelings of unfamiliarity. This realization sent a wave of panic coursing through her, leaving her unsure of how to navigate these changes. Her delicate hands intertwined as her lovely eyes remained fixed on Ning Fan. As her gaze fell upon the figure clad in a flowing azure robe, handsome and composed even while facing Zhao Wujia, a smile gracing his lips, she felt as though lightning had struck her heart. Her pulse quickened, and her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. Though the 2 weeks apart had rendered Ning Fan somewhat strange to her, she now recognized that she found herself liking him even more. Kid, are you not going to unleash your martial soul? Though your innate ability is rather peculiar. After experiencing your earlier move, you won't be able to catch me off guard so easily, Zhao Wujie remarked, turning his head and flexing his wrist as he looked at Ning Fan with a smile. Oh, so Teacher Zhao wishes to see my martial soul? While I would love to fulfill your request immediately, I think I shall play a little longer, Ning Fan replied, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. With a flick of his middle finger, a fist-sized black stone leaped from the ground and hovered in the palm of his hand. Go, he commanded with a slight smile. And in an instant, the stone transformed into a black streak, shooting forth silently. Zhao Wujie watched as the stone hurtled toward his face, his expression unchanged, even refusing to move his feet. Just as the stone was about to make contact, it suddenly veered sharply, brushing perilously close to his skin before speeding past. Is that all? Zhao Wujie smirked, but just as a smile began to form on his lips, a soft sound echoed from behind his head. Bang! The smile vanished from Zhao Wujie's face as he raised his right hand to touch the back of his head, discovering gray-black stone dust on his fingers. At that moment, his mind was filled with a single thought. He had been outwitted again. Though the impact of the small stone was not significant, and it inflicted no real harm, the act was undeniably humiliating for a soul sage. What kind of technique is this? No, this isn't a technique. This is that peculiar power. Tang San, who had been observing from the sidelines, noted the unusual trajectory of the stone as it swiftly changed direction mid-air, striking Zhao Wujie on the back of the head. The unique flight path led him to instinctively perceive it as a special concealed weapon technique. Suddenly realizing the situation, Ning Fan shook his head. He had witnessed the stone he had just launched floating in mid-air without any special technique. Although it was not a hidden weapon maneuver, the peculiar trajectory it took in the air was akin to the intricate and sophisticated techniques employed by the Tang sect's concealed weapons. Moreover, under the scrutiny of Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes, he discerned a unique aspect. The fragments of stone that Ning Fan casually projected traversed the air at an astonishing speed, yet they caused not the slightest disturbance, moving silently and without a trace. This revelation left Tang San utterly astounded. It was known that even the smallest and most exquisitely designed concealed weapons produced some minor changes and sounds during their flight. However, the stone Ning Fan had casually thrown caused no alterations in the surrounding space whatsoever. It was utterly silent, and without the naked eye, it would have been nearly impossible to perceive its presence. It was precisely this characteristic that had led the soul sage Zhao Wujie to suffer a setback. Observing Zhao Wujie, who remained unscathed, Ning Fan shook his head slightly. As he had surmised, Zhao Wujie possessed a tough and resilient physique. The blow that had struck him on the back of the head would have rendered a soul master of the soul, sovereign level, unconscious. Yet, in a state of complete unpreparedness, Zhao Wujie had endured it without sustaining any injury, nor had he even flinched. The hard stone had collided with his head as if an egg had struck a boulder, shattering upon impact. Undoubtedly, Zhao Wujie's cranial defense was formidable and exceptionally tough. Just how tough it was, Ning Fan could not ascertain, but it was certainly much harder than stone. This was merely Zhao Wujie relying on his physical defenses without utilizing his soul power. From this, one could surmise the extent of his durability. One could only wonder if it rivaled that of steel. An idea suddenly sparked in Ning Fan's mind. The speed and power he had just exhibited marked the limit of what he could achieve at his current level by manipulating spatial forces. Of course, this was only the capability associated with ordinary stones. Had he employed a flying knife crafted from fine iron, the power would have undoubtedly escalated significantly. Perhaps, had he utilized a sharp flying knife instead of a common stone, it could have silently pierced Zhao Wujie's head. Although Ning Fan believed that even a fine iron knife might not inflict significant harm on Zhao Wujie, it could potentially graze him slightly. Upon contemplating this, Ning Fan resolved to forge some concealed weapons, such as flying knives, to complement his spatial powers in combat. However, he was not particularly skilled in weapon crafting. Despite possessing the forging talent bestowed by the system, his proficiency was only at 40 points, hardly sufficient to be considered proficient. Additionally, He lacked any schematics or methodologies for forging. Any flying knives he produced would likely be no more than ordinary and somewhat sharp, with power not exceeding that of the stones. Should he seek assistance from Tang San? Ning Fan furrowed his brow. Tang San was indeed an expert in concealed weapon crafting. Yet, he had little inclination to owe a favor to Tang San and promptly dismissed the idea. Then, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes brightened. Why should he seek Tang San? Did he not possess forging blueprints? Although these were not classified as concealed weapons, they could perhaps prove far more effective. Ning Fan suddenly recalled a special manufacturing blueprint that he had not utilized due to unmet conditions, and excitement illuminated his face. However, before he could revel in his elation, his expression shifted abruptly. Kid, allowing oneself to be distracted in battle can lead to dire consequences. A cold rebuke rang out as Zhao Wujie propelled himself forward, akin to a swift arrow, closing the distance to Ning Fan with alarming speed. His right fist, imbued with terrifying force, struck directly toward Ning Fan. At that moment, Zhao Wujie was alarmingly close. There was no time to utilize spatial forces to obstruct him. With no avenue for escape, Ning Fan retreated half a step, channeling strength through his waist, legs, and arms, his gaze sharpening as soul power surged within his right arm. In the astonished and incredulous eyes of onlookers, he retaliated with a punch aimed at Zhao Wujie. Ning Fan's fist, while not small, appeared rather delicate compared to Zhao Wujie's massive fists. Yet, this seemingly dainty punch caused Zhao Wujie's smile to evaporate in an instant, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. The two fists, one large and one small, collided with a tremendous force. Zhao Wujie's face contorted in astonishment as he was sent flying backward. A resounding crash reverberated through the air. It was uncertain how heavy Zhao Wujie's body was, but when he slammed onto the ground, it caused a violent tremor, sending dust swirling into the air. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had been poised to rescue Ning Fan upon witnessing Zhao Wujie's attack, halted abruptly, staring fixedly at the spot where Zhao Wujie landed. What on earth was happening in this world? Since when had support-type soul masters become so formidable? What kind of monster was he? In that moment, Xiao Wu and Tang San gazed at Ning Fan, their hearts echoing with fervent admiration. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who was somewhat aware of Ning Fan's background, was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Ning Fan could send Zhao Wujie, a soul sage-level powerhouse, flying with a single punch. Even if Zhao Wujie had refrained from using soul power and relied solely on his physical strength. Nonetheless, witnessing a punch that could send a soul sage flying was astonishing beyond measure. Ning Fan shook his right hand, which felt somewhat numb and weak from the immense force transferred through his arm during the collision. Zhao Wujie's fist was indeed harder than steel. The disparity was glaring. Ning Fan sighed. Although his punch had sent Zhao Wujie flying, it was merely because Zhao Wujie had not employed his martial soul as soul power, relying solely on physical strength for the clash. Had Ning Fan engaged in a similar exchange without using soul power, relying solely on his physical prowess, even with the enhancement of the ancient dragon's power, he would have likely been the one sent flying, not Zhao Wujie. However, he had gained enough advantage for now. Zhao Wujie would surely take matters more seriously from here on out, and he was likely to face a relentless onslaught of attacks. As the dust settled, Zhao Wujie, propped up by one hand, slowly rose to his feet, somewhat disheveled. He shook his head, shaking off the dust that clung to him. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, as if he had been revitalized. Just as Dai Mubai had stated initially, Zhao Wujie's defensive capabilities at the Soul Sage level made it difficult to inflict damage even when he stood still. Now, Zhao Wujie glanced at the candle that had burned down to nearly half its length, and with a thunderous clap of his fists, he turned to Ning Fan and solemnly declared, "You are merely a soul sovereign, yet possess such fearsome strength. Truly, you are a genuine monster. Kid, your martial soul has piqued my curiosity even further. Come now, the sun shines splendidly today, dispelling the remnants of my drowsiness. It is time to engage in some delightful play with you all." Chapter 37. Is everything all right? At this moment, Zhao Wujie stood tall, his 7 soul rings illuminating his form, which had grown even more robust, towering over 2.5 meters. His body was cloaked in a layer of brown bear fur, and from a distance his muscular physique resembled that of a colossal golden bear, exuding a palpable sense of weighty oppression. Zhao Wujie was channeling his soul power. This would spell disaster for that young man. Dai Mubai, witnessing this, felt a jolt of surprise, followed by a sense of schadenfreude directed at Ning Fan. While Ning Fan's earlier display of power had been astonishing, Dai Mubai believed it merely stemmed from Zhao Wujie's momentary lapse in seriousness. Now, with Zhao Wujie's soul power surging and a fierce, overwhelming aura radiating towards Ning Fan, it was evident he intended to engage earnestly in their playful duel. "Come on, let's continue," Zhao Wujie bellowed, striding deliberately towards Ning Fan, a hint of malice glinting in his eyes. Clearly, he aimed to reclaim the dignity he had lost at Ning Fan's expense during the remaining half of the incense sticks burn time. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions, who had been watching from the sidelines, were already poised for action. They had deliberated their strategy for a full incense sticks duration. But Ning Fan's monstrous performance had drawn Zhao Wujie's ire, leaving them without an opportunity to make their move. With half the time elapsed, they risked passing through the fourth challenge without any sense of involvement. Small Dance exchanged a glance with Tang San, and with that, she sprang into action as the primary attacker, leaping high into the air with a graceful push from her feet. As she ascended, a vine appeared perfectly beneath her, providing her with leverage. This was, of course, Tang San's blue silvergrass. With her feet upon the vine, it bent like a taut bough, and in the next instant, Small Dance shot forth like a released arrow toward Zhao Wujie. With less than half an incense stick's worth of time remaining, it was their turn to strike. Zhao Wujie, sensing Small Dance's approach, remained utterly unfazed, standing firm as if he were a wooden post, waiting for her. Small Dance, her feet positioned in a scissor stance, utilized her martial soul to strike at Zhao Wujie's neck. Bang! Bang! Two light sounds resonated as her formidable strength, capable of snapping a small tree in half, landed on Zhao Wujie's shoulder, yet it failed to inflict any damage upon him. It did not even cause him to flinch. Your technique is commendable, but your strength is lacking. If you possess that young man's power, I might have to take you seriously. However, this level of force is merely a tickle, Zhao Wujie remarked calmly with a smile. Small Dance was taken aback, but just then, a shadowy figure appeared silently behind her. Zhu Zhuqing, having activated her martial soul, bore eyes of one green and one orange-blue, her claws glinting like blades, exuding a chilling aura. Clang! Clang! A series of attacks erupted as Zhu Zhuqing's claw-like appendages darted towards Zhao Wujie, yet these strikes could not penetrate his defenses. Here we go again. Your attempts at tickling me are utterly ineffective. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily, then suddenly shook his body, sending both Zhu Zhuqing and Small Dance sprawling as he continued to advance toward Ning Fan. At that moment, multiple vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Zhao Wujie's feet. The sharp spines of these vines managed to breach his defenses, injecting poison into his feet. Instantly, Zhao Wujie felt a tingling numbness, rendering him momentarily weak. Quite the clever maneuver. This academy truly boasts a few intriguing little monsters that pique my interest, Zhao Wujie mused as he regarded the vines at his feet. However, my current target is not you. With that, Zhao Wujie summoned his soul power, swiftly dispelling the toxins, then stomped down hard, shattering the resilient vines into fragments. Redirecting his gaze back to Ning Fan, he suddenly frowned, expressing impatience as he murmured, "Again?" Small Dance, who had leaped away from Zhao Wujie, was suddenly ensnared midair by Tang San's vines around her waist. Under Tang San's control, she was propelled towards Zhao Wujie as if a hammer had been affixed to the end of the vines. This was a combined technique by Tang San and Small Dance. With Tang San's deft manipulation, Small Dance targeted Zhao Wujie while remaining elusive from his attacks. However, despite the cleverness of this technique, it proved largely ineffective against Zhao Wujie's formidable defenses. After all, while Small Dance was light on her feet, her strength was woefully insufficient. Ning Fan's solid kick could inflict damage upon Zhao Wujie, yet even Small Dance's most forceful strike to his relatively unguarded neck would yield minimal effect. Simultaneously, another cold figure surged towards Zhao Wujie. Two soul rings illuminated around this figure, Zhu Zhuqing, who launched her attack from a lateral position with remarkable speed. Following the previous failed attempts to harm Zhao Wujie, she activated her soul skill. As she approached Zhao Wujia, her body spun into a series of afterimages, each shimmering with a deadly glint, converging into a spiraling attack. This was Zhu Zhuqing's second soul skill, the 100 Claws of the Underworld. In a fleeting moment, she could unleash 100 strikes at the same spot upon her adversary, using her razor-sharp claws. Previously, when confronting the ancient giant python, Zhu Zhuqing had employed this very technique, tearing through its tough scales and inflicting considerable damage. Its power should not be underestimated. Now, Zhu Zhuqing's target was the vulnerable area at the back of Zhao Wujia's neck. The combined distractions from Small Dance and Zhu Zhuqing heightened Zhao Wujia's irritation. To him, Small Dance and Zhu Zhuqing felt like pesky mosquitoes. Though they posed no real threat, their incessant buzzing was utterly vexing. "I have made it clear that you are not my target," Zhao Wujia stated with a nonchalant tone. After uttering this, he fixed his gaze on Small Dance and Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes flashing with golden light. In the next moment, his first soul ring blazed alive. A powerful roar erupted from Zhao Wujia's mouth, radiating golden light. An invisible sound wave, infused with ferocious energy, spread outward. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing let out a piercing scream, sent tumbling through the air, blood trickling from her mouth as she was forcefully propelled away. "Zhuqing!" Dai Mubai exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing this. He had never anticipated that Teacher Zhao, a formidable soul sage, would actually unleash his soul skills to attack. Despite the anxiety brewing within him, he refrained from recklessly intervening in this trial. In the next moment, upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's frail figure being sent flying, Ning Fan swiftly stepped forward, cradling her delicate waist with one arm and her cool, jade-like leg with the other, bringing her into his embrace. Noting the pallor of her complexion and the blood at the corner of her mouth, Ning Fan felt a pang of concern and gently inquired in a soft, soothing voice. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Zhu Zhuqing replied with a soft cough, her dark, cold eyes meeting Ning Fan's as she shook her head. She then gently extricated herself from his embrace and landed gracefully on her feet. When Zhao Wujing had unleashed his first soul skill, Zhu Zhuqing, positioned on the flank, had only been subjected to a fraction of its power. Consequently, aside from feeling a bit of turbulence within her energy, she sustained no significant injuries. In contrast, Xiao Wu fared much worse, having taken the full brunt of Zhao Wujing's sonic soul skill. The violent sound waves surged through her body, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, the vines that had bound her shattered instantly, sending her tumbling to the ground. Seeing this, Tang San hastily utilized his blue silvergrass to catch Xiao Wu. At that moment, Zhao Wujing let out a cold snort. He was rather displeased with Tang San, who had been persistently using blue silvergrass to disrupt him. Upon noticing Tang San's actions, he swung his palm toward him, akin to a fan. Just then, Xiao Wu opened her eyes, a flicker of crimson flashing within them as she gazed at Zhao Wujing. This was Xiao Wu's second soul skill, Charm. However, the effectiveness of her charm skill diminished against an opponent of Zhao Wujing's caliber, who was impervious to such mental assaults. Instead, Xiao Wu found herself recoiling from her own technique. Zhao Wujing's eyes gleamed with golden light as they locked on a Xiao Wu's gaze. In an instant, she let out a pained cry and fainted. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Wujing executed his ghost shadow misty steps to evade Tang San's attack. He chose not to pursue further, remaining steadfast in his position. Xiao Wu, Tang San called out anxiously, but Xiao Wu had succumbed to unconsciousness, unresponsive. She had merely suffered a backlash from her soul skill. A day's rest would suffice for her to regain consciousness. "Huh, you truly thought I, Zhao Wujing, was an easy target without a little lesson?" Zhao Wujing smirked at Tang San, then shifted his gaze to Ning Fan. With nearly 2/3 of the incense time elapsed, it was time to properly educate this boy who had embarrassed him. Noticing Zhao Wujing's menacing gaze fixated upon Ning Fan, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned frosty as she readied herself for battle. Ning Fan, touched by her concern, gently patted her shoulder and softly said, "Rest easy, Zhuqing. Leave the rest to me. With so little time remaining, I can manage to protect myself." With a subtle smile, Ning Fan's gaze hardened as he focused on Zhao Wujing. To Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball toward Zhao Wujing. "Come on, now, this is true combat." Zhao Wujing roared, laughing heartily as he hurled a punch at Ning Fan. Without flinching, Ning Fan returned the punch with equal fervor. The scene mirrored their earlier confrontation, as their fists collided with a resounding impact, sending an invisible shockwave rippling through the air. However, unlike before, Zhao Wujing, now empowered by his martial spirit, displayed a level of strength that was incomparably superior. In an instant, Ning Fan found himself sent flying, much like Zhao Wujing had been earlier. Yet, Ning Fan had anticipated this outcome and, avoiding the clumsiness of his predecessor, harnessed spatial energy to deftly land on his feet, arms elegantly crossed behind his back. "Oh, you managed to withstand 4/10 of my strength without sustaining any internal injuries. Impressive," Zhao Wujing remarked, observing Ning Fan's composed demeanor with admiration. "But this is your limit, isn't it? Merely relying on this will not suffice for you to endure the remaining third of the time without unleashing your martial spirit." Zhao Wujing advanced slowly, his brown eyes narrowing as he regarded Ning Fan intently. Although he had suffered humiliation at Ning Fan's hands, he could not deny the young man's formidable prowess. Relying solely on his extraordinary physical strength and that peculiar, intangible ability, Ning Fan's capabilities rivaled those of a soul master of the soul, ancestor level. Thus, Zhao Wujing became even more intrigued by Ning Fan's martial spirit, eager to compel him to reveal it. After all, as a 76th level soul sage who had already manifested his martial spirit, it was somewhat embarrassing for him that a mere soul ancestor had not yet done so while engaging him in combat. Upon hearing Zhao Wujing's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Ning Fan's eyes. He took a deep breath, looked up at Zhao Wujing, and smiled. "Since Teacher Zhao is so eager to know the nature of my martial spirit, I shall oblige." At this, Zhao Wujing's gaze sharpened with anticipation. He had no inkling of what Ning Fan's martial spirit could be. The extraordinary strength he displayed was terrifying, surpassing even that of his own formidable bear spirit. Moreover, the enigmatic, intangible ability he possessed was said to be a unique talent of his martial spirit. Such exceptional qualities left Zhao Wujing bewildered. What kind of martial spirit could be so powerful? Thus, as Ning Fan prepared to unveil his martial spirit, Zhao Wujing halted, keen to observe what peculiar abilities this young man possessed. Meanwhile, Tang San, who had been quietly monitoring the entire scene, also turned his gaze toward Ning Fan. Having previously believed him to be merely a gifted auxiliary soul master due to his earlier display of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. However, the extraordinary combat prowess displayed by Ning Fan suddenly led Tang San to question whether Ning Fan, like himself, possessed a twin martial soul. Twin martial souls are exceedingly rare, so much so that many have never even heard of them. Thus, most would not associate Ning Fan's remarkable performance with such a phenomenon. Yet, with his own twin martial soul, Tang San instinctively connected Ning Fan's peculiar displays to this rarity. At that moment, holding the unconscious Xiao Wu in his arms, Tang San gazed intently at Ning Fan, eager to discern whether he indeed possessed a twin martial soul and what his second martial soul might be. This question echoed in the minds of both Tang San and Zhao Wujia. Ning Fan, sensing the unabashed scrutiny from Tang San and Zhao Wujia, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He raised his right hand and called out, "It is you, come fort. 7-treasure, glazed tower." Chapter 39. Body techniques. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized beneath him. Simultaneously, a radiant light flickered in his palm, swiftly coalescing into a small, jewel-like tower, a manifestation of his martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tower. Zhao Wujia's gaze shifted to Tang San, and Ning Fan understood their intent. They wished to behold his martial soul, and he was more than willing to oblige. 7-treasure glazed tower. Zhao Wujia's voice, once low, sharpened upon witnessing the colorful tower in Ning Fan's hand, reminiscent of a quacking duck. With Zhao Wujia's extensive experience traversing the continent in his youth, he immediately recognized the martial soul in Ning Fan's possession. The revelation left him astounded and incredulous. The disparity was simply too vast. In Zhao Wujia's estimation, Ning Fan's formidable strength could potentially stem from a dragon-type martial soul, possibly augmented by unique talent. Perhaps even a mutated dragon-type martial soul surpassing the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Yet, The seven-treasure glazed tower clearly indicated to Zhao Wujie that the individual who had embarrassed him during their previous encounter was, in fact, an auxiliary soul master. This was utterly unacceptable. On the other hand, Tang San furrowed his brow at the sight of the seven-treasure glazed tower in Ning Fan's palm, revealing an expression of not-so-surprising realization. Although he had previously speculated that Ning Fan might possess a second martial soul, he did not anticipate it to be unveiled so readily in such a context. The seven treasures were renowned: strength, speed, and spirit. After silently invoking the soul mantra, the seven-treasure glazed tower shimmered with brilliance. Instantly, 3 beams of light emanated from its pinnacle and merged into Ning Fan's body. Upon feeling the myriad changes coursing through him, a satisfied smile spread across Ning Fan's face as he retracted the seven-treasure glazed tower back into his being. Engaging Zhao Wujie did not necessitate the use of his second martial soul, for this was merely an academy enrollment, not a life-and-death struggle. Besides, Zhao Wujie would not exert his full strength. Nevertheless, the overwhelming aura emanating from Zhao Wujie compelled Ning Fan to unleash the seven-treasure glazed tower to bolster his own status and provide assistance. Although Ning Fan had previously regarded the seven-treasure glazed tower with disdain, he could not deny that its 3 soul abilities offered a 40% increase in strength and speed. The boost to his soul power, elevating him to a temporary level of 40, was indeed appealing. With the seven-treasure glazed tower now within him, Ning Fan turned his gaze toward Zhao Wujie, who appeared utterly astonished. Drawing a deep breath, Zhao Wujie, still reluctant to accept, inquired, "Is that truly the seven-treasure glazed tower?" "Indeed," Ning Fan nodded. "Has it mutated?" Zhao Wujie pressed on, refusing to give in. "Who knows?" Ning Fan shrugged, feigning mystery with a smile. "Enough, you peculiar lad. Regardless of the secrets you hold, I shall impart a lesson today as a gift for your enrollment." Observing Ning Fan's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Wujie's eyelids twitched, recalling the embarrassment Ning Fan had caused him earlier. Alongside the remnants of the burnt incense, he had little time to ponder the origins of Ning Fan's peculiar powers and abilities. Ning Fan's attitude suggested he would undoubtedly be a troublemaker upon entering the academy. Therefore, for the sake of Ning Fan's future education and learning, Zhao Wujie resolved to ensure that Ning Fan experienced the full weight of a teacher's authority and strength. With that, he activated his soul rings and charged fiercely toward Ning Fan. As Ning Fan observed Zhao Wujie's approaching form, his eyes narrowed slightly. Despite the 40% increase in power afforded by the seven-treasure glazed tower, a considerable gap remained between him and a Zhao Wujie in a martial soul-possessed state. Should Zhao Wujie become serious, a careless move could result in injury from a single punch. Thus, while eager to engage Zhao Wujie and test his current strength, Ning Fan opted for a guerrilla strategy to counter Zhao Wujie. As Zhao Wujie unleashed a punch, Ning Fan did not meet it head-on. Instead, he swung his right arm to strike Zhao Wujie's punching arm, slightly diverting its trajectory. With a surge of soul power, he subtly gathered his strength, his toes lightly tapping the ground, moving with utter silence and grace, leaving no trace behind. His form was as ethereal as a fleeting shadow. In an instant, Ning Fan reappeared beside Zhao Wujie, catching him by surprise. "What exquisite lightness of foot!" Tang San exclaimed softly, his eyes brightening. Though he practiced the Tang Sek's lightness technique, ghost shadow perplexing, and looked down upon ordinary lightness techniques, he could not help but admire Ning Fan's agile footwork. If his own technique excelled in its enigmatic nature, making it hard to decipher, then Ning Fan's current display was characterized by remarkable clarity, light as a swallow, swift as a shadow, leaving no trace behind, and exuding an air of effortless elegance. This lightness of foot was the sole technique rewarded to Ning Fan during his year of strategizing against Ning Rongrong, the unique skill of lightness technique, treading on snow without a trace. This marked the first occasion Ning Fan showcased this lightness technique in actual combat, and upon seeing Zhao Wujie's astonished expression, he realized its efficacy was indeed commendable. In truth, it was this lightness technique that bolstered his confidence to engage Zhao Wujie without resorting to his second martial soul for the remaining duration of their bout. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Ning Fan seized the opportunity while Zhao Wujie was still in shock and delivered a powerful punch. As his fist connected with Zhao Wujia's body, the strike landed successfully, eliciting a muffled grunt from Zhao Wujia as Ning Fan felt a tremendous recoil surge through him. He quickly stepped back, creating distance. "Not bad, good lad. I did not expect you to be so slippery." Zhao Wujia turned, his expression somewhat grim. Although Ning Fan's punch had not wounded him, it had certainly stung. Ning Fan's strength was nothing like Xiao Wu's. It was akin to that of a dragon or elephant, imbued with terrifying power. While Zhao Wujia had not been genuinely injured, he could feel the lingering pain in his waist, which was likely bruised. Ning Fan's extraordinary lightness of foot, combined with his rapid speed, proved to be a significant counter to Zhao Wujia. As a formidable soul sage at the 76th level, Zhao Wujia's strength and defense are indeed top tier. However, his speed leaves much to be desired. Ning Fan, owing to the existence of the ancient dragon martial soul, possesses a remarkably robust physique and is not lacking in swiftness. Under the enhancement of the Seven Treasures glazed tower and the peculiar movement technique of stepping on snow without leaving a trace, Zhao Wujia finds it exceedingly difficult to land a hit on Ning Fan. Yet, being a soul sage, Zhao is acutely aware of his shortcomings and has devised countermeasures. Does he intend to stall for time? Such a task is far from simple. With a commanding shout, Zhao Wujia activates his third soul skill, gravity enhancement. The purple thousand-year soul ring around him expands dramatically, but instead of infusing its power into his body, it descends gracefully, surging into the ground. Suddenly, Ning Fan feels as if his feet are ensnared in a quagmire. His body becomes unexpectedly heavy, as though his weight has doubled. Observing this, Zhao Wujia strides towards Ning Fan with a faint smile, as if to say, this time, there's no escape. However, just as Zhao Wujia believes victory is within his grasp, with a powerful stomp and a fist thrown forward, Ning Fan lightly taps his toes, his azure robe billowing, and effortlessly evades Zhao's attack, appearing unperturbed by the gravitational field. Indeed, this gravitational field is particularly effective against agile attack-type soul masters, significantly curtailing their speed. Yet for Ning Fan, whose physical prowess is bolstered by ancient dragon power, the sudden increase in gravity, while somewhat impactful, does not greatly diminish his speed. Ning Fan realizes that despite the uniqueness of the gravitational field, it pales in comparison to the power of spatial manipulation. With ample soul power at his disposal, a slight expenditure of energy to control spatial forces would render the gravitational influence null and void. Thus, for Ning Fan, if he so wishes, the gravity can exert no effect upon him. Seeing Ning Fan maintain his speed, Zhao Wujia's expression shifts to one of astonishment. Observing Ning Fan from afar, he suddenly has a moment of clarity, realizing that the gravitational field is largely ineffective against him. Zhao had instinctively perceived Ning Fan as an agile attack-type soul master, hence the use of the gravitational field. While it indeed hampers agile fighters, it has far less impact on a robust and powerful assault-type soul master. Ning Fan embodies a remarkable amalgamation of both agile and assault-type attributes, excelling in speed, strength, and defense. No, it is not merely those three qualities. Zhao Wujia's eyes flicker as he recalls Ning Fan's enigmatic and extraordinary abilities. This capacity to bind and manipulate from a distance is undoubtedly characteristic of control-type soul masters. In essence, this young man encapsulates the strengths of assault, agility, and control, presenting a formidable and almost invulnerable combatant. Zhao Wujia cannot help but gasp in disbelief. The situation is indeed alarming. He then contemplates a rather vexing thought. Here stands a youth who seemingly possesses all the advantages of a combat soul master without any apparent weaknesses. And his martial soul is the Seven Treasures glazed tower. This implies that this prodigious young man is, by all accounts, merely a support-type soul master. What an absurdity! As this realization dawns upon him, Zhao Wujia feels a familiar ache in his waist, likely bruised from Ning Fan's earlier strike, and inwardly laments. Drawing a long, deep breath, he glances at the incense beside him, now nearly burnt out, and anxiety creeps into his heart. The extent of Ning Fan's prodigious talent exceeds his expectations, yet he is merely a 13 or 14-year-old child. How can the mighty, unmoved king struggle against a mere boy of such tender years? If this news were to reach the ears of other instructors, they would surely find it laughable. With this thought, Zhao Wujia's fourth soul ring illuminates once more. The purple light gleams as the fourth soul ring launches forth, seemingly with a mind of its own, directly homing in on Ning Fan and encircling him. This is the skill of his fourth soul ring, tracking pursuit. As long as he remains within 100 meters, he can leverage his jumping power to close the distance in an instant. Consequently, his strength and attack capabilities expand to their utmost potential. Thus, he unleashes his fourth soul skill to hasten the resolution of this battle. With powerful legs, Zhao Wujia leaps into the air. No matter how Ning Fan moves, Zhao Wujia adapts, following his trajectory, descending upon him. Realizing he cannot evade the oncoming assault, Ning Fan mereli srux. Zhao Wujia believes that closing the distance will secure his victory. But is it truly that straightforward? After images flicker as he unleashes a series of punches, resonating with thunderous echoes and a surge of force. At this moment, Zhao Wujia has deployed all 5 of his soul skills, yet finds himself unable to truly contend with Ning Fan. The peculiarities of Ning Fan's martial soul endow him with the uncanny ability to redirect attacks invisibly and utilize the void to evade strikes. Combined with his exquisite agility, keen combat awareness, and rapid reflexes, Zhao Wujia realizes, with each engagement, that he has nearly exhausted all his available tactics. Even his 5th soul skill, gravity compression, has been employed. Aside from the fleeting moment he managed to land a punch on Ning Fan, inflicting a minor wound. The boy has since retaliated with 2 strikes of his own. This predicament does not stem from Zhao Wujia's lack of strength or capability to deal with Ning Fan, but rather from the fact that he is engaging a student. Given that Ning Fan is affiliated with the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Zhao Wujia is wary of inflicting serious harm. Despite utilizing all 5 of his soul skills with confidence that they could subdue Ning Fan and temper his audacity, he never anticipated the boy to be so extraordinarily gifted. Now, with time running short, Zhao Wujia's gaze flickers with urgency. Should he unleash his 6th soul skill, even Ning Fan's remarkable agility would be unable to withstand its might. Yet, the overwhelming power of the 6th soul skill is a double-edged sword, one that Zhao Wujia cannot wield with precision. If Ning Fan were to face Zhao Wuji using his 6th soul skill, even with Zhao's acknowledgement of Ning's formidable physical strength, comparable to that of a soul king, the likelihood of Ning meeting his demise under the power of that technique would be substantial. Beyond the 6th soul skill, Zhao Wuji had only one final resort left, his 7th soul skill, the true body of martial soul. Upon unleashing this ability, Zhao Wuji would truly exhibit the full prowess of a soul sage. At that juncture, no matter how extraordinary Ning Fan might be, he would undoubtedly be subdued within a few moves. However, should he resort to his true body of martial soul to capture Ning Fan, the real issue lies not in the act itself, but in the disgrace it would bring. Having already suffered considerable humiliation at the hands of this 13 or 14-year-old boy, failing to subdue him without resorting to his ultimate form would tarnish Zhao Wuji's illustrious reputation as the unmovable king of the continent, reducing him to a subject of ridicule. For Zhao Wuji, this potential disgrace was utterly terrifying. After all, if news spread that he could not subdue Ning Fan within the span of a mere incense stick, he might become the target of mockery. Yet, most people would likely perceive Zhao Wuji as a soul sage, as someone who cherished his students and showed mercy, intentionally allowing Ning Fan to pass the assessment. After all, to the majority, a soul master at the soul sovereign level, no matter how gifted, would be easily defeated by a serious soul sage like Zhao Wuji. In truth, Zhao Wuji had held this belief until he encountered the extraordinary anomaly that was Ning Fan. Therefore, regarding his later years and reputation, Zhao Wuji would never consider employing the true body of martial soul against a mere soul sovereign student. Chapter 41. Provocation. Yet, without the true body of martial soul and the 6th soul skill, could he still subdue Ning Fan? Was it truly necessary for Zhao Wuji to endure such a setback today? Feeling quite vexed, Zhao Wuji threw a punch at Ning Fan. However, to his astonishment, this punch was not affected by Ning Fan's peculiar abilities, and Ning Fan, unable to dodge in time, raised his arms to shield his chest, barely managing to withstand the force of Zhao Wuji's blow. Zhao Wuji found this odd, and then sensed Ning Fan's unstable aura, instantly elated. It seemed the boy had exhausted his soul power and was on the brink of depletion. Although Zhao Wuji could not fathom why Ning Fan's soul power had diminished so greatly in such a short time, it was evidently the perfect moment to strike. Indeed, Ning Fan was nearing the point of exhaustion. Despite having refrained from using any soul skills other than the 3 auxiliary skills from the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, manipulating spatial power still required a significant amount of soul power. Ning Fan had frequently utilized spatial energy to evade Zhao Wuji's attacks, leading to a rapid depletion of his soul power. Thus, within the brief span of an incense stick, Ning Fan's internal soul power had nearly run dry. However, despite being unable to manipulate spatial energy due to this depletion, it was no longer necessary. Ning Fan glanced at the incense on the edge of the arena, a slight smile gracing his lips. He then raised his arms to brace himself against Zhao Wuji's formidable punch, feeling the overwhelming force transmitted through his arms. Ning Fan let out a muffled groan as his internal energy surged, causing blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, he quickly pushed off with his toes, using the momentum from Zhao Wuji's punch to propel himself backward. With the last remnants of his soul power, he concentrated on the spatial energy, leveraging his body's momentum, and executed a swift aerial maneuver, finally landing on one knee to stabilize himself. Boy, it seems I am a victor after all, Zhao Wuji sneered, exerting force through his legs to leap towards Ning Fan. Indeed, it appears that you have triumphed, Teacher Zhao, Ning Fan replied, lifting his head, his expression unchanged as he regarded Zhao Wuji. Seeing Ning Fan's demeanor, Zhao Wuji felt something was amiss, as if he had overlooked something during their confrontation. Just as Zhao Wuji approached Ning Fan, raising his fist to impart a lesson on the authority of teacher, Ning Fan pointed towards the incense at the edge of the arena and smiled gently. Teacher Zhao, I can see that I am no match for a soul sage, so I admit my defeat. According to the rules, we have now passed the assessment, haven't we? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's massive figure froze momentarily. He slowly turned to gaze at the incense he had placed at the edge of the arena. At that moment, the last ash of the incense fell to the ground, and the wisps of white smoke dissipated. The time of an incense stick had elapsed. In that instant, Zhao Wuji stood before Ning Fan, his colossal shadow cast over him, his expression shifting from pale to flushed, revealing his inner turmoil. Yet, Ning Fan showed no signs of fear, brushing off the dust from his attire. Rising with a slight smile, aimed at Zhao Wuji. Did you calculate all of this, you young rascal? Huh. Indeed, in terms of battle experience, you have proven your worth. Zhao Wuji acknowledged, casting a glance at Ning Fan before exhaling deeply. The fluctuations of soul power around him gradually subsided, and the stormy expressions on his face vanished as he released the martial soul manifestation. Now, a smile adorned his face, resembling a responsible yet affable instructor, clearly pleased with Ning Fan's performance. His previously clenched fist, the size of a sandbag, transformed into a pair of warm hands that patted Ning Fan's shoulder, offering an exuberant compliment. Of course, had one not noticed the bruise on Zhao Wuji's right cheek from Ning Fan's earlier kick, the scene would have appeared entirely normal. Thank you for your kind words, Teacher Zhao, Ning Fan replied, clearly aware that Zhao Wuji was attempting to provide him an avenue for retreat. Choosing not to prolong the encounter, he graciously accepted Zhao Wuji's gesture with a light-hearted smile. Very well. Your performances today have pleased me greatly. Shrek Academy welcomes you all. Mubai, please escort them to their dormitories. I must attend to other matters, so I shall take my leave. Zhao Wuji coughed lightly, his face beaming with warmth as he addressed the group. After delegating the remaining tasks to Mubai, he swiftly turned away, eager to escape the embarrassment of the day. Wait, teacher, Tang San called, his expression somewhat somber, halting Zhao Wuji in his tracks. Huh, what is it? Does this student have further inquiries? Zhao Wuji turned around, still wearing a broad smile, his demeanor still affable. Teacher, if possible, I would like to challenge you to another match. This time, it will be just me. Tang San said slowly. I did not truly engage in combat earlier, so I wish to undergo a fresh assessment. If I can withstand the duration of an incense stick on my own, I believe that would qualify as passing the examination. What do you think? At this, everyone, except Ning Fan, was left dumbfounded. Oh, is he coming again? Ning Fan mused, a delighted smile gracing his face as he adopted a posture of anticipation. Huh, are you jesting with the teacher? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's thick eyebrows quivered slightly, Yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor, his smile unwavering. However, Ning Fan could subtly discern the forced grin on Zhao Wujia's face, tinged with barely suppressed fury. It was evident that Tang San's words had struck a nerve, leaving Zhao Wujia somewhat at a loss. "No, master, I am serious," Tang San asserted after entrusting the delicate Xiao Wu to Zhu Zhuqing, nodding toward Zhao Wujia as he spoke in a deep tone. "Haha," Zhao Wujia continued to chuckle, though the warmth of his smile gradually turned frigid. Internally, he could only sneer at Tang San's audacity. Such commendable courage. But does this young lad truly believe that Zhao Wujia has grown too old to wield a sword? Just because he was unable to subdue that little monster in a single incense stick's time, does he think he can challenge me? Does he really believe that my reputation as the unmoved King Zhao Wujia is merely a fade, that any gifted youth can trample upon me? At this moment, Zhao Wujia's ire swelled with each passing thought. This was the most humiliating day of his life. Originally filled with pent-up anger due to Ning Fan, he was now ignited by Tang San's provocation. "Well, since you wish to test your mettle, then come forth," Zhao Wujia declared, his right foot striking the ground with such force that it trembled, exuding an imposing presence as he coldly addressed Tang San. Chapter 42. End after this exchange. Tang San and Zhao Wujia returned to the square. Ning Fan, feeling somewhat bored, yawned and moved to the side, already aware of the likely outcome of this confrontation. Even considering his own presence might alter certain dynamics, he knew the results would not deviate significantly. At this moment, Ning Fan, disregarding the dust on the ground, sat cross-legged. The brief battle had left him utterly exhausted. Without accounting for his second martial soul, he had reached the limits of his capabilities. Through his encounter with Zhao Wujia, he had also gauged the extent of his own strength. Despite the system designating his battle aptitude as merely proficient, his combat reflexes and experience were undeniably exceptional. In the previous skirmish with Zhao Wujia, he had proven himself on par with seasoned soul masters. The fact that he managed to endure for a third of an incense stick's duration was undoubtedly aided by his proficient battle talent. The clash with Zhao Wujia had been immensely beneficial for Ning Fan. As he sat on the ground, recuperating his soul power, he suddenly sensed a notable increase in his vitality. This revelation filled him with joy, as it signified an impending breakthrough. In less than a month since his last advancement, he was on the verge of progressing from level 35 to 36. Typically, even those with commendable cultivation talents would require 3 to 4 months to ascend a single level. Yet Ning Fan could achieve this in under a month, his training speed rivaling that of prodigies. His rapid advancement could be attributed to his diligent daily practice, as well as the substantial experience points gained from his interactions with Zhu Zhuqing in recent days. Reflecting on this, the pain in Ning Fan's chest diminished slightly. Earlier, he had relied on his agility and the enigmatic power of space to evade while launching several attacks on Zhao Wujia, which had left numerous bruises on his opponent. Although he dodged most of Zhao Wujia's attacks, he was still ensnared by the fifth soul skill at a critical moment, and 2 subsequent strikes had landed on him. While he managed to block the majority of the power, some damage had inevitably penetrated his defenses, inflicting minor injuries. "Are you all right?" Zhu Zhuqing knelt beside him, her cool gaze fixed on the impending battle between Tang San and Zhao Wujia. Though her eyes did not meet Ning Fan's, her attention was clearly focused on him as she cradled Xiao Wu and spoke softly. "Yes, I'm fine. Just a minor injury," Ning Fan replied, having regained some soul power and adjusted his condition, standing up and offering a gentle smile to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes remained trained ahead, nodding slightly without further comment. Seeing her silence, Ning Fan smiled faintly, choosing not to disrupt her contemplative state. Just then, an anxious, melodious voice rang out like a lark. "Ning Fan, how are you? I saw that big oaf hit you, and you coughed up blood. You're not hurt, are you?" Before Ning Fan could turn around, Ning Rongrong had hurried to his side, her petite face filled with concern. "Haha, I'm fine. No need to worry," Ning Fan reassured her, feeling warmth in his heart at her concern, reaching out to ruffle her hair gently. "Really? You're not hurt?" Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened as she looked up at him. Then, without a hint of modesty, she stood on her tiptoes and began to tug at Ning Fan's shirt to inspect his chest. Startled, Ning Fan quickly grasped her small hands with his right palm, saying, "I told you I'm fine. You needn't worry. Look, I'm in good shape. You should trust me now. Is that so? Phew, that's a relief. Ning Rongrong replied, blinking her lovely eyes at him, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Umph. If anything happens to you, I'll go back and summon Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu to tear down this dilapidated Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong pouted, glancing at Zhao Wujie in the distance with a hint of defiance. Her bold proclamation caught Zhu Zhuqing off guard. Initially, she had perceived Ning Rongrong as a lively, polite young lady. However, the current Ning Rongrong, whether in her unabashed scrutiny of Ning Fan or her brazen threats to dismantle Shrek Academy, starkly contrasted with Zhu Zhuqing's earlier impressions. Ning Fan, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's reaction, could only smile wryly. He had never anticipated that this little enchantress would so readily drop her facade in her concern for him. At that moment, Tang San and Zhao Wujie officially commenced their duel. Instantly, the square erupted with thunderous vibrations. Tang San's hidden weapons were unleashed in a relentless torrent, raining down upon Zhao Wujie from every conceivable angle. Zhao Wujie, employing the same tactics he had used against Ning Fan, unleashed 5 soul skills in succession. Yet he found himself unable to capture Tang San. The various hidden weapons and profound skills of the Tang sect, including the bone-piercing spike, floral crossbow, phantom shadow, and mystic jade hand, were executed by Tang San with remarkable proficiency. The spectators, except for Ning Fan, were left in awe. Ultimately, Tang San unveiled his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, delivering a staggering blow to Zhao Wujie, leaving him dazed. However, in the end, Zhao Wujie retaliated, sending Tang San sprawling helplessly to the ground. The arena fell silent. Zhao Wujie's expression darkened as he rose, blood streaming from his nose, and bruises from Ning Fan's earlier strike marred his skin. He felt that this day was the most excruciating of his life. Dai Mubai, take them back to the academy. I am leaving. Zhao Wujie glared at Dai Mubai, his eyes tinged with crimson fury, and barked his command. Dai Mubai trembled. He had never witnessed Zhao Wujie's wrath to such an extent and feared being caught in the crossfire of his anger, promptly agreeing. Yes. With that, Zhao Wujie leaped away, his massive form vanishing in an instant. Chapter 43. The invisible strategy. Is this the power of hidden weapons? Indeed, it is formidable. As even Zhao Wujie suffered a significant setback, Ning Fan mused, observing Zhao Wujie's furious departure. Nonetheless, while these hidden weapons were potent, they posed no threat to him. With the ability to manipulate spatial forces and possessing remarkable speed, Ning Fan could easily redirect Tang San's projectiles mid-air, rendering them ineffective against him. It could be said that Ning Fan's spatial power was the most counteractive force against Tang San's hidden weapons. Therefore, after an initial moment of astonishment, Ning Fan dismissed any concern regarding Tang San's arsenal. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the incapacitated Tang San, her cold eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and admiration. She was astonished not only by Tang San's seemingly endless array of hidden weapons, but also by his fierce and reckless determination to protect his sister. Battling fiercely against Zhao Wujie, a soul sage, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her gaze slightly, her cold eyes resting on the unconscious Xiao Wu in her arms. Feeling a twinge of envy, despite her usual solitary nature, she couldn't help but wonder if she too could have someone willing to fight so fiercely for her. It was not only Zhu Zhuqing who felt a pang of envy toward Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong, having witnessed the earlier confrontation between Tang San and Zhao Wujie, shared similar sentiments, her beautiful eyes reflecting envy as she looked at Xiao Wu. The two girls instinctively turned their gazes toward Ning Fan. For Zhu Zhuqing, the idea of having someone willing to risk everything to protect her did not include her deeply disappointing fiancé, Dai Mubai, but rather Ning Fan, the man she had known for less than a week, who had accompanied her along the way. Having never considered a partner before, Zhu Zhuqing now looked at Ning Fan with her beautiful eyes sparkling with a different kind of light. Ding, your forging talent has increased slightly. Ding, you have obtained a piece of deep-sea fine iron. Ding, you have acquired 22 gold coins. What just happened? Is Zhu Zhuqing becoming fond of me? But I haven't done anything. Ning Fan pondered the gains from the battle and his understanding of spatial force when a sudden voice startled him. They say a man deep in thought is the most handsome. Could it be that the aura I exuded while contemplating inadvertently captivated Zhu Zhuqing? Ning Fan felt somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Ning Rongrong gracefully approached and nestled against Ning Fan's arm, giving it a gentle shake. What's wrong? Ning Fan glanced down at Ning Rongrong's slightly flushed face, noticing her shy demeanor. If I were bullied by Zhao Wujie like Xiao Wu, would you fight for me like Tang Sen did for her? Ning Rongrong blinked her beautiful eyes, filled with visible anticipation and hope as she looked at Ning Fan. Ning Fan was caught off guard by her sudden question, his expression frozen for a moment before he quickly regained his composure. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing before focusing on Ning Rongrong, raising his right hand to tousle her silky, shoulder-length hair, smiling gently as he replied, "Hee, you're the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It is only fitting that you bully others, not the other way around. I mean, what if?" Ning Rongrong shook Ning Fan's arm vigorously, her voice sweet yet insistent. "That is highly unlikely. And with the bone law and sword law guarding you, even if you were bullied, wouldn't come to me stepping in," Ning Fan said, shrugging his shoulders lightly. What if Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone are not around? What if I'm left with only you, and I get bullied?" Ning Rongrong stomped her foot, her impatience evident as she addressed Ning Fan. "Oh, I see," Ning Fan replied, realization dawning on him. "If someone were to bully you and I could defeat that person, I would help you seek justice. If not, I would have to go to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for assistance." Ning Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully for a while before slowly articulating his response under Ning Rongrong's expectant gaze. "You, Ning Fan, you scoundrel. You have disappointed me terribly. Woo." Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes blazed with anger as she pounded her small fists against Ning Fan. "Ha, just a little joke. Rest assured, as long as I am by your side, you shall not be bullied." Ning Fan laughed heartily, gently patting Ning Rongrong on the head in a soothing manner. Upon hearing this, the anger in Ning Rongrong's eyes diminished significantly. She huffed, raising her delicate neck and turning her head away. That's more like it. Though somewhat dissatisfied, she did not receive the romantic answer she had envisioned. Yet, this response was a significant improvement over Ning Fan's previous ones. Seeing this, Ning Fan shook his head, fully aware of the perfect answer Ning Rongrong desired. If Zhu Zhuqing were not present, he could have easily indulged Ning Rongrong's romantic whims. However, with Zhu Zhuqing nearby, he refrained from uttering anything overly ambiguous. After all, although he had explained to Zhu Zhuqing that they were merely siblings, Ning Rongrong's affectionate demeanor did not resemble that of an ordinary sibling relationship. "You two siblings have such a good relationship," Zhu Zhuqing suddenly remarked, her voice soft. In response, Ning Fan maintained his composure, chuckling lightly as he gazed into Zhu Zhuqing's cold, beautiful eyes. "Indeed, our relationship is quite good. Aside from her somewhat willful nature, she is rather pleasant." "What? Ning Fan, what did you say?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her irritation flaring as she stomped her foot and fiercely stepped on Ning Fan's foot, scolding him loudly. Ning Fan laughed heartily, remaining silent, exuding an air of a helpless older brother caring for his spoiled younger sister. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing's mood also began to stabilize. This year it was quite a challenge to welcome so many beautiful new students, only to find them all taken. The struggle to find a partner is indeed arduous. A distinctively soft male voice resonated as a short-haired man, sporting a bushy beard and pushing a cart, slowly approached the center of the venue. While maneuvering the cart, he gazed enviously at the scene of Ning Fan, surrounded by admirers. "Be quiet, Oscar. I didn't call you over just to hear you chatter." Dai Mubai shot a grim look at Ning Fan and Zhu Zhuqing before turning to Oscar with a cold tone. Boss Dai seems quite irritable today. What do you need me for?" Oscar set aside the cart filled with sausages and sidled up to Dai Mubai, rubbing his hands together. "Don't you see? Hurry up and bring out some sausages. They're all injured." Dai Mubai, supporting the weakened Tang San, snapped at Oscar. "All right, 5 copper soul coins each, and don't forget to settle up with me later." Oscar chuckled, then recited an unusual soul incantation, conjuring sausages composed of soul energy into his hands. Though Oscar's sausages could expedite healing, the memory of that peculiar incantation made Tang San's stomach churn at the sight. No, I believe my injuries are not severe. I'll be fine after resting. Let him give the sausages to others." Tang San weakly waved his hand and settled into a meditative position to recover. "What should I do, Boss Dai? You're making me lose money here," Oscar lamented. glancing at the sausages in his hands with resignation. Perfect timing. Oscar, hand me one of your sausages and one of your cured sausages. At that moment, Zhao Wujie re-entered the square. After his earlier humiliating exit, he had attempted to treat the injury inflicted by Tang San's hidden weapon. However, he found that he could not expel the hidden weapon from his body with soul power, and the poison attached to it caused him considerable discomfort. Despite the embarrassment, Zhao Wujie regained his composure and returned. You? Oscar squinted at Zhao Wujie, whose face was a mottled canvas of bruises. Is that you, Teacher Zhao? What happened to you? Did the dean beat you? After a moment, Oscar recognized Zhao Wujie and exclaimed, You brat, do you want to be beaten by me? Quickly, bring me what I need. Zhao Wujie fumed, nearly gasping for breath. Oscar, despite his curiosity about Zhao Wujie's disheveled state, wisely feigned ignorance in the face of Zhao Wujie's fury. He quickly handed over the sausages and cured sausages. Without hesitation, Zhao Wujie consumed them, and his demeanor improved significantly. Yet, the hidden weapons still lodged within him continued to cause him excruciating pain. A feeble voice broke the tension as Zhao Wujie turned to see Tang San, who had been meditating to recover. Teacher Zhao, wait. I acted too impulsively earlier. Let me help you remove the hidden weapons from your body. Otherwise, it could harm your health. Tang San's pallid complexion was evident as he struggled to rise, leaning heavily on the ground to address Zhao Wujie. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's expression softened slightly. However, seeing Tang San's frail state, he shook his head. You should rest first. Recover before helping me with these. I can endure a little longer. No worries, Teacher Zhao. I can manage, Tang San insisted, gritting his teeth and persevering. Indeed, rest a moment. I shall assist Teacher Zhao in extracting the weapons, Ning Fan interjected, appearing beside Tang San. Given the recent misfortune Zhao Wujie had faced and the fact that he lacked a powerful father like Tang San, Ning Fan resolved to lend a hand and improve their teacher-student rapport, knowing he would be at Shrek Academy for a considerable time. You? Tang San regarded Ning Fan in surprise. The hidden weapons in Zhao Wujie's body were the Tang Sec's unique dragon whisker needles. Upon entering the body, they curled and entwined with the muscle, making removal nearly impossible without the Tang Sec's specialized techniques. Yes, it is I, Ning Fan replied softly. You've dealt with such things? Zhao Wujie glanced between Tang San and Ning Fan, his expression tinged with uncertainty. Zhao Wujie had previously attempted to expel the needles with soul power, only to find it futile. They could only be extracted through special methods. Thus, seeing Ning Fan's confidence led him to believe he was familiar with these troublesome devices. I have not encountered such things, but that is of little consequence. Removing them from your body is a straightforward task for me, Ning Fan stated, shaking his head gently. Upon hearing this, Tang San furrowed his brow. Ning Fan's seemingly dismissive comments about the Tang Sec's hidden weapons sparked a flicker of defiance and even ridicule within him. The intricacies of the Tang Sec's mechanisms were far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Ning Fan sensed Tang San's skepticism but remained unfazed. He stepped closer to Zhao Wujie, observing the swollen areas on his right arm where the dragon whisker needles had penetrated and entangled with muscle. After a brief glance, he placed his palm just above the swelling, a faint silver glow emanating from his right arm as spatial energy surged. In an instant, a golden needle tip emerged from beneath Zhao Wujie's skin. Zhao Wujie, surprised and elated, realized that Ning Fan could indeed extract the hidden weapon. Tang San, however, stood agape in disbelief, astonished that Ning Fan could so effortlessly remove the notoriously difficult dragon whisker needles. With a flick of his fingertip, Ning Fan sent the needle shooting out as a straight line from beneath the skin. How does that feel? He inquired, looking up with a light smile directed at Tang San and Zhao Wujie. Tang San remained speechless, still in shock. Zhao Wujie, however, beamed with delight, urging Ning Fan, quickly, little monster, don't dawdle. Extract these deadly items. Ning Fan chuckled softly, unhurried, as he continued to assist Zhao Wujie in removing the remaining dragon whisker needles. These needles, although a perplexing challenge for others, were no match for the subtleties of spatial power, which transcended ordinary understanding. After extracting the last of the needles, Zhao Wujie erupted in laughter, revitalized. His formidable strength ensured that his injuries were merely superficial. With the removal of the needles, he was nearly fully restored. Meanwhile, Tang San, who had been on the verge of collapse, succumbed to unconsciousness, having exhausted his physical and soul energy in his efforts to extract the needles from Zhao Wujia. At this moment, upon seeing Ning Fan successfully retrieve Zhao Wuji's dragon whisker needle, he succumbed to slumber. Zhao Wuji, in high spirits, cast a grateful glance at Ning Fan before his attention shifted to Tang San, cradled in Oscar's arms, causing a slight furrow in his brow. Dai Mubai, Oscar, you two are responsible for arranging accommodations for these 5 individuals. There are no other plans for today. Tomorrow, classes commence. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. At last, have I entered Shrek Academy? It has been somewhat eventful, but I hope this institution isn't devoid of excitement. Ning Fan mused, shrugging. Turning around, he caught sight of Dai Mubai, who was glowering at him, and a smirk crept onto his lips. It seemed that the days ahead would not be overly dull. Chapter 45. The moonlight is truly beautiful. The admission procedures were swiftly concluded in the morning, and under Oscar's guidance, Ning Fan found himself in a modest wooden cabin. The room was small, approximately 10 square meters, furnished with only a bed and a mahogany wardrobe, devoid of any other embellishments. Even the floor was simply laid with bluestone, with cracks revealing tufts of grass and moss. While it provided shelter, the accommodations were exceedingly rudimentary. It was indeed the first time Ning Fan had slept in such a place, yet he was not one to be picky. Moreover, these conditions were far superior to his previous experiences of enduring the wilderness. This humble wooden cabin would serve as Ning Fan's dormitory at Shrek Academy. After a brief introduction to Oscar, he closed the door, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and began meditating. Following his recent battle, he sensed the impending breakthrough. With no obligations for the afternoon, he resolved to elevate his soul power to level 36. As he closed his eyes and entered meditation, the waves of soul energy around him surged, propelling him from level 35 to 36, bringing him one step closer to the realm of Soul Master. As dusk enveloped the sky, Ning Fan exhaled a long breath, feeling elated at his rapid ascent to level 36 within a month. Gazing through the simple wooden window at the night sky, he rose from his bed, invigorated by his recent success. However, he neither desired slumber nor further cultivation. Therefore, the only option left to him was to wander through the village surrounding Shrek Academy, familiarizing himself with the locale. Pushing open the door, Ning Fan looked up at the splendid moonlit sky, inhaling deeply. In a buoyant mood, he chose a direction at random and began to stroll, gradually fading into the night. Shrek Academy was indeed modest in its finances, occupying only a third of the village's area, with the so-called dormitories merely remodeled from the villagers' original wooden homes. As he ambled through the small village, he unwittingly stepped beyond the boundaries of Shrek Academy and arrived at the village entrance, where he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. The moonlight was splendid that night, and with its glow, Ning Fan quickly recognized Zhu Zhuqing, curled up on a large rock, hugging her rounded thighs. Oh, is this the beginning of an unexpected narrative? Ning Fan thought, surprised to encounter Zhu Zhuqing while aimlessly wandering under the enchanting night sky. He quietly approached her. Zhu Zhuqing sat alone on the flat boulder at the village's edge, savoring the tranquility. The chirping of insects filled the air, accompanied by the gentle rustle of the wind through the ripened wheat fields. Dressed in a black gauzy skirt, her long, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, swaying gracefully in the breeze. She hugged her knees, relishing the serene night. Having always been solitary, Zhu Zhuqing cherished moments spent alone, appreciating the moonlight, especially when troubled. Although the night was dark and devoid of company, the serene beauty of the moonlight illuminating the golden wheat fields brought her a sense of tranquility, allowing her to forget her worries. Ning Fan silently appeared behind Zhu Zhuqing, observing the girl before him. The silvery moonlight bathed her, enhancing the radiance of her fair skin. Her delicate figure appeared even more alluring in the soft glow, and her dark hair shimmered with hints of luminescence. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was undeniably beautiful, exuding a fragile and elusive allure, as if any abrupt touch would cause her to vanish. This moonlight is truly beautiful, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, her gaze fixed on the sky, where the moon shone brightly, radiating an enchanting glow, her lips parting slightly. Ning Fan paused momentarily. Despite his efforts to tread quietly, he had not concealed his presence, and it was evident that Zhu Zhuqing was aware of his arrival. Her sudden remark, though tinged with a sense of wonder, unmistakably seemed directed at him. How should he respond? Ning Fan's mind raced. Habitually inclined to flirtatious banter, he instinctively considered replying, "Indeed, you two are enchanting." However, observing Zhu Zhuqing's evident distraction, he felt such a response would disrupt the atmosphere. Yet if not that, what could he say? He found himself in a quandary. Just as he grappled with his dilemma, a gentle breeze tousled Zhu Zhuqing's hair, framing her delicate face with an air of tenderness. Realizing this, Ning Fan smiled softly, approached her side, and sat down, gazing at the moonlit golden wheat fields. "Indeed, the wind is gentle," he murmured. "The wind is gentle," Zhu Zhuqing echoed softly, turning her head to meet the gaze of the young man beside her, a glimmer of something unexplainable sparkling in her eyes. "Ding, your musical talent has improved slightly. Ding, you have acquired the sheet music for flowing clouds. Ding, you have earned 28 gold coins." Upon hearing the series of notifications in his mind, Ning Fan realized he had indeed provided the perfect response. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing, meeting her cool, beautiful eyes, and gently inquired, "What brings you to ponder alone on a night like this?" "Some troubling matters. I can't seem to sleep." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze flickered momentarily. "Troubling matters? May I inquire about them?" Ning Fan asked softly, a smile gracing his lips as he continued to engage her. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her eyes shimmering briefly before she fell into silence. Despite their growing rapport over the past few days, it was clear she did not wish to share the burdens weighing on her mind. Ning Fan shook his head in disappointment. He understood the source of Zhu Zhuqing's worries. His inquiry stemmed from a desire for her to open her heart to him and share her troubles. It is now quite evident that although the relationship between the two has grown considerably closer in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Ning Fan has not yet reached the level of intimacy where she would confide in him. Nevertheless, Ning Fan remained undeterred, for they had only known each other for less than 10 days, making this situation quite normal upon reflection. Chapter 46. Weakness, however. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing gazing at the wheat fields at the village entrance, with a melancholic look in her beautiful eyes, Ning Fan let out a soft sigh. Both of them directed their gaze at the wheat fields, and he spoke softly, "You need not say it. I already know. Is this due to your fiancé?" "Your fiancé is Dai Mubai. ISNT?" At his words, Zhu Zhuqing's slender frame trembled slightly. She then lowered her head, remaining silent, and gently nodded. "Yet, based on my observations, there appears to be no affection between you and Dai Mubai. You do not harbor feelings for him. In fact, you seem profoundly disappointed. Given your personality, it would seem your worries are not about him," Ning Fan continued. Zhu Zhuqing did not respond to Ning Fan's statement, not even nodding her head. However, from the coldness of her delicate features, he sensed a flicker of emotion. "Therefore, I surmise that your troubles lie with the families behind you," Ning Fan said gravely. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, "Do not speak further." Zhu Zhuqing suddenly lifted her head and interjected, cutting off Ning Fan's words. "It seems I was correct. Zhuqing, I have previously stated that should you wish it, I will do everything in my power to prevent you from marrying anyone. No matter how mysterious or powerful your family may be, I shall not cower," Ning Fan declared earnestly, turning to face Zhu Zhuqing. "Thus, if you feel troubled, do let me know. I will exert every effort to assist you." His deep-set eyes regarded Zhu Zhuqing with unwavering determination. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful gaze met Ning Fan's. Her expression one of bewilderment. She sensed that he was not jesting and instinctively murmured, "Actually, I at this." A smile finally graced Ning Fan's face. For Zhu Zhuqing was about to open her heart to him. However, as Zhu Zhuqing's lips parted to utter 4 words, her gaze fell upon Ning Fan's earnest and youthful visage, her eyes glimmering with hesitation, and she abruptly halted. And then? Ning Fan blinked in anticipation. "Forget it. This is a matter between him and me. Though I have no feelings for him, I shall resolve this myself. You need not intervene," Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head and returning her gaze to the moonlit wheat fields, speaking softly. At her words, Ning Fan furrowed his brow. Zhu Zhuqing was on the verge of revealing her family background, yet she suddenly withdrew. What is there to conceal about the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire and the Imperial family? Ning Fan thought, perplexed and somewhat exasperated. Then, a sudden realization struck him as he beheld Zhu Zhuqing's exquisite profile, a look of enlightenment crossing his face. It became apparent to him why Zhu Zhiqing had abruptly stopped speaking and requested that he refrain from getting involved. She was concerned for his safety. The Zhu family and the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire, though they had little presence in Ning Fan's consciousness, were indeed formidable forces. The Star Luo Empire is one of the two great empires of the continent, and in terms of strength, it surpasses even the Tian-Do Empire. Within such an empire, the two most significant forces are the imperial family and the foremost family, the Zhu family. Though their existence was dim in Ning Fan's memory, their true power was undeniably terrifying. While Ning Fan currently possessed considerable strength, able to exchange blows with Zhao Wuji, he was still merely a prodigious talent. Perhaps one day he could challenge the Zhu family and the Star Luo imperial family, but that was a future possibility, not the present reality. Therefore, should he become embroiled in the struggle for the throne, Zhu Zhiqing feared for his life. This realization led Ning Fan to shake his head in resignation, letting out a bitter laugh. His power was still too feeble, although his soul power level far exceeds that of his peers, and his combat prowess is substantial. He is still outmatched by those great powers. Zhu Zhiqing, overhearing Ning Fan's resigned chuckle, misconstrued his expression, assuming he was disappointed by her concealment, and thus lowered her head. Speaking softly with an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry." "Ah, there is nothing to apologize for. I understand your predicament," Ning Fan replied, shaking his head. "I have an inkling of your concerns. Nevertheless, I reiterate, should you wish it, I shall never allow you to marry anyone against your will." Ning Fan smiled gently at Zhu Zhiqing. Zhu Zhiqing's enchanting eyes sparkled, yet she did not respond to Ning Fan, turning her head away as if she had not heard his words. Still, Ning Fan keenly observed the slight upward curve of her lips. He smiled faintly and chose not to speak further, sitting in silence beside Zhu Zhiqing, both absorbing the tranquility of the night. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Zhiqing unexpectedly broke the stillness, her beautiful gaze fixed upon the wheat fields swaying in a breeze. "Ning Rongrong, she likes you very much. You two must not be true siblings, right?" Zhu Zhiqing spoke softly, her tone cool. Yet her perceptive mind had long since noticed that Ning Rongrong's feelings for Ning Fan were far from the simple brother-sister relationship he had described. In truth, Zhu Zhiqing had always held Ning Rongrong, the sister Ning Fan spoke of, in great regard. This evening, her concerns differed from before. Beyond the familial struggles and uncertainties of the future, she also grappled with the dynamics of the relationship between Ning Rongrong and Ning Fan. Ning Fan, anticipating her words, displayed no unusual reaction. "Indeed, Rongrong is the daughter of the seven-treasure glazed tile school's master. I am merely a humble disciple. We are not actually siblings." After a moment of hesitation, he continued, "In truth, I am aware of Rongrong's feelings for me." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiqing's heart skipped a beat, an inexplicable sense of loss and fear washing over her. Although she did not wish for Ning Fan to draw too close, fearing that he might become entangled in her troubles and suffer harm, she could not help but feel a surge of anxiety at his words, fearing he might suddenly depart from her life forever. After all, for many years, due to the cruelty of the aristocracy and the royal family at strife, even her elder sister, who had once cared for her, had ceased to love her one day. One can only understand their own warmth and coldness. Over the years, she had borne everything within her family alone, with no one to confide in or share her burdens. Now, Ning Fan's unexpected arrival had undoubtedly introduced a figure she could rely on and communicate with after all these years. Yet, due to her familial circumstances, she was reluctant to allow Ning Fan to draw too close. However, she was also selfishly afraid that Ning Fan might develop feelings for someone else and truly leave her. Chapter 47. Midnight meeting. Ning Fan discerned the unease in Zhu Zhiqing's demeanor and gently patted her back, his voice soothing as he spoke. "In my eyes, Rongrong is more like a mischievous little sister. She is quite different from you." This statement was not a mere fabrication intended to placate Zhu Zhiqing. Rather, it reflected Ning Fan's genuine feelings. While he found Ning Rongrong enchanting and adorable, he had previously struggled to tolerate her spoiled, capricious nature during their time at the seven-treasure glazed tile school. In the past, he had approached Ning Rongrong for system rewards, enduring considerable hardship and humiliation at her hands. The torment inflicted by the mischievous girl led him to resolve to treat her merely as a heartless target for rewards. However, As he grew closer to Ning Rongrong, he began to see her endearing and playful side, which softened his earlier dissatisfaction with her behavior. Today, her earnest concern for him warmed his heart. Thus, in Ning Fan's eyes, Zhu Zhuqing, having been expelled for the seven-treasure glazed tile school, appeared more like a charming little sister. Really? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Fan with her beautiful eyes, shimmering like autumn waters, uncertainly inquiring. Yes, indeed. Ning Fan replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Upon hearing his reaffirmation, Zhu Zhuqing's lovely eyes sparkled with a rare joy, but soon flushed with a rosy hue. Her gaze drifted away from him, her lips parting slightly as if she wished to say something, but her courage faltered, and the words remained unspoken. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she curled up, burying her head in her bosom, and with a soft, timid voice, she stammered, "Then, if someone bullies me, will you?" Recognizing the familiar opening, Ning Fan immediately understood her intent. He chuckled helplessly. Despite her seemingly icy exterior, she was still a little girl at heart. He shook his head, gently stroking her long, delicate hair, feeling her slight tremors, and softly reassured, "Do not worry, as long as I am by your side. No one will bully you. I will protect you with all my might." His words ignited an unusual glimmer of happiness in Zhu Zhuqing's cold, beautiful eyes as she lifted her head and whispered, "Really? But I do not deserve such treatment from you." Despite her joy, a sense of insecurity lingered. Ning Fan was a genius disciple of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, possessing twin martial souls, and Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the school's master, harbored affections for him. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing was merely the second daughter of the Zhu family, a pawn in political struggles, with no comparison to Ning Fan's promising future. Whether you are worthy or not is not for you to decide. It is for me to determine, Ning Fan sighed, affectionately patting her head to dispel her tangled worries. Now, it is quite late. You should return to rest and not dwell on these chaotic thoughts. Tomorrow marks the first day of school. It will be best to get some sleep. Yes, you may go back. I, for now, do not wish to sleep, Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, gazing at the luminous night sky. "Ah, you," Ning Fan said, shaking his head in exasperation. Since Zhu Zhuqing did not wish to return, he certainly would not leave her alone to sleep. "If you do not want to sleep, then I shall lull you to rest," he said with a hint of indulgence. "Lull me to sleep?" Zhu Zhuqing's cold eyes expressed confusion. Ning Fan smiled slightly and waved his hand, summoning a black wooden seven-string zither, roughly 4 feet long, before her. Zhu Zhuqing, her delicate fingers gliding over the zither's surface, queried Ning Fan with curiosity, "What is this?" Although Zhu Zhuqing hailed from a noble family and had some knowledge of musical instruments, she had never encountered one of this style. "This is the guqin from my previous life. As for its presence in this world, it is a reward granted by the system," Ning Fan explained. "This guqin has the ability to soothe troubled hearts. Since you are restless and do not wish to sleep, I shall use it to lull you." With a gentle smile, Ning Fan did not elaborate further. He sat down, closed his eyes, and began to play. As his fingers lightly plucked the strings, a clear, melodious sound resonated, filling the air. At that moment, a sacred radiance emanated from Ning Fan, and as his fingers danced across the strings, the notes seemed to come alive, causing Zhu Zhuqing's heart to tremble. Ning Fan, with his eyes closed, appeared to meld with the zither, his dexterous fingers breathing life into each note. Bathed in moonlight, the youthful countenance of Ning Fan was tranquil and ethereal, his hands casting a spell that urged those who listened to follow the rhythm of his playing. The music flowed like a clear spring into the depths of the heart, refreshing, lucid, and serene. With focused concentration, Zhu Zhuqing found herself liberated from all distractions, her spirit gradually finding peace and harmony with the rhythm of Ning Fan's fingers. In the stillness of the night, the zither's sound drifted softly. Unconsciously, Zhu Zhuqing leaned against Ning Fan, surrendering to the enchanting melody. "What a peculiar individual," she murmured as her head rested on his shoulder. And then she peacefully drifted into slumber. Ning Fan opened his eyes, his hands continuing to play the guqin. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, now soundly asleep, and smiled with satisfaction. The sheet music he played, Flowing Clouds, was adeptly soothing her restless heart, enhanced by his masterful technique. Before the piece was complete, Zhu Zhuqing had already succumbed to the lull of his music. Observing her relaxed slumber, Ning Fan shook his head, then closed his eyes, allowing himself to be immersed in the music as he continued to play. As the night deepened, the entire Shrek Academy fell silent, save for the lingering, melodious notes that floated through the night sky. Who could be playing the zither at this late hour? This tune seems quite pleasant, mused Zhao Wujing in his quarters, taken aback by the faint sounds of music that reached his ears. Heh, none of the rough fellows in our academy have such hobbies. The musician must be one of those peculiar newcomers, he remarked. In Zhao Wujing's room sat a robust man in his 50s with a prominent chin, broad cheekbones, a flat face, and an eagle-like nose adorned with black-framed glasses. Reclining in a chair, he gazed at Zhao Wujing and spoke languidly. This man was none other than Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy. Chapter 48. Zhao Wujing's speculation, those peculiar newcomers? Upon hearing Flender's words, Zhao Wujing appeared contemplative, his expression suddenly turning somber. At this moment, despite having donned a fresh set of clothing, the bruises and wounds on his body had vanished entirely within the span of an afternoon, thanks to his remarkable healing abilities, leaving no trace behind and restoring him to his usual appearance. However, these physical injuries were trivial compared to the psychological blow he endured. Zhao Wujie could never have imagined that what began as a simple desire to awaken his muscles and engage in a friendly spar would culminate in repeated humiliation. Not only was he bested several times by the remarkably strong little creature, Ning Fan, but he also suffered the indignity of a kick to the face, leaving him battered and bruised. To make matters worse, he allowed Ning Fan to escape unscathed, resulting in a significant loss of face. When provoked by Tang San, his initial fury led him to seek retribution against the foolhardy Tang San, only to find himself ensnared in a barrage of traps and hidden weapons, once again suffering a great defeat. The mere recollection of these events made Zhao Wujie's teeth grind in anger, his expression contorted with frustration. Although I have not witnessed this year's newcomers with my own eyes, your demeanor reveals much. It appears this year has indeed brought forth exceptionally talented little monsters. Flander remarked lazily, swaying in his chair. Indeed, two remarkably gifted little creatures. Zhao Wujie sighed in response. His eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of mischief as he clenched his right fist and struck it into his left palm, a wicked smile spreading across his face. He recalled that these two little monsters had joined Shrek Academy, where he served as the vice president and their instructor. Though he had suffered setbacks at their hands today, he could still reclaim his dignity as their teacher in the future. However, a frown creased his brow as he pondered the implications. Ning Fan's martial spirit was the 7-treasure glazed tile, clearly marking him as one of the most exceptional geniuses of the contemporary 7-treasure glazed sect. Backed by formidable connections, such a background would not be easily challenged. On the other hand, Tang San seemed to possess no particularly notable lineage, making him a more manageable target for Zhao Wujie. A triumphant and malevolent smile returned to Zhao Wujie's face. Oh, if I recall correctly, 5 new students were admitted this year, and you've deemed 2 of them to be exceptionally talented little monsters? Remarkable indeed, Flander exclaimed, rising from his chair in astonishment. Yes, among the 5 students, those 2 little monsters are indeed rather extraordinary. Zhao Wujie nodded slowly, his expression contemplative. However, as he spoke, he found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Ning Fan and Tang San, pausing momentarily before finally settling on the term extraordinary. Extraordinary? How so? Flander inquired, intrigued. You have no idea, Zhao Wujie replied with a cold smirk. Wait a moment, the 7-treasure glazed sect? Isn't that just a support-type soul master? What makes them extraordinary? Flander interjected, furrowing his brow. Ning Fengji had long since informed Flander in a letter that Ning Rongrong would be enrolling at Shrek Academy. Thus, upon hearing about the 7-treasure glazed sect, Flander assumed Zhao Wujie was referring to Ning Rongrong. While Ning Rongrong indeed possessed noteworthy talent, she was merely a support-type soul master and hardly warranted Zhao Wujie's description as extraordinary. Indeed, she is a support-type soul master. But you don't understand. She truly is extraordinary. Her strength is immense. Even without using soul power, her punch could rival my own. Zhao Wujie animatedly recounted his encounter with Ning Fan earlier that day, sharing a bit of information with Flander, a longtime friend, despite the embarrassment of the situation. He embellished the tale slightly, omitting the fact that he had been knocked off his feet by Ning Fan's punch due to his own carelessness. Are you serious? You're telling me that without using soul power, her strength could match yours? Even without soul power, that strength must be comparable to some soul masters and soul kings. A support-type soul master possesses such power? You must be joking, Flander exclaimed, utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the scene of a 12-year-old. Seemingly delicate support-type soul master confronting the imposing Zhao Wujia. Indeed, do you not believe me? That little one not only possesses immense strength, but also possesses a unique talent. Zhao Wujia continued, observing Flander's stunned expression. Wait, you mean that little one? The soul master from the Seven Treasure Glazed sect is a boy? Flander quickly interrupted, having caught a crucial detail in Zhao Wujia's words. Of course. Who else would I be referring to? Surely not a girl? Zhao Wujia replied, his lip curling in disdain. Nah, Ningrongrong. Flander's eyes twitched as he tentatively suggested. Ningrongrong. I recall a little girl named Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed sect arriving today. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow before a realization struck him. He finally understood that Flander was not speaking of the same person. That little girl, while talented, paled in comparison to that monstrous little creature. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Zhao Wujia shifted the focus back to Ning Fan. The boy I mentioned is Ning Fan, also a soul master from the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, wielding the Seven Treasure Glazed tile. Ning Fan, Flander murmured, his expression peculiar. In a letter Ning Fengji had sent him, aside from Ning Rongrong, there was no mention of anyone named Ning Fan. That little one is already at the soul master level at such a young age, with an estimated soul power level around 35. Furthermore, his strength is far beyond that of ordinary individuals, complemented by a peculiar martial spirit ability that allows him to manipulate objects invisibly, a truly enigmatic power. Comparable to that of a Soul King battle soul master, Zhao Wujia elaborated on Ning Fan's abilities to Flander. Such a prodigy? He truly is a support-type soul master? Have you witnessed his martial spirit? Flander asked, incredulity etched on his face. Yes, I have seen his Seven Treasure Glazed tile. It is indeed from the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. However, I suspect the Seven Treasure Glazed tile is merely his primary martial spirit. He likely possesses another legendary twin martial spirit. Zhao Wujia stroked his chin thoughtfully. Previously, he had not considered the possibility of a twin martial spirit when he faced Ning Fan. However, witnessing Tang San's transformation during their battle had made him aware of Tang San's twin martial spirit. Thus, given Ning Fan's exceptional prowess, Zhao Wujia speculated that he too must possess a twin martial spirit, the source of his formidable strength and mysterious abilities. Chapter 49, The Bastard Son. A twin martial spirit? When did the Seven Treasure Glazed sect produce such an extraordinary talent? Flander gasped in astonishment. At such a young age, possessing a soul power level of approximately 35 and being endowed with a dual martial soul physique is truly extraordinary. Moreover, as Zhao Wujing just mentioned, this young man possesses immense strength and an enigmatic innate talent, rivaling that of a soul king. The most crucial point is that this prodigious genius from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has arrived at Shrek Academy, which undoubtedly signifies a monumental event for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, in a letter that Ning Fengji sent me, there was no mention of such an individual. Could it be that I am mistaken? Flander, filled with doubt, swiftly flipped his hand, and with a flash of silver light, a yellow envelope appeared in his palm. Already opened, he extracted a white sheet of paper and lowered his head, scrutinizing each word meticulously. After a long while, he lifted his head, his expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion, murmuring softly, "That is strange. In the letter from Sect Master Ning, it only mentioned his daughter, Ning Rongrong, coming to Shrek Academy, requesting that I properly guide her temperament." Flander, did that Sect Master Ning send you a letter? Zhao Wujing inquired, his eyebrows raised in surprise as he glanced at the envelope in Flander's hand. Indeed, the girl named Ning Rongrong is the daughter of Sect Master Ning, known for her mischievous nature, which is why he wishes for me to discipline her. Yet, there is no mention of Ning Fan in this correspondence, Flander replied, gathering the envelope. Flander had initially thought there might be hidden information within the letter, but no matter how he read it, horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, he found no additional insights. Impossible. That boy's talent and strength hold an exceptional status within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. If he were to join Shrek Academy, how could Sect Master Ning fail to mention him? Zhao Wujing pondered, equally perplexed. Having traversed the continent for many years, he had never encountered such an extraordinary talent. If nurtured properly, Ning Fan would surely become a title de law, a towering figure within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Moreover, a genius of this caliber would possess unparalleled status, not only within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, but also within the Spirit Hall, unmatched in the contemporary era. Why, then, does the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School appear to be so indifferent towards this remarkable individual? How could they not even mention Ning Fan's name? Zhao Wujing found this highly illogical, and suddenly, an idea struck him. His eyes glimmered with intrigue, and a peculiar smile emerged on his face. Hey, Flander. I believe I heard that young man refer to Sect Master Ning's daughter as his sister. Do you think Ning Fan might be the illegitimate son of Sect Master Ning? That would explain why it's not openly discussed. Zhao Wujing leaned closer to Flander, speaking in a conspiratorial whisper. Illegitimat son? Flander was momentarily stunned, quickly scrutinizing Zhao Wujing before pondering the notion, stroking his chin and nodding thoughtfully. Ah, that does seem like a possibility. Well, let us not speculate further. I will write to Sect Master Ning tomorrow, hinting at the matter, and in a week, the truth will surely reveal itself. Flander shook his head, settling back into his chair. By the way, what about the other young prodigy you mentioned? Flander inquired of Zhao Wujing. The other prodigy is also impressive. He possesses a dual martial soul and is named Tang San, Zhao Wujing continued. Suddenly, Zhao Wujing tensed up, sensing a faint, almost imperceptible presence locking onto him. Zhao Wujing, come out. In the early morning, before the dawn's light had fully risen, the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze as diligent villagers began their day's labor. Some took advantage of the cool morning air to weed their fields or harvest crops, while others set off toward Soto City to purchase essential supplies. At the village entrance, which had been quiet throughout the night, many villagers were now bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. These villagers noticed two young figures, a boy and a girl, seated on a large stone at the village entrance, both smiling warmly and sincerely at Ning Fan. Ning Fan, in turn, greeted them politely with nods. He also glanced down at the girl resting her head on his thigh, still lost in slumber. Inwardly, he marveled at the remarkable hypnotic effect of his QNQ. Since Zhu Zhuqing had fallen asleep on his shoulder the previous night, he had played for most of the night before putting away his guqin. Using his spatial abilities, he gently placed Zhu Zhuqing's head onto his thigh and covered her with a blanket. He then entered a meditative state, continuing to cultivate until the present moment. Zhu Zhuqing remained deeply asleep, occasionally shifting positions, seemingly unaffected by the growing noise at the village entrance. Despite having been awakened by Ning Fan's touch earlier, she now breathed steadily, appearing serene and undisturbed. Observing the girl resting peacefully in his embrace, Ning Fan chuckled softly and shook his head. Zhuqing actually spent the night here? What were you two up to last night? Indeed, Sister Xiao Wu's instincts are never wrong. I knew your relationship was not so simple. Just then, an exclamation broke the morning calm. Ning Fan turned to see Xiao Wu and Tang San approaching from the vicinity of the village entrance. Having just awakened, Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a twinge of hunger. Unfamiliar with the area, they wandered through the village in search of food and unwittingly stumbled upon Ning Fan and Zhu Zhuqing. With Xiao Wu's shout, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to hear her name, letting out a soft murmur as her long eyelashes fluttered before she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, they met Ning Fan's deep, smiling gaze. Good morning, Ning Fan said with a gentle smile. A hint of shyness flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she subtly nodded in response to Ning Fan. Ding, you have gained 10% experience towards your current level. Ding, you have obtained the Herb Compendium. Ding, you have acquired 21 gold coins. The familiar notifications echoed in Ning Fan's mind, yet his emotions remained stable as he continued to smile at Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly disregarding the presence of Xiao Wu and Tang San. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing became aware of her position, resting on Ning Fan's thigh, and felt the villagers' curious gazes upon her. A blush crept on her cheeks as she quickly sat up. It's you too. What brings you here? Ning Fan asked, stretching and standing up, shaking off the stiffness from his night of stillness. He then leaped down from the boulder and approached the two, smiling as he spoke. We were looking for something to eat to resolve our breakfast dilemma, but after wandering around, we still don't know where the Academy's cafeteria is. By the way, do you happen to know? Xiao Wu asked Ning Fan. Oh, I do know the location of the cafeteria. Follow me. I'm feeling a bit hungry myself. Ning Fan replied, nodding. He then began to walk towards the village, having gathered quite a bit of information about Shrek Academy during his previous night stroll, including the location of the cafeteria. Although the cafeteria of Shrek Academy is merely a converted ordinary residence, lacking any distinctive signage, it is not easily recognizable. However, Shrek Academy itself is not large, and after nightfall, apart from the student and teacher dormitories, there are only a few unoccupied houses within its vicinity. One of these larger, uninhabited rooms happens to be the cafeteria. Thank you for leading the way. Tang Sen expressed his gratitude to Ning Fan. Ning Fan, walking ahead, nodded in acknowledgement without further response, and then softly chuckled at Zhu Zhuqing beside him. You seemed to sleep quite soundly last night, completely oblivious to the commotion at the village entrance this morning. It appears my melody has a hypnotic effect. Should you find yourself sleepless again, feel free to seek me out. Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, nodding her head. Her clear, cold eyes were fixed ahead, as if she found it somewhat difficult to meet Ning Fan's gaze, while a faint blush tinged her porcelain-like face. The reason Zhu Zhuqing had slept so deeply was not solely due to Ning Fan's music. Another reason was the comforting aura of masculinity that emanated from him when she dozed against his side, bringing her a profound sense of security. Oh, the music from last night was played by you? You certainly have many tricks up your sleeve when it comes to wooing girls, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide open after hearing Ning Fan's gentle laughter. Tang San, standing nearby, also wore an expression of surprise. He hadn't expected that the enchanting melody from the previous night was performed by Ning Fan. It was astonishing to realize that Ning Fan's talent in music was on par with his martial prowess. Just a trivial skill, nothing to be surprised about. Ning Fan said with a smile, observing their astonished expressions. He walked alongside Zhu Zhuqing, with Xiao Wu and Tang San trailing behind. Soon, the quartet arrived at the Shrek cafeteria. The cafeteria, much like the academy itself, exuded a sense of simplicity, constructed from earthen bricks. The meals were prepared by villagers using clay stoves and large iron pots. Although the taste was rather mediocre, the generous portions ensured satisfaction. Inside the cafeteria, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Daimu Bai, and a plump man with a frown and a pair of small mustaches were present. Though it was Ning Fan's first encounter with this chubby fellow, his distinctive features made his identity clear. He was Ma Hongjun, the evil fire phoenix. Upon seeing Ning Fan enter the cafeteria, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes instantly brightened, and the baozi in her hand lost its appeal as she impulsively wanted to rush towards him. However, in that moment, she noticed the presence of Zhu Zhuqing beside him. Her lovely face instantly froze. Though she was willful and naive, she was far from foolish. In fact, she possessed considerable intelligence. Witnessing the scene, she found it hard to believe Ning Fan's earlier claim that he and Zhu Zhuqing were merely companions on the road. Previously, Ning Fan had stated that Zhu Zhuqing was accompanying him for protection. While Ning Rongrong might have been skeptical of that explanation initially, after witnessing Ning Fan's prowess yesterday, her doubts dissipated. Now, she could not believe that Ning Fan would require Zhu Zhuqing's protection. In her eyes, it seemed evident that Ning Fan had developed feelings for someone else. The vows they once shared now appear to be hollow, just over half a month apart, and he had already moved on. What was so special about that cold woman? Ning Rongrong felt a surge of frustration as she thought. He used to care for me so deeply, willing to do anything for me, the only one in the seven-treasure glazed tile school who could tolerate my little temper. How could he have changed so quickly after just half a month apart? Suddenly, her gaze fell on Zhu Zhuqing's ample curves, and lowering her head to observe her own modest figure, realization dawned upon her. With a darkened expression, she squeezed the baozi in her hand as if it were Zhu Zhuqing's ample bosom, venting her resentment until it was squished to pulp. Rongrong, the dean has stated that wasting food will result in punishment. Oscar, seated across from Ning Rongrong, cautiously remarked upon seeing her gloomy expression in the ruined baozi. Mind your own business. Ning Rongrong shot a fierce glare at Oscar, then slammed her hand on the table and rose, leaving breakfast unfinished as she stormed out through another exit of the cafeteria. Sighing, Ning Fan, who had just entered the cafeteria, observed Ning Rongrong's angry departure and shook his head in disappointment. He could tell she was feeling quite distressed. However, it was not just Ning Rongrong who felt this way in the cafeteria. Ma Hongjun wore a sorrowful expression, and Dai Mubai appeared equally glum. Ma Hongjun's discontent stemmed from having broken up with his girlfriend that morning, leaving him without a source to relieve his frustrations. Dai Mubai, too, was in low spirits, having risen early to seek a serious conversation with Zhu Zhuqing, hoping to clear any misunderstandings and inquire about her relationship with Ning Fan. Yet, upon arriving at Zhu Zhuqing's door, he found her absent. Now, seeing her walk into the cafeteria alongside Ning Fan, Dai Mubai felt as though he had been unceremoniously adorned with a vividly colored, yet beautiful, hat. Chapter 51. The rebirth of the support type, Soul Master-esque glory. The cafeteria was quiet, but the atmosphere became unusually tense with the arrival of Ning Fan and Zhu Zhuqing. Although Ning Fan noticed the peculiar ambience, he remained unperturbed, while Zhu Zhuqing maintained her indifferent demeanor. After swiftly resolving their breakfast needs, the group soon made their way to the Academy's Grand Square, where they lined up in formation. At this moment, all 8 students of Shrek Academy, including Ning Fan, had genuinely gathered together. However, despite their assembly, the atmosphere felt far from harmonious. Ning Rongrong, who had barely touched her breakfast before rushing out of the cafeteria, now stood beside Ning Fan, tightly embracing his right arm. With a defiant glance towards Zhu Zhuqing, she seemed to be staking her claim. However, in response to the provocative demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing remained unfazed, displaying no expression after a fleeting glance. This reaction undeniably instilled a sense of helplessness in Ning Rongrong, akin to landing a punch on a cotton surface. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai appeared as sullen as ever, his eyes brimming with suppressed anger. Ma Hongjun continued to languish in the sorrow of his recent breakup. Oscar, now with a slightly handsome visage after shaving, clutched a grilled sausage in his mouth, his gaze tinged with melancholy and disappointment. Initially, upon seeing Ning Rongrong for the first time yesterday, he had deemed her his dream girl. However, after witnessing her intimate interaction with Ning Fan, he had assumed she was already taken, thus extinguishing his hopes. Yet, upon learning later that Ning Rongrong and Ning Fan were merely siblings in the same sect, a flicker of hope reignited within him. He even went so far as to shave off his beard and spruce up his appearance. However, this morning, he learned from Ning Rongrong that, despite being from the same sect, they were not blood relatives. Now, witnessing Ning Rongrong's demeanor, Oscar recognized her evident affection for Ning Fan. His dreams were once again shattered, leaving him in despair. Among the group, only Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with the oblivious Ning Fan, remained in a state suitable for communication. Before long, a middle-aged man approached, momentarily breaking the strange atmosphere and capturing everyone's attention. Ning Fan focused his gaze. This man was none other than Flender, the founder of Shrek Academy. Flender, in his 50s, though not particularly robust, exuded an aura of strength as he walked steadily. His deep-set eyes were concealed behind black glasses, and his protruding chin gave him a shrewd and cunning appearance. A slime merchant? Xiao Wu exclaimed upon spotting Flender. What slime merchant? He is our dean, Flender the Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, a rank 78 soul sage. Even Zhao Wujie cannot best him, so tread carefully. Oscar, still chewing on his grilled sausage and with a melancholic expression, hastily swallowed the remaining piece and patted his chest, cautioning Xiao Wu. Is this slime merchant really that formidable? Xiao Wu murmured, only to immediately silence herself when Flender's gaze fell upon her. Flender approached the group, surveying them with satisfaction. Not bad. I did not expect 5 little monsters to join us this year. Now, let us gather for introductions before returning to rest and recover for today's first lesson, which will commence this evening. However, auxiliary soul masters are exceptions. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ning Fan, you 3 come with me. Flender directed his attention toward the trio. Huh? Am I also categorized as an auxiliary soul master? Ning Fan was taken aback, unable to comprehend how he was grouped with Ning Rongrong and Oscar as an auxiliary soul master. Although he indeed possessed auxiliary attributes through his martial soul, the label of auxiliary battle soul master would suit him far better. It was not only Ning Fan who was stunned, the others were equally taken aback. After all, if Ning Fan was considered an auxiliary soul master, did that imply their battle soul masters were inferior even to auxiliary soul masters? Nevertheless, Flinder offered no explanations and walked away with his hands clasped behind him, while Ning Fan, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong followed closely. You three are auxiliary soul masters. Auxiliary soul masters and battle soul masters belong to two distinct categories. On the battlefield, auxiliary soul masters are often the most vulnerable, facing life-threatening dangers with no combat capability, requiring protection from their teammates. Therefore, I want you to tell me how a fragile soul master can better ensure their own safety on the battlefield. Oscar was the first to respond without hesitation. Stay as concealed as possible behind our allies, keep our backs to them, and utilize all available terrain and structures to evade risks, steering clear of danger zones. Flinder nodded approvingly. It was a perfect answer, devoid of any flaws. He then turned to Ning Rongrong. As for what to do, one must unleash their soul abilities, bolster their teammates, and then hide behind the strongest soul master for protection, or find a secure spot to conceal oneself. Ning Rongrong tolkchulli articulated. Upon hearing this, Flinder let out a chuckle, and Oscar joined in the laughter. Ning San Do secretly smiled. For Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, her response was indeed the epitome of correctness. And you? Flinder inquired, turning his gaze to Ning Fan. Although Flinder already understood that Ning Fan was not merely a conventional auxiliary soul master, given his formidable combat prowess and extraordinary talents, the auxiliary capabilities of his seven-treasure glazed tower seemed to pale in comparison. Nonetheless, Flinder wished to hear Ning Fan's perspective, as this peculiar youth, despite his oddities, was still an auxiliary soul master. At that moment, both Ning Rongrong and Oscar focused their attention on Ning Fan, eager to hear his answer. Ning Fan smiled and said, "A competent auxiliary soul master cannot solely focus on self-preservation. That is too selfish. I believe an auxiliary soul master must prioritize protecting their teammates. They should diligently hone their skills and grow stronger, so that during a team battle, or rather, in war, they can lead the charge, annihilate the enemy, and ensure their allies remain unscathed. Thus, as long as the adversaries are vanquished, no one will be harmed, safeguarding both teammates and oneself. In my eyes, that is the mark of a truly qualified auxiliary soul master. Of course, I am aware that historically, no auxiliary soul master has achieved this. Perhaps that is precisely why my existence is necessary, to restore the glory of auxiliary soul masters. It is our duty." Ning Fan clenched his right fist and struck it forcefully into his open left palm, exclaiming with fervor, "Flinder." At this proclamation, Flinder fell into a state of utter speechlessness. Chapter 52. Obsession. Not only did Ning Fan leave Flinder speechless, but even Oscar and Ning Rongrong regarded him with peculiar expressions. While auxiliary soul masters boast a physique enhanced by soul power, surpassing ordinary individuals in various aspects, they still merely compare favorably against regular people. Should they confront battle soul masters, the inevitable outcome would be a thorough defeat, devoid of any surprises. However, despite Ning Fan's outrageous description of auxiliary soul masters, for some inexplicable reason, they refrained from denying his words, captivated instead by his confident and earnest, if somewhat arrogant, demeanor. After all, Ning Fan was indeed an extraordinary anomaly, transcending their usual understanding of auxiliary soul masters. Ahem, impressive. I did not anticipate such lofty aspirations from you, Ning Fan. Your ambitions far exceed those of us mere mortals. The task of restoring the glory of auxiliary soul masters is now entrusted to you, my brother." Oscar coughed lightly, casting a glance at Ning Fan as he spoke softly. He is a person with a remarkably precise self-perception, fully aware that no matter how diligently an auxiliary soul master trains, the inherent disparity between them and battle soul masters cannot be bridged. Consequently, while he does not vocally oppose Ning Fan's understanding of auxiliary soul masters, he also does not naively believe that he, as an auxiliary soul master, could genuinely contend with a battle soul master. By the way, Ning Fan, I seem to be unaware of why your strength has suddenly surged to such heights. Aren't you just an ordinary auxiliary soul master like me? At this moment, Ning Rongrong, listening to Ning Fan's audacious words and observing his confident demeanor, with her beautiful eyes sparkling, leaned her soft body against him, inquiring curiously. The magnitude of Ning Fan's sudden strength, with soul power levels that even she finds unattainable, has left her astonished. After initially grappling with uncertainty, Ning Rongrong now gazes at Ning Fan's confidence, her bright eyes filled with joy. After all, if Ning Fan possesses such formidable strength, comparable to a battle soul master, then their union would not contravene the ironclad rules of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, her father would surely consent to their relationship, and Ning Fan would be able to protect her. Well, this is due to a unique training method I possess. Ning Fan glanced at Ning Rongrong, contemplating that if she truly wished to know, he could casually divulge the existence of his second martial soul without much consequence. However, with Flinder and Oscar present, he refrained from revealing such information, instead fabricating a reason. You. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes filled with indignation as her small fists pounded against Ning Fan. Ahem, enough. Flinder coughed twice, interrupting their interaction. Your summaries regarding auxiliary soul masters are commendable. An auxiliary soul master must not only safeguard themselves, but, within their capacity, also protect their teammates. However, before mastering the art of protecting teammates, the ability to escape is an essential lesson for an auxiliary soul master. Therefore, today Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you are to run 20 laps around the village. If you do not complete this by noon, you shall forego lunch. Ning Fan, given your unique constitution, you are exempt from training and shall oversee their completion instead, Flinder said, a glint of insight in his eyes. After speaking, Flinder turned and departed slowly. Oh, Ning Fan furrowed his brow as he watched Flinder's retreating figure, puzzled. He then turned to Ning Rongrong, quickly realizing why Flinder had summoned him. Given Ning Rongrong's unique status, even with Ning Fengji's letter assuring him to care for her, Flinder, known for his cunning nature, would tread carefully to avoid entanglements. Thus, Ning Fan's presence provided Flinder with the perfect solution to manage and monitor Ning Rongrong through Ning Fan's assistance. 20 laps, my heavens. Oscar howled as he observed Flinder's departure, then wasted no time in starting to run. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong stood rooted in place, her beautiful eyes blinking as she gazed at Ning Fan. Why are you just looking at me? Come run. Ning Fan shook his head, speaking with a hint of exasperation. I don't want to run, and I certainly cannot manage 20 laps, Ning Rongrong pouted, glancing at Oscar, who had already vanished around the village corner. Her hands crossed defiantly over her chest as she candidly declared her reluctance to Ning Fan. As an auxiliary soul master, she understood her lack of self-defense capabilities, which is why she had trained her running endurance at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, her training had been rather rudimentary, and with her current physical condition, she was painfully aware that she could not possibly complete 20 laps. Even if you can't manage 20, you should at least aim for a few laps. Ning Fan continued to persuade her. Although he was not inclined to meddle in others' affairs, he felt compelled to encourage Ning Rongrong, whom he had subconsciously begun to regard as a younger sister. I don't want to run. Ning Rongrong puffed her cheeks, turning her head away, stubbornly shouting at Ning Fan. It appeared she was still displeased that Ning Fan had not disclosed the reason for his sudden strength. Seeing this, Ning Fan pondered for a moment before gently patting Ning Rongrong's head, speaking softly. How about this, little girl? You wish to know the reason behind my sudden surge in strength, did you not? If you run 10 laps, I shall reveal it to you afterward. Ning Fan smiled gently at her. What do you think? Is that condition acceptable? Although 20 laps may be too much, surely 10 laps should be manageable? Ning Fan continued to coax her. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong turned her head, her sparkling eyes locking onto Ning Fan's. She huffed. Really? You will tell me after I finish 10 laps? Of course, it is hardly a secret. Ning Fan chuckled lightly. Not a secret, Ning Rongrong murmured, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she keenly sensed the peculiarity of Ning Fan's words. Could she possibly already know? Ning Rongrong lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ning Fan as she softly inquired. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback before realizing whom she referred to. After a brief hesitation, he nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing this, Ning Rongrong's expression darkened, her silver teeth clenched tightly, her bright eyes filled with a sense of defiance. Without uttering another word, she lowered her head and began to run ahead, leaving Ning Fan behind. Ning Fan squinted slightly, observing the petite yet resolute figure before him. A hint of complexity etched on his face. It seemed Ning Rongrong harbored a deep fixation on him, which could pose a challenge. Chapter 53. Refinement. How long has it been? Why am I only on the second lap? Ning Grongrong Pantet Likiftli. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she often trained her running at Ning Fengji's behest. However, despite the village appearing small, the distance encircling it was not insignificant. Consequently, after completing roughly 1.5 laps, coupled with the fact that she had left breakfast uneaten this morning due to seeing Ning Fan with Zhu Zhuqing, she now felt fatigued and had slowed her pace. Cough. Rong Rong, don't run so fast. Running requires rhythm. You won't last long like this, Oscar, who had finally caught up, advised her. From the start, it seemed Ning Rongrong had been running out of spite, pushing ahead and surpassing Oscar, who had initially led her by a considerable margin. Now, as her initial fervor waned, Oscar was able to catch up, though Oscar's advice was well-meaning. The frustrated Ning Rongrong was in no mood to heed any counsel. As she continued to run, her mind lingered on Ning Fan's earlier response, a wave of bitterness swelling within her. Why does Zhu Zhuqing get to learn Ning Fan's secret before her? In terms of the duration of their acquaintance and the closeness of their relationship, it should be her who discovers Ning Fan's secret first. It must be her who learns of it first. Zhu Zhuqing had only encountered Ning Fan for less than half a month. Why should she be the one to possess knowledge before him? Ning Rongrong felt a surge of indignation. Her capabilities were hardly inferior to Zhu Zhuqing's. Thus, upon hearing Oscar's advice to slow down, the competitive Ning Rongrong shot him a glare. Mind your own business. Keep your distance. With gritted teeth, she summoned the power of her Seven Treasures glazed tower to accelerate, swiftly distancing herself from him. Although she was utilizing her soul power for speed, Ning Rongrong felt a noticeable ease as she resumed her pace. She completed another 2.5 laps, bringing her total to approximately 4 complete laps, covering around 12 miles. Oscar, on the other hand, found himself left behind by a full lap. However, for Ning Rongrong, 4 laps, or even just shy of 5, was her limit. As time flowed by and the sun ascended high in the sky, its rays poured down upon the earth, radiating boundless warmth. With the rise of the sun, the temperature escalated rapidly. For Ning Rongrong, whose stamina was already lacking, the stubbornness stemming from her frustration led her to disregard her breathing rhythm, forcing herself to run without pausing for breakfast. Her physical strength was nearing its breaking point. As the heat intensified, her delicate complexion was drenched in sweat, droplets cascading onto the ground. Ning Rongrong's chest heaved as she gasped for breath, her azure attire clinging to her developing figure, which, while not voluptuous, was elegantly curved and strikingly proportionate. Ning Rongrong stared blankly ahead, mechanically moving her weary legs, completely oblivious to the number of laps she had completed. The only thing propelling her forward was her unwavering spirit of competitiveness. This girl, she truly can persevere and cover such distance. She murmured softly while leaning against a large stone at the village entrance, observing the distant figure gradually making her way back. Ning Fan, who had spent a year getting to know Ning Rongrong intimately, was aware that asking her to complete 10 laps was a stretch. Even 5 laps would likely pose a challenge. After all, he had seen her storm out of the dining hall that morning, having barely touched her breakfast. Given her already poor stamina and the fact that she had eaten so little, it was no wonder her energy was waning. In truth, when Ning Fan mentioned 10 laps, he intended to negotiate and then reduce the number significantly. Little did he expect Ning Rongrong, in her defiance, to take off running. As he watched her unevenly approaching figure, a faint smile crept across Ning Fan's lips. Though Ning Rongrong had not managed to run 10 laps, nor even 5, having only completed slightly more than 4, it was already a considerable feat for her. How many laps have I completed? Ning Rongrong asked with a hoarse, weak voice as she reached Ning Fan. 4.5, Ning Fan replied softly. Only 4.5? Ning Rongrong's face, glistening with sweat, registered a moment of surprise. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, determined to continue running. Seeing her refusal to give up, Ning Fan smiled appreciatively and gently grasped her slender shoulder. Looking into her vacant eyes, he spoke softly. All right, little one, no more running today. You've done enough. You can rest now. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong wearily lifted her head to look at him. But before she could respond, Ning Fan chuckled softly and said, I will tell you. At that moment, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of relief wash over her. But suddenly the world went dark, and she fainted. Her body went limp, and had Ning Fan not supported her waist, she would have collapsed to the ground. Ning Fan gazed down at the girl in his arms, a look of helplessness crossing his face. He gently hoisted her onto his back, feeling her almost weightless form, and leaped forward along the official road leading to Soto City. Although Ning Rongrong had not achieved her goal, her performance had pleased Ning Fan, prompting him to reward her with a trip to Soto City. This kid, tasked with monitoring Ning Rongrong's training, has taken upon himself to carry her to Soto City instead, Flander remarked quietly from a large tree, observing Ning Fan and Ning Rongrong's movements with a furrowed brow. But let it be. He does possess some skill to make that girl so obedient, he mused, adjusting his black-framed glasses. Flander had witnessed Ning Rongrong's earlier performance. While she had not met the target he set, not even achieving a quarter of it, he understood that the goal was inherently unattainable for her. The purpose of establishing that target was to refine Ning Rongrong's character. Her recent performance indicated that this aim had been successfully fulfilled. Why then does that Lord Ning want me to temper her disposition? Is this lad not sufficient? Flander pondered, scratching his chin in confusion. Chapter 54. Your people slow down and savor your food. No one is competing with you. You look like a starving ghost, which is hardly befitting of the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fan remarked gently, observing Ning Rongrong at a restaurant in Soto City, thoroughly enjoying her meal. After their training concluded, Ning Fan had brought Ning Rongrong directly to Soto City. He had found a reputable spa, where a female attendant helped Ning Rongrong unwind from her strenuous exertions, alleviating her muscle fatigue before she donned a fresh set of clothing. Subsequently, they arrived at the restaurant, where Ning Rongrong, famished and ravenous, gazed at the table laden with delectable dishes. Disregarding her ladylike demeanor, she seized her chopsticks and began shoveling food into her mouth without a care for propriety. Upon hearing Ning Fan's comment, Ning Rongrong's cheeks became even rounder as she looked at him with her beautiful, wide eyes, seemingly wanting to say something. However, with her mouth full, she was unable to articulate a word. Realizing this, she attempted to swallow her food hastily to engage in a debate with Ning Fan. Unfortunately, in her eagerness, she choked on her food. Cough, cough. A pained expression crossed Ning Rongrong's face as she patted her chest anxiously. I told you not to eat so fast. See what trouble it has caused. Ning Fan shook his head, offering a playful remark while gently placing his palm, shimmering with silver light, on her back, channeling spatial energy to assist her. As Ning Fan gently patted, Ning Rongrong immediately felt the food lodged in her throat slip down, and her complexion brightened. She lifted her head, arching her snow-white neck, and glanced at Ning Fan with a huff. It's all your fault. If you hadn't mocked me, I wouldn't have choked. I am not mocking you. I merely stated the facts, Ning Fan replied leisurely. Ning Rongrong snorted in response. Still not having satisfied her hunger, she chose not to contest with Ning Fan further, her gaze returning to the fragrant feast laid out before her. As she beheld the delicious spread, her pink tongue instinctively licked her lips, only to realize something and promptly leaned closer to Ning Fan, pouting her glossy lips and gazing up at him with her beautiful, large eyes. To an onlooker, this scene might resemble a girl offering a kiss. However, upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's actions, Ning Fan felt no unusual thoughts. Habitually, a flash of white light appeared in his palm, producing a white handkerchief. He slightly bent down, intending to wipe her mouth. Yet, just as the handkerchief was about to touch her lips, Ning Fan, observing her fair face adorned with a charming smile, furrowed his brow slightly. He had changed. Now, he wished to maintain a purely platonic friendship or perhaps a sibling-like bond with Ning Rongrong. Thus, he resolved to avoid any misunderstandings. In an instant, the white glow vanished from his palm, and he placed his hands behind his back, softly stating, "You are no longer a child. Such matters as wiping your mouth need not be handled by me." Ning Rongrong blinked in confusion. "But not long ago, when we were at the sect, you helped me with that, didn't you?" Her brows furrowed in puzzlement. "That was because I hadn't realized you had grown up," Ning Fan replied, lifting a cup of tea from the table and taking a sip. What do you mean grown up? It's because of her. I assented. After hearing Ning Fan's explanation, Ning Rongrong crossed her arms in dissatisfaction. "It has nothing to do with Zhu Zhuqing," Ning Fan said softly. "You say it has nothing to do with her, yet I haven't even mentioned anyone else. You are the one who admitted it." Ning Rongrong stood up, her voice a playful protest directed at Ning Fan. You must wipe my mouth today." She leaned in closer, her delicate finger pointing to her lips. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Ning Fan with unwavering determination. Although wiping her mouth seemed a trivial matter, Ning Rongrong, with her stubborn personality, would not easily relent when it came to Zhu Zhuqing. "No," Ning Fan stated flatly. At that moment, he sat calmly in his chair, utterly unfazed by Ning Rongrong's approach, exuding an air of composure. With her small face barely 2 inches from his, Ning Rongrong noticed Ning Fan's indifferent demeanor and, feeling frustrated, bit her silver teeth, her brows knitting together. Then, her eyes shifted, contemplating her next move. If you want to wipe it for me, I'll do it myself," she declared defiantly. Ning Fan, believing his resolve had triumphed, turned his head with a slight smile. However, at that moment, a gentle waft of fragrance enveloped him, and he felt a soft, moist touch at the corner of his lips, accompanied by a slippery sensation. Looking at the smug Ning Rongrong, who was rubbing her cool, supple lips against his face, he finally comprehended what she meant by wiping it herself. His expression darkened as he pushed her away. "Do you realize what you are doing, being a girl and all?" Ning Fan remarked, wiping the oil from his face, feeling quite speechless. "I know." Ning Rongrong puffed out her chest proudly. "It's just that you've taken advantage of me. What is the big deal? After all, I will always belong to you." Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she looked at Ning Fan with a playful smirk. "How can you, at such a young age, be fixated on such impractical thoughts?" Ning Fan sighed, gazing at the little girl before him, bemused. What could he say? Truly, she was the little demoness of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and after her peculiar behavior of using her face as a handkerchief, she boldly spoke such audacious words. "What impracticality! You are now so powerful. If you just clarify things with your father, he surely won't oppose us being together like before. With your father out of the way, no one will oppose our feelings. After all, I am yours." Ning Rongrong returned to her seat, resting her chin on her crossed hands, her petite legs swinging beneath her white skirt, gazing at Ning Fan with a beaming smile. Chapter 55. It's all Ning Fengji's fault, mine? Ning Fan's lips twitched, feeling somewhat speechless. Ning Rongrong, in her mischievous nature, was unreserved in her words, especially when it came to their interactions. Observing the joy on Ning Rongrong's face and her lively legs swinging, it was evident that she was in high spirits when discussing such matters. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Fan felt compelled to say something. He gently patted her head and spoke softly. "You are still young. Do not dwell on such things." "What do you mean, do not dwell on such things? It's clear you found someone else." Ning Rongrong's smile vanished, and she narrowed her brows, resembling a feisty little wildcat as she lunged at Ning Fan. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, easily capturing her flailing hands. But even though her hands were restrained, her soft body continued to struggle, her feet kicking at him relentlessly. With a sigh, Ning Fan exerted a bit of force, lifting Ning Rongrong into his embrace while pinning her restless limbs down. Realizing her futile attempts to escape, Ning Rongrong gradually ceased her struggles. "I am not some fickle-hearted person. It's just, are you perhaps a little dog?" Ning Fan began. But before he could finish, he sighed, glancing down at Ning Rongrong, who was now biting his right hand with her silver teeth. She shot him a glare, but remained silent, continuing to bite down hard. Though Ning Rongrong, a fragile support type soul master, posed no real threat to Ning Fan with his current strength, her tendency to bite and kick was beginning to wear on his patience. "Let go," Ning Fan said softly, gazing at her. Ning Rongrong, however, did not comply, her beautiful eyes defiantly locked onto his. "If you don't let go, you can stay here all by yourself," he warned, his tone still calm but laced with an undercurrent of coldness. Ning Rongrong, too, sensed an unusual chill in the air, leaving her momentarily dazed. After all, Ning Fan had never before spoken to her in such a manner, always having indulged her whims. As he began to count down, 3, 2, before he could utter the final word, Ning Rongrong, sensing a shift in his demeanor, loosened her lips and began to mumble incessantly. Seeing this, Ning Fan's face broke into a smile as he released her. Now free to move, Ning Rongrong sulkily returned to her seat, her small hands once again grasping her chopsticks, picking at her food and feeding herself. The meal that had once seemed delectable now tasted bland mere moments later, her appetite waning despite not yet feeling full. Ning Fan had changed, though his strength had increased, and he embodied more closely the ideal of a partner she had envisioned in her youth. She had noticed during their brief separation of just over half a month that he no longer seemed to hold the same affection for her. Why is this happening? She pondered quietly, her thoughts clouded as she picked at her food. Noticing her distress, Ning Fan sipped his tea, perceiving her mood was quite melancholy. However, he refrained from offering comfort, recognizing that her temperament was rather spoiled. Without the protection of the two titled Douluos from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, it was an opportune moment for her to be guided towards maturity. Suddenly, a light sound broke through her reverie. Ning Rongrong recalled something significant. She slammed her chopsticks onto the table, crossed her arms defiantly, and turned to Ning Fan with a huff. Did you not promise to tell me why your strength has grown so formidable? You have yet to share that with me. Have you been concealing your true power all along? Why would you do that? Hearing her inquiry, Ning Fan did not hesitate. I did indeed conceal some aspects of my soul power level, but during my time at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, I did not hide any of my strength. His words were truthful. While he had rapidly advanced in soul power, he had not yet awakened his second martial soul at that time, remaining merely an auxiliary soul master. Is that so? Then how did you suddenly become so powerful? You were just like me before, an auxiliary soul master, weren't you? Ning Rongrong's bright eyes brimmed with skepticism. Indeed, I was like you back then. However, during my time away from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, I awakened a formidable second martial soul. My current unique abilities and strength stem from this second soul within me. Really? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to say that after being expelled from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school by my father, you awakened your second martial soul? Keep your voice down. And what do you mean by expelled? Could you choose your words more carefully? Ning Fan replied, exasperation evident on his face, clearly displeased with her bluntness. Though he had intended to leave the school, the circumstances did make it seem as if he had been looked down upon by Ning Fengji and forced out. Is that truly the case? You must not be deceiving me. Ning Rongrong pressed, her disbelief palpable. Despite some discrepancies in the details, Ning Fan nodded, affirming the general sentiment. Although he had not awakened his second martial soul only after being expelled, but rather had been forced out shortly after its awakening, he found no reason to delve into the minutiae. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's expression momentarily froze, her bright eyes narrowing as comprehension dawned. She looked at Ning Fan, her small head nodding in understanding, and then, in an irritated tone, exclaimed, so that it, I understand now. Your behavior towards me is all my father's fault. Ning Fan furrowed his brow, sensing that Ning Rongrong had misconstrued the situation. She nodded vigorously, affirming her newfound belief. Yes, it's definitely my father's fault. He must have used despicable means and said hurtful things to humiliate you, forcing you to leave the school. At that moment, the fierce gaze Ning Rongrong had cast upon him transformed into one of gentleness, laced with a hint of sympathy and guilt. What was this? Ning Fan was taken aback. That is not it. Ning Master, he attempted to clarify, but before he could finish, she hastily continued. Indeed, it was my father who forced you to leave. Ning Fengji even deceived me, claiming you left on your own accord. Ning Fan blinked, rendered speechless. So, after being humiliated by my father, you endured hardship for over half a month, ultimately awakening your second martial soul under dire circumstances? Following the logic in her mind and recalling stories she had read, Ning Rongrong had vividly conjured an image of Ning Fan being humiliated by her father, forced to leave the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and then, after enduring great trials, accidentally awakening his second martial soul and gaining immense power. In that instant, her feelings of guilt intensified. Her mind felt clear, as if she had gained profound insight. She understood the reasons behind Ning Fan's transformations and why he no longer cherished her as before. The way you treat me now is also a result of my father's humiliation towards you, Ning Rongrong murmured, her head bowed in remorse. Ning Fan had once held an unwavering affection for her, always appearing by her side the day after she teased him. Yet now, after such a brief separation, everything had changed. It was evident that her father's disdain for Ning Fan had caused him to redirect his resentment towards her, resulting in an emotional distance. It's not as you think, Ning Fan sighed, shaking his head in frustration. And your affection for Zhu Zhuqing stems from the fact that she was there for you during that time, providing you with hope, correct? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes locked onto Ning Fan's, sparkling with understanding, as if she could see through all his FAAs. Now I grasp everything, she declared, her clarity illuminating the room. Indeed, the imaginative prowess of a teenage girl is boundless. With just a few words, she could construct an entire drama within her mind. Ning Fan thought helplessly. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's confident demeanor, her belief that she had grasped every aspect of the situation left Ning Fan speechless. However, to Ning Rongrong, Ning Fan's silence was an unspoken acknowledgement of her assertions. Indeed, it had been a misunderstanding on her part regarding both him and Zhu Qing. With a flicker in her eyes and a slight bow of her head, she appeared genuinely remorseful. Ning Fan, initially poised to offer an explanation, suddenly recognized an opportunity. Though Ning Rongrong's imagined drama had rendered him speechless, it also presented a splendid chance to sever ties with their previous relationship. By aligning with Ning Rongrong's thoughts, he could effortlessly shift all blame onto Ning Fengji. While this approach might be considered underhanded, Ning Fan resolved to embrace this cunning route for once. With a determined mindset, he organized his thoughts, slumped back in his chair, exhaled deeply, and raised his head to reveal a bittersweet smile, as if to say he was utterly exposed. It was indeed embarrassing. He had hoped to keep those painful memories as his own secret, only to find them unveiled by her. He gazed at Ning Rongrong with a complex expression, letting out a long sigh. Ning Fan's words unmistakably communicated to Ning Rongrong that her previous assumptions were indeed grounded in reality, a reality she believed both she and Ning Fan were in agreement about. "I'm sorry," she apologized, her guilt palpable. Although she had speculated about her father's potential actions while Ning Fengji confined her, she never anticipated the extent of the hurt he could inflict upon Ning Fan. "I'm sorry, my father acted out of concern for me. Please forgive him," she implored, stepping closer to Ning Fan and enveloping his right arm in her small hands, gently swaying as she spoke. "When you return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, my father will understand your transformation and will surely apologize. He won't cast you out again. Please forgive him." Ning Fan replied slowly. "I understand that Sect Master Ning had his reasons for expelling me from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I have already forgiven him." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened, but before she could fully rejoice, Ning Fan continued with a hint of sadness. "Nonetheless, I find it challenging to move past this in my heart. Perhaps it's due to my own weakness." Seeing the sorrow etched on Ning Fan's face, Ning Rongrong shook her head softly, seemingly affected by his melancholy. Ning Fan slowly withdrew his right arm from her embrace, sighing as he spoke. "I'm sorry, Rongrong. I recognize your feelings for me, and if this were a different time, I might have responded differently. However, at present, I lack the courage to reciprocate your feelings, so let us remain friends." He sat limply in his chair, resting his arms on the table, lowering his head, and gripping his hair tightly in anguish. His demeanor reflected an overwhelming inability to accept his own timidity and reluctance to face her. "Friends?" Ning Rongrong frowned slightly, observing Ning Fan. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded and softly replied, "If you cannot accept more right now, then let us be friends for the time being." "Yes, that works." Ning Fan felt a surge of joy within, silently exclaiming his gratitude. "Thank you, Rongrong." Despite his inner elation, he maintained a composed exterior, speaking to her with a hint of shame. "Although it is indeed my father's fault, I must acknowledge that I share part of the blame as well. Soon, I will help you forget the past and accept me anew," Ning Rongrong declared with a playful huff, her beautiful eyes brimming with determination as she crossed her arms and looked at Ning Fan. To Ning Rongrong, Ning Fan's reluctance stemmed from two primary causes. One was the psychological shadow cast upon him after being expelled by her father. She believed that, with time and her unwavering support, he would eventually overcome this burden. The second reason, as she perceived it, was related to Zhu Qing. Now aware of the circumstances, Ning Rongrong harbored no ill will towards Zhu Qing. She reasoned that Zhu Qing merely happened to be there when Ning Fan was at his lowest, taking advantage of his vulnerability to win his affection. For Ning Rongrong, this was not a significant concern. After all, Zhu Qing was merely a temporary substitute during a time of emotional turmoil when Ning Fan could not be with her. From this moment onward, with her by his side, Zhu Qing would have no chances whatsoever. Chapter 57. The Dreadful Thought Indeed. This girl was not one to relinquish her pursuits easily. However, this outcome was not without merit. observing the fighting spirit in Ning Rongrong's gaze. Ning Fan felt a sense of relief. He was pleased with this result, as it meant their relationship could revert to its former state, thus eliminating any grounds for her unreasonable behavior. He could seize this opportunity to extricate himself from her entanglements, aspiring to a pure friendship. Though Ning Rongrong was undeniably charming and beautiful, her personality was somewhat off-putting to him. Compared to her, he found himself more drawn to Zhu Qing's cool, yet warm demeanor. Nevertheless, considering Ning Rongrong's nature, Ning Fan decided to proceed with caution, adding, "Rongrong, I appreciate your understanding. However, even if those memories fade from my mind, I may not be able to treat you as I once did." Ning Fan aimed to prepare Ning Rongrong psychologically, hoping she would grasp that some matters cannot be forced. "Is that so? Well, it doesn't matter. I believe you will come to love me again, just as you did before," she retorted, her small face adorned with a sweet smile, playfully waving her hand and puffing out her chest confidently at Ning Fan. Seeing her self-assured demeanor caused Ning Fan to furrow his brow slightly, but he refrained from further comment, feeling he had done his utmost. If Ning Rongrong had yet to grasp the reality of their situation, she would undoubtedly come to understand it in due time. Aspirations and reality often diverge sharply. Some individuals cannot simply be acquired by desire. When that time comes, he would consider it a lesson for this girl who had always sailed smoothly through life. He, Ning Fan, would serve as the first heartbreaker she encountered, or rather, her life mentor, guiding her through her initial growth experiences. He would impart crucial lessons and philosophies that would shape her understanding of life. With a complex gaze, Ning Fan observed the confident Ning Rongrong, silently shaking his head. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's spirits lifted once more, casting aside the previous shadows of gloom on her face as she settled into her chair and began to eat heartily. Her appetite restored. Ning Fan couldn't help but smile. Just moments ago, this little girl had appeared deeply resentful, yet now she seemed as if nothing had transpired. It was truly puzzling whether it was her forgetfulness or her overwhelming confidence that led her to believe she had him completely under her spell. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was indulging in a lavish meal. All her previous worries vanished, and a smile returned to her face. Yes, they had indeed all disappeared. Although her relationship with Ning Fan had not reverted to its former state, she firmly believed that with her charm, Ning Fan would soon come to like her again, and then they would naturally be as close as they once were. However, Ning Rongrong was not a carefree, naive girl. She was a clever little enchantress. While she held great confidence in her allure, she was not oblivious to the possibility of Ning Fan being captivated by Zhu Qing or other women. Thus, her confidence was not unfounded, for she possessed a secret weapon. That weapon was the affection of her grandfather Bone and her grandfather's sword, who would help her bring Ning Fan back, effectively forcing him into a situation where he could not escape. After all, as the little enchantress of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she had never failed to obtain anything she desired throughout her life. Now, with her growing affection for Ning Fan, she would not allow him to slip away. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes shifted slightly as she gazed at Ning Fan, who appeared lost in thought, his handsome profile strikingly exceptional. Her fair face broke into a playful smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. At that moment, Ning Fan had no inkling that while he pondered on becoming Ning Rongrong's life mentor, she harbored such terrifying thoughts about him. After meandering through Soto City, Ning Fan returned to Shrek Academy with Ning Rongrong. As night fell, the academy's dean, Flander, stood in the playground, observing the 8 students before him. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were all neatly prepared for their evening class, their spirits high. However, while their morale was commendable, certain individuals bore expressions that were far from pleasant. Ning Fan noticed Dai Mubai's sullen face, his eyes glimmering with malice, as well as Zhu Qing's indifferent demeanor. It was evident to him that earlier, while he and Ning Rongrong had been wandering Soto City, Dai Mubai had seemingly exchanged words with Zhu Qing. Judging by Dai Mubai's expression, their conversation had likely ended in discord. Ning Fan couldn't help but worry. What if, in his absence, Dai Mubai, out of embarrassment, lashed out at Zhu Qing? Zhu Qing was merely a rank 27 Great Soul Master, her soul power and strength significantly inferior to that of Dai Mubai. If a confrontation were to occur while he was not by her side, it would be inevitable for Zhu Qing to be harmed. Ning Fan had vowed to protect her at all costs. However, he could not always be there to guard her. It would be prudent to provide her with something for self-defense, he mused. As Ning Fan contemplated, Flander's gaze fell upon him. Ning Fan, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. Have you completed your training tasks? Flander's sharp eyes scrutinized Ning Fan. Hearing this, Ning Fan lifted his head, meeting Flander's gaze with an expression of disbelief. Was this not a question he already knew the answer to? Flander, the voyeur, had been watching them closely this morning. Well, Oscar should have finished all 20 laps. As for Ning Rongrong, she only managed 4.5 laps before reaching her limit, so I took her to Soto City to rest. Ning Fan stepped forward to report. Oh, 4.5 laps? Did I not specify 20 laps? That is not even a quarter. Flander's face immediately darkened as he reproached Ning Fan. Seeing Ning Fan reprimanded, Ning Rongrong felt displeased and was about to step forward, but Ning Fan swiftly blocked her. Dean, I believe training should be progressive. Given Rongrong's condition, running 4.5 laps was already her limit, which is why I took her to rest. If you feel I was in the wrong, you may punish me as you wish. However, whether I will accept the punishment is another matter, Ning Fan replied. Standing tall and meeting Flander's gaze with a light-hearted smile, completely unfazed by Flander's spirit saint prowess. Flander frowned slightly, his black-rimmed glasses glinting under the moonlight. He had initially intended to use this situation to temper Ning Fan's rebellious spirit, especially since Ning Fan had carried Ning Rongrong back on his own accord without even consulting him, the dean. He thought to use this incident as an opportunity to instill some discipline, preparing for future training. However, he was taken aback by Ning Fan's apparent indifference to his authority. Flander narrowed his eyes, silently observing Ning Fan, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Chapter 58. The Great Soul Arena indeed. The prodigious talent from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was not one to be easily subdued, Flander mused, gazing at Ning Fan's subtly smiling face. Though he felt disgruntled at being unable to manage even a single student as the dean of Shrek Academy, he recalled the pitiful sight of Zhao Wuji being thoroughly beaten by that title Douluo the previous night, and he was reluctant to provoke the two title Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although he possessed a letter from Ning Fengji that could serve as a protective talisman, it only mentioned Ning Rongrong and offered no insight into the enigmatic Ning Fan. Thus, Flander resolved to tolerate Ning Fan's audacity for the time being. With a smile returning to his face, he looked at Ning Fan and said, Indeed, it was my oversight. However, Ning Fan, your ability to adapt and devise a reasonable training plan proves that entrusting you with supervisory duties was a wise decision. Flander nodded at Ning Fan, his eyes filled with admiration, reflecting a sense of relief that he had not misjudged him. Dean, you flatter me. Ning Fan replied with a chuckle. In the midst of their light-hearted banter, the previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of joviality. This sudden shift left Oscar and Ma Hongjun astonished. As seasoned students of Shrek Academy, they were acutely aware of their dean's petty and vindictive nature. Had they acted as Ning Fan did in front of the entire assembly, they would likely have been thoroughly punished in the name of respect for their teacher. Yet, in the face of Ning Fan, their dean had backed down, not only refraining from anger, but also complimenting him. At this moment, Oscar and Ma Hongjun recalled how Ning Fan had recently confronted Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, and today, he audaciously challenged Dean Flander in public once more. In a span of merely 2 days, he had directly offended the two most formidable and temperamental individuals in the academy. Yet astonishingly, he faced no repercussions. What a formidable character. Both Oscar and Ma Hongjun cast a glance at Ning Fan, their eyes betraying a mixture of admiration and trepidation. Perhaps sensing the shift in the crowd's sentiments, Dean Flander, feeling slightly embarrassed, clasped his hands behind his back and cleared his throat, stating, ahem, well then, let us embark on our first lesson of the new semester tonight. Follow me. With that, he lightly tapped his toes and effortlessly soared forward in the direction of the academy's exit. Before long, they arrived in Soto City. Although night had fallen and darkness enveloped the sky, the night market of Soto City was just beginning to bustle, alive with activity. Various street vendors navigated through the streets, and an array of shop signs, diverse in form and color, dazzled the eyes. Ning Fan surveyed his surroundings, despite having spent several occasions in Soto City. This was his first encounter with its vibrant night market. The group trailed behind Flander until he suddenly halted, gazing at a distant structure. The Great Soul Arena. Is this indeed the place? Tonight's lesson will be participating in the soul battle competition, I presume? Ning Fan remarked, his gaze fixed on a magnificent edifice not far away. It was an extraordinarily grand circular open structure, standing on an expansive site, towering over 100 meters high, radiating brilliant light against the dark night. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, the others turned to behold the majestic building. At this moment, Flander also paused, turning to address the group. Indeed, this is the Soto Great Soul Arena. Such a structure can only be found in a city of the main metropolis level. Its scale, in many ways, symbolizes the prosperity of a city and nation. The Great Soul Arena is a venue for martial soul battles, where soul masters engage in combat. To become a strong individual, aside from innate talent, abundant combat experience is equally indispensable. Here, you will witness numerous soul masters, explore various combat styles, and experience the dynamics of battles between soul masters and teams. The Academy can only teach you how to better wield your martial souls, but here, you will glean knowledge unattainable within the confines of the Academy through practical combat. Hence, I have decided to designate this as your first classroom. The Great Soul Arena encompasses 3 types of combat: individual battles, duo battles, and team battles. Any soul master entering the arena can only elevate their martial soul rank through combat, earning various levels of martial soul badges, which range from iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby to diamond. At this juncture, Flander paused momentarily, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over the group before suddenly stating, "Your task is to acquire the Silver Martial Soul Badge before graduation." The Silver Martial Soul Badge is merely the 3rd level. It seems rather simple, Xiao Wu murmured. Acquiring the Silver Martial Soul Badge is not as straightforward as it appears. Now then, let's not squander time. As for the other rules of the arena, you shall familiarize yourselves gradually. First, form a duo team and proceed to register. Flander adjusted his black-rimmed glasses with a smirk and addressed the group. He then led them into the arena. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, Ning Fan beheld a structure reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, albeit significantly more opulent. The venue buzzed with life, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, complete with exclusive VIP seats and private booths. Additionally, at the entrance stood a massive stone tablet engraved with countless names. It was evident to Ning Fan that these were the names of those who had perished in soul battles. Registering for combat in the Great Soul Arena was straightforward. One merely needed to fill out a form with their name, age, place of birth, and martial soul, alongside a fee of 10 gold coins to obtain the initial Iron Martial Soul Badge and complete the registration process. The arena offered not only individual matches, but also duo and team battles. However, each participant could only compete in 1 match per day. Therefore, to accumulate combat experience and expedite their advancement, forming a duo for the 2-on-2 matches was undoubtedly essential. Once everyone had registered, it was time to discuss pairing up for their 2-person teams. Before long, 2 pairs were established among the 8. Tang San and Xiao Wu formed 1 duo, while Oscar and Dai Mubai formed another. 4 individuals remained. Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ning Fan were yet to team up. Observing Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with Oscar and Dai Mubai, complete their registrations, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously turned their gazes toward Ning Fan. Zhu Zhuqing's icy eyes regarded Ning Fan. Though she said nothing, her intentions were clear. In contrast to Zhu Zhuqing's reserved demeanor, Ning Rongrong was more proactive. "Ning Fan, would you be my partner?" Ning Rongrong blinked, a sweet smile gracing her face as she addressed him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted slightly, and she shook her head. Although she desired to partner with Ning Fan, she would not contest Ning Rongrong's initiative. After a brief hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing looked toward Ma Hongjun and softly said, "Then I shall team up with Ma Hongjun." Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened. "Hee, Zhuqing, you and Rongrong should team up." Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to complete her sentence, Ning Fan's light-hearted voice interjected. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's icy gaze shifted between Ning Fan and Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Ning Rongrong puffed her cheeks slightly, clearly displeased that Ning Fan was not accepting her partnership request. "My strength differs too greatly from Rongrong's, and our martial souls are identical. If she teams with me, she will gain no experience or training. However, her soul power level is comparable to yours. And the supportive abilities of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will significantly enhance your capabilities. Thus, it is most fitting for you and Rongrong to form a team. Ning Fan explained, methodically analyzing the pros and cons of the pairing between Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Teaming Zhu Zhuqing with the fiery Ma Hongjun? What a ludicrous idea. What if he gets carried away during a battle and takes advantage of Zhu Zhuqing? Hence, to avert such a scenario, Ning Fan took the initiative to partner Zhu Zhuqing with Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated before looking at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, are you willing to team up with me? Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware that Ning Rongrong harbored considerable resentment towards her due to Ning Fan. Consequently, she feared that Ning Rongrong might decline her request to form a team. However, to Zhu Zhuqing's surprise, upon receiving Zhu Zhuqing's invitation, the displeasure that had marred Ning Rongrong's face dissipated. She smiled sweetly at Zhu Zhuqing, nodded, and softly declared, "Well, I shall team up with you, Sister Zhuqing. Do take good care of me, hee. Although Ning Rongrong had previously harbored some grievances against Zhu Zhuqing because of Ning Fan, her understanding of Ning Fan's tragic experiences earlier that morning, coupled with the realization that it was Zhu Zhuqing who had supported him through the psychological wounds inflicted by her father during her absence, shifted her perspective. It became evident that Ning Fan's affection for Zhu Zhuqing stemmed from this very support. After much contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing was not to blame. It was her father's actions that had precipitated the situation. Thus, Ning Rongrong no longer viewed Zhu Zhuqing with disdain, but rather regarded her as a mere rival. Despite Ning Fan's refusal of her previous invitation, Ning Rongrong found herself grudgingly accepting the situation, as long as he accepted her request to join forces with Zhu Zhuqing. Hence, when Zhu Zhuqing extended her invitation, Ning Rongrong readily agreed. Observing the swift departure of his beautiful teammate, Ma Hongjun merely smirked, as if he had anticipated this outcome. With the partnership between Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing established, the only remaining individuals without a team were Ma Hongjun and Ning Fan. In truth, Ning Fan had no strong inclination towards forming a team. Ever since his match against Zhao Wujia, where he comprehended the extent of his own strength, he realized that in the arena of equal level, he required no allies, not even in one-on-one or two-on-one scenarios. Ma Hongjun seemed to have divined Ning Fan's sentiments. Chuckling as he said, "My abilities are vastly inferior to yours. I fear I would only hinder you. Let us forego teaming up and participate in the individual competition instead." It was not only Ning Fan who was reluctant to form a team. Ma Hongjun shared this sentiment. After all, Ning Fan's prowess was formidable, and teaming with him would mean facing opponents of at least level 30, while Ma Hongjun was still in his 20s, creating a significant disparity in strength. Thus, he feared he would only weigh Ning Fan down. With Ma Hongjun approaching level 30, he could contend against most adversaries in the arena, provided he did not encounter someone with a countering martial spirit. However, if he were to partner with Ning Fan against Soul Master level opponents, it would be a walk in the park for Ning Fan, while Ma Hongjun would find himself at the bottom of the ranks. Very well. Ning Fan replied with a nod upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words. Following this, Zhu Zhuqing proceeded to the counter to complete the necessary formalities, returning promptly with impressive efficiency. And the trio awaited their turn to compete. In a distinguished room within the Soto arena, a middle-aged man clad in a specially designed crimson robe surveyed the scene below, holding a yellow envelope that bore an expression of suspicion in his eyes. Shortly thereafter, the door opened to reveal a young man in white attire, whose appearance was unremarkable. He entered respectfully, addressing the man as Elder Mo, and reported, at this moment, the students from Shrek Academy, including the young lady and Ning Fan, are present in the grand arena under the guidance of Flander, and they have all registered for the competition. Elder Mo nodded in acknowledgement before inquiring, "And what of Ning Fan? Has he also registered for the contest?" The young man, brow furrowed, responded with deference, "Yes. According to the information I gleaned from the arena staff, Ning Fan has indeed registered for the individual competition." He hesitated at the end, as if the information he was relaying seemed implausible. What? That boy is merely a core disciple who enjoys deceiving the young lady, causing her to violate sect rules. Is he not an auxiliary spirit master? How could he possibly sign up for individual battles? Could it be that, as Flander suggested, he is truly a prodigious anomaly with dual martial spirits? Elder Mo remarked incredulously while examining the pale yellow envelope in his hand. From their exchange, it was evident that both Elder Mo and the young man in white were affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Their purpose for being there was straightforward: to escort the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, ensuring Ning Rongrong's safety as she entered Shrek Academy. Initially, they intended to depart after safely delivering her. However, as they were about to leave, they unexpectedly encountered the familiar figure of Ning Fan within Shrek Academy. Ning Fan was quite notable within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Nearly everyone recognized him, though his reputation was far from favorable. Previously, when he pursued Ning Rongrong, the entire sect mocked him, ridiculing him for his audacity in chasing after their little princess despite being an unremarkable disciple. Their derision was palpable as Ning Fan continued to pursue Ning Rongrong, enduring public humiliation at her hands yet remaining undeterred. He transformed in their eyes from a mere ambitious fool into someone pitifully tenacious, a relentless suitor. Consequently, the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's mockery intensified, and they regarded him with disdain, convinced he had lost his sanity. Thus, Ning Fan's year at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was marked by infamy, his unrequited pursuit of the princess becoming a tale known to all. Yet, one day, they noticed that Ning Rongrong had begun to tease Ning Fan less frequently, and the two were often seen together, their relationship evidently growing closer. The laughter had transformed into jealousy. However, before long, Ning Fan mysteriously disappeared from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the little princess Ning Rongrong was curiously placed under house arrest by the sect leader. A series of events unfolded alongside rumors of Ning Fan and Ning Rongrong meeting in private at the back mountain, while Ning Fengji, the sect leader, chose not to address the matter directly. Consequently, almost every disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, despite their efforts to deny it, began to piece together the truth. While they had previously mocked Ning Fan, deriding him as a foolish suitor, he had never reacted with anger. Instead, he maintained a light-hearted demeanor, smiling serenely in the face of their scorn. In the past, they were oblivious to its meaning. Now, the younger disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect have come to comprehend the significance behind the smile that adorned Ning Fan's face. They spent their days mocking him as a jester, only to be taken aback when they realized that the true fool was, in fact, themselves. For the younger generation of disciples, their interactions with Ning Rongrong were superficial, leaving them unaware of her hidden, mischievous nature beneath her charming facade. They knew only that she was the daughter of the sect leader and a well-known, vivacious goddess of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, perpetually graced with a gentle and adorable smile. Just a glance at that smile filled their futures with hope and excitement, doubling their fervor in training and cultivation. Yet, this beloved little goddess, this princess, had indeed captured the heart of Ning Fan, the very one they ridiculed as an arrogant sycophant. In an instant, the young disciples of the sect were engulfed in a mix of fury and despair, convinced that Ning Fan must have employed some despicable means to deceive the innocent Ning Rongrong. Had they been able to find him, many would have disregarded their identities and sought him out for a duel to the death. However, the only solace they found was in the belief that, after scouring the entire sect without a trace of Ning Fan, he had likely been secretly expelled by the sect leader for being unworthy of Ning Rongrong. What a relief it was. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the very Ning Fan, who was supposed to be lost to the continent, had resurfaced at Shrek Academy, the institution to which Ning Rongrong had been guided by the sect leader, and there he was again, this wicked figure. This peculiar discovery compelled them to take a cautious approach, delaying their return to the sect to ascertain why Ning Fan had suddenly appeared there. They also reported the situation to the leader of their party, the sole emperor-level elder of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, a middle-aged man known as Elder Mo, who was responsible for escorting Ning Rongrong. Upon receiving the news, Elder Mo was equally astonished and promptly made his way to Shrek Academy to confirm Ning Fan's presence. However, while en route, he encountered the Academy's dean, Flander. Flander recognized him and handed him a letter to deliver back to the sect leader, Ning Fengji. He also spoke some enigmatic words, assuring him that he would take good care of the two prodigies, Ning Fan and Ning Rongrong. He mused aloud whether Ning Fan's strength and identity were secrets that needed to be protected, as the mention of his twin martial souls left Elder Mo bewildered. After Flander finished speaking and noticed the dazed expression on Elder Mo's face, he offered an understanding smile, handed him the letter, and turned to leave. Although shrouded in confusion, Elder Mo pondered for a considerable time before grasping the implications and meanings embedded in Flander's words. Of course, this understanding brought a sense of disbelief. After all, Ning Fan's deeds were well known throughout the sect, and though this middle-aged elder had long surpassed the age of youthful jealousy, he had still heard whispers of it. Thus, to discover that Ning Fan, who should have vanished from the continent and never seen Ning Rongrong again, had indeed appeared in the same academy as her, and seemingly transformed into a formidable prodigy. Was he truly a twin martial soul? Upon learning this, although they had followed Ning Fengji's orders to secretly return after delivering Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy, Elder Mo, after careful consideration, decided to linger for another day to observe Ning Fan's movements, intending to report back to the sect leader. How strange it all was. How could that boy possibly possess twin martial souls? If he did, why would he have been expelled from the sect by the leader? And how had he ended up here? Could it be a directive from the leader? Yet, that did not seem right either. What was truly going on? Elder Mo pondered softly, gazing at the pale yellow envelope in his hand, utterly perplexed by the series of bizarre information that left him unable to untangle the logic within. He raised his gaze slightly to behold a young man in white attire, whose appearance was rather unremarkable, and a contemplative look crossed his face as he glanced back at the bustling Seoul arena. He spoke gravely. There is still time. Ning Guan, go and register for the singles competition. Upon hearing this, Ning Xian, who had been keeping his head down, lifted it with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Elder Mo, do you mean for me to face off against Ning Fan? Yes, we cannot afford to delay any longer. We must swiftly deliver this letter to the sect leader. However, before we leave, we need to ascertain this boy's strength, to see if he truly is as formidable as Flander claims, and gather the necessary information to report back to the leader. Elder Mo replied, nodding slowly. Understood. I will register immediately. I will give it my all, living up to your expectations. Elder Mo, Ning Xian said eagerly, clasping his fists in excitement. Among the younger generation of disciples in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, nearly all of them, except for the female disciples, held a strong disdain for Ning Fan, including Ning Xian himself. As an inner disciple of the sect, Ning Xian possessed remarkable talent. Now nearing 20, he had attained a soul power level of 38. Wielding a potent assault-type weapon martial soul, the serpent pattern halberd, making him a prominent figure among his peers. Because of this, Ning Xian harbored special feelings for Ning Rongrong, the little princess and goddess of the sect. However, her talent and status made her seem unattainable, combined with her youth at under 12 years old, which led to his affection remaining concealed as he quietly observed her from afar. Thus, when news of Ning Fan's relationship with Ning Rongrong spread, his feelings of rage and despair were beyond expression. Initially, he found it hard to believe that the talented and noble Princess Ning Rongrong could be enamored with Ning Fan, a mere support-type soul master whose only redeeming quality was his appearance. Yet, after observing the two together over the past few days, he witnessed their intimate interactions, seemingly oblivious to the distance, resembling a couple in love. Consequently, the flames of jealousy within him blazed fiercely. Had he not been constantly reminded of the sect's orders to maintain secrecy and not expose his identity unless in an emergency, he would have directly confronted Ning Fan, regardless of how strong he was. Now, with Elder Mo's suggestion to test Ning Fan's strength, it aligned perfectly with his desires. He could hardly contain his eagerness to publicly thrash Ning Fan, exposing the true nature of the man who had seduced Ning Rongrong's innocent heart with flowery words and a charming facade. While he should not forget to temper his strength, for though Ning Fan had committed a grave error, the sect leader had never formally announced his expulsion from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Thus, he still remained a core disciple. As Elder Mo beheld the smile gracing Ning Xian's lips, he appeared to discern the thoughts swirling within. With a furrowed brow, he coldly admonished Ning Xian. Although Elder Mo remained unaware of the formidable prowess of Ning Fan, characterized by the dual martial souls described by Fran, he recognized Ning Xian's exceptional status as a prominent disciple within the inner circle of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. His innate talent and combat capabilities were among the finest of his generation, despite possessing only a soul power level of 38. Ning Xian's extensive experience from undertaking missions and travels rendered him undaunted even in the face of formidable opponents exceeding level 40. Consequently, well aware of Ning Xian's strength, Elder Mo offered a cautionary note, advising him to exercise restraint in the upcoming soul duel, for Ning Fan, on the surface, was still a core disciple wielding the 7-treasure glazed tower martial soul. Yes, I understand. I shall undoubtedly show mercy and spare him a sliver of life. Ning Xian replied with a smile laced with a hint of cruelty, confidently patting his chest. Observing this, Elder Mo merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. The atmosphere in the soul arena was bustling with excitement, having reached a new height after several intense battles. At that moment, a middle-aged man, holding a large microphone, boomed with enthusiasm, announcing, "We now come to the 5th match of our 8th soul duel, featuring a one-on-one confrontation. Today, we present 2 newcomers, both making their debut at the Soto Soul Arena. Though they are newcomers, their strength should not be underestimated. One is a 38-level soul master with a powerful weapon martial soul, the serpent pattern long spear, Wu Xian, with a soul power level of 38. Coupled with his formidable martial soul, he is a force to be reckoned with among soul masters." As the announcer dramatically introduced the other contender, Ning Fan, he exclaimed, "Wow! This competitor, Ning Fan, is an exceptionally rare 36-level support type soul master. His martial soul is the 7-treasure glazed tower. This battle promises to be a once-in-a-century spectacle." Ning Fan's decision to enter the single combat as a support-type soul master demonstrates his confidence. But how will he fare against the equally novice Wu Xian? Will this be a fierce contest or a one-sided slaughter? Let's wait and see. With this proclamation, the entire arena erupted into a frenzy. Soul duels occurred daily, yet such intriguing matchups were exceedingly rare. A 36-level support type soul master facing off against a 38-level rare weapon martial soul master? Was this not akin to courting disaster? Was this newcomer named Ning Fan merely a jest? As the host concluded his introduction, Ning Fan and the inner disciple of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, disguised as Wu Xian, ascended the arena from opposite sides. "Oh, that fellow is quite fortunate to face such a strong first opponent," exclaimed Xiao Wu, gazing at Ning Fan as he stepped onto the duel stage. They had already participated in a match earlier, victorious in every encounter, and were currently resting in the audience. Now, Ning Fan was poised for his inaugural soul duel. That individual named Wu Xian, although a newcomer, wields the serpent pattern long spear, renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities. In terms of weapon martial souls, only the 7-killing sword and a select few others can rival its might, Tang San noted, nodding thoughtfully. He had studied under the master, who, despite his shortcomings, had made significant contributions to martial soul research, granting Tang San a comprehensive understanding of various martial souls. A powerful martial soul, combined with a soul power level of 38, suggested that even a soul master of comparable rank might struggle against him. Tang San regarded the young man on the stage, his face obscured by a white mask, and felt a wave of seriousness wash over him. Is he merely a soul master? Surely, Ning Fan is bound to win, mused Tang San, feeling as though the match would lack intrigue. In contrast to Tang San's grave demeanor, Xiao Wu shrugged dismissively. Chapter 62. Serpent Pattern Long Spear. Tang San paused, realizing that, indeed, for a prodigy like Ning Fan, such an opponent might seem daunting to others. However, for Ning Fan, regardless of whether Wu Xian's soul power level exceeded his by 2 levels, even if it were 12 levels higher, the outcome would likely be a complete rout. After all, Ning Fan had previously engaged in battle with Zhao Wujia, forcing him into a corner while ensuring his own survival for an entire incense stick's duration. He even retained enough strength to withhold his 2nd martial soul, his true trump card. Tang San's expression grew grave as he contemplated Ning Fan, silently pondering that although Ning Fan had never acknowledged the existence of a 2nd martial soul, he sensed that Ning Fan, like himself, possessed another extraordinarily powerful martial soul. He found himself eagerly anticipating the revelation of Ning Fan's mysterious 2nd martial soul. However, he quickly shook his head, recognizing that Ning Fan's 2nd martial soul would not be easily unveiled. If he had not revealed it during his confrontation with the soul sage Zhao Wujia, Tang San doubted that Wu Xian could compel Ning Fan to reveal it. All eyes were now fixed on the arena below. The battle was about to commence. In the circular viewing area of the Seoul Arena, countless spectators were filled with excitement, their fervent cheers rising in waves. In stark contrast to the concealed identity of Ning Xian, who wore a white mask as Wu Xian, Ning Fan appeared notably relaxed. He had not adopted an alias and presented himself openly, revealing his handsome face adorned with a warm smile. Clad in a blue robe, he stood tall and proud like a sturdy pine, complemented by his rare youthful charm and composed demeanor. Though this was a place of combat and strength, many spectators could not help but marvel at Ning Fan's appearance. What a charming young man, they thought. Soon, you shall discover that he is merely a handsome fa ade lacking substance. At that moment, Ning Xian, masquerading as Wu Xian, surveyed the youthful and handsome opponent across from him and muttered with a tinge of envy. Despite his disdain for Ning Fan, he could not deny the latter's striking looks. As both Ning Xian and Ning Fan entered the duel stage, radiant lights cascaded from above, illuminating the arena as if it were daylight. Ning Fan scanned the crowd, letting his gaze drift over the audience before settling on his opponent, a smile gracing his lips. Fortune smiles upon me. My first foray into this tedious Seoul duel brings me a challenger who is, at least, somewhat worth my time. For Ning Fan, without employing the abilities of his secondary martial soul, his current level of soul power places him at approximately the level of Soul King. Should his opponent be significantly weaker, the battle would conclude swiftly, leaving Ning Fan with no opportunity for engagement. While the primary motivation for Ning Fan's participation in this soul battle is to obtain the Silver Soul Badge and enjoy the experience, he cannot help but notice the intense animosity emanating from his opponent. Despite the mask concealing his face, Ning Fan distinctly perceives the fierce hostility in the eyes of the individual known as Wu Xian, as if they share a profound grudge, compelling them to a life-or-death confrontation upon their meeting. This perplexes Ning Fan, for he does not recognize this individual. Although Wu Xian is a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fan does not associate this person with the sect, as the school boasts a vast number of disciples. Even if Wu Xian were to reveal his face without a mask, Ning Fan would still be unable to identify him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ning Fan dismisses the oddity and, under the referee's guidance, both fighters take their positions at the center of the arena, observing each other from a moderate distance. With a commanding shout from the referee, the soul battle officially commences. However, neither fighter rushes to engage. Instead, they remain stationary, scrutinizing one another. For Ning Fan, the rationale behind his inaction is straightforward. Wu Xian's strength does not warrant his immediate aggression. Conversely, Wu Puan, ficatet on Ning Fan, struggles to contain his desire to strike, yet he too refrains from making the first move. His thoughts mirror those of Ning Fan. How could a mere support-type soul master compel him to act first? Although, as per the words of Elder Mo, Ning Fan possesses some unusual qualities, including the potential of a twin martial soul. Wu Xian, brimming with confidence in his own abilities, dismisses Ning Fan entirely. Thus, a tense stalemate ensues, with the two locked in a mutual stare, which persists for an extended period. Meanwhile, the audience, initially eager for an exhilarating battle, grows impatient with the inactivity on stage. Their agitation escalates into vocal outbursts, demanding action. What are they doing? Are they going to fight or not? A battle between a soul master and a support-type soul master, and they act like cowards? Do they not dare to strike? Are these two merely actors hired by the officials? What a waste of time. Refund. The peculiar behavior of Ning Fan and Wu Xian incites the spectators to express their displeasure vocally, prompting the event officials to intervene and instruct the referee to issue a warning to both fighters. Should they continue to refrain from engaging, both would be declared defeated. Upon hearing the audience's ire directed at him, Wu Xian's expression darkens. As a prominent young talent from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he has never before faced such derision from a crowd. Yet, with no means of retaliation against the multitude, he resolves to hold Ning Fan accountable, vowing to teach him a lesson. After the referee's admonition, Ning Fan remains unmoved, indifferent to the outcome of the match. In contrast, Wu Xian, driven by urgency, cannot afford to delay any longer. His eyes gleam with intensity as he raises his right hand, a crimson glow emanating from it, coalescing into a long spear, 8 feet in length, adorned with crescent-shaped silver blades at both ends, glinting ominously. Encircling the spear's shaft are faint golden serpentine patterns that shimmer subtly. This is Wu Xian's martial soul, the serpent pattern halberd. As his martial soul materializes, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings manifest, pulsating rhythmically. The optimal configuration of his soul rings is evident. Wu Xian brandishes the halberd, slicing through the air with a chilling shimmer, before slamming the halberd's base into the ground with a resounding thud. Although Wu Xian's appearance is unremarkable, the fierce demeanor he exudes while wielding the weapon commands attention and respect, calming the restless audience with his formidable presence. Go ahead and make your move. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you 3 chances, Wu Xian declares, gripping his halberd tightly, its point aimed at Ning Fan with a cold glare. In response, Ning Fan narrows his eyes slightly, raising an eyebrow at his opponent, and shakes his head, feeling underestimated once more. It seems I too must reveal a bit of my prowess, Ning Fan muses quietly to himself. Just as he exhales a sigh, he lifts his right foot and forcefully stomps down onto the ground. In an instant, the arena falls silent. Boom! As Ning Fan's foot strikes the ground, a deafening explosion resonates, and the earth beneath him, unable to withstand the sheer force of his descent, fractures like a spider's web, sending shockwaves through the air and raising clouds of dust. The previously boisterous arena is abruptly silenced. In the next moment, Wu Xian's expression shifts dramatically. Having experienced numerous battles, he recognizes the terrifying power represented by Ning Fan's strike. As a distinguished inner disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the realization of Ning Fan's true strength wipes away any previous underestimation. Fully aware that Ning Fan's prowess may far exceed his expectations, Wu Xian becomes entirely focused, entering a combat-ready state. Without hesitation, he charges towards Ning Fan, intent on striking first. Transforming into a white blur, Wu Xian dashes towards the center of the dissipating dust, aiming for the faint outline of Ning Fan. The highly anticipated soul battle is finally set to commence in earnest, eliciting cheers of excitement from the audience. Despite the fact that many spectators are not soul masters, they can discern that this support-type soul master possesses a level of strength that is anything but ordinary. What they initially perceived as a one-sided slaughter now promises to be a fiercely contested clash. As they witness Wu Xian charging vigorously towards the cloud of dust, the audience erupts in enthusiastic cheers, anticipating an exhilarating confrontation. However, in the next breath, with a resounding crash, Wu Xian, who had lunged into the dust, is sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. The sudden transformation left the audience's faces adorned with expressions of astonishment and uncertainty. At that moment, a light chuckle floated through the air. Ha! A commendable martial spirit. Quite sturdy indeed. As the dust settled, the previously obscured azure figure reemerged before the spectators. At this juncture, Ning Fan wore a gentle smile, casually brushing off the non-existent wrinkle from his pristine azure robe, seemingly shaking off the dust while gradually stepping forward. Meanwhile, Ning Xian, who had been sent flying, swiftly stabilized his position mid-air, executing a flip before landing solidly on the ground. His right hand, gripping the battle spear, trembled slightly as he gazed at the nonchalant figure before him, his eyes betraying a hint of shock and disbelief. Just moments ago, upon charging into the dust stirred by the terrifying force of Ning Fan's kick, Ning Fan had quietly appeared before him, leaving him no time to evade. Observing Ning Fan's punch, Ning Xian, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, instinctively raised his battle spear to shield himself. He successfully deflected Ning Fan's unexpected strike with the shaft of the spear. However, despite this successful defense and minimal injury, the sheer force contained within that punch, although not directly impacting him, resonated through the spear, overwhelming him and propelling him backwards. As Ning Xian regarded the seemingly indifferent Ning Fan, he swallowed hard. Disbelief etched across his features. Isn't he a support-type soul master? How can he be so formidable? This very question echoed in the minds of all the spectators present. After all, with the alias Wu Xian, Ning Xian's soul power level, spirit rings, and martial spirit clearly indicated that he was a powerful attack-type soul master. Yet, here he was, at a disadvantage against a support-type soul master in direct confrontation. It was truly inconceivable. This lad is indeed a monster. It seems Flander did not speak in vain, murmured the red-robed elder Emo, seated near the viewing platform, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had not taken a place in the VIP section, primarily due to his concerns over the cold glint in Ning Xian's eyes moments ago, fearing he might unleash a ferocious assault on Ning Fan. After all, Ning Fan was a core disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with the martial spirit of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. Until the sect master officially announced his expulsion, he would remain under the sect's protection. Thus, Elder Mo intended to intervene should Ning Fan's life be endangered. However, from their brief encounter, it appeared that Ning Fan's strength rendered any assistance unnecessary. As a disciple of the inner sect of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Xian frequently undertook missions, having encountered numerous battles, endowing him with combat experience and a mentality far beyond the ordinary. Although Ning Fan's previous punch had astonished him with its terrifying power, even instilling a flicker of fear, Ning Xian understood that sheer power alone could not determine the outcome of a battle. Factors such as combat experience, speed, and the adept use of soul skills were the true determinants of victory. Consequently, Ning Xian quickly recalibrated his mindset, becoming considerably more cautious after gaining initial insight into Ning Fan's prowess. Having established a tactical approach, he bent his knees slightly, hoisting his battle spear once more and charging fiercely at Ning Fan. With the revelation of Ning Fan's strength, he no longer harbored thoughts of teaching Ning Fan a lesson. His sole objective was to secure victory in this duel. Intriguing. Observing Ning Xian charging at him with his spear, Ning Fan remained unmoved, a soft smile gracing his lips. Chapter 64. Second soul skill. The spear danced relentlessly, accompanied by the dull thuds of fists striking metal. An ancient saying rings true: an inch longer, an inch stronger. In Ning Fan's eyes, this wisdom resonated profoundly. For him, wielding a long spear while maintaining an advantageous attack distance over Ning Xian, who continually swung the spear while keeping his distance, proved challenging. The sharp spearhead rendered it nearly impossible for Ning Fan, relying solely on his extraordinary physical strength, to find a chink in Ning Xian's defenses. Although Ning Fan's physical prowess surpassed Ning Xian's by leaps and bounds, should Ning Xian choose to engage in close combat, defeat would be inevitable. However, with his wealth of combat experience, Ning Xian was acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths and would never engage Ning Fan directly at close quarters. Utilizing the spear's sharpness, he effectively kept Ning Fan at bay. After all, while Ning Fan's terrifying strength and formidable defense were impressive, he was not invulnerable, and the spear could inflict some damage. Of course, the primary reason Ning Xian had managed to hold his ground for so long was that Ning Fan was merely toying with him. Sensing that his first opponent in this duel was formidable, likely among the best in the arena, Ning Fan wished to enjoy the encounter. Otherwise, had he chosen to employ spatial powers, even Ning Xian's sharp spear would have presented little challenge, allowing Ning Fan to exploit an opening and deliver a decisive blow. As the long spear descended toward him, Ning Fan remained calm, lightly stepping aside with grace, effortlessly evading the strike. The spear, akin to a massive hammer, crashed into the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Though Ning Xian's strength paled in comparison to Ning Fan's, he was not devoid of power as an attack-type soul master. Upon witnessing Ning Fan easily evade his strike, Ning Xian's face flushed, sweat beading on his forehead, his breath uneven, revealing the toll of exertion. Despite the minimal damage inflicted by Ning Fan's overwhelming strength, his agile movements and rapid speed rendered Ning Xian's attacks ineffective. Yet, it would be incorrect to say all of his strikes had missed. As he glanced at his battle spear, Ning Xian's expression darkened. His previous attacks had not merely been evaded. Many had been met head-on by Ning Fan's iron fists. Now, observing the once indestructible spear, capable of cleaving stone with ease, he noted numerous dents marring its surface from the force of Ning Fan's blows. How can this be? What manner of monster is he? Ning Xian gazed at the composed Ning Fan, struggling to accept the reality before him. With a fierce roar, he rekindled his fighting spirit, raising his battle spear, the second soul ring shimmering as he charged at Ning Fan once more. The second soul skill, is it? Ning Fan murmured softly as he watched Ning Xian rush toward him once again. Ning Fan, not in haste to resolve the battle, was driven by a dual desire. Firstly, to indulge in the thrill of the encounter, and, secondly, to observe the soul skills of his opponent. During their brief skirmish, Ning Fan had already demonstrated the effect of his first soul ring technique. This technique, utilizing a war spear, unleashed a rapid succession of strikes that were nearly impossible to evade, exuding immense pressure and power. The relentless slashes from Ning Fan's spear, bolstered by its formidable heft, produced effects that were decidedly extraordinary. Had he faced an ordinary soul master of lesser strength, they would likely have succumbed to Ning Fan's onslaught. However, for Ning Fan, Ning Fan's first soul skill posed little threat. He could dodge most of the strikes with ease. Even when caught off guard, he could withstand blows with his iron fists. The numerous dents on Ning Fan's spear were testament to the impacts endured when Ning Fan chose to absorb the assault. Having witnessed Ning Fan's first soul skill, Ning Fan found it commendable. Now, observing the activation of Ning Fan's second soul skill, a flicker of anticipation ignited in his eyes. The audience erupted in cheers at the sight of this new development. Although their earlier encounter was brief, the shattered ground and scattered debris vividly illustrated that both combatants possessed strength far exceeding that of typical soul masters. The collision of spear and flesh resonated with a deep thud, stirring the audience's excitement. They watched with bated breath, eager to see if this peculiar support-type soul master would unveil further unexpected prowess in response to his opponent's second soul skill. In stark contrast to the intricate maneuvers of Ning Fan's spear, his second soul skill appeared much simpler. As an offensive soul master, his second technique was a commonplace skill that temporarily augmented his strength. While common in nature, its effects were anything but ordinary, as it allowed for a remarkable 100% increase in power, essentially doubling his might. With the war spear's formidable offensive capability, Ning Fan, upon activating his second soul skill, had previously deterred even formidable soul zone opponents from facing him directly. Now, emboldened by the surge of power coursing through him, he charged at Ning Fan with unwavering confidence. After enduring the earlier frustrations, he now felt invincible, convinced that Ning Fan could not possibly overcome him in direct combat. Yet, he was evidently naive, underestimating Ning Fan's strength. Had Ning Fan witnessed the moment when Ning Fan had effortlessly sent Zhao Wuji flying with a single punch, he might have reconsidered his stance. Although Zhao Wuji had been caught off guard and had not exerted his full strength, even a soul sage could be overwhelmed by Ning Fan's terrifying might. As for Ning Fan, a mere soul master, despite any augmentation, he remained vastly inferior to Zhao Wuji. With a fierce intensity, Ning Fan charged forward, spear in hand. And Ning Fan acutely sensed the changes in his opponent's demeanor. Steeling himself, he took a deep breath, prepared to confront the oncoming assault head-on. Chapter 65. High quality. With the activation of his second soul skill, Ning Fan's strength had undeniably surged. Propelling himself forward, he became like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing from sight in an instant. His speed was astonishing. The ground beneath him could scarcely withstand the force of his launch, cracking under the pressure. This alone made it evident just how formidable his power had become after activating his second soul skill. The audience's eyes shimmered with excitement. During the earlier fervent exchange, it was clear that while Ning Fan wielded his spear with great vigor, he had been at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Ning Fan maintained his calm demeanor throughout, showing no signs of exertion, clearly holding back. Thus, when they observed Ning Fan's newfound vigor, it was as if he had taken a stimulant, his power amplified. And they cheered, hoping for a genuine clash of wills. However, their expectations were destined to be dashed. Ning Fan, moving with lightning speed, soared through the air, brandishing his spear. The weapon sliced through the atmosphere, producing strange sonic waves that conveyed an undeniable majesty. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Ning Fan, gripping the spear tightly, then swinging down with tremendous force. In stark contrast to Ning Fan's formidable posture, Ning Fan remained composed. With a slight shift of his weight and a deep breath, he sidestepped the incoming spear, narrowly evading what seemed to be a devastating blow. Typically, when an opponent activates a temporary power enhancement, the prudent course of action would be to retreat and evade, biding time until the opponent's boost dissipates before re-engaging. Yet for Ning Fan, Ning Fan's enhanced strength was inconsequential. He had previously dispatched him with a single punch. Now, even with his power doubled, Ning Fan posed little threat. One punch would suffice to resolve the encounter, albeit this time it would carry a bit more weight. As Ning Fan's spear struck empty air, he raised it once more. pivoting the spearhead to sweep horizontally toward Ning Fan. As the spear approached, its sharpness seemed to cut through the very air, almost causing a stinging sensation against Ning Fan's skin. However, as the spear swept toward him, Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. He did not flinch or evade. After exhaling slowly, he summoned his soul power, taking a half step back while simultaneously engaging his legs, waist, and arms with force. With a commanding shout, he unleashed a powerful punch toward Ning Xian. As Ning Fan's fist propelled forward, it disturbed the surrounding air, creating a turbulent wave of energy. Ning Xian's face paled in an instant, realizing the terrifying strength behind Ning Fan's punch. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes. He had believed that with his power doubled, he could face Ning Fan head-on. Yet at that moment, the ferocity of Ning Fan's punch made it abundantly clear. He was still leagues behind. Were that punch to truly connect with his body, he would not merely be injured. He would be left on the brink of death. In a frantic response, Ning Xian gripped his spear tightly, positioning it defensively in front of him, hoping to withstand the impending blow from Ning Fan's fist. However, as Ning Fan's fist collided with the spear, as a tremendous force surged forth, Ning Xian felt the war spear in his grasp tremble violently. Under the influence of this immense power, the weapon slipped from his fingers as he inadvertently loosened his grip. Originally intended for the assault of foes, the spear, propelled by Ning Fan's formidable punch, hurtled directly towards its master's chest. In the next instant, Ning Xian expelled a mouthful of blood mid-air, as if struck by a colossal hammer weighing thousands of pounds, transforming into a streak of white light that was violently ejected from the center of the arena. Upon landing at the edge of the arena, he carved a long trench in the ground and crashed down, sending dust swirling into the air. In that moment, silence enveloped the entire venue. Was this an auxiliary soul master? Throughout the encounter, he had not even unleashed his martial spirit. Yet he had effortlessly inflicted grievous injuries upon a young soul master who could rival a soul sect. Are you telling me this is, in fact, an auxiliary soul master? Am I mad? Or has the world gone mad? Beside the arena, Elder Mo was left utterly astounded. He had previously thought that Flandra was exaggerating. But after witnessing the recent clash, the truth became unmistakably clear. Flandra's remarks had been devoid of embellishment. This was no mere anomaly. This was a prodigy, as if a soul beast had attained sentience. How else could a soul master of the soul sovereign level, facing an opponent with a soul power 2 ranks higher, manage to withstand such a brutal assault without even using their martial spirit? With a strength akin to that of a titan, he had easily reduced his opponent to a state of severe injury. Now, Elder Mo glanced anxiously at the figure shrouded in dust, motionless on the ground. His initial intention in coming here was to prevent Ning Xian from harboring resentment and seeking vengeance against Ning Fan, to be ready to intervene should Ning Fan's life be in peril. However, it seemed prudent to keep a closer watch on Ning Xian, ready to act if he faltered. Elder Mo was well aware of Ning Xian's capabilities. Though he had sustained considerable injury, he believed that Ning Xian still possessed the capacity to continue fighting. Nevertheless, he held no illusions about Ning Xian's chances of victory. After all, Ning Xian, having activated his second soul ability, was no longer on par with a soul sect soul master, representing his most formidable state. Yet despite this, he had still been sent flying by a single punch from Ning Fan, and throughout the encounter, Ning Fan had not even unleashed his soul abilities or martial spirit. The disparity was glaringly apparent. As the dust settled, Ning Fan beheld Ning Xian, who was shakily rising with the spear propped up, an expression of peculiarity crossing his eyes. Had the quality of the newcomers in the Soto arena risen so significantly? To Ning Fan, it was astonishing that Ning Xian, after absorbing the full force of his punch, nearly delivered without the aid of his martial spirit, could still stand, albeit with the spear in hand, seemingly retaining some capacity for combat. It was truly remarkable. Unaware of Ning Xian's background, Ning Fan could only marvel at the exceptional caliber of the newcomers he encountered in the Soto arena. This first opponent he faced could easily rival core disciples from the great sects in terms of overall prowess. Chapter 66. The Falling Star Ning Xian, with his spear embedded in the ground and one hand supporting himself, endured the searing pain coursing through his body as he gradually rose to his feet. He lifted the spear and examined its condition. At that moment, the war spear bore numerous fine dents, and after enduring the terrifying force of Ning Fan's punch, it had visibly bent. With a silent resolve, Ning Xian directed his gaze toward a certain spot in the stands. There, amidst the crowd, stood a charming girl in a white dress, her face adorned with a sweet smile. She was none other than the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Grongrong. Her beautiful face radiated joy as she waved her hands, cheering enthusiastically for Ning Fan's performance. A long sigh escaped Ning Xian's lips. He still had the strength to fight, yet he was acutely aware that he had lost. Ultimately, he could not surpass the auxiliary soul master he had long looked down upon. However, even in defeat, he refused to submit. He would demonstrate to all the true extent of his strength. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Ning Xian turned to Ning Fan and spoke solemnly. I have conceded, but I still possess one final strike. As he spoke, the third purple soul ring around him pulsated rhythmically, transmuting into a unique golden energy that flowed into the spear. As this extraordinary energy infused the weapon, the golden serpent patterns coiling around the spear seemed to come alive, undulating with a radiant sheen, appearing quite otherworldly. It was evident that this serpent spear was indeed a unique martial spirit, second only to a handful of the continent's most elite. It held distinct qualities that set it apart from other martial spirits. For instance, the transformation accompanying the activation of this third soul ring, a millennium-level soul ability, was undeniably extraordinary. As the golden serpent patterns continued to swirl upon the spear, the dents inflicted by Ning Fan's iron fist and the visible bend from the previous strike began to mend, restoring the spear to its original pristine state. Now emitting a faint golden glow. Standing firm, Ning Xian gripped his spear, motionless, yet his aura surged with intensity. Ning Fan squinted, observing his adversary from a distance. He could clearly discern that this soul master, Ning Xian, wielded a third soul ability that transformed the spear into a powerful offensive weapon, capable of unleashing attacks far surpassing those typical of a soul sovereign. However, this formidable millennium-level soul ability bore a conspicuous flaw. It required a lengthy charge time. In a team battle, one might rely on allies for protection during its activation, but in a one-on-one confrontation, it was exceedingly vulnerable to interruption. Ning Fan recognized this critical weakness and understood why Ning Xian had previously declared his concession while attempting to unleash such a powerful soul ability. If Ning Fan aimed for victory, he could simply advance and deliver a light punch to disrupt the activation of Ning Xian's third soul ability, rendering him defenseless. While this approach would be straightforward, Ning Fan was intrigued to witness the full manifestation of his opponent's third soul ability, so he stood still, patiently awaiting its formal activation. Indeed, the activation of Ning Xian's third soul skill does not require an extended period of preparation. Mere seconds had elapsed when the battle spear in Ning Xian's right hand became suffused with a dark golden luster, its tip radiating brilliance. The soul power coursing from his hand converged almost entirely at the spear's point, where it was brewing an overwhelming attack that embodied all the remaining soul power within him. Grasping the dark golden spear, Ning Xian's aura surged, exuding an extraordinary presence akin to that of a war god. As the terrifying energy coalesced at the tip of his spear, the hearts of onlookers quickened, their gazes fixated on the dark golden weapon, eagerly anticipating the manifestation of its formidable might. At that moment, Elder Mo observed the transformation of Ning Xian's spear and then glanced at the seemingly indifferent Ning Fan. A flicker of concern evident in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the power of Ning Xian's third soul skill. It was unlikely that even a soul master at the soul sovereign level could match its might. Yet, Ning Fan remained unperturbed, not only refraining from stopping Ning Xian's activation, but also appearing to regard it with utter nonchalance, standing still as if dismissing the impending threat altogether. Elder Mo shook his head, a light sigh escaping his lips, pondering the arrogance of youth. He believed that once Ning Fan experienced the force of Ning Xian's third soul skill, he would come to understand the repercussions of such hubris. As seconds ticked by, Ning Xian's aura reached its zenith. With a powerful leap, he appeared to be forged from gold, aglow with brilliance. As he fixed his gaze upon Ning Fan and coldly declared, "While I appreciate the opportunity you've given me to unleash my third soul skill, know that this attack is not as simple as you might think. You shall regret this." "Oh, how audacious!" Ning Fan replied with a slight smile, shaking his head inwardly. Yet he furrowed his brow as he regarded the dark golden spear in Ning Xian's hand, its terrifying energy palpable. Truly, the power of Ning Xian's third soul skill exceeded his expectations. Where had this formidable newcomer emerged from? A shrug of his shoulders accompanied his thoughts. Nevertheless, since Ning Xian had resorted to his strongest soul skill to confront him, Ning Fan felt compelled to respond with due seriousness out of respect for his opponent. Exhaling softly, he summoned forth a radiant white light in his palm, which gradually coalesced into a magnificent seven-colored tower, the seven treasures glazed tile. The sharp-eyed spectators gasped in awe upon witnessing Ning Fan's martial spirit, momentarily forgetting that he was, in fact, a support-type soul master, wielding the most potent auxiliary martial spirit in the continent. As Ning Fan summoned the seven treasures glazed tile, he prepared to bolster his own status. After thoroughly utilizing his first and third soul skills to enhance his capabilities, he gathered his martial spirit back into his palm. Just then, Ning Xian let out a fierce shout, propelling himself into the air with extraordinary agility. His spear raised high above his head, his aura peaked, and with a piercing gaze he looked down at Ning Fan, commanding, "Prepare yourself. This is my third soul skill, Starfall." With those words, Ning Xian hurled his spear downward with tremendous force. The spear shot through the air like a golden meteor, embodying the kind of power that even soul sovereigns would hesitate to confront, aimed directly at Ning Fan. The audience was acutely aware of the terrifying might contained within this attack. Ning Xian's third soul ring, the unique Millennium soul skill, Starfall. As the spear hurtled towards him at an astonishing velocity, Ning Fan maintained a calm demeanor, a faint smile lingering on his face. Standing resolutely in place, without flinching or dodging, he merely raised his right hand, slightly opening his palm, revealing a nearly imperceptible silver glow emanating from his palm. Foolish. Is this young man courting death? Elder Mo thought anxiously upon seeing Ning Fan's demeanor. Though he recognized the formidable power of Ning Xian's third soul skill, he believed that as long as Ning Fan did not remain stationary and absorb the full brunt of the attack, he would not face any life-threatening danger. At worst, he would suffer minor injuries and learn a valuable lesson. However, he never anticipated that Ning Fan would display such reckless audacity to stand firm against such a ferocious attack. Seeking to absorb it without evasion was nothing short of suicidal. In that instant, Elder Mo was consumed by anxiety. Given Ning Fan's displayed talent, it was evident that with time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of title Douluo. Such a genius must not be lost. Despite Elder Mo being in close proximity to the arena, the golden spear, transformed into a streak of light, was far swifter. He realized it was too late to intervene and could only hope Ning Fan possessed a life-saving trump card that would allow him to escape unscathed. Otherwise, he would be embroiled in a grave misdeed. After all, he was the one who had urged Ning Xian to test Ning Fan. Should the future title Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School perish in this trial, the weight of that guilt would be tremendous. Now, not only Elder Mo was concerned for Ning Fan's safety. Among the spectators, Ning Rongrong watched anxiously as the spear, infused with terrifying energy, soared toward Ning Fan. Her small hands gripped the railing tighter, her heart racing at his unyielding stance. He must be fine. Sensing Ning Rongrong's trepidation, Zhu Zhuqing softly reassured her, her cool gaze unwavering upon the calm figure of Ning Fan. She knew that if he lacked confidence, he would never act so boldly. The golden streak of light grew clearer, gradually taking the form of a spear as it shot toward him. The immense energy radiating from its tip was palpable, and even before it drew near, Ning Fan could feel the essence of annihilation it carried. Excellent soul skill. Ning Fan exhaled, the smile on his face fading slowly. His previously calm and deep-set eyes now devoid of their earlier indifference. Ning Xian's third soul skill was indeed remarkable, surpassing his expectations. Yet to him, such a skill could never compel him to regret his actions. Chuckling softly, Ning Fan's lips curled into a smirk as he extended his right hand. A fleeting silver light flashing in his palm, emanating an intangible force. In an instant, the surrounding space underwent a subtle transformation. The rapidly approaching golden brilliance, poised to strike, suddenly slowed for just a moment. Given Ning Fan's current level of soul power and his mastery over spatial forces, It was impossible for him to completely immobilize such an assault. At present, he could only manage to slightly decelerate the speed of the battle spear that was thrusting towards him. Yet, just that fleeting moment, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, was sufficient for Ning Fan. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply as his right hand reached into the void, followed by a forceful grip. Instantly, he felt a tremendous power surging through his hand, causing him to emit a muffled groan. The inertia of the object caught in his grasp compelled him to stagger backward a few steps, his legs carving two long lines into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as he neared the edge of the arena, Ning Fan stomped his right foot down with great force and let out a commanding shout. Finally, his rapidly retreating body came to a halt. He then raised his right hand, gazing at the weighty object resting in his palm, a smile finally gracing his face. At that moment, the spectators turned their attention toward Ning Fan, or more precisely, his right hand. A profound silence enveloped the arena. What had just transpired? Countless onlookers felt as if a golden flash had swept past them. Ning Fan, seemingly out of nowhere, had extended his hand, then retreated as dust billowed around him. When they beheld him again, a dark golden battle spear had materialized in his grasp. Many rubbed their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. How had Ning Fan, unarmed, managed to intercept such a fierce assault? Not merely intercept, but he had seized the third soul technique unleashed by Ning Xian, a technique imbued with terrifying energy directly into his hand. How could this be? A collective question echoed in their minds. The fleeting golden light, so swift it was nearly imperceptible, had been effortlessly caught by Ning Fan, and he emerged unscathed. The simplicity yet extraordinary nature of this maneuver led them to ponder whether Ning Fan might indeed be a soul king or even a soul emperor. However, as this thought began to take root, the youthful visage of Ning Fan dispelled such notions. At merely 14 years of age, he appeared no older than 15 or 16. Though his martial soul's rank and early breakthroughs contributed to his precocious development, yet, to be at such a level of soul power at that tender age was unfathomable for them. If Ning Fan was not a soul king or soul emperor, how could such a miraculous feat be accomplished? Even the esteemed elder Mo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, along with Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and all present soul masters, were utterly perplexed by Ning Fan's capabilities. After all, capturing an opponent's rapidly approaching strike was infinitely more challenging than merely deflecting it. Thus, bewilderment reigned. How had Ning Fan achieved this? Is this your soul technique? Quite impressive. Yet, it seems a tad perilous. I shall return it to you. Ning Fan remarked with a soft chuckle, weighing the spear in his right hand as he regarded his dazed opponent. Without hesitation, he crouched slightly and leaped into the air, hurling the spear downwards. The spear pierced the air like a shard of light breaking the confines of space, landing squarely at the center of the battle arena. The energy contained within Ning Xian's third soul technique was formidable. Upon impact, it unleashed a blinding explosion of golden radiance, accompanied by a deafening roar. The shockwave of energy rippled outward, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. Deep black fissures emanated from the epicenter of the explosion, spreading like a spider's web across the arena surface. What had once remained unscathed through numerous fierce battles was now marred by these dark cracks, which threatened to engulf the entire platform. With a resounding boom, the arena shattered, nearly half of its surface erupting into a cascade of rubble and dust, transforming into a desolate ruin. Remarkable soul technique, Ning Fan stated, perched atop a protruding slab, brushing off his hands as he surveyed the chaotic battleground with a smile. The terrifying energy amalgamated with the might of a humanoid beast had culminated in an effect far surpassing Ning Xian's original use of the technique. This level of destruction was beyond what even soul venerates or soul kings could typically achieve. At that moment, all spectators stood in stunned disbelief. They had witnessed many battles, yet none had been so exaggerated. The arena, impervious even to soul venerates and soul kings, had been shattered by an attack from a mere soul respect level combatant. More astonishingly, this soul respect level individual was a typically defenseless support type soul master. How could this be possible? Elder Mo, seated among the audience, stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the unfolding events. After a prolonged silence, As the dust settled to reveal the ruined arena and its two figures, it became clear that Ning Fan's strike, while intended to test Ning Xian's soul technique, had not been aimed at him, but rather towards the center of the arena. Ning Fan understood that had he aimed the spear directly at Ning Xian, the latter would have been unable to evade it, surely facing demise under the onslaught of Ning Fan's enhanced soul technique. He had merely come to play. Causing a fatality was unnecessary, though Ning Fan had shown restraint. His earlier exertion had been nearly full strength, propelling the spear with a force that Ning Xian's martial soul could not withstand. The subsequent explosion had shattered Ning Xian's martial soul, leading to a backlash that caused him to spit blood and fall into unconsciousness, staring incredulously at Ning Fan, who remained composed and unfazed. Once Elder Mo confirmed that Ning Xian had merely been knocked out without life-threatening injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze then shifted to the young man, standing atop the jagged stone, poised and graceful. With this lad in our 7 Treasures glazed tile school, surpassing the Haotian school and becoming the foremost sect on the continent may not be an impossibility. I must return to the sect at once to share this joyous news. Upon considering this, Master Mo's heart ignited with fervor. His expression transformed into one of exhilaration, discarding his usual composure as he began to dance with abandon, disregarding his station. Fortunately, the attention of the vast majority of the audience was captivated by Ning Xian. Thus they paid no heed to Master Mo's peculiar antics. How handsome! Ning Rongrong gazed at Ning Fan, who stood confidently amidst the chaos of shattered stones on the soul-fighting arena, her eyes sparkling like stars as she murmured. Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, also directed her cool, beautiful gaze towards Ning Fan, instinctively nodding in agreement. Ning Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of strength and confidence that was simply too captivating. One must say, the soul-fighting arena surely requires reconstruction, though I hope I am not liable for the damages. This seems troublesome. Perhaps I should discreetly make my exit. After murmuring to himself, Ning Fan shrugged and noticed the judges approaching him, moving with a grace that belied his speed. Before the Soul Master judges could even react, Ning Fan vanished from sight. Oh, what do you think? Did I perform well just now? Just as the audience realized Ning Fan had disappeared without a trace from the arena, he inexplicably appeared in the spectator stands, looking at the members of Shrek Academy with a gentle smile. Upon his appearance, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled radiantly, and she leaped into Ning Fan's embrace, her little head nuzzling against his right arm like a kitten. Blinking, she looked up at him, her voice sweet as honey. You have become so powerful. I can hardly believe my eyes. For Ning Rongrong, despite having witnessed the battle between Ning Fan and Zhao Wujia previously, most of the confrontation consisted of Ning Fan evading attacks. Therefore, even though Ning Fan had managed to endure against the soul sage Zhao Wujia for an entire incense stick's worth of time without sustaining significant injuries, leaving Zhao Wujia, who had not used his full strength, in a disheveled state, the nature of their skirmish did not provide a clear depiction of Ning Fan's true strength. However, today, Ning Fan's performance on the soul-fighting arena, with attacks that traversed space and obliterated a significant portion of the arena, left no doubt about his power. Not just impressive, it has truly opened our eyes. At this moment, Tang San turned to Ning Fan, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a unique understanding as he shook his head. Alas, how is it that you possess such formidable strength? Are you even human? Xiao Wu murmured softly, gazing at Ning Fan. As for whether I am genuinely human, I am not entirely certain, Ning Fan replied with a chuckle, his tone light. For Ning Fan, while the Tai Su ancient dragon was indeed a martial spirit, it felt more akin to a bloodline, merging with his being and instigating monumental changes, bestowing upon him the power of the ancient dragon and its innate abilities. These capabilities are not solely attainable by the ordinary human bloodlines of this world. Thus, he pondered whether, after assimilating the bloodline of the Tai Su ancient dragon, he could still be considered a true human. Yet, as for whether you are indeed human, I am quite certain, Ning Fan remarked mysteriously with a teasing smile directed at Xiao Wu. Hearing this, a hint of nervousness crossed Xiao Wu's face before quickly dissipating as she feigned calmness. I am certainly human. You are the one who is not. Ning Fan merely chuckled, choosing not to engage further with Xiao Wu. At that moment, Dai Mubai regarded Ning Fan with a hint of awe. Having witnessed Ning Fan's earlier battle, he fully grasped that although they were both soul masters, their strengths were worlds apart. Previously, he had entertained the thought of competing against Ning Fan, but now, having witnessed his prowess, such ideas were completely extinguished. Unbeknownst to Ning Fan, his seemingly casual actions today had inadvertently sent ripples of intimidation throughout the arena. Chapter 69. The Little Rascal. Since Ning Fan's debut battle at the Soto Sol Arena, he had gained instant fame. After participating in one more match at the Soto Sol Arena, he had no desire to return. After all, given Ning Fan's prowess, competing at the Soul Master level was exceedingly unfair. Furthermore, his previous strike had devastated a significant portion of the 8th arena, rendering subsequent matches impossible. The Soto Sol Arena took an entire day to restore the arena to its former state, incurring considerable losses. Consequently, the arena staff approached Ning Fan, requesting that he ease up during future competitions. After participating in another match where his opponent was so weak they could not withstand even a single punch, Ning Fan's interest in the competitions waned significantly. The Soto Sol Arena no longer held any allure for him, and his life at Shrek Academy was equally dull. The daily training felt effortless to Ning Fan, providing little in the way of improvement. Were it not for Zhu Zhuqing's presence, he would have been at a loss regarding his purpose at Shrek Academy. Fortunately, Oscar had reached level 30 and needed to hunt for his 3rd spirit ring, allowing them to venture out to the Stardow Forest for a day of exploration. Although Ning Fan had never truly visited the Stardow Forest, he was well acquainted with its lore. It was one of the continent's most renowned gathering places for soul beasts, spanning vast territories across 2 empires and encompassing a massive primeval forest with intricate terrains, including wetlands and swamps. This enormous and complex primeval forest, ideal for various soul beasts, was teeming with countless 10,000-year soul beasts, and even deeper within, one could encounter 100,000-year soul beasts. It was undeniably perilous. However, as one of the continent's 3 major soul beast gathering sites, the Stardow Forest presented dangers accompanied by opportunities. Any soul master, provided they possess sufficient strength and a stroke of luck, could find the most suitable spirit ring within. Yet for Ning Fan, the allure of the Stardow Forest extended beyond mere spirit rings. As Oscar prepared to break through to level 30, a day passed, and the group readied themselves. Early the next morning, after breakfast, everyone gathered on the training grounds, where Zhao Wujie awaited them. At this moment, Zhao Wujie's face bore a myriad of bruises, looking remarkably disheveled. The group was momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. However, Tang San, upon observing the injuries on Zhao Wujie's face, was filled with astonishment. He was acutely aware that the injuries he had inflicted alongside Ning Fan were merely superficial. Zhao Wujie should have fully healed by now. Why did it seem that his injuries were more severe than before? The bewilderment in Tang San's eyes did not escape Ning Fan's notice. He was well aware of the inexplicable injuries that marred Zhao Wujie's face and body. They were merely the result of Tang San's father, the titled Douluo, venting his frustrations by delivering a beating to Zhao Wujie. What are you laughing at, you bunch of little rascals? Are you itching for trouble? Laugh. Go ahead, keep laughing. Zhao Wujie barked at the crowd in a fit of indignation. Upon hearing his words, the others lowered their heads, stifling their laughter, though Xiao Wu appeared somewhat displeased, muttering under her breath, "What little rascals? Why not call us little bears? What did you say, little girl? Repeat that." Zhao Wujie's formidable strength allowed him to catch Xiao Wu's whispered remark, and he glared at her furiously. Startled, Xiao Wu quickly hid behind Tang San. Observing the scene, Ning Fan scrutinized Xiao Wu, seemingly recalling something, and a strange smile crept onto his lips as he regarded her, the little rabbit. After a brief period of preparation, the group of 9 set off without delay towards the Stardow Forest. A significant portion of this vast forest lies within the territory of the Barak Kingdom, with Ning Fan and Ning Rongrong alternating in utilizing the second soul skill of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to accelerate their progress. They swiftly approached the location of the Stardow Forest. By evening, they arrived at a small town not far from the outskirts of the forest and casually found a hotel to spend the night. However, within the hotel, they encountered students from the Tsanghui Academy, leading to a minor incident that left Ning Fan quite speechless. The trouble began when Songhui Academy entered the hotel, and Dai Mubai, disapproving of their ostentatious attire, openly expressed his disdain, almost provocatively declaring, "It's just a small Songhui Academy. Were they flaunting about?" This led to an unexpected brawl between the two previously unrelated groups. Naturally, the students from Songhui Academy were no match for Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, yet they had a teacher of Soul King level with a tortoise martial spirit. With Zhao Wujie absent, this teacher's intervention left Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San in a tough spot. Initially, Ning Fan had intended to watch the spectacle, but as Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong joined the fray, the ensuing chaos involving dozens of soul masters overwhelmed the tavern, making it impossible to maintain any semblance of calm. Ultimately, Ning Fan decided to intervene, delivering a single punch that sent the Soul King tortoise spirit back to its original form, prompting Songhui Academy to flee in disgrace, thus resolving the matter. Following this, Zhao Wujie showed no concern upon learning of the incident and did not reprimand Dai Mubai for causing trouble. Instead, he chastised them for their lack of strength, pointing out that they couldn't even handle a tortoise without Ning Fan's assistance. Ning Fan found this utterly absurd and soon understood their reasoning. After all, under Flinder's guidance, Shrek Academy's principle was that a soul master who did not dare to provoke trouble was not worthy of the title, and those who refrained from confrontation were mere mediocrities. Ning Fan, accustomed to a more low-key approach, found it difficult to reconcile with Flinder's teachings. As dawn broke, Zhao Wujie roused the group, directing them toward the Stardow Forest. It was not long before they set foot within its bounds, straddling the borders of two great empires. The Stardow Forest is also one of the three primary habitats for soul beasts on the continent. For countless soul masters, this place is both a coveted destination and an exceedingly perilous one. In contrast to smaller forest habitats, where century-old soul beasts are the norm, the Stardow Forest boasts a significant presence of millennium soul beasts even at its periphery, while deeper within, one can encounter beings of 10,000 years or more. Thus, the dangers here far exceed those found elsewhere. Chapter 70. Entering the Stardow. As Ning Fan stepped into the Stardow Forest, he immediately sensed its extraordinary nature. The pristine air, imbued with the fragrant breeze of flora, enveloped him, providing a refreshingly invigorating sensation. Towering ancient trees stretched skyward, reminiscent of an untouched primordial forest. The visual expanse was a vast ocean of green that uplifted the spirit, yet upon closer inspection, the overlapping shadows of the trees were shrouded in a light mist, reminiscent of a fairyland. However, the swirling mist obscured the view within, and the rustling of leaves, coupled with inexplicable roars echoing from the forest depths, imparted a palpable sense of danger, even at the outskirts. Nevertheless, the air remained exceptionally fresh, hinting at a rich concentration of natural energy in this realm. Generally, locations abundant in such energy not only host numerous old beasts, but also harbor various rare treasures. Ning Fan's nostrils flared slightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he scanned his surroundings. Thanks to the energy-sensing abilities bestowed by his lineage, he could distinctly perceive the presence of several objects exuding rich energy signatures. While these treasures held little practical value for him, he knew that deeper within the Stardow Forest lay countless other exceptional items awaiting discovery. With this thought igniting a spark of excitement within him, Ning Fan felt a compelling urge to venture forth and embark on an exhilarating treasure-seeking journey. However, he understood that this was not the right moment to depart. He must await an opportune chance. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, he exhaled deeply to quell the restlessness within. "Everyone halt!" Zhao Wujie called out as the group finally entered the Stardow Forest. He then cast a serious gaze at the 8 members of the academy, stating, "Listen carefully. The Stardow Forest is unlike any other place. The soul beasts within are exceedingly dangerous, and you may find yourselves facing attacks from millennium or even 10,000-year soul beasts at any moment. Therefore, I will lead the way, and Ning Fan, you will bring up the rear. This place is perilous, particularly for you 2 support-type soul masters, Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Remember, do not stray too far from me or Ning Fan." In Zhao Wujie's assessment, should they encounter a 10,000-year beast unexpectedly, he deemed Ning Fan the only other individual capable of withstanding such an attack aside from himself. Thus, he positioned Ning Fan at the back of the formation, tasked with safeguarding the group's rear. Zhao Wujia's solemn admonition caused Ning Rongrong's eyes to brighten. Her petite form eagerly pressed against Ning Fan's right arm, cheerfully declaring, "Hee, I won't leave his side for a moment." Observing this, Zhao Wujia shook his head in resignation before continuing, "By the way, I want to make it clear that while we are here to hunt for soul rings, this is also a trial. I will not intervene with soul beasts below 1,000 years or above 10,000 years. If you find yourselves struggling, call upon Ning Fan for assistance. Only soul beasts that are over 10,000 years old warrant my intervention. Therefore, remember, unless there is a particular purpose, do not provoke the soul beasts." Zhao Wujia continued to advise the group, his words suggesting that he did not regard Ning Fan as a student, but rather as a fellow mentor. He entrusted most matters to Ning Fan, feeling perfectly at ease as long as no ancient soul beasts appeared, allowing him to act as a hands-off leader. After all, Zhao Wujia had tested Ning Fan's strength and found it comparable to that of a soul king. With such a formidable student by his side, he enjoyed a significant reduction in worries. Ning Fan understood Zhao Wujia's intentions and could not help but curl his lips in response. However, he refrained from voicing any objections and accepted the situation. After briefly outlining the precautions for entering the Stardow Forest, the group proceeded into the forest. As they stepped into the Stardow Forest, a place none had previously visited, curiosity enveloped them. Ning Fan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Even from afar, he could sense the aura of soul beasts. This was indeed a paradise for soul beasts. The group advanced steadily, encountering no mishaps along the way. Although they encountered some soul beasts, most chose to avoid them. There were a few that attacked, but they were generally under 1,000 years of age. And Zhao Wujia and Ning Fan did not need to intervene, as they were swiftly dealt with. In truth, as long as the soul beasts were not over 2,000 years old, Tang San and the others could easily eliminate them. The group continued deeper into the forest. Moving silently, the tranquility punctuated only by the occasional distant roar of a beast. Suddenly, Ning Fan's gaze was drawn toward a specific direction. Almost instantly, Zhao Wujia and Tang San turned to look as well. They sensed that not far ahead, within a dense thicket, lay a soul beast. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing, an agility-type soul beast, detected the anomaly, leaping onto a branch for a better view. After a quick glance, she descended and spoke in a clear, cool voice. "There is a flying snake ahead, with pale red wings, approximately 7 meters long, flying at a height of around 3 meters. Adorned with a large red fleshy crest atop its head and a tail resembling that of a chicken." In a few succinct sentences, she had described the distinctive characteristics of the soul beast. It is a phoenix-tail, coxcomb snake. Both Tang San and Zhao Wujia exclaimed in unison. Zhao Wujia glanced at Tang San, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This type of snake was rare, and its soul ring energy was mild, making it extremely suitable for assisting soul beasts like Oscar in absorption. Given its length of 7 meters, its age should be between 1,300 and 1,700 years. This snake is perfect for Oscar, Tang San added after a moment of contemplation. This snake is exceedingly rare, with a singular attack pattern of coiling around its enemies. However, its most unique feature is the fleshy crest, which contains various special substances that can enhance its speed to the utmost in moments of danger. If I'm not mistaken, upon absorbing the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, Oscar should acquire a soul ring skill closely related to speed. Chapter 71. Caution. Tang San's insights left the group in awe. Entirely unprepared for his extensive knowledge of soul beasts, Oscar, upon hearing this, looked at Tang San with shining eyes and sincerely remarked, "Little San, all this knowledge must have been imparted by your teacher. You are truly an encyclopedia of the soul master world." Zhao Wujia, observing Tang San, remained silent, but his approving gaze spoke volumes. Ning Fan nodded slightly, acknowledging Tang San's expertise, then turned his attention forward, seemingly contemplating something, and casually remarked, "By the way, Zhuqing, when you observed that phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, did you notice any injuries or peculiarities on its body?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, shaking her head uncertainly. "I did not observe too closely. There should be none." "Indeed, your observation was somewhat lacking. Remember, next time you encounter a soul beast, be sure to examine it thoroughly for any wounds. If it has none, that is ideal. However, if it does, one must exercise extreme caution. as it may be fleeing from a more powerful soul beast or soul master. Hunting soul beasts requires careful observation and preparation to anticipate potential unforeseen circumstances, Ning Fan said, crossing his arms and speaking calmly. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Fan, a glimmer of admiration in her beautiful eyes, and nodded in agreement. The others were similarly taken aback, having never considered such details in the context of hunting soul beasts. At this moment, Zhao Wujie could not help but interject. You, young man, are not only an extraordinary talent, but also remarkably cautious. Quite rare indeed. He marveled at Ning Fan, generally a genius like him, possessing such strength at a young age, will be brimming with youthful bravado. However, Zhao Wujie noted that Ning Fan displayed an unusual calmness and even excessive caution, never revealing his second martial soul and paying meticulous attention to details, particularly while hunting soul beasts. Ning Fan paid little heed to Zhao Wujie's praise. In truth, he was not particularly detail-oriented. His insights about the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake stemmed from a prior knowledge that it had indeed sustained injuries. Ning Fan, how do you propose we capture such a soul beast? Zhao Wujie suddenly sought to test Ning Fan's understanding, directing his question at him. For a unique 1,000-year soul beast like the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, though its offensive capabilities were not particularly strong, its speed was formidable and made it difficult to capture. Without thorough preparation, one could easily let it escape. How to capture it? The method is quite simple, Ning Fan replied with a slight smile, exuding confidence. The group turned their curious gazes toward him, eager to see what special approach he would devise to capture the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. The method is straightforward. As long as your speed exceeds its own and your strength surpasses it, it cannot escape. Ning Fan chuckled. Such methods are merely employed when one lacks the strength to dominate the situation. For Ning Fan, capturing such a millennium soul beast required no intellectual effort or intricate strategies. To be precise, no method was necessary at all. Zhao Wujie looked at Ning Fan with a hint of exasperation, having anticipated that this astonishing anomaly would devise some unique approach. Little did he know that Ning Fan's method was astonishingly simple. Nonetheless, such an approach aligned perfectly with Zhao Wujie's temperament. For him, any matter resolvable by sheer force will render the expenditure of mental energy on convoluted tactics utterly unnecessary. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, having leapt back onto a branch, suddenly called out in a hushed tone. As her words echoed, she descended from the tree, aiming to restrain the peculiar giant serpent. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was indeed an odd sight, stretching approximately 7 meters in length and possessed a rather unappealing appearance. The red fleshy crest atop its head, although referred to as a coxcomb, resembled more of an unsightly tumor, grotesque and fearsome. Zhu Zhuqing dove from the air, her soul rings shimmering as she activated her soul skill. However, as a millennium soul beast, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, while lacking in offensive power and damage, exhibited remarkable swiftness in its reactions. With a slight tilt of its head, it effortlessly evaded her attack. Zhu Zhuqing's nether-piercing strike struck the serpent's body, causing minimal damage but sufficiently diminishing its momentum. In an instant, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake became enraged. The fleshy crest on its head glowed, and its speed surged dramatically. Simultaneously, it swung its tail, attempting to ensnare Zhu Zhuqing while exhaling a vibrant mist. Although the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was not venomous, the mist induced a numbing sensation upon inhalation, lending Zhu Zhuqing a feeling of lethargy that momentarily hindered her response. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing found herself in peril, startling everyone present. Just as Zhao Wujie was gathering his soul power to rescue her, a flash of white light pierced through the air. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's imminent danger, Ning Fan acted without hesitation, unleashing his full speed. His swiftness rendered him a mere white blur to the onlookers. In the next moment, Ning Fan stood before the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, executing a powerful leap and delivering a forceful punch straight into its gaping maw. With a resounding crash, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's mouth, along with half of its head, was obliterated by Ning Fan's strike. The creature, once suspended in the air and coiling around Zhu Zhuqing, fell lifelessly to the ground. Zhu Zhuqing, having escaped, glanced back at the defeated serpent with a lingering sense of fear before landing safely in front of Ning Fan. That was a bit excessive. Thankfully, there's still some breath left in it. Quickly, come and finish it off, Ning Fan called out to Oscar, observing the serpent's remaining half-head, barely clinging to life. Chapter 72. The contest, although everyone was already acquainted with Ning Fan's prowess. Witnessing him annihilate a Millennium Soul beast with a single punch was a scene that left them in utter shock, rendering them momentarily speechless. Upon hearing Ning Fan's call, the crowd snapped back to reality and hurried over. What a beautifully executed punch. The timing was impeccable, Tang San remarked, glancing at the fallen coxcomb snake before turning to Ning Fan with admiration. Indeed, not only was the timing spot on, but the force was also well calibrated. While your blow obliterated half of the creature's head, you left it with just enough life for Oscar to absorb its soul ring. How tragic. Ma Hongjun shook his head, unable to suppress his dismay at the serpent's pitiful state. Yes, it's still alive, and the fleshy crest appears intact, without any flaws. Oscar, what are you waiting for? It's on the verge of death. Why are you still dawdling? Zhao Wuji scrutinized the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake on the ground before urging Oscar with a commanding tone. In response, Oscar, filled with excitement and gratitude towards Ning Fan, grinned widely, rubbed his hands together, and conjured short sword. He approached the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, aiming for its vital point, ready to strike down and claim it. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing spoke up. Ning Fan was right. There's a wound on its abdomen, and it appears quite fresh. It seems to be inflicted by human hands. The revelation stunned everyone, as it implied that this serpent had been the prey of another hunter. Soul beasts residing in the Stardow forest were not possessions of any individual, although it was previously targeted by someone else since they had encountered it. There was no reason to relinquish it. After all, treasures of heaven and earth belong to those capable of claiming them, Ning Fan remarked coolly, leaning against a tree with arms crossed. Indeed, treasures of heaven and earth belong to the capable. Zhao Wuji nodded approvingly at Ning Fan. With a mischievous grin, he turned to Oscar. Exactly. Why hesitate? With me here, even if someone arrives seeking trouble, we can deal with them directly. Oscar, swiftly finish it off and absorb its soul ring. Who is Zhao Wuji? Even if the soul beast had been another's target, the solution was simply to absorb it before anyone else could intervene. Hearing Ning Fan and Zhao Wuji's words, Oscar nodded, grasped the short sword, and prepared to strike. Stop! A raspy, aged voice suddenly rang out. In the next instant, two figures emerged from the direction the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had come from, appearing before the crowd. One was an elderly woman, around 60 or 70 years old, with a head full of white hair. Despite her age, she exuded vitality, her somewhat cloudy eyes gleaming with life. In her right hand, she wielded a 3-meter-long serpent-headed staff, with 6 soul rings pulsating around her. Beside her stood a beautiful young girl, about 16 or 17, with short hair and dressed in a sleek outfit that accentuated her well-developed physique. Her large, deep brown eyes were fixed intently on the feeble phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake lying on the ground. She too held a serpent-headed staff, albeit much shorter than the elders, measuring less than 2 meters. Clearly, they were a grandmother-granddaughter duo, the serpent matriarch and her granddaughter, Meng Iran. Their appearance caused attention in the hearts of the onlookers, quickly followed by a sense of relief. It was not merely their numbers that gave them confidence. The strongest among them, the elder, bore only 6 soul rings, while teacher Zhao possessed 7, a bona fide soul sage. You two must be the previous hunters of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, the serpent matriarch and Meng Iran stated, somewhat startled. Indeed, I had my sights set on this old beast, but unfortunately, it managed to escape. At present, my granddaughter has reached the 30 level, and this spirit beast spirit ring is exceptionally suitable for her breakthrough. Therefore, might I request a favor from this soul sage? Zhao Wujie chuckled softly, just as he was about to refuse without hesitation, when the snake matriarch spoke again. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am called Kyo Xingxiang. Thanks to the esteem of friends within the Spirit Master community, I have been bestowed the title of the Snake Matriarch. My husband is Meng Shu, known as the Dragon Lord. After finishing her introduction, she turned her gaze toward Zhao Wujie. At this moment, Zhao Wujie's expression changed abruptly upon hearing her words. He swallowed the remarks he had prepared and adopted a much more courteous demeanor, laughing heartily. It turns out to be the illustrious and renowned dragon snake. I have indeed heard of your husband's esteemed name. I never expected to encounter you here. It is truly a stroke of luck. My name is Zhao Wujia. This snake was a hard-won kill by my student, who also requires a spirit beast for his spirit ring breakthrough. Thus, I am afraid I cannot comply. Upon hearing this, the snake matriarch and Meng Yidian were momentarily taken aback. Then they exchanged cold smiles. I had wondered when the Spirit Master realm had produced a young soul sage. It turns out to be the legendary immovable king Zhao Wujia. However, even if the immovable king surpasses me in strength, there is no need to treat me with such disdain. How deceitful! The young lady Meng Yidian glared at the half-decapitated phoenix tail coxcomb snake, her voice filled with indignation. The ability to deliver such a lethal blow to the phoenix tail coxcomb snake clearly indicated that it was done by a soul sage like Zhao Wujia. Haha! Does the esteemed snake matriarch not believe it? However, I assure you that I did not intervene. This spirit beast was indeed hunted solely by my student. Zhao Wujia laughed heartily, and then turned his gaze towards Ning Fan. Following Zhao Wujia's line of sight, the snake matriarch and Meng Yidian both looked at Ning Fan. Oh, such a young man. Could it truly be that he defeated the phoenix tail coxcomb snake in a single blow? The snake matriarch skeptically regarded Ning Fan, who appeared no older than 16. Just him? Meng Yidian was even more direct, pointing at Ning Fan with disbelief. This phoenix tail coxcomb snake had just narrowly escaped from the hands of the soul emperor-level snake matriarch. Meng Yidian found it impossible to believe that this young man, who was hardly older than herself, could hunt such a formidable spirit beast and achieve a one-hit kill. Since both of you doubt my capabilities, and since neither of us is willing to relinquish this snake, let us settle this with a duel according to the customs of the Spirit Master community. The victor shall claim the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. At this moment, Ning Fan looked at the barely alive phoenix tail coxcomb snake and shook his head, stepping forward to address the snake matriarch and Meng Yidian. Chapter 73. Be gentle. In the Spirit Master community, there is indeed a rule. If two parties desire the same spirit beast in the wild and both have invested effort, they must engage in combat to determine the victor, after which the winner decides the fate of the spirit ring. Upon hearing Ning Fan's proposition, the snake matriarch instinctively nodded, then cautiously inquired, "Young man, what is your soul power level?" Before Ning Fan could respond, Zhao Wujia, standing nearby, cheerfully interjected, "This lad possesses a soul power level of 36. 36? Both the snake matriarch and Meng Yidian exclaimed in disbelief. However, despite his 36 level, he is primarily an auxiliary-type soul master. Zhao Wujia chuckled, gesturing towards Ning Fan. An auxiliary-type soul master? The snake matriarch regarded Ning Fan with a look of astonishment. At that moment, Ning Fan's right palm glimmered with light, gradually coalescing into a 7-layered pagoda, 3 soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple pulsating rhythmically atop it. The 7 treasures glazed tower. With her knowledge, the snake matriarch immediately recognized Ning Fan's martial soul. Not only is he an auxiliary-type soul master, but he also wields the most powerful auxiliary martial soul known across the continent, the 7 treasures glazed tower. He truly is an auxiliary-type soul master. The snake matriarch, perplexed, glanced at Zhao Wujia and then back at Ning Fan. She could not fathom why Zhao Wujia would choose to send an auxiliary-type soul master to compete against them. She tentatively asked Zhao Wujia, "Is what you said true? If we win, does the phoenix tail coxcomb snake indeed belong to us?" "Haha, it is indeed true. As long as your granddaughter defeats this lad, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake will be yours," Zhao Wujia replied with confidence. Upon hearing this, the snake matriarch did not immediately agree. Instead, she frowned in contemplation. Although Ning Fan had indeed appeared to be an auxiliary-type soul master, logically, they should have a clear advantage. Yet, observing Zhao Wujia's confident demeanor, she sensed something amiss. Thus, she hesitated, not committing to the seemingly assured victory. If the esteemed snake matriarch feels that my soul power level is excessively high and unfair, then let us do this. If I do not defeat your granddaughter within 5 moves, I shall concede defeat." Ning Fan, noticing the snake matriarch's hesitation, shrugged and smiled lightly. The snake matriarch furrowed her brow deeply. She recognized this as Ning Fan's provocation and remained silent. However, her granddaughter Meng Yidian, a prodigy at the academy, could not tolerate such an affront. An auxiliary-type soul master with no combat prowess, daring to claim they could defeat her within 5 moves. How arrogant! Meng Yijian felt insulted. Immediately, she glared at Ning Fan, her face flushed with anger. Very well, I accept. If you can defeat me, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake shall be yours. After declaring this, she looked at Ning Fan with an air of pride. With Meng Yijian's acceptance, a visible smirk appeared on Zhao Wujia's face, while others exchanged curious glances at Meng Yijian, shaking their heads. Sensing the expressions of those around her, the snake matriarch felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Indeed, this young man from the 7 Treasures glazed sect harbored some secrets. Go ahead, Ning Fan, but be gentle. Zhao Wujia whispered a warning to Ning Fan. Ning Fan shrugged and stepped forward to position himself between the 2 parties. At this moment, Meng Yijian regarded the young man opposite her, though she had felt insulted earlier. Now, as she observed Ning Fan's handsome visage and serene demeanor, her anger began to dissipate. You are an auxiliary-type soul master. I do not wish to be overly harsh. I will hold back a little during our duel. Thank you. I too shall endeavor to control myself and ensure you remain uninjured, Ning Fan replied with a slight smile. You refuse to heed my warning. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Meng Yijian's expression shifted, and she shouted at Ning Fan. Ning Fan shook his head, glanced at Meng Yijian, and remained silent. The 2 parties then assumed their stances. I am Meng Yijian, martial soul, snake staff, a level 30, 2-ring battle soul master, the young lady stated indifferently. Ning Fan, martial soul, 7 Treasures glazed tower, a level 36, 3-ring auxiliary soul venerable. Ning Fan slowly introduced himself. You may attack me. I will not move and will allow you 5 strikes. After both parties had introduced themselves, Meng Yijian thrust her snake staff into the ground and proudly declared to Ning Fan. Clearly, she was retaliating against Ning Fan for his earlier dismissive remarks. Observing this, the members of Shrek exchanged increasingly peculiar glances towards Meng Yiran, while the snake matriarch couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile, realizing her granddaughter was still naive and lacking in experience. Oh, in that case, I shall not hold back, Ning Fan said with a smile that was both amused and enigmatic as he addressed Meng Yiran. Bring on, Meng Yiran replied disdainfully, evidently unconvinced that the mere support-type soul master Ning Fan could inflict any harm upon her. As soon as Meng Yiran finished speaking, Ning Fan wasted no time in holding back. He vanished from his original position, only to reappear right in front of Meng Yiran. In the next moment, to her astonishment, he unleashed a punch. Although it was a single blow, Ning Fan did not exert his full strength. Nevertheless, even this half-hearted strike was beyond what Meng Yiran, clutching her serpent staff in a hasty defense, could withstand. The immense recoil caused her to lose her grip, and the staff slipped from her hands. In that instant, Meng Yiran instinctively reached out to reclaim her staff, but Ning Fan seized it first and hurled it forcefully behind her. Before the onlookers could comprehend the situation, they witnessed several large trees quivering violently as if struck by an unseen force, and in the center of the trunk of one of those trees, a fist-sized hollow appeared. Having been completely penetrated, though momentarily deprived of her staff and unable to summon her soul skills, Meng Yiran was far from conceding defeat. Gritting her silver teeth, she subtly shook her sleeves, revealing a series of small throwing knives, which she launched as streaks of silver light directly at Ning Fan's face. The sharp whistling of the knives slicing through the air echoed ominously. Ning Fan, however, remained unfazed, his expression serene as he faced the imminent threat. In the next instant, as the knives neared him, they executed an uncanny 360-degree turn, redirecting their trajectory back towards their owner, Meng Yiran. This unexpected turn of events left the young and inexperienced Meng Yiran utterly unprepared to react or evade. As the knives hurtled toward her, she let out a startled cry, her face paling as she instinctively covered her head, cowering in fear like an ostrich. Yiran, the snake matriarch called out anxiously as she rushed to her granddaughter's side. Meng Yiran trembled, her hands still shielding her head. However, as time passed, the anticipated impact of the knives never came. Had they missed? Confused, she gradually opened her eyes. To her shock, she found the gleaming blades hovering perilously close to her face. Her pupils constricted in terror, and she stumbled back, falling to the ground. You have lost. Ning Fan stated calmly, his hands clasped behind his back as he regarded the fallen Meng Iran. Iran! Iran! Are you all right? The snake matriarch exclaimed, rushing to support her granddaughter. Meng Iran, dazed and bewildered, seemed to awaken only when she saw her grandmother. She turned her gaze to the suspended knives. Then back to Ning Fan, softly inquiring what just happened. How did you accomplish that? Earlier, the knives she had launched had inexplicably altered their course mid-air, returning towards her. The sight of the blades defying gravity, suspended in midair without any visible force acting upon them, left her astonished. Undoubtedly, Ning Fan was responsible for this phenomenon. Yet, in the brief skirmish, Meng Iran had failed to grasp how he had done it, nor had she noticed whether he had even summoned his martial spirit. As the realization dawned on her, Meng Iran felt a flush of embarrassment rise to her cheeks. Recalling her earlier suggestion to allow Ning Fan 5 moves due to his classification as a support-type Soul Master. Yet here she was, unable to withstand even 2 moves from him, ultimately succumbing to fear before her own knives. Oh, is this what you meant? Just a little trick, Ning Fan said with a slight smile, and with a flick of his thoughts, the 2 knives that had been suspended in the air obediently flew into his palm, rotating gently within his grasp. Ning Fan would not disclose to Meng Iran that he possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate spatial forces. A little trick? Meng Iran scoffed, understanding that Ning Fan would not reveal the secrets behind his prowess. Even if he did, she realized it was likely beyond her capacity to master such incredible power. Watching her knives swirl as if they were sentient in Ning Fan's hands, Meng Iran felt a twinge of envy. It wasn't just her. The members of Shrek, including Tang San, also gazed at Ning Fan's remarkable ability with admiration. The prospect of controlling objects merely through the power of thought and having them float and shoot through the air was undeniably impressive and astonishing. Well then, since you have lost, this serpent should rightfully belong to us, Ning Fan declared, allowing the 2 knives to glide from his palm to rest before Meng Iran. He then withdrew his spatial influence, causing the knives to fall limply to the ground as he returned them to their rightful owner. In silence, Meng Iran remained contemplative. The snake matriarch cast a thoughtful glance at Ning Fan before addressing Zhao Wujia with a hint of approval. Brother Zhao, you have a remarkable student here. And a support-type Soul Master at that. We concede this round, but the mountains remain and the waters flow on. We shall meet again after gathering the fallen knives. The snake matriarch turned and departed with Meng Iran. Following their exit, Zhao Wujia sighed in relief and immediately urged Oscar to finish off the exhausted phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing gracefully approached Ning Fan, her cold eyes flickering slightly. She then rose on her toes and whispered to him, "Thank you for saving me once again." Previously, during their initial encounter in the kingdom of Balak, Ning Fan had rescued her in a moment of life and death. Once again, as danger emerged, he had rushed to her side and ensured her safety. Although Zhu Zhuqing has always adhered to an independent philosophy, never relying on anyone, there remains a constant presence that protects her in critical moments, rescuing her from danger. For Zhu Zhuqing, it is quite reassuring. I have said before, I will always protect you, Ning Fan said softly to Zhu Zhuqing, a smile gracing his deep-set eyes. Zhu Zhuqing nodded silently in response. Ning Rongrong, with her adorable little nose slightly wrinkled, could not help but notice the exchange between the two, as she, ever the jealous observer, kept her keen gaze on Ning Fan. Ning Fan, you will always protect me too, right? Ning Rongrong asked, puffing out her cheeks and stepping closer to Ning Fan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing her demeanor, Ning Fan helplessly patted her head and replied, "Yes, I will always protect you." Upon hearing Ning Fan's promise, Ning Rongrong smiled contentedly and cast a somewhat provocative glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Although Ning Rongrong did not harbor any ill feelings towards Zhu Zhuqing, even teaming up with her in the Soul Arena, she regarded Zhu Zhuqing as a relentless rival whenever it concerned Ning Fan, showing no sign of yielding. At this moment, Ning Fan shrugged, glanced around, and then turned his focus inward. After rescuing Zhu Zhuqing from the mouth of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, he sensed a system notification echoing in his mind, which he had overlooked due to his concern for Zhu Zhuqing's safety. Now that he had a moment to spare, he could finally explore what he had acquired. Moments later, Ning Fan opened his eyes and murmured, "Oh, I have obtained a beast compendium." Chapter 75. A fortuitous opportunity. As the sole ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake gradually emerged, Oscar began to absorb it, while the others formed a protective circle around him. Before long, under the protection of his companions, Oscar successfully absorbed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and 3 soul rings slowly rose beneath him, marking a subtle change in his demeanor. Oscar's third soul skill, mushroom sausage, enabled him to soar through the air for 1 minute. Its effect was precisely as Ning Fan remembered, unchanged in the slightest. After a brief demonstration of Oscar's third soul skill, the group could not help but express their astonishment. After all, the ability to fly for a minute was an extraordinarily powerful and practical auxiliary skill for most soul masters who could not fly, whether in battle or in retreat. It held immense utility. Even Ning Rongrong, who possessed the 7 treasures glazed tile, renowned as the most formidable auxiliary spirit weapon on the continent, felt a twinge of envy upon witnessing Oscar's third soul skill. Flying was indeed an admirable ability. However, for Ning Fan, although he could not currently fly, it was merely due to his low soul power and inadequate strength, resulting in a weak grasp of spatial energy. At present, he could only leap slightly and hover momentarily by manipulating spatial forces. Yet, as his soul power gradually increased and his control over spatial energy strengthened, flight would become an effortless feat for him. Not so. In truth, when that time came, Ning Fan's ability to maneuver freely through the skies via spatial manipulation would differ fundamentally from mere flying. It would be more aptly described as walking upon the void. Thus, he felt no envy towards Oscar's ability. After addressing Oscar's soul ring issue and testing its capabilities, Zhao Wujia, seeing that their objective had been achieved, spoke with satisfaction. "All right, everyone prepare yourselves. We shall set off back to the academy." Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Ning Fan turned his gaze to Tang San, who was quietly meditating on the other side, and remarked coolly, "There's no rush. Someone has broken through, and we may need to stay in the Douluo forest for another day." "Someone has broken through?" Zhao Wujia exclaimed, quickly shifting his attention to Tang San. Just moments after Ning Fan's declaration, Tang San opened his eyes, surprised, and glanced at Ning Fan before turning to Zhao Wujia and stating clearly, "Yes, Teacher Zhao. I just achieved a breakthrough to level 30 while meditating. I have now advanced to Soul Master, and we will need to remain here for a while longer to hunt for my third soul ring." With Tang San's breakthrough, the group did not return as initially planned. Instead, they continued deeper into the outer forest in search of suitable soul beasts. The search extended from morning until evening, yet they found no soul beasts fitting for Tang San. Thus a day passed. As night fell, after a long day of tense exploration in the forest, it was time to rest. Under Zhao Wujia's guidance, the male students set about erecting tents while the female students prepared food. Meanwhile, Ning Fan and Zhao Wujia patrolled the perimeter on the lookout for any formidable soul beasts nearby, though they were on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, where encounters with thousand-year soul beasts were unlikely. Caution was still warranted in the wild, as anything could happen. After all, for everyone in the group, apart from Ning Fan and Zhao Wujia, encountering a thousand-year soul beast would pose a significant threat. Thus, the two of them took on the responsibility of protecting the entire team. In fact, as Ning Fan searched the serene surroundings of the Douluo forest, he felt a sense of futility. It seemed he had not come to Shrek Academy to be a student, but rather to serve as an instructor and protector. Being a free labor beside Zhao Wujia certainly made things easier for him. Ning Fan shrugged, pondering this as he continued his patrol. Suddenly, he spotted a towering tree nearly 100 meters high. With a leap, he lightly tapped the air a few times and gracefully ascended the trunk. Although there were indeed many soul beasts on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, their strength was too weak, and he had seen no trace of any 10,000-year soul beasts. Thus there was little cause for vigilance. Perched atop the branches of the towering tree, Ning Fan surveyed the area and quietly confirmed that there were no soul beasts within a 5-mile radius that could pose a threat to their group. "Very well, time to return," he declared, clapping his hands before leaping down from the lofty branches. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Ah, I almost forgot. I could take this opportunity to catch a few rabbits to prepare a sumptuous dinner for everyone." With that, Ning Fan halted, wearing a friendly smile as he scanned the surrounding bushes for any signs of rabbit activity, murmuring to himself, little bunny, where are you?" At this moment, the search around was complete, and Zhao Wujie returned to the camp. Shortly thereafter, Ning Fan also made his way back, carrying several unconscious rabbits in his hands. "Hey, what on earth are you bringing back?" Zhao Wujie inquired, pointing at the items in Ning Fan's grasp. Of course, I brought them back to eat. It's not every day we get to venture out, so how could we miss out on a barbecue in the wilderness?" Ning Fan chuckled cheerfully. "Barbecue? No way. In the Stardew Forest, it's best not to start a fire. What if we attract a soul beast?" Zhao Wujie frowned and outright refused. Although most soul beasts were fearful of flames, there were a few that were drawn to them. Starting a fire could easily lure them in. Let them come. We've been searching all day without finding a suitable soul beast. If we light a fire, perhaps we might attract the very 1,000-year soul beast we've been looking for, saving us a great deal of effort. Ning Fan said with a light smile. Besides, Teacher Zhao, you just searched the area and didn't find any powerful soul beasts, right? They were all merely 1,000-year soul beasts. Even if one showed up, we'd have enough strength to handle it without danger. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow slightly. Ning Fan's words did hold some merit. Thus, he found himself hesitating. If he were solely responsible for the entire team, he would never allow a fire. However, with the presence of Ning Fan, a peculiar powerhouse, two of them could indeed manage the whole team, allowing for a slight relaxation of restrictions. After considering that he had passed most responsibilities onto Ning Fan today, he felt somewhat reluctant to deny his request. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Wujie nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you." Chapter 76. The Adorable Bunny. With Zhao Wujie's permission, Ning Fan promptly gathered dry firewood in the center of the camp and lit it. Instantly, flames rose, casting a warm glow that transformed the entire camp's atmosphere. Sensing the change, the others, who were busy setting up tents and gathering food, gathered around, their eyes drawn to Ning Fan, who was crouched down, adding more dry wood to the fire. After patting his hands together and ensuring the fire was just right, Ning Fan stood up. He lifted the several unconscious rabbits in his hands, gesturing to the group. "Tonight, you all are in for a treat. You'll get to taste my culinary skills." "Your skills?" Ning Rongrong blinked, looking curiously at the rabbits in Ning Fan's hands. "Yes, my barbecue skills." "Rongrong, you probably haven't tried them yet, have you? In fact, my greatest talent is outdoor barbecuing." Ning Fan waved the dinner around, smiling at everyone. "Oh, Ning-san, you possess such a skill?" Oscar looked at Ning Fan with intrigue, unable to fathom that such a powerful young talent from the prestigious Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would also be adept at outdoor barbecuing, and appeared so confident in his abilities. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask Zhu Zhuqing. She has tasted my barbecue before. Upon hearing Ning Fan's words, everyone turned their gaze to Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, as she looked at the rabbits in Ning Fan's hands, she recalled the unforgettable flavor of the rabbit he had roasted. Unconsciously, Zhu Zhuqing extended her delicate tongue and lightly licked her lips, a gesture that contrasted sharply with her usual icy demeanor, appearing particularly alluring and captivating to the onlookers. Noticing everyone's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing became aware of her actions, her usually composed face flushing slightly as she turned away. Though she said nothing, the group understood from her involuntary gesture that Ning Fan's barbecue skills were indeed commendable. They looked at him with curiosity and anticipation, wondering what his roasted rabbit would taste like. However, one person stood out with a different reaction. Emerging from the tent after finishing setting it up, Xiao Wu's eyes widened as she beheld the 6 or 7 rabbits in Ning Fan's hands and the flames rising before him. Trembling, she pointed at him, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm just preparing a feast for everyone, enhancing our dinner," Ning Fan replied, waving the rabbits with a smile. How can you eat such adorable bunnies?" Xiao Wu glared, her face flushed as she raised her voice. "Aren't rabbits meant to be eaten? Or do you think, since your martial spirit is a rabbit, you are one too, and thus cannot bear to harm your kin?" Ning Fan looked at Xiao Wu, scratching his head in apparent confusion. "Exactly. No matter how cute they are, they're still meant for consumption." Ma Ongjun chimed in excitedly. "I haven't had roasted rabbit in ages. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. But my martial spirit is a rabbit. You are not allowed to eat them." Xiao Wu insisted, hands on her hips, glaring at everyone. "Why can't we eat just because your martial spirit is a rabbit? If I could find a phoenix, I would love to try roasting one." Ma Hongjun muttered under his breath. Right? Xiao Wu, I eat my own martial spirit all the time. And I'm perfectly fine. Besides, Teacher Zhao and Dai Mubai often order bear paws and tiger whip to replenish their energy at the tavern, Oscar added nonchalantly. Dai Mubai's expression darkened at that remark, while Ning Fan and Tang San exchanged astonished glances. Were the twins that formidable? Or was Dai Mubai not up to the task? Had he been drained at such a young age, requiring something like tiger whip to restore his vigor? Now that the tents are set up, let's not waste time. Quickly roast the meat, eat dinner, and rest. At this moment, Zhao Wujia finally spoke up. Seeing everyone's attitude, Xiao Wu wore a frustrated yet helpless expression as she glanced at Tang San, hoping he would understand her. However, she was disappointed to find that Tang San, too, could not comprehend her strong aversion to eating rabbits. Xiao Wu, stop fussing. Let us finish dinner quickly and rest. Not receiving any support, Xiao Wu sulked down onto the ground, sulking in silence. Seeing this, Ning Fan smiled faintly, then found a spot, his right hand shimmering with silver light, causing the 7 rabbits to levitate in midair. Subsequently, he began to prepare the rabbits, brandishing 2 small knives that moved swiftly in the air, making it difficult for anyone to discern his actions. In just a few moments, the rabbits were skinned and prepared by Ning Fan, who then skewered them onto a barbecue fork he had ready. With a deft manipulation of spatial power, he made the rabbits rotate over the flames. Rising to his feet, Ning Fan clapped his hands, observing the scene with satisfaction. It must be said that as Ning Fan's understanding of spatial power deepened, he increasingly recognized it as an exceedingly convenient ability. On the other side, Xiao Wu sat watching the rabbits roasting over the fire, feeling a deep sense of discomfort. Had she not awakened her intelligence after 100,000 years of cultivation and transformed into human form? She feared that she too would have met a similar fate if captured. Lost in thought, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Before long, Ning Fan retrieved several small pouches from his spatial ring, filled with an array of densely packed seasoning bottles. After removing the rabbits from the flames, he waved his hands to evenly sprinkle the seasonings over them. He then returned the rabbits to the fire for a brief roasting. In less than 3/4 of an hour, the fragrant golden roasted rabbits were ready. Zhao Wuji wasted no time, unable to resist the alluring aroma. He swiftly grabbed one of the rabbits and began to devour it eagerly. Delicious, he exclaimed, his mouth full. Seeing Zhao Wuji's enthusiasm, Oscar and Ma Hongjun gazed at the roasted rabbit in Ning Fan's hands with shining eyes. In response, Ning Fan wrapped each rabbit in oil paper and distributed them among everyone. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San each received a rabbit, expressing their gratitude before diving into the mouth-watering feast. Chapter 77. My God. So good. Oscar and Ma Hongjun gave Ning Fan a thumbs up. Ning Fan smiled lightly and continued handing out the roasted rabbits. A total of 7 rabbits were prepared, 1 each for Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Zhao Wuji, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, with their smaller appetites, received half a rabbit each. Now, only 2 rabbits remained. Ning Fan had intended to give one to Dai Mubai, but unfortunately, he was met with indifference. Facing the 2 remaining rabbits, Ning Fan found himself in a quandary. He was not hungry, and consuming both seemed a bit excessive. He then glanced over at Xiao Wu, who was munching on dry rations, and with a slight smile, shifted his position, cheerfully saying, "Come, Xiao Wu, you should try some." He held up a golden, fragrant rabbit, gesturing for her to join. The enticing aroma wafted into Xiao Wu's nostrils, and it was undeniable how delicious it smelled compared to her tasteless dry food. However, despite its allure, she found it utterly repulsive. Xiao Wu wrinkled her delicate nose and waved her hand dismissively, refusing without hesitation. "That's disgusting. I won't eat that." "Oh, disgusting?" Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes, feeling that his culinary skills had been insulted. "I must retaliate. Xiao Wu, it's not disgusting at all. It's quite tasty. Why not take a bite?" Tang San, hearing this, also chimed in. Though he couldn't fathom Xiao Wu's aversion to rabbit meat, he knew that Ning Fan's roasted rabbit was truly exceptional. He could confidently say that in his lifetime, he had never tasted anything so delicious. Therefore, he wished to encourage Xiao Wu to try it. Yet, Xiao Wu clearly did not grasp Tang San's well-intentioned persuasion. With a fierce glare at him, she lifted her snow-white neck, crossed her arms defiantly, and addressed Ning Fan coldly. "Get lost. If you block my way again, I won't hold back." She had no intention of offering Ning Fan, the one who had cruelly slaughtered her 7 kin, any courtesy. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept onto Ning Fan's lips. All right, I'll step aside," he replied, feigning exasperation as he turned slightly. Seeing this, a flicker of triumph appeared on Xiao Wu's face, while she couldn't stop the others from eating the rabbits. It pleased her to see the one responsible for her kin's demise, Ning Fan, at a disadvantage. However, just as Xiao Wu reveled in her small victory, Ning Fan suddenly spun around. Before she could react, he struck like a viper, swiftly thrusting a succulent, oily rabbit leg into her mouth. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock, her brain momentarily shutting down as she processed what had just happened. As she felt an invisible force guiding her to bite down, she instinctively tore a piece of meat from the rabbit leg. When the meat was ripped away, a shiver coursed through her body, as if a part of her own flesh had been savagely bitten off, and tears welled in her eyes. With her eyes shut tight, she thought to herself, "Forgive me, little rabbit." As the crispy skin and the savory aroma of the roasted meat, mingled with the spices, exploded on her palate, she found herself unconsciously chewing. Suddenly, her expression transformed into one of sheer delight. "Oh my heavens, this is unbelievably delicious." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she continued to chew on the rabbit meat. At that moment, her heart was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. "Xiao Wu, are you all right? If it's too much to handle, just spit it out," Tang San said, frowning with concern as he observed her tears while chewing. It's nothing, just too good," Xiao Wu mumbled, her eyes vacant, seemingly resigned as she devoured the rabbit meat, responding indistinctly. Although her words were unclear, Tang San understood her intent. "Oh, as long as you're fine," he replied, redirecting his gaze elsewhere. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu wiped her tears while eating with her mouth full of grease. Seeing her comical state, Ning Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Wu, feigning anger, glared at him and shouted. Nothing. I just find it a bit odd to see someone crying while eating," Ning Fan replied quickly, trying to stifle his laughter. "By the way, Xiao Wu, why are you crying? Is it because you've never tasted such delicious roasted meat before and have been moved to tears by my culinary skills?" he asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu appeared to be struck by a painful truth. Her expression froze, and then, with gritted teeth, she exclaimed, "Yes, it's just too delicious. I've never had such amazing roasted meat. I feel like I've wasted the first half of my life." What she said was indeed the truth. Throughout her long life, she had never tasted such exquisite roasted meat, leading her to feel as though her earlier years had been in vain. Of course, the tears were primarily a reflection of the intense guilt she felt in enjoying the meat. Though it was flesh of her own kin, the aroma wafting from the roasted meat was utterly irresistible. How could something she once found repulsive now evoke such a hunger within her? Little Dance's heart cried out in confusion. Having spent many years in the human realm, she had encountered rabbit meat, a delicacy rarely available to her kind, in countless taverns. Yet, the scent of those dishes had only ever made her feel nauseous, leaving her devoid of appetite. However, the roasted rabbit prepared by Ning Fan was a different story. A single bite compelled her to crave more, rendering the bland rations in her hand utterly unappetizing. Ning Fan, observing her struggle, nodded with understanding and a hint of sympathy. He wrapped the remaining roasted rabbit, missing but one leg, in oiled paper and placed it before her with a kind smile. "If it's so delicious, do indulge. The rest is yours. No need to thank me." With that, he turned and departed. By this time, Little Dance had already consumed the leg Ning Fan had practically forced upon her. Now, as she gazed at the tantalizing golden roasted rabbit lying on the ground, her mouth watered uncontrollably, and her heart raced with a mix of longing and turmoil. Having savored the exquisite taste of the roasted meat, she could no longer abide the blandness of her rations. She yearned to reach out and claim the roast. Yet the thought that it was made from her own kin's flesh filled her with dread. She had succumbed to the temptation of the rabbit leg only due to Ning Fan's coercive allure. Now, contemplating the delicious roast, her right hand extended hesitantly, her eyes battling with internal conflict. After a long sigh, she withdrew her hand, feeling a twinge of regret for not indulging in such a delight. Yet, a sense of relief washed over her, grateful that she had resisted temptation and upheld her moral integrity. She was a dignified creature, a rabbit of 10,000 years with a steadfast moral compass. Sitting upright, she exuded an air of resolve. Indeed a delicacy, Surely, the chefs of Soto City cannot surpass this, she mused. Nearby, Ma Hongjun patted his belly, having devoured an entire roasted rabbit. Nevertheless, the lingering taste left him yearning for more. His gaze drifted toward the roasted rabbit beside Little Dance, and with a mischievous grin, he exclaimed, "Since you want to eat it, I shall take care of it." He reached for the roast. In an instant, Little Dance snatched the rabbit into her embrace, inhaling its savory aroma, and defiantly declared, "Who says I want to eat it?" Chapter 78. A gift unasked. For disavowing her desire verbally, her body betrayed her true cravings. Ma Hongjun, watching his prize slip away, grumbled in frustration. Little Dance, unable to argue, shot him a fierce glare, channeling her indignation into the rabbit in her grasp. "It's too delicious," she lamented, mouth full of meat, her face a mask of satisfaction, yet she emitted soft whimpers, as if to atone for her surrender to temptation. The sight of her adorable struggle elicited laughter from the others. Soon, everyone but Little Dance had finished their meal. Meanwhile, Ning Fan sat on the ground. Gazing up at the bright moon and the myriad stars, his spirits lifted. Although his arrival in this world had been abrupt and jarring over the years, he had grown fond of it. While it lacked the opulence of his previous life, he relished the sight of a pristine night sky adorned with twinkling stars. As he pondered the beauty of the night, his expression suddenly shifted. He stood abruptly, his senses alert to distant, peculiar sounds drawing near, accompanied by an aura unlike any he had felt before. Just then, Zhao Wuji's booming voice resonated throughout the camp, commanding everyone out of the tents quickly. As he shouted, 7 brilliant soul rings emerged from Zhao Wuji's form, revealing his formidable martial spirit, the giant golden bear, radiating an intimidating presence. Instantly, everyone gathered behind him, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of the unfolding situation. There is no time for explanations. Ning Fan, if anything happens, do not concern yourself with me. Focus on ensuring their escape from the Douluo forest, understood? With Ning Fan, whose strength rivaled that of a soul king, entrusted with their safety, Zhao Wuji's authority was clear. Ning Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead, alert and watchful. Suddenly, 2 towering trees parted, revealing a colossal figure that exuded an overwhelming force. It resembled a mountain, its dark fur glistening faintly under the starlight. Even on all fours, its shoulders towered above 7 meters, and if it stood upright, it would exceed 15 meters. This was a colossal gorilla, its eyes glimmering like lanterns, and its body, a fortress of muscle, was a sight to behold. "Is this the Titan giant ape?" Ning Fan murmured, captivated by the awe-inspiring creature. The king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Tang San's voice trembled with fear as he recognized the formidable soul beast. The Titan giant ape was a natural ruler among soul beasts, with even a century-old specimen capable of contending with 1,000-year-old beasts. Its sheer power had led to the demise of countless who encountered it, shrouding it in mystery. Yet, the Titan giant ape before them, with its imposing presence and stature, undoubtedly surpassed 50,000 years, a legendary entity. Tang San briefly explained the terror of this soul beast to the others. Upon hearing his words, the group, except for Ning Fan and the feigning fearful Little Dance, felt a chilling dread grip their hearts. They could not fathom why this majestic creature, meant to inhabit the depths of the Douluo forest, had appeared before them. Their luck had truly run dry. Unaware of the reasons behind the Titan giant ape's presence, the others stood paralyzed, mere meters away from the colossal beast, which remained eerily calm. A palpable tension filled the air, as they feared any movement might provoke the ferocious soul beast standing before them. "Esteemed king of the forest, we harbor no intentions of offense. If this is your domain, we shall depart immediately." At this moment, Zhao Wujin felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he gazed upon the Titan giant ape, and with a solemn voice, he spoke. "A creature of such ancient lineage must possess intelligence comparable to that of humanity, capable of comprehending human speech." However, the Titan giant ape paid no heed to Zhao Wujin's words and merely took a step forward, a motion that caused the hearts of the onlookers to leap into their throats. As Zhao Wujin observed the Titan giant ape advancing, closing the distance between itself and the group, the tension in his mind finally snapped. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wujin declared, "I will confront it. You all must swiftly consume Oscar's mushroom sausages and leave this place. I cannot hold on for long. Move quickly." After uttering these words, Zhao Wujin took a deep breath, and the 7 rings upon him glowed simultaneously as he charged towards the Titan giant ape. Yet, contrary to Zhao Wujin's instructions, Dai Mubai did not hesitate to follow suit and dash forward as well. He was soon joined by Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Fan observed the fervor of his companions, shrugging his shoulders in an attempt to dissuade them from wasting their energy on an attack against the ancient Titan giant ape. He understood that the creature's intent was solely directed toward Xiao Wu. It would not harm them unless provoked. However, at that moment, with the group so passionately rushing into battle, Zhu Zhuqing also joined the fray, and Ning Fan felt compelled to act lest he be perceived as a coward. "Ning Fan, let us retreat. Unless Grandfather Jin arrives, we stand no chance against this beast." Ning Rongrong gently tugged at Ning Fan's sleeve, her voice soft yet insistent. Having 2 title Ba by her side, she was acutely aware of the terrifying aura emanating from the Titan giant ape, recognizing its distinct nature compared to ordinary soul beasts. Now, with little attachment to Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong simply wished to escape with Ning Fan, avoiding a futile demise. In response, Ning Fan affectionately patted her head and offered a reassuring smile. Indeed, had Xiao Wu not been present, he would not have shared the same reckless enthusiasm, but rather would have prioritized fleeing alongside Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, knowing that the Titan giant ape would spare them due to Xiao Wu, he could not bring himself to abandon them as a coward. Chapter 79. Everything is within grasp. Furthermore, should he flee now, his standing in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes would plummet. Thus, Ning Fan resolved to accompany them, feigning enthusiasm while ensuring their safety. After softly advising Ning Rongrong to maintain a safe distance, he leaped forward, charging towards the Titan giant ape. As Ning Fan chose not to flee, neither did Ning Rongrong. Clenching her silver teeth, though she was engulfed in fear of the Titan giant ape, she overcame her trepidation upon witnessing Ning Fan's battle stance and summoned the 7 treasure glazed tile tower, releasing her soul skills to support her allies in the fray. In that moment, just as Ning Fan hesitated, ready to strike, the Titan giant ape seemed provoked by the attack from Zhao Wujin and Dai Mubai, erupting with an overwhelming wave of black energy that sent both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun hurtling backward, though they sustained only minor injuries. The Titan giant ape, being a soul beast of 100,000 years, had clearly held back its strength, as Ning Fan had anticipated, with Xiao Wu in their midst. The Titan giant ape posed no lethal threat to their lives. However, even without fatality, being struck to the point of spitting blood was still a disheveled affair, and Ning Fan resolved to exercise caution. Observing the woeful state of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, he contemplated the necessity of prudence. With a swift motion, he appeared behind the Titan giant ape, delivering a powerful punch to its neck, creating a turbulent gust around his fist. Although the punch seemed formidable, Ning Fan refrained from exerting his full strength, mindful of the consequences of provoking the creature. He understood that while the Titan giant ape would not endanger his life, it could inflict injuries that, although not severe, were still undesirable in a meaningless conflict. Thus, with a punch that appeared valiant, he retracted much of his force just before contact, resulting in a mere gentle thud against the Titan giant ape's rugged hide. While Zhao Wujin and Tang San fought valiantly, Ning Fan opted to engage in a mock battle, playfully striking the Titan giant ape as though it were a back massage. However, this charade did not last long. As Zhao Wujin's powerful golden king palm landed upon the Titan giant ape, it was instantly repelled, and the full force of his attack, capable of obliterating even a soul saint, failed to inflict any damage upon the creature. The only effect was to evoke a furious roar from the Titan giant ape, shaking the very air and unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that felled trees in its vicinity, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At that moment, the Titan giant ape crouched low, its massive form launching into a violent motion, leaping into the air with astonishing speed, resembling a mountain plummeting towards them. Prepared for the impending chaos, Ning Fan remained unaffected by the Titan giant ape's roar, executing the snowless step technique to deftly evade the oncoming attack, using the air to propel himself like a willow seed drifting in the breeze. In the same instant, he swiftly caught Zhu Zhuqing and the dazed Ning Rongrong, cradling them in his arms. The titan giant ape crashed to the ground with a tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the earth, stirring up a whirlwind of leaves and dust. As Ning Fan gently descended with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, a piercing and helpless cry echoed, "No, Xiao Wu." At that moment, Xiao Wu appeared pale and unconscious, ensnared within the titan giant ape's grasp. Observing her state, Ning Fan nodded slightly, acknowledging the performance. Soon, a sense of relief washed over me, as it seemed fitting for the titan ape to take little Wu along, especially since none of the others had sustained serious injuries. Well, that is not entirely accurate. It appeared that aside from myself, the others were rather worse for wear. In stark contrast to their pallid visages, prostrate on the ground and temporarily bereft of combat capability, I stood with a rosy complexion, garbed in azure, untouched by the dust of battle, an incongruous sight indeed. It seemed I had been rather too obvious in my nonchalance. Observing my companion's valiant efforts, I felt a twinge of guilt for my earlier lack of engagement. I shifted my gaze towards the unconscious little Wu cradled within the titan ape's massive hand. With a sudden surge of determination, I, the only one with any remaining strength, resolved to act. My expression transformed into one of righteous indignation as I propelled myself forward like an arrow, charging towards the titan ape while bellowing defiantly, "You beast! Do not flee! Return little Wu to us! No, Ning Fan, come back!" Zhao Wuji shouted, his eyes wide with concern. Yet despite hearing his words, I remained undeterred, continuing my charge towards the titan ape with unyielding resolve. My demeanor exuded a sense of noble purpose, imbued with a tragic grandeur. Of course, all of this was merely a fade. I had no intention of risking my life for little Wu, who was merely reuniting with her little brother, posing no real threat. The primary reason for my charade was the profound sense of camaraderie displayed by my companions, who fought valiantly for their friends. To avoid appearing completely idle, I decided to feign a last-minute act of bravery. After all, the titan ape posed no actual danger to my life. It would merely swat me away if I obstructed its path. As long as I was prepared, I would incur no real harm. A subtle smirk played at the corners of my mouth as I approached the titan ape. Just as I had anticipated, its colossal hand swung towards me. Indeed, it unfolded as I had predicted. A glimmer of understanding crossed my face. The subsequent scene would see me, in a futile attempt to thwart the titan ape, being struck away, leading to my inevitable defeat. Such is life, a theatrical performance reliant on skillful acting. Everything was within my grasp. However, at that moment, my expression abruptly shifted. As the titan ape's hand approached, it became evident that its intent was not to strike me down, but rather to ensnare me with its fingers. By the time I realized this, it was far too late. I was taken aback. The titan ape seized me effortlessly, clutching little Wu in one hand and a bewildered me in the other. With a thunderous roar, it turned and fled, vanishing into the distance in mere bounds. In an instant, two screams pierced the air. "No, little Wu! No, Ning Fan!" Chapter 8. The reason at this moment I was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he the titan ape seeking little Wu? Why grab me as well? As the titan ape dashed away with both little Wu and me in its grasp, my mind raced with questions. Was it possible that my earlier grilling of meat had stirred some resentment in little Wu, prompting her to signal the titan ape to abduct me for revenge in a secluded location? I quickly directed my gaze towards little Wu, who lay in the titan ape's other hand. Upon closer inspection, I noticed her lips twitching faintly, though no sound emerged. Yet I was certain she was conveying something to the titan ape. The realization struck me like a bolt of lightning, and my countenance darkened. It was over. Indeed, with no one around, little Wu had the titan ape at her disposal. She could torment me as she wished. My heart sank in despair as I came to the startling conclusion that I had unwittingly rescued a treacherous creature. Just then, I was enveloped in darkness, as the titan ape-esque grip tightened around me, leaving me unable to see anything. As I was firmly ensconced in the titan ape's hand, little Wu, who had previously been unconscious, suddenly awakened. Perched on the titan ape's shoulder, she glanced at the tightly clenched fist that held me captive. Her expression was one of complexity. Her earlier fainting spell had been a ruse. She had been fully aware of the events unfolding around her. To her astonishment, the very person she deemed loathsome, who had just moments ago bullied her, had risked his life to obstruct the titan ape when it attempted to carry her away. She could hardly fathom why I would act in such a manner. Shaking her head, Little Wu leaned closer to the Titan ape and whispered, diming, "Why have you seized Ning Fan? Release him." Indeed, both I and Little Wu were perplexed by the Titan ape's actions. With a series of grunts, the Titan ape communicated its reasoning. "What? Diming? You sensed pure dragon blood within Ning Fan and intended to consume him? Pure dragon blood? How could that be? Isn't Ning Fan merely a human?" Little Wu exclaimed, incredulity etched across her features. Fortunately, I was unable to grasp the external circumstances, as the Titan ape's grip was so tight that I could scarcely breathe. The relentless motion as it traversed the terrain left me in a semi-conscious state, oblivious to Little Wu's dialogue. Had I been aware that the Titan ape sought to devour me due to my ancient dragon bloodline, I shudder to think what my reaction might have been. In response to Little Wu's skepticism, the Titan ape roared affirmatively. "You say you cannot be mistaken. Consuming Ning Fan will enhance your strength beyond limits?" Little Wu furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the Titan ape's clenched hand as she spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the Titan ape nodded in agreement. "Dragon blood?" Little Wu murmured, disbelief evident in her voice. Even in the Stardow Forest, one of the three great spirit beast gathering places on the continent, there was no spirit beast with pure dragon blood. In her memories and legends, only in the farthest northern glaciers was there said to dwell a single spirit beast possessing true dragon blood, the Ice Dragon King. And yet, how could Ning Fan, a mere human, possess such lineage? The notion was utterly confounding to her. However, despite her confusion regarding the source of my dragon blood, Little Wu began to comprehend why my strength was so extraordinary. After all, this is the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan, in any realm, they are the apex, the most exalted race. Xiao Wu fell into a contemplative state, her gaze shifting to the tightly clenched fist of Ming, worry flickering in her eyes. Even if Ning Fan possesses the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, you cannot act in such a manner. Release him at once. He is my friend. You bear no grudge against him. How can you consider devouring him merely to enhance your power? Xiao Wu exclaimed angrily towards Ming. Roar, roar. Ming let out several more roars, his tone tinged with a sense of grievance. You claim this is for my benefit? With the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. He might have already sensed my true identity? Xiao Wu blinked, uncertainty evident in her voice. Ming nodded in affirmation. At this, a flicker of turmoil crossed Xiao Wu's expression. A soul beast of 100,000 years is a being that evokes both fear and greed in humans. They fear the immense power of such a beast, yet they covet the 100,000-year soul rings and bones that drop upon slaying it. However, Xiao Wu's true identity is that of a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into human form, yet she currently lacks the strength of one. For the now weakened Xiao Wu, should her true identity be discovered within human society, facing the greed of powerful humans would undoubtedly spell her doom. Thus, at this moment, she was suddenly struck by the idea of silencing Ning Fan. Yet, recalling how Ning Fan had risked his life to rescue her from Ming's grasp, Xiao Wu's expression turned complex, and she shook her head in guilt. Ning Fan had just braved danger to save her. How could she entertain such thoughts? She then urgently called out to Ming, "Please release Ning Fan. You have stated that this is merely your conjecture, and even if he were to discover my true identity, he would not harm me." Upon hearing this, the Titan giant ape shook its head, clearly reluctant to let Ning Fan go. The primary reason was not the desire to consume Ning Fan for strength, but rather a concern that Ning Fan's presence could jeopardize Xiao Wu's safety. It was evident that it did not trust Ning Fan, believing that upon realizing Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, he would harbor greedy intentions towards her. Xiao Wu, visibly exasperated, struck the Titan giant ape's head with her small hands, but she understood that Ming acted out of concern for her safety and thus could not scold him. However, how could she convince Ming that Ning Fan would not harm her? A look of distress crossed her face. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she leaned in to whisper into the Titan giant ape's ear. Instantly, the Titan giant ape halted, and a human-like sorrow appeared on its fur-covered face. Roar!